Chapter 575. The body can no longer endure without the barriers of the city walls, should they return to the vast grasslands. It would be utterly impossible to outrun the sand beasts. Several cavalrymen exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. How about we assist in defending Changsheng City? One suggested. In this situation, we must collaborate with the Heavenly Khan, another cavalryman added. No, Feng sighed. Meng Yanlie is aware that you are my soldiers. Even if we repel the sand beasts, he will still seek vengeance later, and even death would be a luxury. He recalled the last encounter, where the Khan's consort was humiliated and one of Meng Yanlie's sons was killed. Had he been in Meng Yanlie's position, he would undoubtedly imprison and torment his enemies for a decade. The 99th spear pierced through the swirling sands. Meng Yanlie's chest heaved slightly, his breath quickening. Heavenly Khan here? The golden armored guard presented another spear. Meng Yanlie glared at him. Use the siege crossbows to slay those beasts, and instruct the elders to ascend the city walls. They too have a duty to defend Changsheng City. With that, he staggered back towards the pyramid. Atop the northern city wall stood 3 elders, members of the Elder Council. Give me the spear, the second elder commanded, seizing it and hurling it with great force. A howl echoed from the sand. Yet the continuous cries indicated that it had not been a fatal strike. He was, after all, significantly inferior to the Heavenly Khan. The spear lacked the explosive impact of a shockwave upon release. Another spear, he gasped, taking another one. This time, the spear was thrown with a force comparable to that of the siege crossbow. Let me try. The third elder took the spear and launched it fiercely into the sand. However, his spear failed to strike the sand beast. A strong warrior possesses keen sight, able to see through the dust to the concealed sand beasts. In all of Changsheng City, only 3 individuals possessed such vision: the Heavenly Khan, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder, followed by the Golden Armored Guard. With the Third Elder and below lacking such abilities, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder had already perished, leaving the Elder Council with few skilled fighters. At that moment, a group of apothecaries appeared on the northern wall. After negotiating with the gate's captain, they began to attach various potions to the heads of the siege crossbows. With a flurry, dozens of bolts were launched into the swirling sands. A green mist spread through the dust. A howl erupted, and the sand beasts began to emit relentless cries, their previously thunderous roars diminishing. On the city wall, a woman clad in minimal attire stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with excitement. We have succeeded. This time, we have utilized all our poisons, which should weaken the sand beasts for at least 7 days. Indeed, this woman was the chief apothecary of Changsheng City. Her scant attire was due to her warm physique and formidable strength, rendering her unafraid of the cold. As time passed, the sands gradually receded into the distance, and the roars of the sand beasts faded. In Changsheng City, everyone rose to their feet, their gazes fixed upon the distant sands. Until the dust storms dissipated entirely, a thunderous cheer erupted from the remaining survivors. Oh, we have triumphed. We have driven back the horde of sand beasts. Ha ha. We are victorious. Yet, amidst the jubilation, sorrow soon followed. As the grim reality set in, only 7 of my kin remained. I weep. The cries of grief overshadowed the earlier cheers. Following the devastating assault of the sand beasts, the population of the Duoyan grassland had been halved. Concurrently, within the city of Changsheng, the crossbow bolts had nearly been exhausted, and nearly half of the siege engines lay in ruin, destroyed by the onslaught of the sand beasts. Most alarming was the fact that the apothecaries had depleted their supply of poisons. Should the sand beasts return, they would have no choice but to confront them with their bare flesh. Meng Yanlie had just hurled 99 spears, his strength nearly spent, and he now sought respite within the pyramid. Atop the castle stood the great Khan's consort, flanked by 2 personal bodyguards, a man and a woman, with 4 golden armored guards positioned behind them. Great Khan's consort, we have slain fewer than 500 sand beasts. Yet the scale of this dust storm suggests that at least 3,000 are lurking near Changsheng. We must prepare, spoke the young maiden, Yuer. Changsheng City is our last bastion. Beyond its walls, we have no refuge and would perish swiftly, the consort replied matter-of-factly. We could set sail upon the sea. The icy waters would surely immobilize even the sand beasts after a mere half-hour, Yuer suggested. The great ships have all been destroyed by Feng. The remaining small boats cannot navigate the turbulent seas. We must abandon all illusions. Everyone must contribute, for should the city fall, the sand beasts will show no mercy to captives. The consort declared, casting another glance toward the raging sea. The high priest has arrived, came a voice filled with authority. A striking young woman ascended the castle. Thank you for your timely warning previously. It allowed us to fortify Changsheng. Otherwise, we might not have withstood even the initial onslaught. The consort, sighed, smiled faintly. Things are not so simple. The sand beasts have not retreated. They have merely settled within 100 kilometers of Changsheng. The apothecary's poisons have only incapacitated a few of the weakest among them. The toxins were too dispersed. The remaining sand beasts will fully recover in just 7 days. And we face yet another grueling battle, the high priest said, concern etched upon her face. Alas, at this juncture, we must rally all the citizens of the city to defend Changsheng. Golden armored guards, arrange for porridge shelters to feed everyone. They must be nourished to withstand the forthcoming conflict. The consort commanded. Understood. A golden armored guard was dispatched to relay the orders. Sir, please eat something. You cannot afford to starve, a cavalryman implored Feng. The city of Changsheng had become a refuge for hundreds of thousands, and with the indigenous population, the total was likely around 700,000 or 800,000. Feng had only encountered 6 of his own. To avoid recognition, his subordinates no longer referred to him as Brother Feng, but rather as Sir. This porridge is made from land-based animals. Consuming it might lead to infection, Feng remarked, discarding the broken bowl to the side. But if you do not eat, your body cannot endure, they urged. Go ahead and eat. My current frailty makes me wary of consuming anything. I fear that a decline in my immunity might allow the parasitic illness to take hold. Feng replied resolutely. His current temporary abode is situated along a dilapidated street, marred by mud and filth. The house itself is owned by someone. Should Feng force his way inside, he would undoubtedly draw attention. If others were to recognize him as Feng, it would spell disaster. For Meng Yanlie would stop at nothing to capture him alive. Just then, a foul object plummeted from a second-floor window, landing amidst the muck of the street, releasing a noxious odor into the air. One of the refugees removed his boot, rubbing his decaying foot with his hand. After the boot had soaked, in the biting cold of -30 degrees, his foot would gradually rot away. Feng glanced at his own boots, relieved that they remained dry. Otherwise, he might have shared the same fate as that unfortunate soul. Chapter 576. The cold expression wavered. Child, my child. A woman suddenly shook the infant cradled in her arms. Yet, the baby's body had stiffened. This sight tugged at Feng's heart. In such frigid temperatures, he wondered how Duyan Hina and her child were faring in the north. Everyone, hurry to the temple. The high priest is about to deliver his sermon. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Quickly, to the temple. A throng rushed towards the temple. Leaving Feng bewildered, he seized a passerby. Is the high priest's sermon truly so captivating? Why the haste? Feng inquired. Go and see for yourself. You'll understand. The man replied with a lecherous grin, shoving Feng aside. Sir, shall we also attend? A cavalryman asked. Of course. If it were only us few, it would defeat the purpose of blending in. The heavenly Khan would recognize me instantly. Thus, Feng and his companions joined the crowd heading towards the temple. A vast square awaited them, now teeming with people, so much so that even the statues bore witnesses atop their pedestals. Feng lifted his gaze to an altar, where a young woman stood. Beside her was a row of beautiful maidens and a line of burly, unsightly men. The men resembled beasts, muscular, rugged, dark, and unattractive. The women, however, were ethereal, delicate, charming, alluring, and flawless. What was the purpose of this assembly? Feng pulled another passerby. Silence. Pay close attention and refrain from outbursts, the individual retorted. Continuing to gaze at the altar, Feng observed that the trousers of this man were quite unsightly. Not only his, but those of the other men were similarly unappealing. Feng was perplexed. The young woman stepped forward, arms outstretched. My people, the suffering we endure today stems from our failure to receive the love of the God of love. Today, I shall summon the God of love to bestow his care upon my people. I shall use 10 brutish men and 10 innocent maidens to invoke his presence with the essence of love. With that, the young woman took a step back. The 10 unsightly men advanced, seizing hold of the 10 beautiful maidens. An hour later, Feng, his face flushed, finally understood why these individuals were so eager to listen to the high priest's teachings. It was all for the spectacle. After the battle concluded, the high priest stepped forward once more. My people, He declared, I now require your collective strength to guard the gates of Eternal Life City. This task not only protects our city, but also safeguards your very lives. If each of you strives to vanquish our foes, Eternal Life City shall undoubtedly endure. Despite the high priest's grandiose rhetoric, the commoners began to vacate the square one by one. They had witnessed the most thrilling part and had little desire to linger any longer. Yi Feng's eyes darted, and he blended into the crowd. Just a few steps in, a small hand rested upon his shoulder. Your trousers seem rather familiar. This is the second time I've seen such oversized pants. Might you remove your mask? Turning around, Yi Feng was nearly startled out of his wits. Standing behind him was none other than Princess Lure, accompanied by a handmaiden. Further back stood Uncle He and Error, but there was no sign of Dada. Did you not hear the princess? Remove your mask, Uncle He commanded, stepping forward with an imposing presence. In a confrontation with Error, Yi Feng might have held his own before he was injured, but against Uncle He, even at his peak, he would likely falter. Yet, if he were to remove his mask, he would soon find himself captured by Princess Lure to face the wrath of the Heavenly Khan. His subordinates, equally pale, dared not speak up to defend him, fearing they would be implicated as well. With a heavy sigh, Yi Feng slowly lifted his mask. Princess Lure, it has been quite some time. Your mother misses you dearly. She specifically sent me to infiltrate Eternal Life City to find you. She wishes for you to accompany her overseas, to an island abundant with fish and seals, where you can spend this long winter in comfort. Yi Feng spoke with a casual bravado. In such a situation, he must maintain an air of confidence, presenting himself as a savior to instill a sense of dependence in Princess Lure. Indeed, as his words fell, the handmaiden's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her previously cold demeanor wavering. Uncle He and Error exchanged glances, simultaneously retracting their imposing auras. Only Princess Lure remained frozen in place, torn between her mother and father, caught in a dilemma. The cavalry nearby gazed at Yi Feng with profound admiration. They had been prepared for a desperate fight, yet with Yi Feng's intervention, the tide had turned. How is my mother faring now? Princess Lure's tone softened as she instinctively helped Yi Feng adjust his mask, providing him cover. She is well, with ample food and warmth, living in a comfortable abode. Yet, she yearns for you so deeply that it has taken a toll on her health. She weeps daily, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. If you do not visit her soon, she may truly cry herself blind, Yi Feng continued, weaving a tale with unflinching bravado. As long as he could evoke a strong desire in Princess Lure to depart, he could ensure his own safety. Despite his current appearance resembling that of a beggar, Yi Feng's true potential lay overseas, making him a person of interest to many. What brings you here as well? In this bustling place, where eyes are many and judgment is swift, if the golden armored guards were to recognize you, there would be no one to shield you. Quickly, depart from here. After uttering these words, Lure cast a meaningful glance towards Black Uncle and Heir. The two towering figures positioned themselves on either side of Yi Feng. Princess Lure herself led the way, guiding Yi Feng to a secluded corner of Changsheng City. After a while, they arrived at a stone house located in a slum. The environment was indeed dismal, yet it was 1,000 times better than his previous refuge. At least there was a roof to shield him from the elements, and a brazier inside to provide warmth. Lure hesitated for a moment, then removed her cloak and spread it over a stone bed. You shall sleep here tonight. Your subordinates can stand guard at the door. If you find yourself lacking food, simply draw a fish on the door, and I will have Heir quietly bring you some, Lure declared. In truth, her feelings for Yi Feng were not rooted in affection. Rather, it was the solid foundation he had established earlier that influenced her. With a residence abroad, and amidst the rising panic in Changsheng City, as the daughter of the Heavenly Khan, she had inevitably inherited his self-serving nature. Whatever the cost, she must find a way to escape Changsheng City and return to her mother's embrace. By the way, how do you intend to take me away? Lure inquired, hitting upon the crux of the matter. Rest assured, in a few days, my warship will stealthily enter the angry sea, and there will be the sound of gunfire. Upon hearing it, it will be the day I take you away, Yi Feng boasted without a hint of hesitation. All right, when the time comes, you must come for me, along with my few loyal servants, Lure insisted. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he pondered. I must apologize, but once we reach overseas, our society is one of civility, devoid of slavery. I will require you to free Black Uncle and Heir from their servitude. They must stand as equals with you. If Princess Lure cannot comply, I fear I will be unable to take you abroad. This was a perilous gamble. Having already fallen to the status of a beggar, Feng still maintained his dignity. If he were too compliant, Princess Lure might not react immediately, but eventually, she would come to understand the implications. Me? Princess Lure pondered deeply. Very well. I promise that upon reaching overseas, Black Uncle and Heir shall be my equals, and I shall not refer to myself as a princess. At last, Lure relented. Her mind resolutely set on escaping the hellish confines of Changsheng City. For if the sand beasts returned, she might meet her untimely end. Feng noticed the grateful glances from Black Uncle and Heir. Though they were eunuchs, men lacking in physical completeness often possess a heightened sense of pride and are particularly sensitive to how others perceive them. Feng not only offered them a glimmer of hope for survival, but also restored their dignity. This masterful strategy of winning hearts engendered a profound respect for Feng from the two formidable warriors. To speak frankly, even if Princess Lure commanded them to eliminate Feng now, they would likely hesitate, perhaps even turn against her. Ultimately, Feng had the backing of Hot Spring Island, and with its warships, he could easily weather the long winter ahead. Then you may return, but please, do send me a bluefin tuna. I cannot acclimate to other fish. I have endured great hardship to rescue you. Even masquerading as a beggar, Feng remarked with a hint of indifference. Such fish are rare, but rest assured, given my status, I shall procure one for you, Lo'er declared before striding away from the stone abode. The maid followed closely behind, and as she was about to exit, she suddenly bowed deeply to Feng. Haishi and Heir Lao approached Feng respectfully, although they did not bow. Their eyes revealed their profound admiration. Once the four departed, Feng exhaled a long breath of relief, nearly collapsing onto the bed. He had been on the verge of panic, fearing that Princess Lo'er might turn against him. Brother Feng, you are incredible. I cannot find the words to express my feelings, the beast master exclaimed, embracing Feng's thigh. Do you see me as an idol? Feng understood his emotions. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary aura, as if you can accomplish anything, the beast master replied. By Xiang, tonight you shall oversee the vigil with these 5 companions. Do not allow anyone else to enter. I require time to recuperate my strength and spirit. I may sleep deeply through the night, perhaps even to the point of breathlessness. So do not be alarmed, Feng instructed. Indeed, the man accompanying Feng, Bai Xiang, had once been a subordinate of the Goat Mountain, but had been scattered during the refugee ship raid. Understood. Brother Feng, I will ensure you sleep soundly, Bai Xiang affirmed with a nod. At that moment, he was willing to lay down his life for Feng, who had ascended to a divine status in his eyes. To be able to turn peril into safety in such adverse circumstances, to find shelter, and even to enjoy frozen fish was nothing short of miraculous. Feng reclined upon Princess Lo'er's cloak, inhaling her fragrant scent as he slipped into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find a stranger, a youthful maiden, standing in the center of the room. Her aura was immensely powerful, while Bai Xiang and the others lay unconscious, piled against the wall. Who are you? Feng's expression shifted. He felt his spirit and strength rejuvenated by 70%, yet he had no confidence in confronting this individual. You must be the great Khan Feng, the young maiden spoke, appearing to be in her teens, though her voice resonated with the gravitas of someone around 40, filled with magnetism akin to that of the Khan's consort. Your arrival here, coupled with the incapacitation of my subordinates, leaves little doubt of your prowess. What brings you to me? Feng stealthily rested his hand upon the hilt of his blade. Mr. Feng, had I malicious intent, you would not be seeing me now, the maiden stated, gracefully taking a seat opposite him. Her attire was revealing yet alluring without being vulgar, evoking no thoughts of desecration. What is it that you seek? Feng inquired, loosening his grip on the blade. I am aware that you possess a warship capable of traversing the tumultuous seas at will, and that you have established a home on a small island overseas. Abundant in provisions, am I correct? The maiden queried. Indeed, it seems you have diligently investigated my affairs if you have uncovered this, Feng replied, choosing to engage with her line of questioning. In truth, this young girl had only guessed half correctly. He indeed possessed a foundation overseas, yet the provisions were not yet prepared. The naval vessels still needed time to fish and subsequently process the catch into frozen fish. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ping Zhang Labu Ding, also known as Nu Duo Jibasi. Currently, I serve as the Grand Alchemist in Changsheng City. Should you or anyone in your life fall ill or sustain injuries, I possess the capability to heal them. After this lengthy introduction, the woman, with her extensive name, surprisingly rose and seated herself beside Yi Feng's bed. Thank you, but what do you mean? Yi Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. My meaning is clear. You are the soul of Hot Spring Island, and your people will inevitably come to your rescue when the naval fleet arrives at the angry sea. Could you kindly inform me? I wish to accompany you overseas to escape this dreadful long winter, Nu Duo replied. A wave of joy surged within Yi Feng. He was not particularly concerned about the woman's healing abilities, but rather whether she would hand him over to Meng Yanlie. His apprehensions were evidently unfounded. It was clear that there was a lack of unity in Changsheng City. Even the Grand Alchemist was engaging in duplicitous behavior with Meng Yanlie. Most welcome. Yi Feng responded promptly, extending his hand. Your wounds are rather severe. No, that's not right. Your eyes, while seemingly radiant, reveal that you have already depleted your lifespan. Have you cultivated some unique, extraordinary ability? Perhaps one that enables swift recovery from injuries? Nu Duo suddenly inquired. Yi Feng was taken aback. Indeed, the Grand Alchemist was perceptive enough to discern that he had practiced the blood-sucking technique. While this technique did facilitate rapid healing, any swift recovery inevitably bore side effects. All things exist in a state of balance. Is there a way you can assist me? Yi Feng's voice trembled slightly. Certainly, however, it will require time. If you take me to your island, I shall prescribe a different medicine for you each week, tailored to your condition. This process will take approximately a year, and although your vitality will be restored, it will never return to its peak state. You have sustained innate damage. Unless divine intervention occurs, your innate potential is essentially ruined, and you shall never reach the realm of the heavenly Khan, Nu Duo stated with earnestness. Chapter 578. Yi Feng. This is a secret. It cannot be that dire. Yi Feng's expression fell instantly. He glanced towards the corner where the 6 individuals, including the white elephant, were piled. They are unharmed, right? Rest assured, they were merely administered a mild sedative and will awaken shortly, Nu Duo reassured him. Then I am relieved. Grand Alchemist. Thank you. Yi Feng responded sincerely. At least this Grand Alchemist had alleviated many of his uncertainties. It was no wonder that every time he utilized his fire ability, he felt utterly drained. It wasn't the power of the fire ability that was overwhelming, but rather that he had already sustained innate damage, causing every use of his abilities to deplete him more than a normal person. Here, take this. I have a vial of medicinal pills. Consume 3 each day after meals, and it will expedite your recovery somewhat. Nu Duo concluded, producing a small vial from her cloak. Yi Feng hurriedly accepted the vial. The fact that this woman had not attempted to assassinate him indicated that the medicine she provided would not be poison. I am deeply grateful. Rest assured, when the naval fleet arrives, I shall certainly take you along, Yi Feng declared with utmost seriousness. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. By the way, it would be prudent for you to refrain from indulging in romantic pursuits, at least until your body has fully recovered. Otherwise, you may face the dire consequence of being unable to bear offspring forever, a realization you must have come to yourself. After expressing her thoughts, Nu Duo quietly departed from the stone abode. Yi Feng, holding the small vial, fell into a daze, initially believing that his genetic limitations were the cause of his predicament. However, it dawned on him that it was due to his injuries sustained in his innate abilities. Perhaps it was after he had mastered the art of blood-sucking that his innate essence had been compromised. The incident with Duo Yen Hina occurred prior to his mastery of that skill, which was why she had conceived his child. This revelation made everything fall into place. Truly, the Grand Pharmacist is remarkable. In a moment of renewed hope, Yi Feng resolved to bring the Grand Pharmacist to his camp, where she could assist in restoring his health, enabling him to father hundreds of sons and daughters on the island, thereby becoming the king of the deserted isle. Suddenly, the white elephant stirred and leapt up. Brother Feng, I apologize. It seems I dozed off due to exhaustion. I assure you, from this moment forth, I shall not blink. The white elephant had thought his fatigue was the reason for his slumber. This illustrates the Grand Pharmacist's remarkable skills. It's all right. If you're tired, you may continue to rest. I am fully awake, Yi Feng replied. No, I shall stand guard at the entrance, the white elephant declared, striding out of the stone house. Yi Feng turned the small vial upside down, pinching a white pill between his fingers. He first inhaled its fragrance. The aroma was delightful, suggesting it was derived from warm, nourishing herbs. Typically, poisons have unpleasant, acrid odors. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. There was no immediate reaction, but Yifeng felt a subtle warmth spreading through his body. Indeed, it was a restorative medicine. The grand pharmacist possessed genuine expertise, akin to the practices of traditional Chinese medicine in civilized society. After this realization, Yifeng closed his eyes to meditate. 2 days swiftly passed. In the interim, Princess Lu Er sent Aer with a frozen bluefin tuna and several dozen pounds of charcoal. Aer also delivered his own fur mat to ensure Yifeng's comfort while resting. On the 3rd day, with the aid of the pill, Yifeng sensed a slight improvement in his condition. Though gradual, it felt substantial and reassuring, unlike the rapid recovery he experienced through bloodsucking, which had always left him with lingering concerns. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside. In the slums, there are still sentinels at the door. Pray tell, who resides within? The voice carried an imposing pressure. Do not approach, or I shall not be so courteous. It was the voice of the white elephant. Just as Yifeng was about to rise, he witnessed the white elephant being hurled back into the room. Following this, a shadow entered, accompanied by 4 attendants. You? Yifeng. The figure recognized him at once. His 4 companions drew their curved blades, fixated on the occupants of the room. Who are you? I do not believe we have met, Yifeng said, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. I am the 7th elder of the council, Yifeng. How audacious of you to venture into Eternal Life City, as if you were invited to your own demise. Should I deliver you to the heavenly Khan? He would undoubtedly revel in the joy of your capture. Upon uttering these words, the 7th elder swiftly reached forth. With a sound akin to a bell, his curved blade was drawn, slicing through the air toward him. Yet, the 7th elder's prowess was extraordinary. With a mere flicker, he appeared behind Yifeng. Seizing his arm with a vice-like grip, prepare to meet your end, he declared, as the blade's energy twisted back, severing the fabric of the 7th elder's sleeve, while simultaneously immobilizing Yifeng by grasping his shoulder. 7th elder, we bear no enmity towards one another. Are you truly intent on delivering me to the heavenly Khan merely to amuse him? Yifeng inquired. And what alternative do I have? Replied the 7th elder with a slight smile, as several of his subordinates brandished iron chains, binding Yifeng as tightly as a zongzi. Do you truly believe that Eternal Life City can withstand the onslaught of the sand beasts for long? Do you wish to leave the city alive? Yifeng hastily pressed on. If you hand me over to the heavenly Khan, my fate is sealed. What are you trying to imply? The 7th elder paused. For he too recognized that Eternal Life City could not endure indefinitely. It was not only the sand beasts they faced, but also the growing number of infected within the city. Just yesterday, even the affluent district had witnessed over 1,000 cases of infection. The spread of the parasite was far more rapid than he had anticipated. I am Yifeng, the leader of Warm Spring Island. Should I choose to shelter you, a warship will brave the wrath of the seas to transport you to my territory, where mountains of provisions await, cozy wooden cottages stand, and warships abound to fish, alongside an arsenal of advanced weaponry to confront formidable foes. Of course, you could also deliver me to the heavenly Khan. I would ascend to eternal heaven before you, but you would surely follow in short order. I now present you with 2 choices. First, release me and feign ignorance of my presence. When the warship arrives, I shall take you away from Eternal Life City to endure the long winter in my domain. Second, escort me to the heavenly Khan. I shall undoubtedly be tormented to death. Yet, without me, the warship will never return to Eternal Life City, and all within its walls shall perish at the hands of the parasite or the sand beasts, including you, your loved ones, parents, children, and friends. Yifeng's voice resonated powerfully, sending a tremor through the 7th elder. In the stone chamber, the silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping, and Yifeng's heart raced with anticipation for the 7th elder's verdict. It felt as though an eternity had passed when Yifeng sensed the release of his shoulder. In the next instant, the 7th elder waved his hand, and a blade of energy swept over Yifeng's head. With a series of dull thuds, the 4 subordinates trembled, their heads rolling to the ground. Yifeng, this is a secret. The fewer who know, the safer it remains. I do not trust these subordinates, the 7th elder stated, before tugging at the chains binding Yifeng. With a clang, the chains fell to the floor. The 7th elder then assisted Yifeng in adjusting his attire. I apologize. Great Khan Yifeng, I was momentarily dazed. In truth, I have always held you in high esteem. My previous words were merely a reflection of my position. But that is now behind us. You will lead me away, and I am now on your side. Pray tell, Great Khan Yi Feng. Is there anything you require of me? I shall see it done. The transformation of Elder 7 caught Yi Feng off guard. Truly, he is a man who knows the times, changing his allegiance more swiftly than one turns the pages of a book. Dispose of these 4 corpses discreetly. We must not allow others to discover them. Furthermore, please procure additional animal hides, as my subordinates sleep on hard stone slabs, and I fear for their health. Yi Feng made his request. Not a problem. I shall personally deliver them and ensure that no one follows, Elder 7 replied, simultaneously pushing the 4 corpses outside. With a sigh of relief, Yi Feng felt a momentary sense of safety, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. The number of individuals aware of his identity in Changsheng City was growing. If even the Grand Alchemist could trace his residence, it would not be long before the Heavenly Khan discovered his whereabouts. Others might evade detection, but he could never deceive the discerning eyes of Meng Yanlie. And then there was the Great Khan's consort. This woman had suffered indignity at his hands. If she were to capture him, his fate would be worse than death. Meanwhile, out at sea, Cheng Libin finally spotted a small island in the distance. Ha! We've arrived. Quickly, everyone awaken. On the deck, a multitude lay sprawled about, while Cheng Libin expertly maneuvered the warship from the captain's cabin. Behind the warship trailed 18 partially completed colossal ships. Among them were not only Yi Feng's cavalry, but also a substantial number of refugees who had seized the opportunity to board the giant vessels, leading to their overcapacity. Originally, there had been over 20 colossal ships, but several had sunk along the way, leaving only 18. Susan was the first to rise from the deck, her gaze fixed on the small island ahead. Hey, wake up! Everyone, disembark immediately, she commanded, kicking at those around her. Before long, a long line formed on the warship as canoes ferried the knights and refugees to the shore. 5 hours later, the last of the passengers finally disembarked. Cheng Libin's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, I thought there were only a little over 3,000 up there, but it seems there are at least 5,000 aboard, with the majority being refugees and barely 1,000 knights. He then glanced at the 18 colossal ships, which similarly contained only a handful of cavalry, the rest being refugees, craftsmen, and some women and children. It appeared he had underestimated. The average maximum capacity of each colossal ship reached 2,000 individuals. Cheng Libin counted roughly. Damn it! There must be at least 40,000 people on the shore, yet there are still over 2,000 knights left to transport. Susan suddenly pushed Cheng Libin aside and maneuvered the helm to the right. What are you doing, Susan? Let us head to the angry sea. Feng has not yet returned. Just as Susan finished speaking, a piercing cry resonated through the sky as Chunin descended on his wounded giant bird. Landing on the island. Shall we ride the bird? Cheng Libin suggested. It is not feasible. The colossal bird has sustained severe injuries, and its size renders it vulnerable to crossbow bolts and spears. Upon concluding her statement, Susan tugged at the ropes several times. Below deck, a few boiler workers, anticipating a moment of respite, were dismayed when orders to resume work echoed from above. Consequently, boxes of charcoal were poured into the furnace, and the warship gradually quickened its pace, soon vanishing from sight. On the shore, Hart stood dazed at the forefront of the group. Everyone, listen up. Begin gathering dry branches to kindle a fire. We shall first have a meal. After we eat, the men will chop wood and lay the foundation, while the women attend to finer details. We must construct the shelter with utmost speed, and once we have a roof over our heads, we will refine this incomplete giant vessel. The group exchanged glances, slowly trudging to their tasks. After half an hour, smiles of delight emerged upon their faces. Haha, we have successfully departed from Eternal Life City. Indeed, those fellows in Eternal Life City are in dire straits. Perhaps they have already been devoured by sand beasts. Even if the sand beasts do not consume them, they are bound to perish from the curse of the worm disease. In an instant, the atmosphere on the island lightened. At this moment, Wang Zhihai had also regained his composure and promptly summoned his 5 bank managers. Quickly, let us erect a shelter here. The headquarters of Hot Spring Bank will be established at this location. Thus, a flurry of activity ensued among the bank personnel. Chunin dismounted from the neck of the colossal bird and fed it a crystal pill. Little bird, remain here. I shall soon arrange for your birdhouse. Yi Feng gazed at the 2 masked men before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment, both men simultaneously removed their masks. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Yi Feng inquired, sensing their aura was akin to that of Dolong. Great Khan Yi Feng, we are the golden armored guards of the Heavenly Khan. We have heard that you can facilitate the departure of individuals from Eternal Life City. The man on the left spoke. Chapter 580. A cleaner approach? Certainly. In a few days, the warship will arrive at the Wrathful Sea. I can allow whomever I choose to leave. Those I do not wish to depart must remain here to feed the sand beasts. Yi Feng reclined slightly in his beast-hide chair, a gift from the seventh elder. Both warm and comfortable. Upon hearing this, the two golden-armored guards bowed slightly. Great Khan Yi Feng, what price must we pay to board your warship? Inquired the guard on the right. No price is necessary. Those I find pleasing may board the warship, Yi Feng replied slowly. Oh, Great Khan Yi Feng, if you would have me, I would be honored to serve as your golden-armored guard, protecting your safety like Dolong. However, I have a request. I possess a mistress and an illegitimate child outside. They are my everything. And I hope you can take our family of 3 with you when the time comes. The guard on the left spoke with an almost pleading tone, appearing far more docile than when he had first entered. Why should I? Yi Feng asked. Very well. The golden-armored guard then knelt before Yi Feng, unsheathing his curved blade and placing it at Yi Feng's feet. I, Dortmund, vow before this curved blade to remain forever loyal to the great Khan Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng lives, so shall I, Dortmund. If Yi Feng perishes, my entire family shall meet their demise. Having uttered these words, Dortmund bowed his head before Yi Feng. Faced with the densely packed sand beasts, even the most courageous of the golden-armored guards were struck with fear. Moreover, with their wives and children residing in Eternal Life City, they found themselves compelled to take a risk. Dortmund, your sincerity brings me great comfort, Yi Feng declared solemnly. I swear upon my fleet that upon your arrival at my camp, you shall serve as my guard with equal standing, enjoying the same fine wines and delicacies as I do. Thank you, Great Khan Yi Feng. Dortmund exhaled deeply, almost moved to tears. After all, the sand beasts would soon recover from the poison and launch a full-scale assault within 3 days. In this dire moment, only Yi Feng could save his life. Nearby, the white elephant gazed at Yi Feng with profound admiration, puzzled as to why this seemingly weak individual commanded the respect of such formidable warriors. Was it truly charisma that held sway over them? Little did he realize that Yi Feng's influence stemmed from the solid foundation laid by his former endeavors and the rich heritage of Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, with Yi Feng's character, he would have been vanquished countless times. And you? Yi Feng turned his gaze to another golden-armored guard. Without a moment's hesitation, the guard unsheathed his curved blade and placed it at Yi Feng's feet, his massive form shrinking as he knelt before him. I, Ma Go-bai, vow before this blade and my 4 brothers to remain eternally loyal to the great Khan Yi Feng. As long as the Khan lives, so shall I. If the Khan dies, so shall I, Ma Go-bai concluded, casting a pitiful glance at Yi Feng. Ah, it seems that apart from this blade, your 4 brothers are your greatest treasure, Yi Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. If his brothers possessed strength comparable to his own, perhaps they could also be welcomed. Indeed, my 2nd brother Ma Lu Bai, my 3rd brother Ma Da Bai, my 4th brother Ma Mai Bai, and my 5th brother Ma La Bai. Though their strength may not match mine, they are not far behind. Moreover, we 5 brothers are united. If the great Khan Yi Feng is willing to take us in, we shall heed your every command, Ma Go-bai asserted earnestly. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy as he stepped forward. I, Yi Feng, swear upon my fleet that upon my return to my camp, you 5 brothers shall serve as my guards with equal status, enjoying the same fine wines and sumptuous meals as I do. Thank you, Great Khan. Is there anything you require? The Ma family is a prominent clan and can procure many things, Ma Go-bai inquired. Do you have a larger, cleaner house? Yi Feng asked. Certainly. But the situation is tense at the moment. Please, Great Khan, and your men must don masks and follow closely behind me. I will lead you to the residence of my 4 brothers, which is clean and spacious, Ma Go-bai replied, taking the lead. With 2 golden-armored guards clearing the path, Yi Feng found the journey surprisingly unobstructed, though the only unpleasant aspect was the excrement littering the ground. In the city of Changsheng, an influx of hundreds of thousands of refugees led to a state of paralysis. The city was overwhelmed, and the stench became unbearable as no one could manage the refuse. Along the streets, one could frequently spot a dazed refugee, clearly afflicted by the parasitic disease, though not yet to the extent of being violent. Coupled with the threat of sand beasts, Changsheng faced both internal strife and external danger. The 2 golden-armored guards recognized this predicament, prompting a newfound respect towards Yi Feng. Let Changsheng rot, for in a few days I shall take my leave. The streets of Changsheng were akin to a mountainous terrain, undulating with slopes that easily bewildered the common folk. As Yi Feng turned a corner, his gaze was drawn to a young girl clad in a red cloak, surrounded by 4 guards, distributing porridge to the refugees. He vaguely recalled that she was the daughter of the Heavenly Khan and the Great Khan's consort, though her name eluded him. The leading golden-armored guard trembled and lowered his head, fearful of being recognized by the girl in the red cloak. "Do not push. There is enough for everyone. No stealing," she admonished while serving the porridge, exuding a compassionate demeanor. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. Such a caring and lovely girl was destined either to be devoured by a sand beast or succumb to the parasitic disease. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. It was not feasible to save every individual he encountered, and he was still navigating through his own challenges. "Hey, why aren't you all lining up for porridge?" The girl's attention was drawn to Yi Feng and his companions, who had not approached the food. After all, the area was filled with starving people, their eyes solely focused on sustenance, while Yi Feng and his group seemed indifferent to the offerings. "Thank you, great county princess, but we have already eaten elsewhere," Ma Gubai replied, adjusting his mask. "Your voice?" The great county princess, Meng Yanlie, paused momentarily. Inheriting the formidable lineage of the Heavenly Khan, she possessed extraordinary strength for her age, nearing the level of a deity. Notably, her memory was exceptional. With a mere glance, she recognized the 2 imposing figures before her. "Why are you 2 concealing your faces? What are you up to?" After her words, the 4 guards moved closer. Despite being slaves, they were tasked with protecting the daughter of the Heavenly Khan, and together, they could easily overpower 2 golden-armored guards. As for Yi Feng and his companions, it would take only one of the guards to subdue them effortlessly. "Great county princess, it is I." Ma Dongda reluctantly removed his mask. "Ma Dongda? Then this must be Ma Gubai beside you," the girl remarked, turning her gaze towards him. Recent events had been tumultuous, even causing the golden-armored guards to flee from Changsheng, leading her to doubt their loyalty. With resignation, Ma Gubai too removed his mask. "I have had the honor of meeting the great county princess. In this critical moment, why are you not by the side of the great Khan, but have come to the slums?" Princess Mingxin inquired. "Me? We are executing the command of the Heavenly Khan to escort these individuals to him." Duoming lied. Yet the golden-armored guards were not adept at deception. Their attempts were fraught with inconsistencies. With such weak auras among the 7 of them, did they truly require 2 golden-armored guards for escort? "You, remove your masks." As Princess Mingxin spoke, her hand moved towards the whip at her waist. Yi Feng's heart sank, his eyes darting about. The 2 golden-armored guards found themselves at an impasse. Their expressions fluctuated between ferocity and trepidation. They understood that should they act against Princess Mingxin, the Heavenly Khan would surely seek vengeance, leaving them with no hope of escaping Changsheng City. Bai Xiang hesitated momentarily before placing his hand on his mask, pulling it downward. Princess Mingxin had clearly never seen Bai Xiang, being an unknown commoner. Her gaze shifted to Yi Feng, as she found his stature somewhat familiar. Yi Feng's heart raced, and he slowly placed his hand on his mask. However, in the next moment, he suddenly withdrew his hand. "Princess Mingxin, in truth, we are suspected carriers of an infection. The Heavenly Khan has ordered our escort to allow the Grand Apothecary to examine our bodies in hopes of discovering a cure for the goo worm disease. Therefore, upon removing our masks, we may inadvertently infect you." Yi Feng's reasoning was sound, and a reasonable person would likely relent. Yet, who was Princess Mingxin? Unafraid of heaven or earth, she certainly did not fear the goo worm disease. "So, you are to test the medicine? And you are aware that you are to test the medicine?" Princess Mingxin retorted. Yes." Yi Feng nodded. "You know you are a test subject and remain so composed?" "No, you are not a test subject, nor do you resemble an infected person. Infected individuals possess vacant gazes. There is something profoundly amiss with you all. Someone, go inform the great Khan." Upon finishing her words, Mingxin retreated behind the 3 Khan slaves. "Yi Feng, my apologies, princess." Duoming suddenly blocked the slave sent to report. Ma Gubai, however, swiftly advanced, reaching out with one hand towards Princess Mingxin. Impudent. The 3 Khan slaves engaged in a fierce battle with Ma Gubai. Meanwhile, Princess Mingxin refrained from joining the fray, confident that patrolling cavalry would soon pass, allowing her to send word to the great Khan. As for Yi Feng and the other 7, she regarded them with utter disregard. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky, heading straight for Princess Mingxin. What is that? Princess Mingxin wielded her whip. Yet, in the next instant, the shadow seized the whip and forcefully pulled it back. Mingxin found herself involuntarily colliding into the shadow's embrace. The figure swiftly grasped her wrist, immobilizing her. What are you waiting for? Move, the shadow commanded, pulling Mingxin towards a corner. Is that the voice of Elder 7? Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. This individual had arrived just in time. The 2 golden armored guards and 4 Khan slaves were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the 7 others closely followed the shadow. Princess Mingxin fixed her gaze intently upon Yi Feng. Are you Yi Feng? She exclaimed directly. Correct, as a reward. I present you with a foul sock, Yi Feng retorted, promptly shoving a bundle of something into her mouth. If Mingxin were to scream now, it might summon even more adversaries. Yi Feng acted out of necessity. Ugh. Mingxin struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. Boom, buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom, buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the sound of bells resonated within the city of eternal life. After ringing 9 times, it finally ceased. Had the sand beasts launched an attack? Yi Feng understood that the 9 chimes signified the highest level of alert. If it were not the sand beasts, what else could it be? Chapter 582. Clinging to Yi Feng's leg. They are here. They are coming again. All strong men to the city walls. Women, begin crafting crossbow bolts and arrows for me. Some of the stout warriors began moving back and forth on the walls, urging the civilians to engage in battle. Simultaneously, a multitude of cavalry surged into the civilian quarters. Why are you running into your homes when you are so robust? Get to the walls. The cavalry began conscripting men. Sir, I am injured and cannot ascend the walls. Enough of your nonsense. Get up there quickly. The cavalry cared little for such excuses. Any able-bodied man was roped and dragged toward the city walls. Women were not spared either, as another wave of cavalry compelled them to the logistics camp, forcing them to transport supplies to the walls or to forge various weapons. Hey, where do you think you are going? At that moment, a squad of cavalry blocked Yi Feng and his companions. Elder 7 narrowed his eyes, revealing his face. Stand aside. It was indeed Elder 7. The cavalry, recognizing his authority, parted to create a path. After a while, Ma Guobai and Duo Meng returned, followed by the 4 slaves. You? Why did you not fight? Yi Feng inquired. Duo Meng stepped aside, allowing the 4 slaves to explain to Yi Feng. Are you the illustrious Yi Feng, Great Khan? We wish to accompany you overseas. Eternal Life City will inevitably fall, and we do not wish to perish, one of the slaves declared. Yi Feng maintained a stoic expression and remained silent, instead looking toward the other 3 slaves. The trio promptly knelt before Yi Feng. Great Khan, please save us. The abducted princess was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how her loyal slaves could possibly betray her. What will happen to your princess if you follow me? She is still in my captivity, Yi Feng indicated towards Mingxin, held by Elder 7. A flicker of guilt crossed the faces of the 4 slaves, and they fell silent. Internally conflicted, they grappled with their loyalty to the princess, who had treated them well, against their instinct for survival. Speak, Yi Feng commanded with emphasis. Please, Great Khan, release the princess. She is a good girl, not the kind of spoiled noblewoman one might expect, one of the slaves implored. Release her? What if she alerts the Heavenly Khan? Do you think you can defeat the Heavenly Khan? Yi Feng retorted. The 4 exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. Indeed, I harbor no intention of causing her harm. I merely wish for her to reside with me temporarily. Once the warship arrives, I shall naturally return her to her home. Yi Feng concluded, gesturing ahead. Elder Qi chuckled, leading Mingxin towards a secluded corner. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable, Bai Xiang proclaimed, his thumb raised in admiration. At that moment, he regarded Yi Feng as a deity. As they traversed the bustling streets, passers-by hurried along, occasionally interrupted by cavalry seeking conscripts. Though Elder Qi's status provided them protection, Yi Feng swiftly circumvented the impoverished district, entering the affluent quarter of Changsheng City. The architecture remained stone, yet the streets were paved with cobblestones, unlike the impoverished area where rain turned the ground into a quagmire, littered with refuse. Yi Feng vowed that upon his return to the island, he would establish a unique drainage system, pondering whether the pipes might freeze in the cold. Nevertheless, he resolved to first construct a model of a small town on the island, gradually refining it. It would feature mountains, water, single-story homes, and restrooms. relying on the remnants of German industrial foundations, perhaps even generating electricity. With electricity, industrial progress would accelerate. Naturally, retaining some highly skilled individuals would be essential. Speaking of which, the most educated member of Feng's team was Wang Zhihai, who was reportedly a postdoctoral researcher. Brother Feng, we have arrived. This is the home of my 4 younger brothers. Ma Gubai indicated a nearby dwelling. It was indeed more spacious than those in the slums, boasting ample light and a northern-facing orientation. Soon, 4 nearly identical young men emerged. Ma Gubai, are these your 4 brothers? Indeed. Why do you not come and greet Lord Yifeng? Should Changsheng City fall, we could accompany him overseas, where he possesses land and sustenance to help us endure this long winter, Ma Gubai urged. The 4, initially squinting at Yifeng, transformed their demeanor into one of respect upon hearing the prospect of leaving Changsheng City. We have met the Great Khan. Long live the Great Khan. They lined up to bow. There is no need for such formalities. Once you are within my domain, kneeling is not permitted. A bow or handshake suffices. Yifeng addressed the 4. Great Khan Yifeng, how shall we handle this woman? Elder Qi pointed to the captured Mingxin, the Grand Princess. This posed a dilemma. Perhaps it would suffice to render her unconscious and chain her. Ma Gubai, I must trouble you to ensure your brothers keep a close watch on her, lest she escape to relay information, Yifeng instructed. Understood. Ma Gubai stepped forward, performed a protective salute to the Grand Princess, and swiftly struck her down. Great Khan Yifeng, we lack servants here. Might I procure a few familiar maidens to attend to you? Mu Dong proposed. After all, they would soon be following Yifeng, and it was prudent to cultivate good relations. Otherwise, life on Yifeng's territory would likely be arduous. Yes, do hasten to find some maidens, but are they discreet? What if they divulge our movements to Meng Yanlie? Bai Xiang interjected, standing up abruptly. Rest assured, the palace maids I have chosen are well acquainted with me. They have long harbored dissatisfaction towards the heavenly Khan. Should the Great Khan be willing to escort them away from Changsheng City, they would be eager to employ all their efforts to please him. Demond hastily interjected. The white elephant immediately turned his gaze towards Yifeng, awaiting his decision. Fetch a few maids skilled in cooking and cleaning. And do not forget to consider my 6 brothers, Yifeng instructed Demond. Understood. Demond nodded vigorously, finally securing his allegiance to Yifeng. He began to envision a splendid life abroad. By the way, please refrain from calling me Great Khan in the future. It feels too distant. As family, you may address me as Brother Feng, just like Bai Xiang, Yifeng added. Demond's expression froze. Had he truly become part of Yifeng's inner circle so swiftly? To be allowed to call him brother. Brother Feng. Demond quickly nodded in agreement. Now go. Yifeng waved Demond away. A few individuals remained in the room, Elder 7, the 5 members of the Ma clan, and the 4 Khan slaves. Great Khan Yifeng, though I am several years your senior, I find joy in mingling with youth. Why don't we address each other as brothers? Elder 7 suggested with a touch of restraint. His status in Changsheng City was significant. Yet since he would follow Yifeng overseas, it was imperative to foster camaraderie. Otherwise, what place would he occupy in Yifeng's domain? No, you are even older than my grandfather. I shall call you Uncle 7. How does that sound? Yifeng inquired. Yes, certainly. That would be acceptable, Elder 7 replied. Nodding. Uncle 7, I would appreciate it if you could assist by standing guard outside, preventing those cavalrymen from barging into conscript able-bodied men, Yifeng instructed. Of course. Elder 7 proudly exited the stone house, feeling that Yifeng regarded him as one of his own, less formal than before. In his understanding, the more courteous others were, the less they considered him family. However, if one issued commands without ceremony, it signified kinship. The 4 Khan slaves stood awkwardly in a line, awaiting Yifeng's assignment. Do you have any other matters at hand? Yifeng inquired. We are waiting for the Great Khan to assign us tasks, one of the Khan slaves replied. They believed that Yifeng's delegation of tasks to Demond and Elder 7 indicated his acceptance of those too, as they had yet to achieve anything noteworthy. How could they feel justified in accompanying Yifeng overseas? They surely needed to assist him to feel at ease. There is nothing else. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. The 4 Khan slaves exchanged startled glances. If Yifeng did not assign them any tasks, it could mean he was merely deceiving them. Should a military vessel arrive, what if Yifeng chose not to take them along? They might very well perish at the hands of sand beasts or succumb to infectious diseases. We implore the Great Khan to assign us some tasks, no matter what they may be, so that we may prove to you that we are one of your own. One of the Khan's slaves pleaded. Yifeng thought to himself, are these 4 individuals truly so desperate? You 4, go stand guard at the 4 corners of the house. And allow no one to enter, Yifeng said coldly. The 4 individuals exchanged glances once more, each perceiving the delight reflected in the eyes of the others. Yifeng, ever the epitome of politeness, inadvertently rendered them uneasy. Now, however, they felt a sense of reassurance. Consequently, the quartet cheerfully took their positions for sentry duty. Yifeng remained oblivious to their inner thoughts, his face a canvas of confusion. Did the inhabitants of Changsheng City revel in self-deprecation? The more he refrained from civility and exhibited decisive ruthlessness, the more they seemed to relish it. With this contemplation, he shifted his gaze towards Ma Shawubi. Brother Feng, is there something you wish to convey? Ma Gubai stepped forward. Ensure that you 5 patrol within a 1-kilometer radius of this residence, safeguarding against any spies from Tian Kahan, Yifeng replied coldly. With pleasure, they affirmed. Among the 5, Ma Gubai remained behind, serving as Yifeng's personal guard, while his 4 brothers set off on their patrol. Bai Xiang shook his head, perplexed by Yifeng's remarkable influence. How could he command the allegiance of elders, the golden armored guards, and even the Khan's slaves? It must be his charismatic persona. Perhaps, if he emulated Brother Feng's demeanor, he too could inspire submission from the formidable. With this thought, Bai Xiang rhythmically tapped the hilt of his sword. Tap, tap, tap. Yifeng ceased his drumming on the sword hilt, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Xiang. Why was this fellow mimicking him? Realizing this, Yifeng set his curved blade aside. With Ma Gubai, a guardian of golden armored stature, by his side, he felt little need for a weapon. Positioned in the affluent district, which boasted elevated terrain, Yifeng ascended to the balcony of the 2nd floor, gazing into the distance beyond the city. A vast cloud of sand surged forth, with sand beasts emerging, partially obscured by the swirling dust. A multitude of Duoyan people had ascended the city walls, diligently constructing fortifications. Yet, Yifeng understood that after the first wave of attacks from the sand beasts, the defenders on the walls would suffer devastating casualties. He harbored his own concerns. His ambitions were grand, yet if Susan and the others failed to return with the warships, those who had sworn fealty to him might swiftly turn him into mere fragments. But how could he communicate with Susan to summon her? Yifeng rubbed his nose and suddenly noticed a circling vulture in the sky. If only he could tame a few of those vultures, but time was not on his side. Just then, he heard a sharp whoosh. A fiery spear zipped past his head, crashing into the sand with a resounding boom. A mournful howl echoed, as a massive sand beast collapsed under the impact. Above the castle, Meng Yanlie seized another spear from the golden armored guard. Whoosh! Another sand beast succumbed to the ground. In the castle above, Sir Ma Gubai and Sir Duomon were suddenly noted to be absent. Meng Yanlie realized that 2 of the golden armored guards were missing. The remaining 2 were all members of the Meng Yan family. Tian Kahan, since they left the castle, they have not returned. It is likely that the intentions of the golden armored guards are now abundantly clear, he mused. After we repel the sand beasts, I shall personally deal with those 2 useless individuals. Meng Yanlie concluded, once more hurling a spear into the fray. Simultaneously, the city's defensive crossbows unleashed their fury, launching 5-meter-long giant arrows into the dust. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded. Before them stood an imposing sand beast, towering several dozen meters, emerging from the swirling sands. One of its eyes had been pierced by the spear thrown by Meng Yanlie, which impaled its brain. The beast clawed at its injured eye, screeching in agony before its massive form collapsed onto the ground. A 6th-level sand beast? Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes. Having battled in the Green Sea Desert for nearly a century, he had encountered only 4 6th-level sand beasts in his lifetime. It was no wonder that it could dismantle the 1,000-mile defense of Green Sand City. A 6th-level sand beast had indeed come into existence. As the creature fell, the roars of other sand beasts echoed from the dust, sounding like lamentations or weeping. Moments later, the sands began to recede into the distance. Remarkably, the sand beasts retreated once more. Incredible, Your Majesty. You have slain a 6th-level sand beast? It must have been the leader of this beast tied with its demise. The onslaught has been effectively thwarted, exclaimed a golden-armored guard. Meng Yanlie felt a surge of luck. The 6th-level sand beast was entirely covered in rock. His ability to strike its vital eye was indeed a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, he had emerged victorious in the second battle. Although the sand beasts might return, It would take at least a month or two for them to select a new leader from their ranks. In that time, he could construct massive ships and relocate his most trusted allies overseas. Just then, delicate footsteps approached, and the Grand Khan's consort, Baidwa, arrived. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have single-handedly repelled the sand beast tide. What shall we do next? She inquired, pulling out a fragrant handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from Meng Yanlie's brow. Indeed, Meng Yanlie reveled in the attention. Notify everyone to manufacture giant ships. At least 20 must be completed within a month. Chapter 584. Yifeng's intentions were now unmistakable. With 20 giant ships, he could easily relocate all his loyalists from Eternal Life City. As for the common folk, their fates were of no concern to him. Understood. The golden armored guard replied, his face brimming with joy as he departed to convey the orders. The main gates of Eternal Life City swung wide open, and a golden armored guard, accompanied by dozens of skilled fighters, surged forth to commence butchering the 6th-level aberration for its flesh and to search for its crystal core within its carcass. The 6th-level crystal core was extraordinarily precious. It was rumored to be a key ingredient in the creation of holy water. Yifeng swallowed hard, gazing sorrowfully at the lifeless form of the 6th-level sand beast. Brother Feng, the 6th-level aberration's crystal core is a rare sight, often unseen for decades. If your spring coin still holds value, perhaps you could acquire it from the Grand Khan, Ma Gubai hesitantly suggested, unwilling to remain under the shadow of the white elephant. How could he, feeling so close to Yifeng, still refer to the Grand Khan? I do not possess sufficient funds at the moment. I only hope that the Grand Khan does not consume the crystal core immediately. Yifeng sighed. The white elephant touched its nose, suddenly shifting its expression. Brother Feng, now that Ma Gubai and Duomeng have pledged their loyalty to you, why not have them sneak in and steal the 6th-level crystal core? Upon consuming this crystalline elixir, your strength is assuredly destined to ascend to a higher echelon. They are my companions. How could I possibly allow them to engage in thievery? Yifeng admonished. No need for concern, Brother Feng. Although the golden armored guards are a proud faction, for your sake, I am willing to take the risk, though I cannot guarantee absolute success, Ma Gubai stated. How could I impose upon you? Yifeng felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a veneer of courtesy. It is of no consequence. I shall enter the castle at once. Having spoken, Ma Gubai strode out of the affluent district, heading towards the elevated castle. Since he had chosen to stand by Yifeng no matter the peril, it was imperative to establish a significant achievement ahead of time. Otherwise, upon arriving in Yifeng's territory, he might face bullying from the old guard. After Ma Gubai departed, he summoned his younger brother, Ma Lubai, to serve as Yifeng's personal bodyguard. Ma Lubai, how does your prowess compare to that of your elder brother? Yifeng inquired. There is a slight disparity, but not by much, Ma Lubai replied earnestly. In your estimation, how many of me could you contend with? Yifeng pressed further. Great Khan, this is no longer a matter of mere numbers. If my strength and speed surpass yours by a factor of 2, it transcends simple arithmetic. It is fair to say that I could easily manage 5 of your caliber, and even against 10, should I find myself outmatched, I could retreat. For my speed is double yours. In truth, there would be no need to flee. I could continuously launch ambushes around you, and even against 10 of your kind, I would systematically dismantle them, Ma Lubai articulated. Yifeng's countenance darkened to the hue of ink. After all, he was a formidable expert, capable of holding his own against Fan Di Meng, yet Ma Lubai's words rendered him feeling utterly inadequate. Great Khan, have I spoken out of turn? Ma Lubai swiftly recognized the change in Yifeng's expression. No, you speak the truth. Yifeng awkwardly averted his gaze. This simply cannot be. I cannot bear the embarrassment alone. Thus, Yifeng turned to the side, addressing Bai Xiang. Recently, this fellow seemed to be acting oddly, either rubbing his nose or rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the hilt of his blade. Bai Xiang, how many of such experts could you contend with? Yifeng inquired once more. Before Bai Xiang, Ma Lubai adopted a decidedly irreverent demeanor. He chuckled derisively, his face betraying profound disdain. I too am a beastmaster. Could you handle 20 of me? Bai Xiang retorted, his face flushed with indignation. At times, silent mockery provokes the deepest ire. Brother Bai Xiang, honesty can be quite hurtful. You understand? Hence, I am disinclined to answer your question. Ma Lubai responded nonchalantly, akin to a wise elder imparting wisdom to a younger sibling. How outrageous! Bai Xiang exclaimed, drawing his curved blade. Ma Lubai raised an eyebrow, casting aside his weapon, and extended his hands, gazing at Bai Xiang with a mocking glint in his eye. Prepare to meet your demise. Bai Xiang swung his blade with determination. In the next moment, Bai Xiang sheathed his weapon, his form returning to normal, while Ma Lubai playfully slapped the back of his head. It was as if nothing had transpired, or perhaps something significant had indeed occurred. Ma Lubai retrieved his weapon once more, resuming his position at Yi Feng's left side. Yi Feng discerned that Ma Lebi swiftly grasped the curved blade of the white elephant with his palm, sheathing it with remarkable agility. He then lifted the white elephant's body and returned it to its original position, delivering a light slap to the back of his head. The white elephant's face flushed crimson, leaving him to continue tapping the hilt of the sword with his fingers. A cavalryman could not contain a chuckle, prompting the white elephant's eyes to twitch with irritation. At that moment, Elder Seven slowly entered the room. Brother Feng, the envoy of the Heavenly Khan, has arrived. His voice shattered the tranquility within. What brings him here? Yi Feng's expression shifted. Could it be that his position had been uncovered? Brother Feng, perhaps he is not here to seek you. You should retreat to the back for now. I shall manage this, Ma Lebi suggested. Very well, White Elephant, take the brothers and leave. Yi Feng instructed before hastily retreating to the back room. After a while, he peered through the crack in the door and observed 3 envoys entering. Ma Lebi, the Heavenly Khan has issued a decree. The golden armored guards are in dire need of personnel, and thus, he has decided to promote you 4 brothers to the golden armored guards. Bring forth the armor and equip these 4 golden guards, the envoy declared. As a group of servants emerged, placing 4 sets of golden armor upon the stone table. Thank you, Heavenly Khan, Ma Lebi replied, dutifully kneeling to accept the honor. We shall take our leave now, and we hope you remain steadfastly loyal to the Heavenly Khan. He is currently constructing a colossal ship, and once it is completed, we can settle beyond the city of longevity, the envoy concluded before departing with the servants. Ma Lebi gazed at the golden armor on the table, his expression fluctuating between joy and uncertainty. Yet, in a moment, he broke into a smile. What is so remarkable about the golden armored guards? Brother Feng has stated that once I am on his territory, I can interact with him as an equal. Is this not the harmonious society I have longed for? Why should I continue to follow Meng Yanlie? When I see that old fellow, I must kneel, and if I am in a foul mood, I might even slay a golden guard for amusement. Yi Feng emerged from the back room, eyeing the 4 sets of golden armor on the ground. Brother Feng, let us discard these 4 sets of armor. I shall no longer conspire with Meng Yanlie. I am steadfastly with you, Ma Lebi declared. Do not be hasty. Summon your 3 brothers back, don the golden armor and approach the Heavenly Khan. Then, see if there are any treasures in the castle's storeroom. Yi Feng's intention was unmistakable. As golden armored guards, the cost of betrayal would be significantly diminished. I understand. I shall summon them back at once, Ma Lebi responded, promptly calling for his 3 brothers. In a short while, 4 golden armored guards stood before Yi Feng. Although they still lagged behind the seasoned golden guards in strength, they were nonetheless among the elite on the vast grasslands. Ma Lebi, let your 3 brothers go. Remain with me, for I have matters to discuss with you. Yi Feng smiled. Of course, Brother Feng, Ma Lebi nodded, sending his brothers on their way. The 2 returned to the balcony, gazing out towards the expanse beyond the city of longevity. Ma Lebi, as a top-tier expert, I presume there can scarcely be more than 100 like you in this world? Yi Feng inquired politely. Top-tier expert? Ma Lebi quickly shook his head. How is it that you do not consider yourself among the top? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. It is said that within the vast expanse of the Green Sea Desert, oases appear every few hundred kilometers, some of which are even an order of magnitude larger than our Great Plains. Within these oases, formidable tribes and temples reside. It is in such places that true masters abound. How else could they survive amidst the encirclement of sand beasts? Ma Lebi explained. Are you implying that there are other tribes within the Green Sea Desert? Yi Feng's heart raced. Clearly, he had underestimated this world. It seemed that within the strong, there are indeed stronger. The Duoyan Great Plains is merely the tip of the iceberg in this vast realm, which likely rivals Earth in magnitude. What lies at the end of the Green Sea Desert? Yi Feng asked again. I cannot say. We, the inhabitants of this region, have never ventured beyond the Green Sea Desert. It is too immense. Even the gods in the temple may not have traversed beyond its borders. The sand beasts are plentiful, capable of moving and breathing beneath the grains, and even our celestial Khan has only conquered a handful of oases, Ma Lebi replied. Yi Feng nodded. realizing that to dominate in this world would not be a simple endeavor. However, he consoled himself with the thought that the powerful tribes of the Green Sea Desert would likely not venture into the Great Plains without cause. Perhaps it would be wiser to establish his own base overseas and reign as a local sovereign, avoiding unnecessary entanglements with them. By the way, do those powerful tribes in the Green Sea Desert have any dealings with Eternal Life City? Feng suddenly posed the crucial question. If they do, it could complicate matters. Although immediate contact with those formidable beings may be unlikely, over time, one could easily be drawn into their affairs. Generally, no, Meng Yanlie replied gravely. The people of the Green Sea Desert have always looked down upon those of the Great Plains. They regard us, the warriors, as mere mortals living a century or two at most, reliant on divine favor to extend our lives. Their pursuits are different. They seek not only immense power, but also endless longevity. Clearly, Meng Yanlie's insights far surpassed those of others, expanding Feng's understanding significantly. It was somewhat embarrassing to realize that after more than 2 years on this desolate island, he was only now beginning to grasp the essence of this world. Wait, did you say you are warriors? Feng suddenly recalled something. Indeed, warriors, with ranks as well. I belong to the lowest tier. While someone like the Celestial Khan would be considered a 9th-level warrior, as he possesses a doppelganger, Meng Yanlie explained. What comes after warriors? Greater warriors? Feng inquired further. That, I truly do not know. Perhaps the terminology differs from place to place. Of course, there are those who have cultivated their warrior skills to the utmost. For instance, the statue in the temple is said to have hurled a spear into the starry sky over a century and a half ago, bringing down stars. Such a level would surely surpass human limitations, Meng Yanlie concluded. Very well. Feng's complexion was pallid as he nodded slightly. Sensing that Meng Yanlie was not one to boast, the words he spoke were likely grounded in truth. Brother Feng, it's me. I've brought the palace maids. Came the voice of Duo Meng from outside the door. Enter. Duo Meng stepped in alone and gently clapped his hands. To Feng's astonishment, 20 fair maidens entered. Among them a familiar face. Duo Yanlie, what brings you here? Feng's eyes widened. Minister of Finance, it is a pleasure to see you again. I thought you had gone abroad, yet you remain in Changsheng City, Duo Yanlie replied, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. She had already heard from Duo Meng about her duty to serve Feng wholeheartedly, even in his slumber. Haha, with so many beauties, Brother Feng, we can make splendid arrangements. You choose first, and the rest shall be divided among us 6 brothers, Bai Xiang exclaimed with delight. Such nonsense. They are not mere commodities, but equals who will tend to our daily needs. Of course, if they desire to engage further, that is their choice. But they must never be coerced, nor should you use my name to compel them. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Feng glared at Bai Xiang. Understood, Brother Feng. Allow me to assign tasks. Bai Xiang stepped forward, selecting the 4 most exquisite women, including Duo Yanlie. You 4 will attend to Brother Feng at night, not in the sense you may think, but rather to assist with his comfort, such as tucking him in or bringing him a chamber pot should he require it. You will help him undress at night and wash his face in the morning, as well as assist him in dressing. Bai Xiang's demeanor was haughty, reminiscent of one who relished their power over others. You 4 will remain close to Brother Feng during the day, following his every command. Additionally, you will prepare meals that are delectable and nourishing. If you serve him well, he shall take you with him abroad when he departs from Changsheng City to escape the long winter. After his proclamation, Bai Xiang adopted a more humble posture, glancing at Feng with a placating expression. What do you think, Brother Feng? Very well, Feng nodded, feeling little inclination to manage these affairs himself. With Bai Xiang overseeing everything, his mind could remain focused elsewhere. Presently, his concern lay in ensuring that Susan would bring the warship to transport everyone away. He had previously boasted that Susan would arrive in a few days to collect them all. Should that bubble burst, he feared dire consequences. As for the remaining women, they would tend to the needs of the 6 brothers, Bai Xiang thought, eyeing the other 8 palace maids. Yes, these women had been well trained by the Khan's consort, displaying a submissive demeanor that suggested they could easily be manipulated. Chapter 586. I did not see clearly on the warship. Susan's heart ached as she urged Chung Li Bin to hasten. Can we move any faster? I cannot bear to think of how Feng is faring in Changsheng City. He must be cold and hungry, evading the Khan and the sand beasts, not to mention the risk of infection. Tears streamed down Susan's face in her desperation. Alas, may the heavens favor you, Feng. I am currently exerting all my efforts, as the tempestuous waves of this furious sea are overwhelming. We are struggling against the current, and should we accelerate too rapidly, the risk of capsizing is imminent. Thus, we must proceed with caution, Chung Li Bin remarked. Great Khan, how is the strength? Within the warm stone dwelling, for braziers burned, maintaining a temperature of over 20 degrees. Yi Feng, bare-chested, reveled in the massage provided by two maidens. The pressure is adequate. But remember, I instructed you to focus on my back and avoid certain areas, Yi Feng cautioned. The Grand Apothecary had advised him to refrain from the company of women for the time being, a directive he took to heart. He understood that he must first restore his health before indulging freely. At that moment, the voice of the white elephant echoed from the main hall. Brother Feng, Princess Lure has arrived and is waiting for you outside. All right, I shall come forth immediately. Yi Feng donned a fur cloak and strode into the main hall. There, he found Princess Lure seated upon a wooden chair, flanked by her maidservants, as well as He Shu and Air. Yi Feng, did you not say that the warship would soon arrive to escort us? What is the exact time? Lure inquired hurriedly, her heart racing with anxiety. She dreaded the thought of being abandoned in Eternal Life City to face her fate. After the selection of the Sand Beast leader, the city would face a third wave of assault. Moreover, an infectious disease had begun to ravage Eternal Life City, even infiltrating the affluent districts. It will be soon. Very soon, Yi Feng replied, startled, as he hurriedly dodged the question. He knew he could not divulge a specific date. Should the warship fail to arrive at the appointed time, his grand claims would come crashing down. Very well, but you must exercise caution, as my father is dispatching a large army to root out spies within the city. For instance, over 500 of your cavalry have already been captured and imprisoned. Princess Lure's words sent a shiver through Yi Feng. He had approximately 2,000 loyal men stranded in Eternal Life City, brothers who had fought alongside him. The consequences of their imprisonment were unfathomable. Has your father not executed them? Yi Feng could not help but grasp Lure's hand. Of course. He will execute them, an average of 10 per day, to instill fear in those who have betrayed him, Lure replied, feeling Yi Feng's grip tighten, nearly crushing her delicate hand. Brother Feng, those men are our comrades. We cannot allow them to perish. Bai Xiang, with reddened eyes, stepped forward. Yi Feng released Lure and began pacing the hall. Lure, is there any way you could arrange for their release from the prison? He suddenly asked. That is impossible. My father trusts no one at present. The prison is guarded by our Meng Yanlie family's golden armored guards, and anyone who dares to enter will be killed on the spot, Lure explained. Where does your father execute my men? Yi Feng pressed. The executions are about to commence, right at the temple square. Lure gestured towards the distance. Let us go and see if we can save them, Yi Feng declared, striding purposefully towards the temple square. At this moment, in the temple square, 10 individuals were already bound. Among them, 8 were Yi Feng's men, their appearances gaunt and tortured beyond recognition. The surrounding populace, ignorant and indiscriminate, incessantly spat and hurled stones at the condemned. The underprivileged acted without restraint, and a few stones struck them on the head. These were individuals from our tribe. Bai Sha could not help but step forward, yet Yi Feng held him back firmly. For 2 golden armored guards stood nearby, their piercing gazes sweeping across the crowd. A sweat slave stepped forward, pointing at the individuals bound to the wooden stakes. As the crowd discerned the truth, they realized these were the cavalrymen of the rebel Yi Feng, now captured within the confines of Eternal Life City. They belonged to the Yunshan tribe, and a reward awaited anyone who reported them. Upon finishing his proclamation, the sweat slave signaled to several axe wielders. Thud, thud, thud. 10 heads rolled onto the ground. Yi Feng's heart ached with anguish. For among them was one of his 100 households from the Yunshan tribe who had loyally followed him. Return tomorrow, the sweat slave declared before departing with his soldiers. Yi Feng and Bai Xiang gazed at the severed heads, too horrified to collect the bodies. The townsfolk, seemingly driven mad by oppression, began to urinate on the corpses and engage in various acts of humiliation. Yi Feng's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Let us depart, he commanded. He felt powerless to save anyone and could only hope that Susan's fleet would arrive in Eternal Life City swiftly. Just then, a violent cough erupted nearby. A diminutive woman was clutching her mouth, nearly expelling her lungs. This was dire. She had contracted that illness. The crowd hastily dispersed. I'm fine. I merely caught a chill. I'm not infected, the woman explained through her coughs. Yet, the crowd's eyes glinted with malice. Burn her alive, lest she infect others. A few burly men rushed forward. Though not part of the Toyin cavalry, they were the bullies of Eternal Life City, reveling in the chaos as order disintegrated. Before long, they stripped the woman of her clothing and bound her to a wooden stake. This is excessive. Even if she were infected, there is no need to strip her. An elder protested, but his voice was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Ha ha ha, spread her legs a bit. I can't see clearly. Yes, open them wider. The bullies immediately complied. The frail woman struggled desperately, but her fists were no match for their combined strength, and soon she was displayed in a humiliating posture. Yi Feng's fury ignited. He turned to the side, looking at Ma Lebi. Understanding the unspoken command, Ma Lebi picked up a stone and clutched it tightly. Ha ha. Did you see? The infected woman's genitals are black. Ha ha. Brother, who isn't black? Her blackness is different, like charcoal. The bullies did not genuinely seek to control the contagion. Rather, they seized the pretext to unleash their cruelty, committing acts they had previously shunned. Suddenly, a stone soared through the air. The bully's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Who did this? The other bullies gasped, hastily grabbing their clubs and glaring around menacingly. Who threw the stone? Damn it. We are here to control the source of the contagion. Find the stone thrower. We must uphold justice. Yes, someone has killed our brother. Once we catch him, I will burn his entire family. A group of bullies began to scour the crowd for their targets. Yi Feng picked up a stone, aiming it at the most vociferous of the thugs. With a swift motion, the stone pierced through his eye, emerging from the back of his head. The bully trembled violently and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 587. I shall accompany you, not good. Summon the cavalry at once. We are being impeded in our efforts to control the epidemic. The remaining thugs finally realized they had bitten off more than they could chew, yelping as they scurried away, clutching their heads. A similar scene unfolded elsewhere, where several bullies had confined a family within a stone house. You are all infected. You shall not leave this stone house henceforth. Sir, we are not infected. We are merely famished. Please allow us to go out and receive some relief porridge, or we shall perish from hunger. An elderly man trembled as he spoke. Do I not know better than you whether you are infected? If I say you are infected, then you are. If I say you are not, then you are not. The bully replied nonchalantly, picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer. Sir, this is all the hot spring currency I have saved, about 40 coins. Please accept it. The old man pleaded, surrendering all his money. Upon receiving the coins, the bully smirked. Indeed, you do not appear to be infected, but, your daughter is quite appealing. Isn't she? No, she is far too young. Please spare us. I have already given you the money. How dare you? You are an infected one. Brothers, prepare the pyre. We shall burn them alive. The bully roared in fury, and a group of ruffians rushed in, brandishing torches. No, please. I will do anything you say. Daughter, you go with this gentleman to the back room. The old man's eyes flickered with resentment. At least you are sensible. Hee. The bully chuckled as he seized the girl, dragging her toward the back room. At that moment, a towering figure stood in the doorway, casting a shadow that obscured the light. Who the hell is this bastard looking for trouble now? The bully shouted, turning around abruptly. The next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The giant at the door was clad in golden armor, wielding a finely crafted curved blade. It is Lord Jinwei. I am here to prevent the epidemic and intend to take his daughter for a health examination. The bully stammered, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness. Perhaps you should step aside, Lord Jinwei replied, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he drew his blade. In an instant, the bully was cleaved in two, his innards spilling onto the floor. His henchmen trembled in terror. With a resounding clang, Lord Jinwei strode into the room, cornering the 6 or 7 remaining thugs against the wall, and behind him emerged Yi Feng and Bai Xiang. Sir, how shall we deal with these miscreants? Lord Jinwei inquired. Eliminate them. Yi Feng replied coldly. Wait, allow me. Bai Xiang, having witnessed the execution of his comrade, was seething with rage. He seized the bully's curved blade. With a series of swift strikes, the accomplices were reduced to mere remnants, writhing on the ground in agony. Disgusting vermin. Bai Xiang continued his assault, blinding the last thug before kicking him out of the stone house. The elderly man trembled in fear, huddling with his family in the corner, too afraid to utter a sound. It's all right. We shall depart, Yi Feng reassured, leading the way out of the stone house. Upon exiting, he encountered 2 familiar faces. Feng, we've searched high and low for you, they exclaimed, having disguised themselves to evade Meng Yanlie's pursuit. Follow closely behind me to my residence, Feng instructed, pulling up his mask to obscure his entire face. Behold, the heavenly Khan approaches, a shrill voice announced from ahead, causing the commoners to fall to their knees in a domino effect. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Bai Xiang exclaimed in alarm. The heavenly Khan's gaze is keen. He will undoubtedly recognize you. Quickly, crouch down, Feng commanded, and he urged several individuals to kneel beside him. Ma Lebi, clad in golden armor, found himself helplessly standing to the side, deliberately maintaining his distance from Feng and the others. As the crowd parted, 2 golden-armored guards forged ahead, followed by none other than the heavenly Khan, Meng Yanlie. He appeared weary, his lips chapped from prolonged starvation. The frozen fish in the city was nearly depleted, and he dared not risk consuming terrestrial animals for fear of infection. Now, he intended to inspect the shipbuilding progress at Angry Sea. Oh, you are the newly appointed golden-armored guard of this Khan. Why do you not remain by my side? Meng Yanlie inquired, regarding Ma Lebi. Your Majesty, I am engaged in a mission to help control the outbreak, Ma Lebi replied stiffly. Even he, formidable as he was, trembled in the presence of Meng Yanlie. A master of over 2 centuries, Meng Yanlie's eyes narrowed. He could discern the deceit in the guard's words without needing verification. However, he was left with no allies, forcing him to suppress his inner fury. Very well, continue to maintain order, Meng Yanlie nodded, casting his gaze over the crowd below. Suddenly, his eyes flicked back to Feng, drawn by an instinctive familiarity with his aura. Father Khan. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Princess Lu rushed forward, grasping his arm. A faint smile broke on Meng Yanlie's face. Lu the slums are rife with disease. You must return to the castle. Your father needs to inspect the shipbuilding progress, he said slowly. He felt overwhelmed by numerous pressing matters: the prevention of sand beasts, the containment of the epidemic, and the capture of Feng's remaining followers. Most infuriatingly, he had discovered that his daughter, Meng Yanming, was missing. After a brief calculation, he surmised she had likely been abducted by Feng's remnants. Enraged, he executed 10 of Feng's cavalry each day, coercing others to reveal the whereabouts of their daughters. Father Khan, I shall accompany you. I wish to see the colossal vessel, Lu suggested, discreetly signaling Ma Lebi. Very well, let us depart, Meng Yanlie finally agreed, leading the group away. However, as he passed by Feng's position, his gaze flickered slightly. Yet it was swiftly interrupted again by Princess Lu's intuition. Watching Meng Yanlie vanish from sight, Feng gradually rose to his feet. He instinctively touched his back, surprised to find it damp with sweat despite the frigid weather. He began to move. Soon, a group returned to their lodgings. Feng glanced at his 2 subordinates below. Great Khan, several hundred of our people have been captured by Meng Yanlie. Consequently, we dare not show ourselves during the day, only venturing out at night to scavenge for food. Several of our brothers have also contracted the goo worm disease, one of the captains reported. Brother Feng, when will the warship come to retrieve us? I fear that in a few days, we will all perish from starvation without needing Meng Yanlie's intervention. As we cannot dare to approach the porridge shelters for aid, the 100-man captain inquired. Feng placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, rhythmically tapping it. In the next moment, he turned to his companion, Ma Lebi. Chapter 588. Enough of the trivialities, hurry up. Ma Lebi, does this stone house have the capacity to accommodate 100 people? Indeed. Good. Brothers, you shall contact my subordinates and have them gather here tonight, Feng instructed. However, there are still over 1,000 of us. This stone house cannot possibly accommodate everyone, the captain interjected. Do not worry, Brother Feng. Our Ma family is a prominent clan. I can arrange for them to stay elsewhere, Ma Lebi assured. That is well, but we must also provide food for such a large number. How much frozen fish does your family have in storage? Feng directly inquired. Ma Lebi fell silent, clearly indicating that their supply of frozen fish was dwindling. After all, the current Changsheng City resembled a stinking prison, where hundreds perished daily from hunger, illness, or the cold. Food had become a rare commodity, forcing some ordinary people to resort to consuming terrestrial animals, even if it was insufficient. As for the frozen fish, only those within the castle had access, and even then, it was not enough to satisfy their hunger. Brother Feng, I will strive to distribute the resources fairly, Ma Lebi promised. Very well, from now on. I shall not be particular about my meals. 2 meals a day will suffice, Feng remarked, glancing at the several palace maids nearby. Yes, Great Khan. The maids obediently nodded. 20 nautical miles from Changsheng City, the warship struggled forward. Susan seized the opportunity and unleashed a triple shot into the turbulent sea. Soon, 3 enormous fish carcasses floated to the surface. Quick, haul them in, Cheng Libin urged. Despite the surging waves, the fish swam unperturbed beneath the surface. The fish that dared to navigate the tumultuous waters were no small creatures. In a short while, the 3 giant fish were brought aboard. Wow, I didn't expect the fish in the angry sea to be this large. Just one of these will feed our 50 sailors for half a month. Cheng Libin exclaimed with delight. Food is not the priority now. The crucial matter is to steer the warship to the rear of Changsheng City and rescue Feng first. Otherwise, our team will descend into chaos, Susan stated solemnly. She was not mistaken. Without Feng, discord would undoubtedly arise within their ranks. Wang Zhihai, Susan, and Ramiko are undoubtedly vying for dominance, leading to a scenario where alliances will form and a bloody revolution may unfold. After some time sailing, the silhouette of a grand fortress emerged against the night sky, revealing the castle of Changsheng City and its towering pyramids. Susan, should we steer the warship directly towards them? One questioned. Yet, if Meng Yanlie were to assault the ship, our lives would be at stake. Thus, the vessel must not approach Changsheng City too closely. However, this raises the dilemma of how Feng would board. Walking on water is only feasible in calm waters, and Feng Gu's prowess does not yet allow him to traverse the turbulent seas. Cheng Libin asked anxiously. Go. Summon Duolong and instruct him to relay a message to Changsheng City. Our warship shall remain amidst the furious waves, using the towering swells as cover. We cannot allow those in Changsheng City to see us, Susan replied slowly. Princess Lure gazed at the 20 colossal ships constructed along the riverbank, her eyes shimmering with newfound hope. She had concealed her plans regarding Feng from her father, anticipating that his warship would ferry her away. Yet now, a more promising option presented itself. With these massive vessels, she could also escape Changsheng City, rendering her reliance on Feng's ship unnecessary. Feng, your warship no longer holds sway over me. Let us proceed to see my father. With that, Princess Lure departed from the dock. Behind her lay 20 fully formed colossal ships, constructed by the tens of thousands of skilled shipbuilders in Changsheng City. Crafting 20 such vessels was a trivial task for them, and they would be ready to set sail in less than half a month. On the city wall, a pair of eyes observed the imminent completion of these grand ships. Elder 7 turned slowly, striding purposefully towards the castle. Feng Go, awaken. Someone approaches, Bai Xiang urged, rousing Feng from his slumber. Who is it? Feng, bleary-eyed, rubbed the corners of his eyes. You must come out. This matter must remain discreet, Bai Xiang replied, ushering him away from the palace maids. In the grand hall, Feng beheld a tall figure with its back turned to him. The figure pivoted, lowering its mask. Do along. Feng exclaimed joyfully. Feng Go. Susan believed you were suffering here from cold and hunger. Come with me. The warship lies 10 nautical miles from Changsheng City, amidst the furious sea, Duolong stated. Taking hold of Feng. How did you manage to traverse from the raging sea to the shore? Feng inquired, astonished. Duolong gestured to his drenched attire. I walked on water, though I fell into the sea twice along the way. No matter. As long as we reach the shore, the warship will approach. And I can bring you aboard, he explained. Wait. Feng roused Duoyan Moli. What is it, Minister of Economy? She asked, still accustomed to addressing him thus. Moli, you must go to the castle and inform the Ma family, the 5 walls, as well as Duomengd and Elder 7, to hasten to the dock with all speed. Feng commanded. Why? Duoyan Moli was taken aback. Just do as instructed, Feng replied, following closely behind Duolong alongside Bai Xiang. It was night, and although over 100 brothers remained here, Changsheng City had instituted a curfew, making it perilous to move too many people at once, as they would attract unwanted attention. The trio swiftly arrived at the dock, where Feng gazed into the distance, observing towering waves rising to dozens of meters, obscuring any sight of the warship. Duolong, how do you intend to communicate with the vessel? Feng inquired. Duolong placed the torch on the ground and struck it with flint. He then ascended a massive rock, waving the torch 3 times towards the horizon. 5 minutes, Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening. From the pitch-black fury of the sea, a colossal silhouette gradually emerged, soon closing in to within a nautical mile of the dock. Brother Feng, you cannot wade through the turbulent waters. Allow me to carry you to the warship. Duolong offered as he crouched down. No, my brothers remain in Changsheng City. You must first escort the white elephant, Yi Feng insisted, giving the white elephant a gentle push. Brother Feng, you are of utmost importance. You should go first. I will stay here to assist them. We have several hours until dawn, the white elephant replied. Enough with the chatter. Mount my back quickly, Yi Feng urged sternly. Very well. The white elephant leaped onto Duolong's back, who then took a running start along the shore, his legs creating fleeting shadows. He launched himself like a spring-loaded rocket, cutting through the tumultuous sea and heading straight for the warship. Brother Feng. At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. Ma Lebi, where are your elder brother and 3 younger siblings? Yi Feng asked anxiously. We are in different locations, making it impossible to notify you all at once. I feared for your safety, so I came ahead, Ma Lebi explained. Did you see the behemoth in the water? Can you traverse the furious sea? Yi Feng queried. I can, Ma Lebi replied, and without hesitation, he took a running leap from the shore, swiftly forming a white line as he surged towards the warship. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. It appeared that Ma Lebi's prowess rivaled that of Duolong. However, just as he beamed with joy, he witnessed Ma Lebi failing to halt his momentum, colliding forcefully against the warship's hard iron plating and promptly plunging into the raging sea. Quickly, hooks were thrown from the warship, reeling Ma Lebi aboard. It seems there remains a gap in strength compared to the seasoned golden armored guards, Yi Feng sighed. Duolong, even with a passenger, could effortlessly leap onto the warship, while Ma Lebi, unaccompanied, crashed against it, highlighting the disparity in their abilities. Brother Feng, I have arrived. Emerging from the darkness was Duomeng, cradling a 5 or 6-year-old girl, followed by an attractive indigenous woman. Brother Feng, allow me to introduce. Enough with the introductions. You carry your wife and child, traverse the water, and head towards that behemoth. Yi Feng commanded. Understood, Brother Feng. Duomeng was filled with excitement, realizing that Brother Feng had not forsaken him and had even considered his family. Meihua, ride on my back and hold the child tightly. I shall carry you both across the water now. With that, Duomeng waded through the sea, swiftly reaching the warship. However, midway through, a colossal wave struck, drenching the family of 3 completely. It appears that the strength of Dortmund is comparable to that of Dolong. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and glanced again into the shadows. Brother Feng, Ma Goubai emerged from the darkness. Hurry, board the ship. With your prowess, traversing the water will be no challenge for you. Yi Feng pointed towards a warship situated a kilometer away. All right. Ma Goubai nodded, effortlessly walking on water and swiftly reaching the ship. Yi Feng discerned that the strengths of Ma Goubai, Dortmund, and Dolong were quite similar, while Ma Lubai lagged slightly behind, having only recently been promoted to a golden armored guard. On the deck of the warship, Susan was furiously cursing. Yi Feng, you scoundrel. Always trying to play the hero. Don't drag yourself down with it. Sister Susan, one cannot say such things. If Brother Feng lacked this sense of responsibility, how could he possibly qualify as the soul of Hot Spring Island, beloved by all? Cheng Li Bean offered a differing opinion. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Uncle Hay, you've arrived at last? What about Princess Lure and Heir? Never mind, just come aboard. Yi Feng gestured towards the back. Uncle Hay's figure was finally illuminated by the flames, revealing a face pale as paper, eyes filled with terror. Yi Feng involuntarily took a step back. Behind Uncle Hay, another head appeared. Indeed, it was a golden armored guard. With a swift motion, the guard drew a curved blade, but it was extracted from Uncle Hay's back. Uncle Hay? Yi Feng's countenance changed drastically. Near the dock, a multitude of torches ignited, illuminating another golden armored guard and a familiar figure, Elder Qi. Elder Qi? You? Yi Feng's eyes widened as he continued to retreat. Yi Feng, ha 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 ha, I finally caught you. I finally caught you. The voice echoed as a silhouette emerged from behind, Tian Con Meng Yanlie. Following him were numerous cavalrymen, each grasping 5 captives, the subordinates of Bai Xiang. Kill. With a single command from Meng Yanlie, 5 heads tumbled to the ground. Yi Feng, oh Yi Feng, ha 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 ha, today brings me such joy. Greater than slaying a 6th-level sand beast. Now, how shall I deal with you? Meng Yanlie's lips curled, as if he had captured a long-desired prey. He wished not to end it swiftly, but rather to take him back for prolonged torment. In a flash, the Great Khan's consort, Bai Yidhua, stepped forward, flanked by Princess Lure and Grand Princess Mingxin. As for the consort's 2 personal guards, one held a severed head. It was Heiress, Princess Lure. I am sorry for not protecting you, Feng said, his gaze fixed on the distant warship. What are the chances of swimming back to the ship if I leap into the raging sea? Will I be shattered by the monstrous waves? Feng, do you think I need your protection? I was the one who betrayed you, Lurer coldly replied. You betrayed me? Why? Did we not agree? Feng's mind raced, realizing he had underestimated human nature. I need not engage in idle chatter with you. By the way, the remaining cavalry has been completely captured by us. Princess Lur leaned closer to Meng Yanlie after speaking. Feng, I must admit, I am one of the informants. The seventh elder stepped forward. At that moment, Feng noticed that he was holding a severed head in his right hand, that of Ma Labi. It was clear that Ma Labi had refused to conspire, leading to his tragic demise at the hands of another. Damn it! Feng trembled, his eyes filled with grief and anger as he gazed at the seventh elder. Feng, now that you have fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Khan, do you understand the consequences that await you? However, the Heavenly Khan is merciful. He may offer you a chance to exchange that warship for your life. Otherwise, you might endure 10 years of torment before meeting a tragic end. The seventh elder concluded, gesturing towards the warship rising and falling amidst the tumultuous waves. I shall not entertain this further. With that, Feng took a running leap and plunged into the furious sea. Attempting to escape, Meng Yanlie waved his hand, and dozens of crossbows on the city wall simultaneously unleashed their projectiles. Thud, thud, thud. Feng swayed amidst the barrage of arrows. Just then, a massive wave surged forward, sweeping him toward the shore. No, Feng gasped in alarm, inhaling deeply before diving beneath the surface. The raging winds and waves on the sea were fierce. He had to reach the vicinity of the warship to have any hope of survival. At that moment, he felt a gust of wind and saw a figure traversing the towering waves, none other than the Heavenly Khan, Meng Yanlie. As he approached Feng, he suddenly lashed out with a long whip. The whip coiled back, effortlessly pulling Feng from the water. Feng's body ascended, drawing closer to the mocking visage of Meng Yanlie. Ice true chi. Feng thrust both palms forward. In an instant, a wave of frigid air surged toward Meng Yanlie. Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes, noticing that his garments were rapidly freezing, his movements momentarily stalling. Yet, he was striding upon the waves. Any hesitation would send him plummeting back into the sea. Chapter 590. I shall assist you in donning your garments now. Both men resembled drenched chickens. Boom. In the distance, a warship shook as a cannon shell struck near Meng Yanlie, barely grazing his chest. Even a formidable figure like Meng Yanlie changed countenance at this moment. Ice true chi. Gritting his teeth, Feng slapped the water with both hands. Centered around him, the droplets of water instantaneously transformed into crystallized ice. Hiss. Caught off guard, Meng Yanlie found his hair and beard laden with ice beads. Nevertheless, he shook violently, easily breaking free from the icy armor. Simultaneously, he slapped the surface of the sea and leaped 30 meters high, his whip continuing to lash toward Feng. Feng gasped. The power of that whip was overwhelming. Should he be struck, his body would surely split apart. There was no alternative. Puff. Feng's index finger ignited with a burst of flames, accurately striking Meng Yanlie. The next moment, flames erupted from Meng Yanlie's body. Humph. Meng Yanlie let out a muffled grunt, plunging entirely into the sea, though the flames that engulfed him were extinguished. Precious time had been squandered. Feng extended his tongue and gently bit down, employing the pain to stimulate his nerves, ensuring he would not succumb to unconsciousness in the vast ocean. At that moment, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain radiating from his kidneys, while his brain throbbed as if pierced by countless steel needles. All he desired was to close his eyes and relinquish his burdens. Yet he could not afford such a luxury. Boom. Another shell erupted from the distance. Meng Yanlie's complexion shifted dramatically as he executed a mid-air spin, narrowly evading the artillery fire. Boom. Another shell was launched towards him. On board the warship, Susan fixed her gaze on Meng Yanlie as the cannon fired relentlessly. Boom. At last, a shell grazed Meng Yanlie's arm, causing his body to spin violently. In the captain's quarters, Chung Li Bean clenched his teeth, resolutely steering the warship toward Feng's position. Feng Ge. Duolong traversed the water and seized Feng by the collar, lifting him toward the warship. Just then, the sound of a crossbow echoed from the shore. As Duolong was about to ascend the warship, his body was pierced by a massive bolt. Duolong. Feng bellowed. Blood spewed from Duolong's mouth as he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength. With a powerful thrust, Yi Feng was propelled towards the deck. A figure darted forward, and Demandi caught Yi Feng. Yi Feng immediately pushed him aside and anxiously glanced down at the warship. There, Duolong's body lay pierced by the crossbow bolt. He attempted to extract the bolt, but a colossal wave crashed down, dragging him into the depths. Duolong. Yi Feng flung a hook into the sea, but alas, it snagged nothing. A shadow surged toward the warship. "Ma go by, point ahead." Susan narrowed her eyes as another shell was fired. Boom. The figure was obliterated in a fiery explosion. On the shore, the eager seventh elder hesitated, having witnessed a golden armored guard being destroyed. Even if he possessed an ounce of courage, he dared not seize the warship. Meng Yanlie had returned to the shoreline, equally astonished at the scene. In truth, he had a 50% chance of dodging the cannon fire to board the warship, yet he dared not take that gamble. Furthermore, with his 20 giant ships nearing completion, seizing the warship was not imperative. Feng go, mourn your loss, and quickly sail the warship away. Do not linger too close to the dock, otherwise, with Meng Yanlie's strength, he could board in the blink of an eye. Ma go by shouted. Chung Libin nodded, turning the warship sharply to navigate swiftly into the distance. As they neared the dock, 3 kilometers away, Yi Feng forcefully halted the warship, casting a cold gaze toward Changsheng City. Stand clear. Yi Feng shoved Susan aside and aimed the cannon at the dock. Boom. A shot rang out, causing boulders to tumble from the city walls. The cavalry fled in terror. Boom. Another shot obliterated a siege engine. Boom. A watchtower crumbled under the onslaught. Meng Yanlie brushed off the debris, directing his icy gaze 3 kilometers away. The distance was such that even he could hardly be certain of crossing the water. After all, the farther one strays from the dock, the mightier the waves become. Yi Feng, you run with such ease, yet do not forget that I still hold your subordinates in my grasp. They must be the ones who fought alongside you all the way to Changsheng City, correct? These are your brothers in arms, forged in the crucible of life and death. If you abandon them, what kind of great Khan do you truly represent? Meng Yanlie's voice resonated above the tumultuous sea, penetrating clearly into Yi Feng's ears. A jolt coursed through Yi Feng's mind, and darkness enveloped him. He succumbed to unconsciousness. He should have succumbed long ago. The reason he had lingered thus far was due to the depletion of his very life force. In the abyssal depths of the ocean, Yi Feng exhaled bubbles incessantly. At that moment, a shadow approached him. Brother Feng. The shadow revealed a pitiful and pallid face. Duo Long. Yi Feng's heart surged with joy as he swiftly swam towards Duo Long. Brother Feng, farewell. Duo Long displayed a simple smile, slowly merging with the darkness. Duo Long. Where are you going? I command you to return. Yi Feng shouted, abruptly sitting up from his bed. He looked around and found himself in a humble wooden hut, with Susan seated beside him, gazing at him. Where's this? Yi Feng inquired. We have landed on the island. This is our new home, Susan replied, grasping Yi Feng's hand. A new island. Yi Feng pressed his forehead, suddenly recalling something, and hastily rummaged through the clothes by the bed, retrieving a small vial. This was a gift from the great apothecary. He poured out a pill and swallowed it whole. Regrettably, this was a tonic, and its effects would not be immediate. Tonics require time to manifest their benefits. However, Yi Feng was aware that this remedy held more value than crystal pills and ginkgo nuts, as it bore no side effects. I must go out. All right, I will help you dress. In a short while, Yi Feng was fully attired, and he and Susan exited the wooden hut. Before them lay a vast expanse of sea, dotted with colossal warships and 18 semi-finished giant vessels, where craftsmen hummed tunes as they leisurely toiled. They were situated 100 nautical miles from Changsheng City, where the chill had not yet fully infiltrated, allowing the island's temperature to remain around -10 degrees. Brother Feng, you have finally awakened. How could you sleep for another 4 days? Shunan approached, holding the hand of a native girl, who was not his wife, Chiu Shui. Yi Feng, feeling apathetic towards such matters, recalled that over 1,000 brothers in Changsheng City still awaited rescue. And then there was the great apothecary. She possessed the ability to mend his congenital injuries, restoring his capacity for procreation. I never anticipated I had slept for another 4 days, Yi Feng murmured to himself, casting his gaze towards the shore. Along the shoreline, simple wooden huts were being erected, with men felling trees for the structure, while women wove roofs from bark nearby. Big Brother Yi. Ding Tianquan leaped into Yi Feng's embrace. Chapter 591. He pinched her cheek. Little Tianquan, you've grown. In the future, do not leap into my arms without reason, understand? Yifeng affectionately ruffled her hair. I won't. Ding Tianquan lifted her head defiantly. Yifeng shrugged and playfully pinched her cheek. How much food do we have left? Yifeng inquired. Food may not be abundant, yet it suffices for our multitude of thousands. To the north of the island lies a bay, teeming with fish. Every cast of the net yields delightful surprises. Thus, the warship need only fish for 3 hours each day to sustain us all, Susan remarked. Indeed, Yifeng nodded, his brow slightly unfurling. At this juncture, he could only exchange frozen fish to retrieve his cavalry. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the grim fate that awaited them. His thoughts drifted to Duolong. We shall erect a tombstone on the island in honor of Duolong. Yifeng turned to Harder and declared. Certainly. Harder set to work. Brother Feng, we have many comrades still in Changsheng City. Should we simply abandon them? Bai Xiang approached, his heart aflame as he recalled witnessing the beheading of 5 brothers. Come, let us board the warship. I intend to negotiate with Meng Yanlie. We shall retrieve as many as we can, Yifeng stated, striding towards the ship. Brother Feng, we shall accompany you. Should Meng Yanlie storm the warship, only the 2 of us might be able to hold him off for a moment. Damond and Mago Bai stepped forward. Very well. A group boarded the warship, which then roared to life, sailing towards Changsheng City. Your Majesty, the frozen fish now only suffices for those within our castle. As for the Elder Council, the apothecaries, and the priests, they may soon find themselves without sustenance. The last of the golden armored guards approached. Let them suffer hunger. Otherwise, they may resort to consuming land animals. Meng Yanlie replied indifferently. As long as we can supply food to the castle, that is sufficient, and the 20 colossal ships are nearing completion. With those ships, he could venture into the angry sea to fish beyond its shores. At that moment, the great Khan's consort spoke. Your Majesty, if we disregard the Elder Council and the apothecaries, they may incite turmoil. The order in Changsheng City has nearly collapsed. No cavalry is willing to venture into the slums to control the infected. Indeed, the cavalry were human as well. They feared contagion and thus remained nestled within the fortress walls or atop the arrow towers. Let us select the strongest men from among the common folk and grant them temporary authority to manage the infected, Meng Yanlie proposed. A slave nodded and promptly conveyed the command. Meng Yanlie shifted his gaze towards the temple square, where 10 more cavalrymen were being led out for execution. The townsfolk cared little for the nature of these soldiers, good or bad. The mere sight of beheadings sent them into a frenzy, hurling stones at the bound prisoners. These civilians had long endured oppression, their pent-up malice finding an outlet in the tormented captives. Brother Feng, when shall you come to our rescue? Cried one cavalryman. Bound to a stake, his voice a final lament. The slave stepped forward. Execute. Thud, thud, thud. Another 10 heads tumbled to the ground. Meng Yanlie witnessed the gruesome spectacle. A vindictive smile creeping onto his lips. Yifeng, I shall see your subordinates suffer and perish. This is the consequence of opposing me. With that, he turned his gaze towards the noble lady Mingxin. Mingxin, when Yifeng captured you, did he do anything to you? Do not worry, Father Khan, he would not dare. Mingxin replied. Meng Yanlie nodded and turned to Princess Lure. Lure, I am already aware of your situation. Although you hesitated at the crucial moment, I still cannot spare you. Guards, take her away and deny her food. Yes. 2 guards stepped forward. Father Khan, I? Lure's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined her father would let her starve. Heavenly Khan, please spare the princess. She is still your own daughter. The maid quickly knelt down to plead. I almost forgot about you. Take her out and execute her. Before her execution, hand her over to the cavalry on the city wall, Meng Yanlie coldly commanded. No. Please, Heavenly Khan, I am innocent. Just execute me directly. Do not hand me over to the cavalry. The maid struggled desperately. Once in the hands of the cavalry, her fate would be unimaginably tragic. As her voice faded into the distance, Meng Yanlie smirked. Yifeng, although you have escaped, I will eliminate everyone related to you, so others can witness what this great Khan can do for them. Just then, a guard rushed in hastily. Heavenly Khan, Yifeng's warship has arrived. Oh, he dares to come? Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes, seizing a long spear from the side, his gaze fixed on the turbulent sea. Through the towering waves, he finally spotted the massive vessel. In the next moment, he pulled back and flung the spear forward. Clang! The spear struck the warship. Unfortunately, the German-made vessel was constructed with the finest steel. The metal of Meng Yanlie's spear was not even a fraction of that quality. As soon as the spear made contact with the ship, it was crushed into a disc. On the deck, Ma Goubai and Dortmund shielded Yi Feng. Let us go to the raging sea and bring 10 captives. I want to execute them in front of him, Meng Yanlie declared. Shortly after, they arrived at the edge of the stormy sea, with the cavalry driving Yi Feng's 10 subordinates forward. These individuals had already been tormented in the dungeon to the brink of madness, now standing like wooden posts, seemingly devoid of self-awareness. Yi Feng, what brings you here? Are you here to witness the execution of your subordinates? Meng Yanlie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice carried across the waves to the warship. Yi Feng stepped forward, producing a trumpet-shaped wooden object. Meng Yanlie, I concede, you have won this round. I am willing to exchange my hot spring coins for the return of my men. Yi Feng's voice echoed through the trumpet back to the shore. Ha ha. Hot spring coins are nothing but a joke. Your tricks may deceive others, but they will not fool me. Guards, execute these 10 rebels. Meng Yanlie waved his hand, and 10 executioners brought the captives forward. One of them seemed to regain his senses, desperately waving towards the warship, his mouth moving as if pleading for Yi Feng's help. Yi Feng's heart ached, his hands clenched into fists in fury, his nails digging into his flesh. Meng Yanlie, spare them. If you refuse to accept the hot spring coins, then I shall exchange frozen fish for the hostages. Tell me, how many frozen fish will it take to secure one life? Yi Feng shouted. Chapter 592. I have changed my mind. Frozen fish? Ha ha ha. My colossal ship shall soon set sail, and I will have an endless supply of frozen fish. I have no need for your meager provisions. I would much rather revel in the slaughter of your subordinates. Meng Yanlie concluded, lightly waving his hand. 10 axe-wielders simultaneously struck. Gurgle. Yi Feng's 10 subordinates collapsed, their heads rolling into the furious sea. Damn it, Meng Yanlie! Yi Feng's eyes, once filled with rage, turned icy. Heavenly Khan. Ma Goubai interjected. Please spare those unfortunate souls. Our brother Feng can provide you with any resources you require. I know the supply of frozen fish in Changsheng City is dwindling. If you are willing, we can trade right now. There are plenty of frozen fish on the warship that could alleviate the food crisis in Changsheng City. Ma Goubai, you traitor. It would have been better if you had remained silent. Now that you speak, my fury ignites. Keep the frozen fish for yourselves. My 20 colossal ships are nearing completion. And once they are ready, I shall not lack for frozen fish. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Meng Yanlie scoffed disdainfully. 20 colossal ships? Yi Feng squinted, casting his gaze upon the turbulent sea. There was no sign of any colossal ships. This indicated that those 20 vessels must be at another dock. Let us proceed to steer the warship into Wolf Creek, Yi Feng said coldly. As you command. Cheng Li Bean turned the helm, slowly steering away from the furious sea towards Wolf Creek. Indeed, upon approaching another dock near Changsheng City, 20 half-finished colossal ships lay in a row, with some craftsmen laboring under the whip's relentless urge. Meng Yanlie, you possess colossal ships, do you? Well, not anymore. Yi Feng personally manned the cannon, aiming at one of the colossal ships. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive shots, the wooden behemoth was shattered into splinters. Not only was the ship destroyed, but the craftsmen aboard were also injured or killed. Yi Feng displayed no mercy on his countenance as he aimed for the next colossal ship. Boom, boom, boom. This is bad. Yi Feng's warship is firing upon us. The cavalry scattered in panic, and some craftsmen, in their desperation, leapt into the icy waters of Wolf Creek. At this moment, the city defense crossbows began to unleash their might, relentlessly targeting Yi Feng's warship. Most of the crossbows failed to hit their mark, but a few of the largest did soar over the warship. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, directly aiming at the crossbows atop the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 shots, 3 of the largest crossbows were destroyed. Yi Feng then redirected his cannon, continuing to fire upon the dock. In an instant, the 20 colossal ships were reduced to chaos, their wooden planks flying amidst the cavalry's anguished cries. The most innocent were the craftsmen. They had been forced into shipbuilding, only to be ensnared by the horrors of war. Yi Feng understood their plight, yet he felt powerless. If he did not eliminate these craftsmen, they would seize the opportunity to construct colossal ships once again. In order to secure the release of his compatriots, Meng Yanlie was compelled to take ruthless measures. After unleashing nearly 100 cannon shots, the barrels of the artillery glowed red-hot. In stark contrast, the dock lay in ruins, with 20 colossal ships reduced to mere heaps of debris. At this moment, Meng Yanlie, accompanied by his entourage, had finally reached the city walls of Wolf Creek. What? My colossal ships? My colossal ships? He bellowed in despair. Curse you, Yi Feng. You have utterly obliterated our fleet. The Great Khan's consort staggered, nearly losing consciousness. The meager supply of frozen fish would only suffice for 3 or 4 days. They had hoped to endure a little hunger until the ships were repaired, only to be met with the shocking reality that Yi Feng had annihilated them outright. Yi Feng placed his hand on the scorching barrel, his icy gaze fixed upon Eternal Life City. Quickly, return to the Rage Sea. The waters of Wolf Creek are calm, allowing Meng Yanlie to easily board the warship. He commanded. Instantly, the warship roared to life, swiftly gliding downstream into the Rage Sea. Meng Yanlie, I attempted to converse with you civilly, yet you forced my hand. I shall pose one final question. Do you wish to negotiate? However, the terms shall be dictated by me. Release my comrades, and I shall offer an equal weight of frozen fish in exchange for my subordinates. Yi Feng's voice resonated from the depths of the Rage Sea. Meng Yanlie, he seethed. His teeth clenched as he glared into the abyss of the Rage Sea, his face contorted with rage, devoid of the previous gentleness. Great Khan, shall we engage in negotiations with Yi Feng? His remaining golden armored guard inquired. Negotiate with him? Was my earlier statement mere folly? We would rather starve than barter with Yi Feng. Meng Yanlie's fury clouded his judgment. The golden armored guard's expression shifted, and he could only bow and retreat. Bring me 30 more captives. I intend to exact vengeance for my 20 colossal ships before Yi Feng's very eyes. Meng Yanlie declared, his eyes aflame with fury. The Great Khan's consort parted her crimson lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking. As the Great Khan's wife, she had no choice but to support her husband's misguided decisions. Otherwise, how could she maintain her standing in Eternal Life City? Before long, 30 captives were brought forth. Look, Brother Feng has come to rescue us. Ha ha ha, we shall be exchanged. One jubilant captor exclaimed, gazing at the warship in the Rage Sea. We've finally endured. Those cavalrymen are inhumane. I nearly succumbed to despair these past few days. But I managed to hold on, said another captive, a faint smile illuminating his haggard face. Yet, soon enough, they sensed something amiss. 30 axe-wielding guards stepped forward, their curved blades aimed menacingly at the back of their necks. Yi Feng hurried to the edge of the deck, fixating his gaze on Meng Yanlie and his former comrades. Many among them were familiar faces. Although Yi Feng could not recall their names, he remembered their valor in battle, charging fearlessly into the fray on his behalf. Meng Yanlie, do not push your luck. How about this? 1 heavy machine gun in exchange for 30 captives. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse. Meng Yanlie did not respond. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and nodded toward the rear. With a series of sickening thuds, 30 heads fell to the ground. Yi Feng, I have had a change of heart. Henceforth, I shall execute 30 individuals daily at this very location, compelling you to witness the demise of your subordinates, rendered powerless. Meng Yanlie declared, striding purposefully towards the castle. The expression on the Grand Khan's consort's face was somewhat grim. Should the weather continue to deteriorate, they would inevitably be forced to consume those animals that succumbed to infection. Devoid of frozen fish, Yi Feng's chest heaved with agitation. After a moment of silence, he abruptly seized a wooden trumpet and bellowed across the expanse of Changsheng City. I am Yi Feng. I possess warships, remote islands, and an inexhaustible supply of frozen fish. On my island, there are warm wooden cabins. From this moment, I hereby issue a bounty. Whoever rescues a hostage shall receive 100 pounds of frozen fish. If 10 hostages are saved, I shall grant citizenship. Furthermore, for each Du Yen cavalryman slain, bring me their heads, and I shall reward you with 100 pounds of frozen fish. Should you slay 10 Du Yen cavalrymen and present their heads, I will bestow upon you citizenship, liberating you from Changsheng City to revel in the pleasures of the overseas world. Yi Feng's voice reverberated with fury throughout Changsheng City. The once meek and submissive citizens suddenly found their eyes glinting with hope. Previously, they had been victimized due to their lack of direction. Yet now, Yi Feng's words appeared to illuminate a path forward. The final bounty proclaimed that the one who vanquished Meng Yanlie would become the deputy lord of my hot spring island, guaranteed by the credit of the hot spring bank. Yi Feng's voice thundered through the wooden trumpet. Perhaps only the peasants near the turbulent sea could hear him, but he was certain that this news would spread throughout Changsheng City within 3 days. The following day, the impoverished district of Changsheng City erected porridge shelters once more. However, some of the individuals were destined not to receive the relief porridge. as they were trapped inside their homes by local bullies. I believe you are infected. Thus you are forbidden from leaving this stone house, the bully declared, blocking the entrance with his cohorts, indifferent to the pointing fingers of the citizens in the street. Indeed, he had received authorization from the cavalry to deal with the infected, as they feared contamination themselves and had delegated their authority to these local ruffians. What shall we do for food? Will you assist us in procuring it? Inquired a middle-aged man, suspected of infection. Why should I assist you? My duty is to isolate the infected, not to provide food. Your sustenance is the responsibility of those at the porridge shelter, the bully replied, casting a glance at the middle-aged man's wife. Very well, I implore you to allow me to negotiate with them at the porridge shelter, the middle-aged man said, suppressing his anger. Did I not make myself clear? You are an infected person and cannot leave this stone house. However, I could determine that you are uninfected. Depending on your understanding of the situation, the bully retorted, again eyeing the middle-aged man's wife. Are you deliberately antagonizing me? The middle-aged man fumed. So, there is nothing to discuss? Boys, seal this stone house, board up the windows, and prevent them from coming out. No one is permitted to interact with them, not even at a distance. The bully finished speaking, and his followers immediately set about sealing the doors and windows. The citizens observing this scene could no longer suppress the fury that surged within them. Let us rise up, slay this scoundrel. Chop him to pieces. He previously violated my daughter and wife in this very manner. This beast in human form. He employed the same despicable tactics against my 3 daughters. My 3 daughters. The common folk, finally incensed, surged towards the bully and his 4 henchmen. How dare you? We are mercenaries authorized by the cavalry. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Oh, my eyes. Have you defied heaven? The celestial Khan shall exterminate you wretches. Ah, my leg. Oh, my leg is broken. The wrath of the populace was unleashed upon these hired thugs. Having endured oppression for so long, they struck with a ferocity that was both sinister and relentless once the beast within them was unshackled. 10 minutes later, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind 5 unrecognizable corpses. Let us sever their heads and take them to Feng in exchange for frozen fish. This gruel is no longer fit for consumption. They have been preparing it with infected meat for our relief, proposed one citizen. Indeed, though they are mercenaries, they have at least served the Duoyan cavalry. Thus they are akin to our own. We shall take their heads. A group immediately produced cleavers and decapitated the 5 bodies. Brother Feng, there seems to be a group of people by the Rage Sea. They do not appear to be Duoyan soldiers, but rather civilians. And they seem to be beckoning to us, remarked Changli Bean. Feng squinted and confirmed that they were indeed civilians, some of whom were holding severed heads. Ah, it seems the bounty notice has taken effect. Duolong, take the frozen fish and wade through the water. Feng suddenly recalled that Duolong had already perished in the Rage Sea. He sighed deeply and turned to Ma Goubai. Go and trade the frozen fish for the heads. Yes. Ma Goubai removed his heavy armor, donned light leather armor, and set off toward the shore with the frozen fish. Before long, he returned with the 5 severed heads in exchange for the frozen fish. Feng gazed at the grim visages on the deck, took a deep breath, and called out into the air, Brother Duolong, I am unable to slay Meng Yanlie for now, but please accept these 5 sacrifices for the time being. May you rest in peace. With that, he kicked the 5 heads into the Rage Sea. In Changsheng City, next to the gruel stand, the person ladling out the porridge glanced at the lengthy queue and had to restrain his hand as he ladled. I tremble. Originally, each person would receive a full ladle of meat gruel, but his trembling reduced it to half a ladle. Yet, the citizens dared not voice their anger. Even the infected meat gruel would eventually run out. I apologize, but the gruel is finished. Please return tomorrow. The crowd erupted in outrage. How infuriating. We have yet to eat. I didn't get a turn yesterday, and now I've missed out again. Those who cut in line always receive their portions. If this continues, we shall have no means of survival. Let us take action. After the food was exhausted, the enraged populace surged forward, leaving the porridge server in a state of helplessness. Oh dear, I am merely a porridge server. Why are you attacking me? Why not go and ask the heavenly Khan for meat? The gruel vendor shouted angrily, covering his face. Damn it, do you think I don't know? Those who cut in line ahead are all connected. When we attempt to do the same, you treat us differently. You beast. A throng of people surged forward, encircling the vendor. Cut off his head. Feng mentioned that the head of a Doyan soldier could be exchanged for 100 pounds of frozen fish. True, he may not be a soldier, but he assists them. Such a sycophant is more despicable than a soldier. Let me. A middle-aged man charged forward, wielding a meat cleaver. You filthy creature, your hands tremble every time it's my turn to serve gruel, don't they? With that, he forcefully pressed the sycophant to the ground, grasping the cleaver with his trembling right hand. Just make it swift, stop shaking. The vendor screamed in agony. You enjoy trembling, do you? Let me show you how it feels. The middle-aged man refused to grant him mercy, methodically slicing at his neck with his unsteady hand. In a dark corner, two haggard men emerged. We truly find ourselves trapped between a rock and a hard place. The Heavenly Khan has issued a warrant for our capture, claiming we fought alongside Yi Feng, and now it seems Yi Feng has no need for us either. The speaker was Gamend. Seated across from him was Meng Yanlie. Chapter 594. Unable to endure any longer when the savage beasts attacked, they cleverly infiltrated Changsheng City. I'm fine. I purchased accident insurance from Yi Feng for 150,000. Look at my waist injury. As long as I can return to Yi Feng's overseas base. This wound alone is worth 5 times that, 75,000 hot spring coins. With that money, I'd rather retire at Yi Feng's overseas base than vie for the Khan's favor. Waiting for the long winter to pass before attempting a resurgence, Meng Yanlie remarked nonchalantly. The two men, fearing for their lives, had dispersed their followers upon entering Changsheng City, anxious that a large crowd might attract attention and lead to their capture by the Heavenly Khan for sacrifice. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I believe I have nearly 400,000 hot spring coins saved in the hot spring bank. With daily interest, it has surpassed the 400,000 mark, Gamend exclaimed, slapping his forehead in sudden delight. At last, we have an escape route. Don't celebrate too soon. Though we possess several 100,000 hot spring coins, who knows how long this long winter will endure? The high priest claimed it could last for at least 10 years. Let us estimate 20. That means my 75,000 hot spring coins would yield less than 40,000 per year, averaging just over 3,000 a month. I fear that is still insufficient. Meng Yanlie pondered. What then? If you're struggling with 75,000 hot spring coins, what of my meager 40,000? Gamend was taken aback. Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes, glancing at several nearby bullies. These thugs, accompanied by 30 followers, were herding a group of young, beautiful women toward a stone hut. Hurry inside. You are all infected. Only because I believe you are uninfected do you have a chance to escape. Otherwise, you will perish within those walls, the bullies declared. The wickedness of tyrants remains consistent. In their eyes, there is always only self-interest. Perhaps the cavalry genuinely wishes to control the spread of the contagion, yet once these lower-tier tyrants attain power, they will find ways to torment their fellow commoners to assert their superiority. I have heard that there is a bounty from Yi Feng. Why not eliminate these bullies and exchange their heads for frozen fish? If the fish proves too plentiful, we can have Wang Zhihai deposit the surplus into our bank account, suggested Meng Yanlie. However, it seems that the hot spring currency is currently not very stable, interjected Jiamend, who claims it is unstable. I have witnessed transactions in hot spring currency occurring discreetly throughout Changsheng City. I am confident that Yi Feng's overseas bases are also utilizing hot spring currency for their supplies. Upon finishing his statement, Meng Yanlie cast a sharp gaze towards several of the bullies. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, the hot spring currency he had intended to abandon had begun to gain popularity in Changsheng City, though Tian Qihan had explicitly prohibited the use of hot spring currency. Reverting to a barter economy, the populace had developed a habit that proved difficult to break. Moreover, purchasing goods with hot spring currency allowed for a wide range of transactions, whereas bartering necessitated finding suitable items for exchange. Once the power of currency establishes its foothold in the market, it requires no deliberate maintenance from Yi Feng. Anyone possessing even a modicum of hot spring currency will instinctively work to uphold its value. Not only the commoners, but even the nobles residing in the castles are aiding Yi Feng in sustaining the hot spring currency. Otherwise, their banked wealth would vanish. It is essential to recognize that this wealth was acquired through trade. Inside the stone house, various screams echoed. After a while, Meng Yanlie and Jiamend emerged, donning their masks once more, each carrying a large burlap sack. Within the stone house lay over 30 headless corpses, the remnants of the bullies and their followers. In the castle, Meng Yanlie surveyed the chaotic scene of Changsheng City, wishing he had enough oil to incinerate the slums entirely, to spare himself the distress of witnessing such disorder. At this moment, the affluent district began to descend into turmoil as well. Indeed, let us burn the rich area too, preserving only my castle. The inhabitants of the castle are fiercely loyal, and would never betray me for a mere morsel of food. With this thought, Meng Yanlie turned to glance at a few of his subordinates, who quickly bowed their heads in deference. Tian Khan, let the cavalry secure the inner fortress. As for the people outside, let them fend for themselves. Thankfully, we still have some frozen fish within the castle, sufficient to sustain us for a while. The Khan's consort gently suggested. Very well, let us return and have something to eat. We must ensure our strength is ample. I have heard that as long as we eat well and drink adequately, the worm plague will not afflict us. And I must be well fed to confront the impending assault of the sand beasts, he declared, and together they descended to the dining hall, flanked by a throng of subordinates. Why is the table empty? Where's the food? Where are the frozen fish? Meng Yanlie's eyes twitched, a foreboding sensation creeping upon him. Tian Khan, I apologize. I have been tasked with guarding both the prison and the food store, and this morning someone made off with all the frozen fish. The golden armored guard quickly knelt in supplication. What? Not a single fish remains? Meng Yanlie felt a surge of rage flood his mind. Indeed, nodded the golden armored guard. Sigh. Meng Yanlie took a deep breath, striving to suppress his fury. Have you discovered who is responsible for this? He inquired. Within the castle, only the slaves and maidens, along with the guards, were present. Could it have been them? It is highly likely that it was the slaves, reported the golden armored guard. I just investigated, and the number of slaves has decreased by over 40. They are no longer in the castle and are likely mingled within the slums. Oh. Meng Yanlie could no longer contain himself and roared at the window, causing dust to cascade from the apex of the pyramid. Heavenly Khan, do not act impulsively. You are the lord of this city now. You must remain calm, the Grand Khan's consort cautioned, fearing that Meng Yanlie might strike down the golden armored guard in his wrath. It was crucial to note that they now possessed only one loyal golden armored guard. Calm. How can you expect me to remain calm? Yi Feng is forcing me into a corner. Meng Yanluo, go and execute every prisoner in the dungeon. Leave not a single one alive. Give me the sword. I shall do it myself. Meng Yanlie seized the curved blade and strode towards the dungeon. Upon reaching the entrance, his eyes narrowed. He beheld several guards lying in pools of blood, with countless bloody footprints marking the ground. A ringing sensation filled his head as he stepped into the dungeon. Silence reigned. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The once crowded dungeon was now devoid of any prisoners. At that moment, Meng Yanlie felt as though his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. Heavenly Khan. The Grand Khan's consort hurried to support him. At that moment, Meng Yanlie appeared to have aged decades. 2 strands of white hair fell from his forehead, and the spark in his eyes had vanished. Idwa, go and negotiate with Yi Feng. Whatever terms he demands, acquiesce. We urgently require frozen fish. Cough. Meng Yanlie's voice was unexpectedly feeble. Heavenly Khan, do not succumb. You are my only one. Rest assured, I will handle everything. I shall negotiate with Yi Feng to secure frozen fish for Changsheng City. The Grand Khan's consort signaled to her male guard, who assisted Meng Yanlie out of the dungeon. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Dua, accompanied by her female guard, made her way towards the city wall by the angry sea. Halfway there, a girl in a red cloak rushed out. Mother, where are you going? Inquired the Grand Princess Mingxin. You must not interfere. I am going to negotiate with Yi Feng. We cannot allow the people in the castle to suffer from hunger, Bai Dua replied, continuing her determined stride towards the angry sea. As the Grand Khan's consort, she could foresee the unfolding situation. A famine in the slums was manageable, and a famine in the wealthy district was also tolerable. However, if famine struck within the inner castle, the soldiers would cease to defend it, and the slaves would turn their hearts. Even the remaining golden armored guard might harbor treachery. Thus, the food had become not merely a means to alleviate hunger, but a means to maintain control. The 3 women reached the city wall by the angry sea, where they spotted Yi Feng's warship anchored 3 kilometers away, its deck crowded with people. Bai Dua, with her remarkable eyesight, immediately recognized several individuals among them, the very prisoners confined within the dungeon. To his astonishment, Yi Feng had managed to rescue everyone in an instant. Over 1,500 individuals had nearly filled the deck of the warship. Brother Feng, the people have been saved. Why not return home? Cheng Li Bin suggested. Yi Feng clenched his jaw, for although he had succeeded in rescuing them, the enmity remained unresolved. Meng Yanlie had brutally slain his own brother before his very eyes, and he was reluctant to leave without addressing this affront. What incensed him further was the fate of Duo Long, a formidable ally who had perished under the treacherous crossbow. There were still adversaries to confront, particularly the seventh elder, the traitor. My brothers, I, Yi Feng, have not let you down. I have managed to bring back most of you. If there are no further matters at hand, please, make your way to the dining hall to warm yourselves and savor some meat. Striving to regain your strength, Yi Feng addressed the throng of over 1,500. They bore numerous wounds, with a few even having been mutilated. It seemed they had yet to come to terms with their past sufferings, their expressions vacant. Yi Feng's gaze turned once more towards Changsheng City, aware that chaos had erupted within, for his bounty notice had taken effect. If he were to depart with the warship now, it would nullify the bounty, allowing Meng Yanlie to regain control of the city. Thus, he needed do nothing more than anchor the ship here. As long as the citizens beheld the vessel, the turmoil in Changsheng City would persist. Yi Feng, I am the Grand Khan's consort. At that moment, a voice penetrated the waves, reaching the deck. Yi Feng stepped forward, narrowing his eyes, fixated on three women atop the city walls. Is Yi Feng present? I am the Grand Khan's consort. Baidu's voice resonated once more amidst the tumultuous waves. Yi Feng squinted. I am here. What is your business? Your presence suffices. After careful consideration, our heavenly Khan has decided to restore our transaction. Speak. How might I procure frozen fish from you? Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly. Was this woman deranged? Having just salvaged all his people, why would he still engage in trade? How about this? Deliver Meng Yanlie's head, and I will ensure you three shall want for nothing throughout this harsh winter. Yi Feng's voice was frigid as it carried across the distance. On the city walls, Baidu's countenance turned icy. Yi Feng, I am sincerely here to negotiate. Please propose a reasonable price, she implored, suppressing her inner wrath. At that moment, Bai Xiang emerged from behind. I demand your horse's sweat towel. Instantly, several gazes landed upon Bai Xiang, particularly Susan, whose eyes bore a warning. Sister Susan, do not look at me like that. How did Meng Yanlie treat my brothers? He slaughtered them like swine. Now I merely ask his woman to relinquish the horse's sweat towel, which I deem a rather lenient punishment. Bai Xiang stood undeterred by Susan's glare. Indeed, Susan's eyes flickered as she turned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Baidu's voice was laced with coldness. Initially, she was able to remove her riding sweat cloth because her daughter was not present. Yet now, with Mingxin standing beside her, how could this mother bear to disgrace herself? She feared that in the future, her image would be utterly tarnished in her daughter's eyes. Great Khan, my brother speaks without restraint. I implore you to forgive him. My request is simple. Disrobe and run naked in Changsheng City for half an hour. After that, I shall provide you with 200 pounds of frozen fish. Yi Feng's chilling voice echoed throughout Changsheng City. Yi Feng, do you truly believe that is feasible? And do not presume that possessing a warship makes you formidable, should our great Khan choose to take the risk. There is at least a 50% chance of boarding that ship. Do you think you could withstand his prowess once he is aboard? Baidu retorted coldly. Mingxin beside her blushed with embarrassment, never anticipating that Yi Feng could be so shameless, even more so than his subordinate. If you are unwilling to run naked, what do you believe could possibly exchange for my frozen fish? Yi Feng's tone was frigid. His singular aim was to eliminate Meng Yanlie. Of course, he would not spare his wife either. A man's wickedness often stems from the encouragement and complicity of a woman. Jingdan and Shenghua, surely these two items suffice? Baidu's confident voice resonated from Changsheng City. Indeed, these two items are scarce treasures at any time. Their only drawback being that they require a substantial amount of energy to digest, which necessitates food for sustenance. Thus, Jingdan and Shenghua cannot serve as direct nourishment. Yi Feng scoffed. That is acceptable, but how do you propose this exchange? The Great Khan's consort smiled faintly. You underestimate the resources of Changsheng City, Yi Feng. The battle between the Tian Khan and the Sand Beasts has persisted for over a century. The storerooms of the castle are filled with countless Jingdan. Any single one could easily procure a significant quantity of frozen fish. I offer you 1 5th-level Jingdan in exchange for all of your frozen fish. Normally, such a Jingdan would not be traded. Consider it a bargain. Upon finishing her statement, Baidu signaled to the female guard beside her. The guard promptly produced a sack. Yi Feng lifted his binoculars, observing the Jingdan in the guard's hand. It was roughly the size of a fist, and, judging by its quality, it indeed did not appear to be of a low grade. Great Khan's consort, you may trade for my frozen fish, but that 5th-level Jingdan can only procure one small portion of frozen fish. If it were a 6th-level Jingdan, perhaps it could exchange for 100 pounds of fish. Feng replied coldly. Chapter 596. Something is amiss, Feng. Do not overstep your bounds. I have come sincerely to negotiate with you. If you do not offer a fair price, I shall take these Jingdan back. Baidwa felt herself on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet the food crisis within the castle must be resolved. Otherwise, even the slaves might harbor treachery. My terms are clear. For any Jingdan below the 6th level, 1 pound of Jingdan shall equal 1 pound of frozen fish, while that 6th level Jingdan may be exchanged for 100 pounds of frozen fish. That is final. Feng had no desire to engage in further discourse. Leave. Baidwa was furious, her steps unsteady as she walked. For a century, since her ascension as the Great Khan's consort, she had never endured such humiliation. As the 3 individuals traversed the impoverished district, they observed several refugees squatting along the roadside. At that moment, one of the destitute souls raised his head and locked eyes with the Grand Khan's consort. Such audacity to gaze directly at her was intolerable. The female guard unsheathed her blade without hesitation. In the past, a mere reprimand would have caused these commoners to lower their heads in fear, displaying a facade of trepidation. Yet, the present differed markedly from bygone days. With her command, one by one, the peasants lifted their heads, fixated on the trio. Let us not stoop to the level of these wretches. We shall return to the castle first, the Grand Khan's consort urged, her breath quickening. The slums stretched before them, and soon they found themselves in the affluent quarter. However, it was now teeming with refugees, in dire times. These individuals cared little for distinctions between the rich and the poor, seeking comfort wherever they could find it. The city guards had long since vanished, leaving no cavalry to maintain order. As for the bullies, while adept at preying upon the vulnerable, they had recently been mysteriously found as headless corpses. In an instant, no one dared to assume the authority bestowed by the cavalry. They preferred to endure hunger alongside the common folk rather than continue their oppression. Listen to me. We must have faith in the eternal sky. Though we perish in this world, upon reaching the eternal sky, there lies a lush pasture where we can ride and graze to our heart's content, reunited with our departed loved ones, a voice proclaimed. The Grand Khan's consort cast a sidelong glance and spotted a middle-aged man on a rooftop, indoctrinating the peasants. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The impoverished populace, teetering on the brink of starvation, clung to the belief in the existence of the eternal sky. This man possesses some talent. Summon him. He may prove useful. The Grand Khan's consort instructed her guard. Yes. Soon, the female guard returned with the man in tow. Greetings, Grand Khan's consort, he said, his face alight with astonishment. What is your name? She inquired coolly. I am Ma Sikong, of the same lineage as Feng. I am familiar with the artillery aboard his warships, as well as their vulnerabilities. If you provide me with sustenance, I can devise a means to help you defeat Feng, Ma Sikong replied earnestly. Since becoming separated from Vandeman, he had also infiltrated Changsheng City. You understand the workings of Feng's warships? Pray tell, what is artillery? How many individuals are needed to draw the bowstring? The Grand Khan's consort pressed. In her understanding, artillery was akin to a more formidable crossbow, necessitating numerous people to operate it. Otherwise, how could its power be so formidable without human strength? Grand Khan's consort, artillery comprises bullets, gunpowder, barrels, and various intricate mechanisms. Explaining it in detail is complex, but one thing is certain. The more powerful the weapon, the more fragile its launching mechanism. Ma Sikong began to elaborate. But the Grand Khan's consort waved her hand. Follow behind and speak as we walk. Yes. Ma Sikong felt a surge of joy. Just then, a group of a dozen or so refugees surged forward, their eyes vacant. Upon seeing the Grand Khan's consort, they did not flinch but continued to approach with unwavering determination. This is troubling. They are infected. The blade of the female guard sliced through the air, leaving the infected scattered in dismembered remains. Yet, their bodily fluids splattered everywhere. And in an instant, a noxious odor began to permeate the surroundings. Quick, we must leave this place, Baidwa declared, sweeping her flowing sleeves to disperse the stench with a gust of wind. Upon returning to the castle, Ma Sikong was taken aback. The architecture was breathtaking. Resembling an ancient palace, or rather, it surpassed any palace in grandeur, constructed entirely of colossal stones, particularly the pyramid, which was even more towering and majestic than those of Egypt. Ma Sikong, would you be willing to become my servant? Baidwa inquired nonchalantly. Of course. As long as the Grand Empress is willing to provide me with sustenance, Ma Xikong replied, his spirits lifted, surprised that after losing one protector, he had found an even stronger ally. Surely, the woman of the Heavenly Khan would be far superior to that of the Van Di Meng. Very well, someone. Take him away and castrate him, Baidu was stated flatly. Ma Xikong was momentarily dumbfounded, digging his fingers into his ears, almost convinced he had misheard. Grand Empress, if I am not mistaken, you intend to castrate me? Indeed, for becoming a servant necessitates such a fate. Otherwise, with so many young and beautiful maidens and noble ladies in the castle, how could I trust you to remain? Baidu replied coolly. Two powerful servants approached, seizing Ma Xikong's arms. No, I refuse to be a servant. I refuse, he exclaimed, panic-stricken. You have no choice. I have already set my sights on you. You possess great talent. Rest assured, after becoming a servant, I will ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor, Baidu concluded, waving her hand dismissively. No. Ma Xikong's cries echoed as they faded away. Bring forth food. I am famished, Baidu commanded. Grand Empress, we have nothing left, not even a frozen fish. One of the servants reported. What? In such a vast castle, it is impossible that not a single frozen fish can be found. Baidu exclaimed, astonished. There are not even fish scales left. Perhaps we should try the Wolf Creek to see if we can catch some frozen fish? Suggested the servant. In the tumultuous sea, fierce waves roared. Unless they had a colossal ship with nets, they would not only fail to catch fish, but risk being swept into the depths of the furious ocean. Thus, the only viable location for fishing was indeed the Wolf Creek. Go then, Baidu nodded. However, several hours later, a few servants returned. Grand Empress, it seems all the fish in Wolf Creek have vanished. I managed to catch only one, but it appears quite peculiar. Please take a look, one servant said, placing the fish upon the table. The fish's head had been severed, revealing an empty cavity with faintly visible tiny reddish grains. Could this small grain be an egg of some sort? Baidu's expression shifted. It appears so, but perhaps if we remove the eggs, it might still be edible. The servant suggested. Incompetent fool, can such a thing be consumed? Baidu retorted angrily. I dare not. Dispose of this far away, cast it into the slums. Although Baidu possesses extraordinary strength, she is nonetheless a woman, and women often harbor a fear of dense crowds. It appears that only the ocean fish may be consumed. Come, let us seek out Yi Feng for negotiations. I refuse to believe that he can evade capture. With that said, she abruptly halted before the bronze mirror. You may leave, she instructed. Once everyone had vacated the room, Baidu meticulously began to adorn herself. She held an unwavering confidence in her beauty, and it was rumored that Yi Feng was quite the libertine. If the situation demands, she would resort to the art of seduction. If she could lure Yi Feng to the shore or gain access to the battleship herself, how delightful. After a while, Baidu completed her preparations and strode purposefully towards the tumultuous sea, accompanied by her guards. Yi Feng remained stationed on the deck, as waves relentlessly battered the battleship's hull. Thankfully, it was a warship. Had it been any other vessel, it would have been impossible to remain steady in such a tempest. Feng, you should return. Do not catch a cold, Susan urged as she approached. No, I must witness the chaos in Changsheng City with my own eyes. Only then will I find peace. Yi Feng replied coldly. The loss of so many subordinates weighed heavily upon him, a lingering resentment he could not shake. Certainly, he had experienced the death of many subordinates before, but truth be told, he had not formed deep bonds with those individuals. This time, however, it was different. Those who perished were brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Yi Feng, are you there? The voice of the Grand Khan's consort echoed once more from the city wall. Have you come to a resolution? Yi Feng responded indifferently. Yi Feng, let us do this. I will send away my attendants, allowing them to distance themselves from the city wall. You may bring Ma Guobai to meet with me. As for the particulars, we can discuss them at length. After all, I will ensure that you do not suffer any loss. Baidu's voice held a hint of seduction. As a man, Yi Feng immediately sensed the shift. I regret to inform you that I have already heard of your methods from the Golden Armored Guards. Although your strength may not surpass theirs, you possess several unique abilities, and I fear falling unwittingly into your trap, Yi Feng replied coolly. Yi Feng, there are countless innocent civilians in Changsheng City. Can you bear to watch them starve? Her tone shifted to one of feigned compassion. Let us not dwell on forgiveness. I merely hope you can use your battleship to transport these civilians to your overseas base, allowing them to survive. Yi Feng could not suppress a cold chuckle. He was already aware of Baidwa's intentions, even from several kilometers away. I would quite like to rescue these civilians. However, what if you have embedded several experts among them? My battleship would be doomed. Besides, I hold no affection for the civilians of Changsheng City. Their fates are of no concern to me. Yi Feng's voice carried a dismissive tone. Yi Feng, you have once been a great Khan. How can you be so heartless? Moreover, though Duoyan Hina has gone to the temple, do you think I cannot pursue her? The temple is thousands of miles from Changsheng City. Do you truly believe she can evade the sand beasts along the way? Baidwa's voice turned icy. Yi Feng felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he slowly spoke. If they perish, it is their fate. I shall not blame anyone. Do not use this matter to provoke me. If you wish to exchange crystal pills for frozen fish, let us do so now. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, 1 pound of crystal pills will only yield half a pound of frozen fish. Yi Feng believed it necessary to exert some pressure on Baidwa. Otherwise, when the sand beasts launched their attack and Changsheng City fell, he would be unable to enjoy the benefits of these crystal pills. Remarkable. I did not expect you to be so resistant, Yi Feng. I know what you were thinking. The first time our eyes met, I sensed it. If your desire is strong, I might be willing to accommodate you. However, there is a condition. For the next 3 months, you must provide us with frozen fish daily. Baidwa finally revealed her trump card. Yi Feng casually seated himself upon a chair. Your Highness, while I might entertain the thought, I fear that after succumbing to your charms, I might find myself with my throat slit in the dead of night. I, Yi Feng, shall not place myself in peril. I will no longer converse with you. 1 pound of crystal pills shall exchange for 1 pound of frozen fish. Starting tomorrow, 1 pound of crystal pills will yield only half a pound of frozen fish, and so forth. With that, Yi Feng strode toward the dining hall. Standing on the deck for an extended period had nearly turned his legs to ice. Baidwa's eyes blazed with fury. She envisioned soaring across the turbulent sea to reduce Yi Feng to mincemeat. However, she knew she must first address the immediate crisis. After all, the crystal pills collected by the Heavenly Khan over the years were as abundant as grains of sand. She could exchange for 200 pounds of frozen fish for the time being. Wait, I shall exchange. You prepare the frozen fish, and I shall ready the crystal pills. That is more like it. I will send someone to deliver the frozen fish to the shore. First, display the crystal pills for me to see. Yi Feng stated from the deck. Very well. Baidwa turned to her female guard and commanded, Yuer, fetch the lowest grade of crystal pills. We cannot use the high-quality ones. Yes, Your Highness. Yuer nodded and swiftly made her way toward the castle. However, as she exited the slums, Yuer furrowed her brow. All around her, the commoners had risen, their eyes filled with a chilling intensity as they fixed their gaze upon her. What do you want? Yuer swiftly drew her curved dagger. Kill her. This woman is uninfected. Her flesh is valuable. Seeking death? Yuer immediately swung her dagger, and soon, the slums were awash in blood. Yet, amidst the chaos, 2 masked individuals of considerable strength emerged, inflicting minor wounds upon Yuer. After half an hour of relentless combat, her energy was nearly spent. In desperation, she shouted toward the castle, Ballista, fire at this location. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Several bolts were launched, causing the rioters to scatter in fear. Seizing the opportunity, Yuer made a hasty escape back to the castle. Moments ago, she felt as though she had danced on the precipice of death. The scene had been utterly terrifying. Among the commoners, there were indeed hidden experts. Had it not been for her own considerable skills, she might have already met her demise. You 3, come with me to the storeroom. I bear the decree of the Highness. On the warship, Yi Feng remained locked in a gaze with Baidwa. The gazes of the two initially clashed like swords. Yet as the man and woman held their stare, the atmosphere began to shift. Baidwa's eyes seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rendering Yi Feng's icy demeanor momentarily uneasy. Great Khan, do not look at her. She wields a terrifying ability. Prolonged exposure to her beauty may ensnare your senses, Mago Bai urged, giving Yi Feng a nudge. Startled, Yi Feng promptly shut his eyes. During their earlier exchange, bizarre visions had invaded his mind, as if he beheld the great Khan's consort in a warm chamber, her delicate legs dancing gracefully behind a veil. Chapter 598. Such considerate and thoughtful nature that fleeting sensation repeatedly compelled Yi Feng to linger his gaze. This cursed woman. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved not to meet her eyes again. After what felt like an eternity, Yuer finally arrived with 3 Khan slaves by the tumultuous sea's edge. However, all 4 bore injuries. What transpired? Baidwa inquired. The rabble has risen in revolt. We may encounter difficulties upon our return, Yu replied, gesturing toward the 3 burlap sacks trailing behind her. Baidwa sighed heavily, without sustenance. The common folk would undoubtedly protest, and she would have to navigate back to the castle through the most obscure paths. It was rather ironic that the great Khan's consort had to evade the commoners on her way through Changsheng City. Feng, allow me to reveal what lies within these sacks. With that, she personally unfastened the 3 burlap sacks, spilling their long-dried crystal grains across the ground. Feng smirked, nodding at Magobai beside him. Indeed, Magobai promptly hoisted 3 bags of frozen fish and ventured toward the shore. At last, they made contact, and Magobai planted his feet firmly on solid ground, warily eyeing Baidwa. Great Khan's consort, the items have been secured, Magobai's heart raced. Baidwa coldly inquired, Magobai, as a golden armored guard, we have treated you well. Why then do you choose the path of a treacherous traitor? In truth, despite the weight of Baidwa's long-standing authority, Magobai harbored a multitude of justifications, yet found himself unable to voice a single one. I am here to trade. Great Khan's consort. May I take the items now? Magobai asked. Take them, Magobai. I have always held you in high regard, and I hope you can reconsider your choices before it is too late. With that, Baidwa kicked the 3 sacks of crystal grains. Thank you. Magobai performed a customary salute, which had become habitual. Shouldering the 3 sacks, he swiftly returned to the warship. Did she trouble you? Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I am so afraid. Now, I feel a sense of dread. My legs have gone weak, Magobai confessed, collapsing onto the deck. Someone, escort Magobai back to rest. Immediately, 2 individuals rushed onto the deck to assist him. Feng directed his attention once more to the 3 sacks. Upon inspection, he confirmed they contained crystal grains. However, Feng, now well versed in such matters, recognized these crystals as the lowest grade, akin to those once sold to him by Van Dimo. Shaner, please take the crystal stones back and count them, then document the quantity, Feng instructed. Understood. Susan immediately carried back the 3 large sacks of crystal stones. With the transaction completed, the Grand Khan's consort departed the city walls, heading towards the castle. Let us return and warm ourselves, Feng remarked to Damond and the White Elephant. Brother Feng, it was about time. I was nearly frozen solid. The White Elephant exclaimed before dashing back to the dining hall. Upon returning to the dining hall, 1,500 individuals simultaneously rose, paying their respects to Feng. At that moment, their awareness had returned, and they recognized that Feng was the one who had rescued them. Please take your seats. You have all worked hard recently. If you are tired, feel free to rest here in the dining hall. We have charcoal for warmth, Feng said, pressing his hands downward to encourage them to sit. He then took the crystal stones to his bedroom. Susan was busy counting the crystal stones, noting the varying medicinal properties of each type as she recorded them on animal hide and affixed labels to the stones. Dear, select a few warming crystal stones for me. I wish to brew them in water, Feng requested. Of course. As time passed languidly, 7 days had swiftly gone by. Changsheng City had quieted down, as the common folk, now lacking sustenance, no longer had the strength to cause unrest. This, paradoxically, was a fortunate development for Meng Yanlie. He sat in the dining hall, observing the Grand Khan's consort and his daughter Mingxin. Let us dine, he instructed, picking up a knife to slice a piece of fish roughly the size of a finger, bringing it to his nose to inhale its aroma. In the next moment, he placed the entire piece into his mouth. Beside him stood a new slave. Ma Sikong swallowed hard, resentment brewing within him. He had anticipated that serving the Grand Khan's consort would afford him ample food and drink, yet he found himself relegated to a single meal of fish each day, forbidden from consuming land animals for fear of contagion that could be passed to the Heavenly Khan. Recently, the Grand Khan's consort had procured over 200 pounds of frozen fish, but with so many consorts and noble ladies to feed in the castle, the frozen fish had now run out. Heavenly Khan, I am not hungry. You may have my portion as well, Baidwa said, placing her finger-sized piece of fish onto Meng Yanlie's plate. Meng Yanlie felt a mixture of pain and gratitude. He was touched by his wife's thoughtfulness, yet pained that the esteemed Grand Khan's consort could not even bear to eat a small piece of fish. However, as the lord of Changsheng City, he had to maintain sufficient energy and strength. Father, I too am not hungry. Please take my piece as well, Mingxin added, placing her finger-sized fish onto his plate. Meng Yanlie's heart twisted in anguish. He felt utterly powerless, realizing that even a grand heavenly Khan was struggling to provide for his wife and child. He accepted the fish and swallowed it whole. Turning his gaze, he noticed Baidwa and Meng Yanlie watching him, their throats moving as they swallowed. When his eyes fell upon them, the mother and daughter hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending not to be hungry. At that moment, Ma Sikong's stomach emitted a loud growl, echoing through the silence of the dining hall. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became awkward. Meng Yanlie felt his pride wounded. How outrageous! This wretched fellow dared to make a disturbance while dining at my table. Drag him out and give him 100 lashes, he proclaimed. Ah, Your Majesty, please spare me. I promise never to sing Empty City again. The voice of Masikong gradually faded away. Your Majesty, it seems this Masikong possesses some talent. He hails from the same lineage as Yi Feng and is said to understand the principles of cannon fire, Baidwa suddenly remarked. Understand the principles? Can he construct cannons then? Meng Yanlie squinted. If he could forge weapons akin to Yi Feng's, he would swiftly sink Yi Feng's warship. Only then could he manufacture a grand ship once more and venture out to fish. What was once as easy as plucking frozen fish from the sea had now become more costly than crystal elixirs. Truly a travesty. In fact, just a few days prior, he had discreetly commissioned the construction of a grand ship in the eastern part of the city, planning to quietly set sail with thousands of men once it was completed, ensuring that Yi Feng's warship would not detect them. Alas, he knew not which fool had betrayed him. Yi Feng had circumnavigated much of Changsheng City overnight, and several cannon shots not only breached the city walls, but also utterly obliterated the grand ship within. Thus, his only recourse now was to destroy Yi Feng's warship. Chapter 599. The final outcome remains the same. Yi Feng sat cross-legged upon his bed, utilizing the heat within his body to digest the crystal elixir. However, this process was exceedingly slow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The human body enhances its constitution through the energy contained within the crystal elixir. Might it be more effective if I employ the blood-sucking technique to draw energy from the elixir? With this thought, Yi Feng grasped the crystal elixir. In the next moment, he activated the blood-sucking technique. Yi Feng's eyes widened gradually. Just then, he felt a warm energy surge from within the crystal elixir into his palm, then rapidly transmitting through his arm and flooding into his limbs. Moreover, the energy from the crystal elixir was swiftly assimilated by Yi Feng. Unlike before, when a mere piece of crystal elixir would take at least 3 to 5 days, or even half a month, to fully digest. Most critically, the energy within the crystal elixir diminishes during prolonged digestion, resulting in a scenario where, out of 10 units of energy, only 3 could be absorbed by the body, while the remaining 7 were lost through metabolism. Upon finishing the crystal elixir, Yi Feng held it up once more. Indeed, it had transformed into a dried piece of meat, its color considerably dulled. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Yi Feng retrieved another crystal elixir and placed it in his palm. A few minutes later, this crystal elixir had again turned into a piece of dried meat. Yi Feng swung his arm, feeling the strength within his body. It was slightly stronger than before, though still primarily due to the inferior quality of these crystal elixirs. With this in mind, Yi Feng began to sift through the crystal elixirs. What? All of them are the lowest grade. Yi Feng's expression darkened. It seemed the Grand Empress also had her own schemes, providing him with the most worthless crystal elixirs. Although he had undeniably benefited greatly, Yi Feng couldn't shake a sense of discontent. Regardless, a low-grade crystal pill was still a crystal pill, and he resolved to absorb it. He placed his palm upon the crystal pill once more, and this time he extracted several 100 pounds of the substance. Yi Feng remained sequestered in his room throughout the night, ignoring Susan's calls for dinner. By noon the following day, he had absorbed the final fragment of the crystal pill, leaving a multitude of crystal remnants scattered beneath his bed. Ah Feng, you haven't emerged from your room for an entire day? What are you doing in there? Shall I force my way in? As Susan prepared to knock, Yi Feng opened the door with a flourish, stepping out with purpose. Am I not out now? He chuckled, feeling invigorated. Simultaneously, his vision, hearing, and perception of his surroundings had all ascended to a new level. Ma Lebi approached. Brother Feng, we can't keep over 1,000 brothers cooped up on the warship indefinitely. I suggest we return them to the island first, then bring the warship over. Upon finishing his sentence, Ma Lebi noticed the change in Yi Feng's demeanor. Brother Feng, your complexion. What's wrong with my complexion? Yi Feng inquired. It's hard to describe, but you appear so vibrant, certainly much better than a few days ago, Ma Lebi remarked. Exactly, Yi Feng nodded, striding confidently onto the deck. The biting cold wind would have compelled him to tighten his fur coat in the past, yet now, inexplicably, he felt a warm energy stabilizing his core. Let's see how effective this spear is. Yi Feng grabbed a spear nearby and aimed it directly at Changsheng City. Whoosh! The spear shot forth, astonishingly penetrating deep into the city. Feng, your strength has improved remarkably. You can throw a spear 2 kilometers? Susan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Well, one must always grow. I believe it won't be long before I can throw a spear 5 kilometers, just as impressive as Meng Yanlie. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Ma Lebi gave him a thumbs up, understanding that when an individual's strength reaches a certain level, each subsequent enhancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Ma Lebi, shall we compare our strengths? Yi Feng suddenly proposed. Compare strength? Brother Feng, I know you're improving rapidly, but, competing with me. Ma Lebi hesitated, wanting to express that while Yi Feng had made swift progress, he still lagged far behind the fruits of his 2 decades of hard work. Enough talk, let's go. The two clasped hands tightly. Yi Feng harnessed all his strength into his wrist. Ma Lebi was momentarily taken aback, then exerted 50% of his strength, followed by 80. And finally, a full 100%. Soon, his face flushed crimson. Suddenly, Yi Feng yanked Ma Lebi towards him effortlessly. Brother Feng, how has your strength increased so rapidly? I remember you were quite weak before. Ma Lebi exclaimed in shock, while Susan gazed at Yi Feng with a look of skepticism. Yi Feng smiled faintly, glancing at his wrist. Indeed, the blood-sucking technique allows for the unrestricted absorption of the energy from crystal pills. He consumed over 100 first-tier crystal pills, significantly amplifying his strength several-fold. In sheer brute force, Ma Lebi was no longer his match. In truth, he had yet to unleash the icy true energy and the blood-sucking technique. Should these two be combined with his current power, it is likely that Ma Lebi would not withstand even 3 seconds. I have long concealed my true capabilities, Yi Feng declared with an air of arrogance. Susan remained silent, hastening to the bedroom, where she found the ground littered with shards of crystal pills. Ma Lebi, go inform old Cheng. We must return to the island and ensure the safe recuperation of over 1,000 soldiers before bringing the warship to this location, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Ma Lebi strode purposefully toward the captain's quarters. At that moment, Yi Feng abruptly turned to gaze at the shore, where 3 graceful figures stood atop the city wall. It was the Great Khan's consort, her daughter, and a female bodyguard. Yi Feng, do you still have frozen fish? The voice of the Great Khan's consort carried over from afar. Initially, she intended to prolong the situation, but there was little frozen fish available, and she needed to ensure the nobility within the castle received their share. As for the castle's cavalry, they would have to make do with meat porridge, all the while spreading rumors that the meat used in the porridge was free from infection. In reality, the chef had indiscriminately added whatever meat was available to the pot. However, she herself would never consume the infected meat, thus necessitating a trade with Yi Feng. Have you prepared the crystal pills? Yi Feng called out loudly. They are ready. Bring forth the crystal pills. Bai Yiduo waved her hand, and 5 cavalrymen approached the city wall, carrying 5 burlap sacks, revealing their contents to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, can I exchange 1 pound of crystal pills for 2 pounds of frozen fish? Bai Yiduo trembled as she asked, her heart ablaze with fury. This transaction was egregiously unfavorable. They were bartering crystal pills for worthless frozen fish. Each time they attempted to construct a vessel to venture out to fish, Yi Feng's warships swiftly obliterated their efforts. Moreover, even if they managed to clandestinely build a giant ship, once they ventured into the furious sea, Yi Feng would inevitably discover them, leading to the same disastrous outcome, shipwreck and loss of life. Chapter 600. A flicker of struggle crossed her face. Apologies, but it is 1 pound of crystal pills for 1 pound of frozen fish. However, I can offer you a 1-to-100 exchange for that 6th-tier crystal pill. Yi Feng replied loudly. His intention was to reserve the 6th-tier crystal pill, contemplating how to bring the Grand Alchemist back to the island, hoping that she and Bai Chuxue could collaborate in researching a holy water formula. He had already learned that one of the ingredients for holy water was indeed the 6th-tier crystal pill, though he could not guarantee the successful creation of holy water. Even a semi-finished product would suffice to restore a flicker of life to Tuba, Yongli, and Gudishan. The longer he delayed, the slimmer the chances of saving them with pure holy water would become. Yi Feng, you must not go too far. These crystal elixirs are the fruits of our century-long accumulation. If you continue with your trading methods, our century of savings will be depleted in less than 3 months. Exchange for mere frozen fish, sighed declared vehemently. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. This merely proves that I have seized the opportunity. There is a saying in our society, when you catch the wind, you must earn fiercely. Otherwise, once the opportunity passes, I shall be left with nothing. He added, I have no time for idle chatter. If we are to trade, it must be now. Otherwise, I shall take my warship and depart. With that, he feigned to leave. Sighed glanced back at the elixirs and sighed deeply. Very well, bring the frozen fish for the exchange. Feng nodded, signaling to Ma Gobai. Shortly thereafter, Ma Gobai returned with an equal weight of frozen fish at the shore. Your Highness, these frozen fish are from Brother Feng. Here, I shall even gift you an extra one, Ma Gobai said with a grin. Sighed responded. So, I should express my gratitude to you then? Her tone was less than cordial. After a while, Ma Gobai waded back, casting 5 bags of crystal elixirs onto the deck. Sighed cast a lingering glance at Feng's warship before turning decisively back toward the castle. She resolved that upon returning, she would enforce stricter frugality among everyone, ensuring they ate only 1 meal a day, while guaranteeing that the Heavenly Khan had 3 meals. In truth, formidable warriors like Meng Yanlie could endure 10 days or even half a month without food without succumbing to starvation. However, the cost of fasting would be diminished strength, making it challenging to confront the onslaught of sand beasts and to bolster immunity against parasitic infections. Ma Gobai looked at the elixirs on the deck with excitement. Having served as a golden armored guard in Changsheng City for over 20 years, it was his first encounter with such a bounty of high-quality elixirs. Though they occasionally consumed these elixirs, it was typically in small portions, as the Heavenly Khan would slice off a piece and bestow it upon them as a token of grace. Brother Feng, even if the Heavenly Khan personally led an army into the desert, it would take 2 years to amass such an abundance of crystal elixirs, Damon remarked. Susan, take these 2 second-grade crystal elixirs to the dining hall, cut them into small pieces, and distribute them evenly among our brothers. Feng instructed as he handed her 2 elixirs. Understood, Susan replied, taking the elixirs to allocate. Feng then picked up another intact second-grade elixir and handed it to Damon. This one is for you. Ah, thank you, Brother Feng, Damon exclaimed, swiftly securing the elixir with a broad smile. Ma Gobai, these 2 are yours, Feng said, presenting him with 2 elixirs. Ma Lobai, you are included as well. Subsequently, Feng distributed the elixirs in whole pieces to his senior subordinates. These individuals possessed formidable strength. Feng understood that he could not rely solely on personal charisma to secure their loyalty. He must offer tangible benefits. Otherwise, over time, resentment would surely brew among them. Old Chung, set sail. We shall return home and settle our brothers in the dining hall. After speaking, Feng carried the remaining elixirs back to his quarters. Upon reaching his room, he locked the door behind him. With over 120 second-grade elixirs and 7 third-grade elixirs at hand, it would likely take him several days to fully absorb their essence. Upon contemplating this, Feng placed the first crystal pill in the palm of his hand. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He realized that with his enhanced strength, the suction power of the blood-sucking technique had also intensified, allowing him to absorb at a remarkably accelerated pace. After consecutively consuming 5 third-tier crystal pills, Feng abruptly halted, a fleeting expression of struggle crossing his face. At last, he raised his index finger, and the energy within him stirred. With a soft puff, a flame the size of a candle erupted forth. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature within the entire cabin surged by several degrees. He could assure himself that this fire was certainly not an ordinary flame. After a 5-second wait, Feng felt a heaviness in his head and hastily withdrew his energy, causing the flame to extinguish. The duration he had managed to sustain, it was over 10 times longer than before. Indeed, it was worthy of being a 3rd-tier crystal pill. With this thought, Feng placed another 3rd-tier crystal pill in his palm. Time flowed steadily as the warship sailed out of the tumultuous sea, moving towards the overseas base at a speed of over 10 kilometers per hour. Night soon descended, and Feng opened his eyes. Before him lay scattered over 40 crystal pills. The higher the quality of the crystal pills, the longer the absorption time required. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for my suction power has also strengthened. Feng rose from his bed, casually stretching his limbs. He was aware that crystal pills were not meant for gentle nourishment. Yet he had to hasten his cultivation. After all, within his team, There were at least 3 individuals whose strength surpassed his own. Of course, he trusted in the integrity of Mago Bai and the others. Yet what if these 3 individuals were to act carelessly in the future? He needed to possess the strength to keep them in check. Once the warship had emerged from the fury of the sea, the surface of the water became tranquil, and even a few seagulls could be seen soaring alongside the vessel. On the deck stood Yi Feng's former subordinates, gathered in small groups, discussing their past exploits, occasionally erupting in laughter that echoed with a sense of survival. Brother Feng has come to the deck. Greetings to you all, no need for formalities. Just act normal, Yi Feng said as he walked, greeting these familiar faces. Although he could not recall most of their names, their visages were well known to him. Brother Feng, after consuming the crystal pill shared by Sister Susan, I feel much more invigorated. Very well, next time I shall ensure Susan shares an extra piece with you. Thank you, Brother Feng. The respect these individuals held for Yi Feng was genuine and heartfelt. One must ask, which commander would so willingly share such a precious resource as crystal pills with their subordinates? Yet Yi Feng was generous enough to do so. One could say he was even more benevolent than their own fathers. This was primarily because Yi Feng was not lacking in crystal pills. He had capitalized on this opportunity, utilizing inexpensive frozen fish to unearth a century's worth of savings from the Heavenly Khan, thus enabling such generosity. Under normal circumstances, Yi Feng would only consider providing for the over 100 citizens of Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, thank you for the crystal pills. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. Just then, a figure approached, cloaked in a mantle that concealed their entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the next moment, the figure suddenly drew a curved blade and struck fiercely at Yi Feng's neck. Poof! The blade's aura extended nearly 20 meters outward. Poof, 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 poof. Chapter 601. Autumn Snow observes Yi Feng's gaze. 6 or 7 cavalrymen were severed in half, their blood splattering everywhere. The blood scales on Yi Feng's neck gradually retracted. When he touched it with his hand, he discovered a trace of blood. Yi Feng, meet your demise. A figure trembled violently, the cloak flaring open to reveal a familiar face. Bandy Meng, you are still alive? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment, quickly assuming a defensive stance. Confronted by an old adversary, despite his enhanced strength, he still felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Swish! Bandy Meng unleashed 2 swift strikes, a cross-shaped blade aura extending towards Yi Feng. Simultaneously, he soared into the air, his curved blade aimed directly at Yi Feng's eyes. Clang! Blood scales enveloped Yi Feng, and upon contact with the blade aura, it instantly dissipated. Yi Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. His blood scales had turned a resplendent golden hue, significantly augmenting his defensive capabilities. After the blade aura passed, Bandy Meng's curved blade was now a mere 10 centimeters away from Yi Feng. Die! Yi Feng forcefully struck, sending Bandy Meng's blade flying several meters away, where it clanged against the deck. In the same motion, he extended his left hand and seized Bandy Meng's arm. Bang! Bandy Meng was no pushover. As a formidable beast master of the Cloud Mountain clan, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Yi Feng's chest. Yet, Yi Feng merely jolted slightly, feeling almost nothing. How is this possible? Bandy Meng's eyes widened as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. After a barrage of over 10 strikes, blood began to ooze from Bandy Meng's knuckles. In stark contrast, Yi Feng remained unyielding, effortlessly deflecting the full force of Bandy Meng's attacks with his blood scales. Is it my turn now? Yi Feng asked, maintaining his grip on Bandy Meng with his left hand, while his right hand formed a fist and drew back. Boom! The explosion echoed as if a comet had collided with the earth. Bandy Meng's head burst apart like a ripe watermelon, his headless corpse spinning a few times before crashing to the ground. Brother Feng, you actually defeated a great beastmaster so easily? An astonished beastmaster from the Cloud Mountain clan exclaimed. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive as he stared blankly at his fist, momentarily unable to accept the reality of his newfound prowess. This was Bandy Meng. Once, a mere finger from him could have spelled Yi Feng's end. Yet now, he had perished at Yi Feng's hand. It felt surreal. Yi Feng shook his head and bit his tongue, confirming that he was indeed awake. Dispose of the body. Let us preserve the remains of our comrades and erect a grave for them upon our return to the island, he spoke slowly. He pondered how Bandy Meng had boarded the warship. Indeed, he was a tenacious beast master, refusing to fade into oblivion. But now, Yi Feng felt no fear. Unless Vandy Meng could somehow resurrect. Back in the cabin, Yi Feng once again held a crystal pill in the palm of his hand and intensified his blood-sucking technique. After the warship traveled at a tortoise pace for half a day, the distant island finally came into view. Yi Feng returned to the deck once more. The silhouettes of 20 colossal ships became increasingly distinct, their decks fully constructed, with the next step being the refinement of the compartments above and below the deck. Once this was accomplished, Cheng Li Bin would devise a new propulsion system. This hull, forged entirely from iron, proved sturdier than the great vessels of primitive society, thus rendering the previous system of oarsmen obsolete. Not only was it uncivilized, but even the most skilled oarsmen could not maneuver such a grand vessel with the same precision. Is Feng Ge back? Chun and shouted hoarsely from the shore. Brother Yi has returned. Ding Tuanshuan joined in the clamoring. From a distance, Yi Feng waved at the two. The workers along the shore paused their efforts, lifting their gazes towards Yi Feng. On the deck, the rescued hostages also extended their hands. Hello, Kelsu. I have returned. Modeo. I am back. Commander Hart. I have returned alive. As the warship gently docked, those who recognized one another embraced, releasing their pent-up longing. Feng Ge. It's wonderful that you are back. Xiang Shui leapt into Yi Feng's embrace. Ah, you've gained a bit of weight, which is splendid. You must eat more, Yi Feng remarked. Gazing into her eyes, her gaze had sharpened, yet still fell short of that of an ordinary person's vision. Uncle Yi, Ilian approached. In times past, she could only cling to Yi Feng's thigh, but recently, she had grown considerably and could now wrap her arms around his waist. Little Ilian, at this rate, you will soon blossom into a young lady, Yi Feng chuckled, embracing her. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him from behind. Turning, he found Jinyu draped in a cloak, gazing at him with a complex expression. All right, Susan, go inform Master Shi to have his apprentices prepare the ingredients. Tonight, I shall host a grand feast on the riverbank. Allowing everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content, Yi Feng declared with a smile. Yes, Susan nodded. Nearby, Mago Bai and Damond exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces. This place felt like paradise. Aside from the absence of the towering castles of Changsheng City, it offered ample food and a vibrant atmosphere. And most importantly, their leader, Feng Ge, was considerate of his subordinates. In stark contrast, Changsheng City was besieged by sand beasts, plagued by disease, and most critically, had run out of food. If the sand beasts merely surrounded the city without attacking, it would not be long before cannibalism ensued within its walls. Numerous rudimentary wooden shelters had been erected along the riverbank, their gaps sealed with a mixture of straw and yellow mud, while charcoal provided warmth inside. This ensured that the temperature within the shelters remained above 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. For ordinary folk, such a temperature was still quite chilly. Yet it was imperative to avoid a significant temperature disparity between indoors and outdoors to prevent colds. As night fell, hundreds of bonfires ignited along the riverbank, and Yi Feng, like any ordinary person, gathered around one of the fires. Beside him stood a table laden with fruit wine, grilled fish, braised fish, steamed fish, roasted scallops, grilled oysters, clams, and steamed crabs. In essence, any seafood could be salvaged by Yi Feng's fleet. Once the colossal ships are completed, the warships will be freed to rest, while these 18 massive vessels will be tasked with catching fish from the sea to supply food and drink for the more than 40,000 inhabitants of the island. The only dilemma lies in the issue of charcoal. Although the island boasts a wealth of forests, they will inevitably be depleted. Thus, Yi Feng must seek alternatives to charcoal. Xiang Shui, have you observed? This animal hide requires 2 strands of stitching to achieve its form, exuding an air of sophistication. Rimai Zi is instructing a group of natives in knitting. Beside another fire, Su Yun, Ding Tuanshuan, and Yi Lian are teaching some native children how to use civilized language. Damond is the happiest, enjoying a harmonious family life with his wife and child. Though their laughter is not boisterous, the joy on their faces is unmistakable. Chun En and Xiao Shui remain, for the time being, a nominal couple, seated together by a fire. However, Xiao Shui occasionally casts lingering glances at Yi Feng, causing him considerable discomfort. Chapter 602. I have a serious matter for your assistance. Chun En seems indifferent. After all, Xiao Shui does not permit him to share her bed. Thus, he incessantly flirts with the native woman beside him. My dear, I shall step away to relieve myself. Please remain here. Chun En murmurs before discreetly leading the woman to the wooden cabin. Brother Feng, The curved blade is ideal for slashing, and one must strike with the tip of the blade to unleash its full potential. A blow near the hilt will not only lack power, but may also cause one's hand to go numb if it strikes a hard object. Ma Guobai and Ma Luobai are engrossed in martial arts discussions with Yi Feng. What about the short sword? Yi Feng inquires with humility. Although he hails from a martial village, he still feels a certain disparity when compared to the masters of this ancient weaponry era. The short sword is suited for thrusting. For instance, when confronting armored cavalry, a short sword is more effective than a curved blade. However, on the vast grasslands, cavalry typically wear leather armor, which is why we use curved blades. Yet, there exists a tribe in the Green Sea Desert that employs swords or hammers. For their soldiers don iron armor that nearly covers their entire bodies, Ma Luobai explains solemnly. I see. Armor dictates the weaponry favored by the people of that region. Yi Feng nods in understanding. Indeed, and furthermore, the curved blade is best wielded with both hands to maximize its power. At times, one can cleave both the person and their armor in half. In contrast, the sword is designed for single-handed use, as it emphasizes agility. Wielding a sword with both hands diminishes its advantages, Ma Guobai elaborates. Yi Feng's strength is rapidly advancing, yet he still falls short compared to Ma Guobai, a golden armored guard. At present, he can only contend with Ma Luobai. By the way, from where did you acquire these weapon techniques? Yi Feng suddenly recalls. In the past, Changsheng City housed a martial hall, rich with various martial arts skills, such as sword techniques, knife techniques, and fist techniques. However, for reasons unknown, the previous Heavenly Khan ordered its destruction. Nonetheless, some techniques have endured, and by combining them with practical experience, we can arrive at our own understanding, Ma Luobai responds. Indeed, my younger brother speaks the truth. The martial techniques we discussed earlier are merely the foundational skills, yet they hold paramount importance. It is the foundation that determines the height of one's martial prowess in the future. I have heard of certain techniques that can amplify the human body's strength 5-fold, or even 10-fold, remarked Ma Guobai. Yi Feng was taken aback. Are you implying that if I possess a strength of 10,000 pounds, then utilizing such a technique would yield a force of 100,000 pounds? 100,000 pounds? Who could possibly endure that? Precisely. However, I have heard that such techniques demand a robust physical constitution. Otherwise, if you attempt to unleash 10-fold strength without the requisite physique, it is likely that your body would collapse after executing just one move, Ma Guobai elucidated. Yet, if one possesses such formidable physicality, then what need is there for martial techniques? This presents a paradox. Yi Feng nodded, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. With his blood-scale armor, his physique should be considered formidable, should it not? If he were to discover such a technique, would that not render even the golden armored guards powerless against him? By the way, do you two brothers possess any knowledge of supernatural abilities? Yi Feng inquired, courteously pouring each brother a glass of fruit wine. Although he held a commanding presence, there was no necessity to maintain an air of superiority at the banquet. Supernatural abilities? We are rather uninformed on that subject. It seems that some individuals are born with them, while others acquire them through fortunate circumstances. Feng Gu, I have noticed that you possess several supernatural abilities. Were you born with these? Asked Ma Guobai. Ah, indeed. Congratulations on your correct assumption, Yi Feng nodded. Many were aware of his blood-sucking art, yet they remained oblivious to its true purpose. Blood-sucking merely facilitates rapid recovery from injuries. When uninjured, it serves only as a means of offense. The true advantage of the blood-sucking art lies in its ability to absorb supernatural powers. Great Khan, are you free at the moment? At that juncture, Bo Kuchin approached. What is it, sister-in-law? Yi Feng emphasized the term sister-in-law, aware of her intentions. Could you assist me in my wooden cottage? It has some drafts, and your help in repairing it would be much appreciated, lest it become quite chilly tonight, Bo Kuchin stated. Yi Feng's expression fluctuated, suddenly glancing towards another fire pit. Susan, my sister-in-law's wooden cottage has drafts. Please find someone to help her with repairs. Bo Kuchin shot Yi Feng a glare before returning to her own affairs. At the banquet, most women were actually fixated on Yi Feng, yet they hesitated to approach him first, fearing a backlash from the other women. Now, with Bo Kuchin taking the lead, the others could no longer restrain themselves. Yi Feng, I am feeling quite troubled at the moment. May I join you by your fire pit? Lady Hua Luoqing approached. She was unaware that her husband, Fan Dimeng, had been slain by Yi Feng. I am unavailable. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Lady Hua Luoqing sighed. resigned to return to her seat. You knew. I have a serious matter that requires your assistance. You must help me. At that moment, Xinyu Hanfei approached. Having arrived in a foreign land, she found herself without her attendants, and thus had to partake in labor each day. Chapter 603, You will know upon seeing. I have met the Hanfei. The two brothers, Ma Gobi, promptly performed a gesture of respect, having been accustomed to such traditions after many years in service. If it were a serious matter, they would have simply taken a seat and spoken. Ma Lo Bai, pour a cup of wine for Xinyu, Yi Feng stated casually. Already anticipating the nature of Zhen Yu's forthcoming request, his expression darkening slightly. My daughter, Meng Yanlie, is still in Changsheng City. I am aware that there are no longer any frozen fish available. Please, could you rescue her? If all else fails, you might exchange her for frozen fish. I believe Meng Yanlie would certainly wish for his daughter's survival. Zhen Yu remained oblivious to the true circumstances, lost in an unrealistic reverie. Yi Feng longed to reveal that her daughter was a traitor, but ultimately decided against it. Maintaining a sense of propriety, given the several hundred moments of shared camaraderie between them. I will do my utmost, he replied. But let us not dwell on this matter. Let us drink. He raised his cup. At that moment, Harder and Chun and approached the warmth of Yi Feng's fire. Brother Feng, this island should have a name. Don't you think? It is to be our home from now on, Harder remarked. Indeed, Brother Feng, the era of Hot Spring Island is behind us. Our new home deserves a resounding name, Chun concurred. The Ma Gobi brothers exchanged solemn glances and nodded in agreement. Just then, Ding Tuan Tuan and Yi Lian walked over hand in hand. Big Brother Yi, let's South name this place Tuan Tuan Island, after me, she suggested. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Each of you can propose a name. I prefer not to be burdened with this task. He reclined slightly. How about Beautiful Island? Abundant Fish Island? Perfect Island? Paradise Island? Changsheng Island? Chun sighed, observing the lack of cultural depth among the indigenous people. Such a lack of sophistication. Look at the names you propose. They are utterly banal. I believe it should be called Invincible Island. At that moment, Wang Zhihai began to speak. Brother Feng, I believe that the name of each island should reflect its actual characteristics. The most notable feature of this island is the bottomless pit. Perhaps we could call it Tianyuan Island? Truly deserving of his postdoctoral title, his suggestion was both practical and elegantly phrased. Chun quickly gave him a thumbs up. Yet, Yi Feng shook his head. As of now, the hot spring currency has not collapsed, as the inhabitants of Changsheng City are still actively helping us maintain its credibility. What I propose is that we continue using the previous name. This not only preserves the currency's integrity, but also avoids any sense of disconnection. Were anyone else to speak thus, they would surely face derision. However, Yi Feng, being the first-generation leader, commanded respect. Brother Feng, your foresight is truly admirable. I, Wang Zhihai, hold you in the highest regard. Henceforth, this island shall continue to be known as Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai was the first to agree. I concur. Let it remain Hot Spring Island. Chun nodded in affirmation. The majority present raised their hands in agreement. Then it is settled. Wang Zhihai, Susan. Tomorrow I shall board the warship to Changsheng City. First, to prevent Meng Yanlie from constructing ships, and second, we require more crystal elixirs. As for the two of you, remain here while the indigenous people of Hot Spring Island commence voting to elect new citizens. Each individual shall cast their vote. And should the affirmative votes surpass 51%, whoever it may be shall automatically be granted citizenship. However, if the affirmative votes do not exceed 51%, even Hart will be unable to attain citizenship. It is imperative that this process remains fair and just, free from any underhanded tactics, Li Feng stated solemnly. Feng, let Wang Zhihai handle this matter. I will accompany you to Changsheng City, Susan suggested. No, you must assist Wang Zhihai here, Li Feng replied resolutely. To be frank, Wang Zhihai is too cunning. While he possesses remarkable abilities, Li Feng fears that he may undermine the fairness of Hot Spring Island, potentially leading to nepotism and the suppression of rivals. In such a case, the citizenship of Hot Spring Island would be rendered meaningless, destined to collapse. Very well. Susan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chung Libin suddenly rushed over from a distance. Brother Feng, quickly, come with me to see. We must hurry. Chung Libin exclaimed anxiously. What is it? Is your wife in labor? Li Feng stood up promptly. Come on, just follow me and you will understand, Chung Libin urged. Shortly thereafter, a group ascended a small hill on the new Hot Spring Island. They beheld flames erupting from a crevice in the stone, extending half a meter in height. What on earth is this? Is it geothermal fire? Li Feng squinted. Brother Feng, it's natural gas. Are you not familiar with natural gas? It is a byproduct of methane found underground. Just now, I tossed a torch here, and suddenly a flame burst forth. This is an enormous treasure. In the future, when we produce ironware, we will no longer need to waste charcoal for fire. Natural gas will solve all our problems, Cheng Li Bin declared joyfully. Goodness, we have struck gold. Brother Feng, I will move my tent here. At night, we won't even need charcoal, Chenin chimed in with excitement. Wait, be careful not to burn the tent. Brother Feng, what I mean is, you should order the area around this hill to be enclosed and transformed into a factory, be it an armaments factory or a shipyard. As long as there is fire, anything can be created. Furthermore, we must head to Changsheng City to procure a substantial amount of iron. Without iron, we cannot manufacture firearms or the like, Cheng Li Bin added. Chapter 604, Flickering Eyes. Old Cheng, my thoughts are currently in disarray. Please approach Wang Zhihai with any requests you have. Ensure he collaborates with you throughout the process. Li Feng was both astonished and elated, contemplating what could replace charcoal, only to discover natural gas. However, they currently lacked the equipment to measure the reserves of this natural gas. Yet, judging by the vigor of the flames, it was reasonable to assume that the reserves below would not be insignificant. Let us return and continue our revelry, Li Feng said, pulling Cheng Li Bin towards the fire. The following noon, Li Feng arrived at the riverbank. The warship was in position, but the captain was not Cheng Li Bin, as he was to oversee the shipbuilding endeavor on Hot Spring Island. This time, the captain was Mark, Cheng Li Bin's senior apprentice. Meanwhile, Diamond remained on Hot Spring Island, ready to serve as a deterrent in case of any formidable adversaries. The Mago brothers accompanied Li Feng onto the warship, along with another, Jinyu. Her purpose for accompanying them this time was quite simple: to devise a means of rescuing her daughter, Meng Yanlie. Ultimately, as the flowers fell, she wished to catch one last glimpse of Eternal Life City, hoping to find her husband, Fan Di Meng. Yi Feng dared not reveal the truth to her, allowing her to ponder and cling to a flicker of hope. Ri Meizi had also come along, and Yi Feng was uncertain of her thoughts. Within the castle of Eternal Life City, in the dining hall, Meng Yanlie surveyed the substantial portion of fish on his plate and glanced at the meager servings before his wife and daughter. Why are you both eating so little? He inquired. It's nothing, we're not hungry. You should eat more. As the lord of the city, you must be prepared for the impending attacks from the sand beasts. I heard their furious roars yesterday. They must be engaged in infighting. Once the Beast King is chosen, Eternal Life City will endure another fierce battle, Bai Yidwa replied with a forced smile. Meng Yanlie could see through his wife's faade. At that moment, his heart ached. He recalled when he was the sovereign of the grasslands, possessing 5 avatars, occasionally visiting the Green Sea Desert to assert his dominance and procure some crystal elixirs. But everything changed with Yi Feng's arrival. Not only was his Eternal Life City on the brink of collapse, but even his wife and daughter were suffering from hunger. He felt anger, hatred, and helplessness towards Yi Feng. At the back, Ma Xikong stood, having tightened his belt around his abdomen to avoid the repercussions of the empty city strategy interrupting Tian Kahan's meal. Otherwise, he would have faced a severe beating. Ma Xikong, can you infiltrate Yi Feng's ranks? Meng Yanlie suddenly asked. Me? Yi Feng recognizes me. I would surely perish if I entered. He has long desired my death. Ma Xikong replied in terror. Then what use are you to me? Meng Yanlie slightly turned away. The castle housed thousands who depended on frozen fish for sustenance. Yet he had only managed to exchange a few hundred pounds of frozen fish from Yi Feng. In times of disaster, one must think of conserving resources. And since Ma Xikong could not increase supply, he could only cut back. I understand the principles of artillery and heavy machine guns, Tian Kahan. Keeping me here would be a wise decision, Ma Xikong quickly asserted. A wise decision? Then produce the artillery for me. Otherwise, what good is your knowledge of the principles? Meng Yanlie coldly questioned. Ma Xikong replied. Tian Kahan, artillery and heavy machine guns require machine tools, molds, and a complete industrial system. This world, I fear, will need at least another 1,000 years to develop its basic industry to that level. 1,000 years? Ha 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 ha, my lady, look at the worthless individual you have found. In 1,000 years, whether we are even here or if Eternal Life City still exists is another matter, Meng Yanlie reproached. Maintaining the dignity of a family leader despite their dire circumstances. Tian Kahan, I understand. Tomorrow, I will send him to the slums, Bai Yidwa promptly nodded. Very well. Meng Yanlie continued to consume his fish. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and suddenly asked, "How many crystal elixirs do we still have to exchange with Feng?" "Rest assured, Tian Kahan, the crystal elixirs you have accumulated over the past 110 years are so numerous that they are beyond imagination," Bai Yidwo reassured him. "That is well and good. First, I shall exchange the lowest quality crystal elixirs and leaf maple for frozen fish. If that fails, I will have no choice but to sell that 6th level crystal elixir. What a pity it is, for such elixirs are notoriously difficult to absorb, particularly the 6th level ones. Even with my strength, it would take me a full year to completely assimilate its medicinal properties." Meng Yanlie sighed deeply. "You all may rest here. I shall take a look around the castle." With that, he commenced his inspection of the last stronghold, accompanied by 16 sweat slaves. As for the slums and affluent districts, they now lay quiet as a grave, only occasionally pierced by a distant wail of despair. Upon turning a corner, Meng Yanlie stood atop the castle wall, casting his gaze toward the angry sea. Just then, he sensed a menacing aura emerging from behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to see several sweat slaves hastily bowing their heads, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. It was over. The bounty on his head, as stated in Leaf Maple's decree, promised the position of Vice Lord of Hot Spring Island to anyone who brought him down. The temptation was far too great, leading these sweat slaves to overlook the formidable strength of the Heavenly Khan. "Stand down. I shall patrol alone," Meng Yanlie stated calmly. He was aware of their wavering loyalty, yet he could not resort to killing them. If he did, he would be left with nothing but a hollow command. Understood. The sweat slaves retreated, their expressions a mixture of complexity and conflict. "You few palace maids, come here and follow me." Meng Yanlie decided to replace the unreliable eunuchs with women. In his mind, his striking appearance and charismatic personality would ensure that these maids, enamored with him, would not dare to turn against him. "Let us proceed northward and scout for any signs of the sand beast's attack." With that, he strode toward the northern wall. Upon reaching the northern battlements, Meng Yanlie surveyed the landscape. With his current strength, his vision could extend for dozens of kilometers. Alas, that region was engulfed in swirling sands, where the massive sand beasts roamed freely, stirring up clouds of dust. Their ability to hold their breath and move stealthily beneath the sand earned them their fearsome name. At that moment, a curved blade sliced through the air toward him at an odd angle. "How dare you!" Meng Yanlie roared, his body trembling with rage. "Ah!" Two palace maids were thrown back by the force of his outburst, the blade flying several meters away. "You ungrateful wretches! I have treated you well, yet you dare to launch a sneak attack against me?" Meng Yanlie glared at the two maids with gritted teeth. "Well treated? You feast thrice daily, while we have gone 3 days without a morsel. You forbid us from consuming land animals, fearing we might infect the concubines. And you won't allow us to leave the castle. What are we to do?" One of the maids retorted. The other maid lay lifeless, a victim of the shockwave. "I issued clear orders. Palace maids and sweat slaves are to receive 1 meal a day. How could you have possibly gone 3 days without food?" Meng Yanlie bellowed in furious disbelief. Laughter escapes as you gaze steadfastly forward, oblivious to the treachery lurking behind. "Are you unaware that those treacherous slaves are depriving us of our sustenance? It is not merely the slaves. Even the consort and the princess partake in this injustice. What shall we do? Pray, enlighten me." As the palace maid spoke, blood spurted from her mouth once more. The overwhelming might of the Heavenly Khan had already displaced her vital organs. Death was but a matter of time. How audacious to defame the consort and the princess. With a casual swipe, Meng Yanlie struck, instantly silencing the maid forever. Deep down, he understood the truth, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. His energies were needed to combat the sand beasts, followed by dealing with Feng and the infected in the impoverished districts. Meng Yanlie cast a glance at the remaining palace maids, a chill creeping into his heart. In days past, these maids would tremble in fear at his wrath. Yet now they stood defiantly, their eyes filled with resentment. "All of you step back." Meng Yanlie felt compelled to restrain himself from further violence. Continued bloodshed could incite chaos within the castle. Nonetheless, the remaining maids remained unmoved, some even eager for confrontation. "Humph, are your ears deaf? Very well, I shall not bother with you." With that, Meng Yanlie clasped his hands behind his back, forcing a facade of calm as he strode away. After walking a few hundred meters, he spotted a group of slaves engaged in hushed conversation atop the city wall. Upon noticing him, they gradually ceased their discourse, rising with various expressions etched upon their faces. "What are you doing here?" Meng Yanlie demanded. The slaves offered no reply, their darkened expressions fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. It is essential to recognize that the slaves were typically formidable, while they had yet to reach the strength of true warriors. They were certainly on par with great beastmasters. Humph, utterly ignorant. Meng Yanlie scoffed, continuing his path with hands clasped behind him. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he exhaled a long, drawn-out sigh. In that moment, he noticed his hands trembling slightly before him. This would not do. Changsheng City had descended into chaos. With this thought, he returned to his villa, where only the slaves and maids could be trusted, albeit numbering a mere 40. "Summon the golden armored guards," Meng Yanlie commanded. Before long, the golden armored guards arrived, his last loyal faction, stemming from his own lineage, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. "Heavenly Khan, the situation is amiss," one of the guards reported. "Indeed, from this moment forth, frozen fish shall only be supplied to those within the villa. All others must be forsaken. We shall now consolidate our defenses, stationing our personnel around the villa. Furthermore, transfer all crystal pills from the inner vault to my sleeping quarters," Meng Yanlie instructed. A wave of failure washed over him. The impoverished districts had fallen, the affluent districts were also lost. Now, even the inner castle had slipped from his grasp. The root of all this turmoil lay with Feng. Had it not been for that scoundrel's destruction of his colossal ship, he might have sustained the slaves within the castle with its provisions. Chapter 606. As long as you think, I can do it any time at this moment. Feng's warship had already entered the furious sea, and after 20 minutes, Changsheng City was faintly visible on the horizon. Feng, I feel that Changsheng City has become much quieter than before. Raimai leaned against Feng. Susan had been sent away. This was now her domain. As for Jinyu and Hualuo Qing, although they were newly arrived beauties, their status could not compare to that of the esteemed Raimai. It was merely a facade of tranquility. Beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents likely churned. Feng, savoring the soft sensation against his arm, offered a gentle smile to Raimai. The two had long harbored affections for each other, and now they finally had the time and opportunity to be together. The Ma Gubai brothers kept their distance, ensuring not to intrude upon Feng and Raimai's private moment. Jinyu and Hualuo Qing huddled together, gazing toward Changsheng City. "Your husband is still holding the fort in Changsheng City, isn't he?" Hualuo Qing spoke slowly. "And where is your husband now?" "He hasn't," Jinyu began. "He should be fine. To me, he has always been the strongest. Nothing could possibly go wrong," Hualuo Qing replied, though for some inexplicable reason. A sense of emptiness enveloped her, as if a part of her very being had been lost. Feng picked up the binoculars and began surveying a portion of Changsheng City. Regrettably, he had not brought Ilian along. Her ability to see around corners might have afforded them a complete view of the city. Just then, Feng narrowed his eyes. He noticed a large crowd near the dock, waving fervently at him, their expressions filled with longing. What is going on? Feng peered through the binoculars again. It seems they are seeking help, Raimai discerned from their lip movements, almost forgetting that she was proficient in reading lips. "Mark, steer the warship toward the shore another kilometer," Feng commanded. Master has instructed me to ensure the safety of the warship. If we get too close to the shore, what if the enemy boards us?" Mark hesitated. "Hey," Ma Gubai strode forward, casting a threatening glare at Mark. "Do as Brother Feng says." Mark shot him an annoyed glance, but reluctantly adjusted the ship's course slightly closer to the shore. As the warship drew nearer, Feng finally caught the voices of the individuals on the shore. "Esteemed Feng Khan, we are the serfs from the castle. Please grant us some food. Or when the sand beasts attack, we will lack the strength to even wield a blade," a tall man shouted. "I'll provide you with food. But what will you offer me in return?" Feng replied pragmatically. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, Feng Khan. From now on, I shall be your serf," the man declared. "Indeed, we shall pledge our allegiance to you as well, esteemed Feng Khan. Please grant us some frozen fish. We do not wish to consume the flesh of those who have perished from infection," another serf chimed in. Feng estimated that there were about 30 serfs along the shore. Though they appeared on the verge of collapse from hunger, their spirits remained resilient, akin to the tenacity of the deceased Vantamon. "Raimai, what do you think? Should we provide them with some frozen fish?" Feng turned to Raimai, who was almost leaning entirely against him. At present, a mere utterance from Feng would suffice to usher the two into a private chamber to consummate their desires. I shall heed your every word, for you are the lord of the hot spring isle. Raising her gaze to Yi Feng, Raimai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. From the moment of her pregnancy to the birth of her child, and now encompassing 3 full years, she had never been intimate with a man. Thus, her mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of sharing a sacred union with Yi Feng. I am willing to provide you with frozen fish, but I implore you to assist me in return. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of the Grand Apothecary? Bring her to me, Yi Feng proclaimed with authority. We do not know, Mr. Yi Feng. Please allow us to first have a meal. Once we have dined, we will help you locate the Grand Apothecary. Indeed, we have been famished for 7 days. Our endurance has reached its limits. Oh, how I yearn to leap into the furious sea and catch fish to eat. Observing the lamenting figures on the shore, Yi Feng's expression shifted. Very well, I shall grant you a frozen fish. Take it and share among yourselves. With that, Yi Feng signaled to Ma Bai, who promptly lifted a frozen fish high, his formidable figure retracting. In the next moment, the fish sailed over 1,000 meters, landing precisely on the shore. Fish, charge! In no time, the frozen fish was devoured by the ravenous throng of sweat-soaked laborers, who even went so far as to carefully wrap the fish bones to take home for soup. While the broth may not satiate their hunger, it would serve to quell their appetite momentarily. Great Khan Yi Feng, we are grateful for your delectable frozen fish. We shall not partake without recompense. Henceforth, I shall be your loyal servant. Pray, instruct us in your desires. Yes, let the great Khan issue his commands. We stand ready to serve you in any capacity. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. With but a single frozen fish, he had secured the allegiance of these laborers. Admittedly, their loyalty might stem from mere hunger, yet it sufficed for his purposes. Ma Bai, go to the shore and instruct them to pilfer the Celestial Khan's crystal elixirs, preferably all of them. If discovered, set the elixirs ablaze, Yi Feng commanded. Brother Feng, that seems implausible. The elixirs are undoubtedly heavily guarded, and the pyramid is fraught with traps. As a member of the Golden Armored Guard, I am most acutely aware of this. Success is unattainable, Ma Bai replied. Yi Feng pondered this for a moment. After some time, he shouted to the shore, I entrust you with a task. Summon the Grand Apothecary to this location. At once, Great Khan Yi Feng. The laborers hurried to fulfill their duty, knowing that a job well done might secure their next meal. Yi Feng remained on the warship, awaiting patiently. While he could forego the rescue of others, the Grand Apothecary was a necessity. This woman possessed remarkable capabilities, able to restore her innate condition and regain her fertility. With fertility, he would finally be a complete man. As the warship swayed upon the turbulent sea, Raimai suddenly nestled herself into Yi Feng's embrace. Previously, she had refrained from such intimacy due to Susan's presence, but circumstances had changed. Feng, it is cold outside. Shall we retreat to the cabin? Raimai inquired. Glug. Yi Feng swallowed hard, contemplating the situation. Though he had become the lord of the hot spring island, he felt compelled to uphold his respectable image. You should return on your own. I will remain here, Yi Feng stated. Come now, let us retreat to the cabin. I have much to discuss with you, said Raimai, her breath warm against Yi Feng's ear. Let us converse here. Afterward, you may retire, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Feng, do you not understand? You are all I have now. If you desire, I am at your disposal. Given our prolonged stay on this deserted island, it seems only natural for us to be together, Raimai declared. With a sigh, Yi Feng responded, while I understand your sentiments, you are a married woman. Engaging in such acts would be morally questionable. As is well known, I, Yi Feng, am steadfast in my devotion to love. How could I act inappropriately while your husband still lives? Come here. Raimai could no longer contain herself, seizing Yi Feng's trousers and forcibly dragging him into the cabin. An hour later, Yi Feng lay supine on the bed. You truly embody your name, fiery and alluring, he remarked seriously. Raimai smiled, nestling her head against Yi Feng's sturdy chest. Feng, if you were to travel for work in the future, please take me along. It would be awkward to have Sister Susan with us, Raimai suggested. Is that truly acceptable? Yi Feng mused, rhythmically tapping the bed's edge with his fingers. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his head. Oh no. The Great Apothecary warned me to steer clear of women. I wish I could slap myself. He emphasized the seriousness of his warning. If I wish to avoid a future without descendants, I must refrain from female company. Could I truly become a gelding? Brother Feng, there are many people on the shore, including some cavalrymen, waving at the warship, came the voice of Ma Goubai from outside the cabin. Yi Feng smiled faintly, pinching Raimai's cheek. Rest here. I shall return shortly. He donned his clothes and made his way to the deck. On the shore stood several hundred people, primarily cavalry clad in leather armor, with only 5 or 6 mounted. Yi Feng could discern their ranks by their armor. The foremost cavalryman was a genuine commander, and even from a distance of over 1,000 meters, Yi Feng sensed the man's formidable presence. A commander of the Heavenly Khan was not to be compared with an ordinary one. Their strength was likely akin to that of the golden armored guards. Among the others were common cavalrymen, centurions, and various high-ranking officials from Changsheng City. Yi Feng rested his hand on the ship's railing, locking eyes with those on the shore. Is Yi Feng present? The commander inquired. Do you require something? Yi Feng asked, feigning ignorance. The Heavenly Khan no longer provides us with sustenance, and we find ourselves incapable of fighting. Can you offer us food? The commander asked, his voice tinged with melancholy. What is in it for me? Yi Feng questioned directly. What do you seek in return? Very well, find the Grand Apothecary for me and deliver him to my warship. Could you first provide us with a meal? Only after I have eaten will I dare to enter the slums, for within those confines lie many formidable individuals, ready to emerge and commit murder at any moment, spoke the centurion. Yi Feng nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Goubai. Ma Goubai, carrying 2 frozen fish, stepped lightly across the water. Before long, Yi Feng witnessed a grand feast unfold at the shore. Your Majesty, I have consumed your provisions, and now I shall assist you in your endeavors. Should I successfully retrieve the Grand Apothecary, will you continue to provide me with sustenance? Inquired the centurion. Such high-ranking individuals do not merely concern themselves with immediate needs, but rather engage in long-term planning. Yi Feng squinted slightly. He was tempted to bring these men aboard the warship, yet he feared the chaos they might wreak there. First, locate the Grand Apothecary, Yi Feng instructed, turning aside. The centurion pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, leading his subordinates toward Changsheng City. Time passed slowly, and Yi Feng remained aboard the warship for nearly half a month. During this period, he was visited by at least a dozen groups of warriors, including commoners and numerous cavalry. Notably, 3 centurions expressed a desire to join Yi Feng's ranks. Moreover, the most pressing matter was that the Khan's consort had exchanged precious crystals for yet another batch of frozen fish, with half being of the 3rd tier and the rest of the 2nd tier. Seated cross-legged in the cabin, Yi Feng consumed the last crystal. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his index finger once more. In the next instant, a flame erupted from his fingertip, soaring to a height of nearly a foot. The temperature around him rose to over 30 degrees, reminiscent of summer. After 5 seconds, a sharp pain pierced his head, prompting him to extinguish the flame. Truly, the quality of these crystals is remarkable. My control over this ability has significantly increased. If caught off guard, I could likely extinguish even Meng Yanlie. Brother Feng, the centurion has returned, claiming he has news to personally convey to you, came Ma Goubai's voice from outside. Understood, Yi Feng replied, rising from his bed. In a dungeon within the inner fortress of Changsheng City, Meng Yanlie scrutinized a youthful woman before him. New duo, I do not wish to confine you. The Grand Apothecary, but Yi Feng has already broadcast his intentions to bring you back to his domain, and I must take precautions, Meng Yanlie stated. His hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm. The Heavenly Khan, you may choose not to provide me with sustenance, but you also prohibit me from seeking food on my own. Alas, faced with such circumstances, I must endure the bitter fruit of my situation, New Duo replied flatly. Precisely so. Rest assured, once I have vanquished Yi Feng, I shall release you. You will remain the Grand Apothecary of Changsheng City, Meng Yanlie declared before striding out of the dungeon. This dungeon was no ordinary cell. It was forged entirely of iron, with only 3 ventilation holes in the center for breath. He felt compelled to take such measures, for the sentiments of the people in Changsheng City had shifted. Should the Grand Apothecary flee with Yi Feng, how would he respond to the next assault from the sand beasts? On the deck of the warship, Yi Feng's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. Ma Yanlie is truly shameless. He neither provides sustenance for the Grand Pharmacist nor allows him to leave the Eternal Life City. It appears he seeks to bind the higher-ups to his own position. Indeed, the Great Khan has lost his senses. He has declared that anyone who dares to contact you shall face military law, as the captain remarked from a distance. Then why do you still dare to negotiate with me? Yi Feng countered. Because, within Eternal Life City, Only a small portion of the populace inside the castle remains under Meng Yanlie's control. Naturally, he must provide sustenance for that segment. Thus, the Great Khan's influence over me is now quite limited, the captain replied candidly. Indeed, soldiers require provisions. Without food, who would still fall under your control? At that moment, 3 torches suddenly flared atop the city wall. Yi Feng, the Great Khan has decreed that he is willing to negotiate with you, provided you do not obstruct his shipbuilding. When the ships are completed, he will naturally return the Grand Pharmacist to you. Yi Feng focused his gaze to see 3 Khan slaves standing on the wall. However, their faces were pale from hunger, their voices frail. The Great Khan has delusions of grandeur. How could he possibly comprehend the importance of the Grand Pharmacist to me? Yi Feng remarked coolly. The Grand Pharmacist has assured us she can restore your fertility. I believe Mr. Yi does not wish to be considered a mere pretender, does he? The Khan slave struck a nerve with Yi Feng. I would indeed be willing to let Meng Yanlie build ships, but I fear he might escape once they are complete. How will the citizens of Eternal Life City fend off the sand beasts then? Yi Feng feigned decorum. Economics is not your concern, my lord. The Great Khan has also proclaimed you as the Earth Khan, allowing you to enter the castle without bowing and to ride freely, unencumbered by any restrictions. The Great Khan's consort must also pay her respects upon seeing you, the Khan slave proclaimed loudly. Mago Bai could no longer restrain himself. The Great Khan has crafted a fine scheme. Does he intend to lure our brother Feng into Eternal Life City? Must he be so juvenile? Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, you look like a mouse confronted by a cat in the presence of our Great Khan. How can one aspire to be the lord of Hot Spring Island in such a manner? The Khan slave mocked. Below the city wall, Meng Yanlie and the Great Khan's consort were eavesdropping, accompanied by 40 Khan slaves and palace maidens, along with their daughter, the esteemed Princess Mingxin. Upon hearing the slave's words, Meng Yanlie could not help but stroke his beard, feeling quite pleased with himself. No matter how wretched you make me feel, Yi Feng, you still dare not confront me. The Great Khan's consort and Mingxin exchanged glances, revealing a hint of superiority in their smiles. Though Yi Feng is skilled, he still fears to face his husband directly. Such is the might of the Great Khan. Dumb slave, I believe you can enter Eternal Life City. At that moment, Jinyu stepped forward, having awaited this opportunity for long. Only by Yi Feng entering Eternal Life City could she save her daughter, Meng Yanlie. Jinyu, do you wish for me to march to my demise? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Though their relationship was one of intimacy, if this companion sought to bring about his end, then, regrettably, even the closest of bonds must come to an end. No, those with a modicum of power in Eternal Life City are already in contact with you. They will not kill you. If they did, the warships would never arrive at Eternal Life City, leading to their starvation. Even if starvation were avoided, they would be trapped within the city by the sand beasts. Jinyu stated, having been born in Eternal Life City, she possessed an intimate understanding of its environment and connections. Over the past fortnight, all the captains have been ingratiating themselves with Yi Feng, alongside several elders from the Elder Council, distinguished alchemists, and even envoys from the High Priest. Thus, the only truly loyal individuals remaining under Meng Yanlie's command are a single golden armored guard and over 40 enslaved individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng's influence has now eclipsed that of Meng Yanlie. Brother Feng, considering what the slave said, it seems feasible. You could actually enter the city. But you must ensure that those who have benefited from you offer their protection, Ma Gubai remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Yi Feng replied, isn't it sufficient to remain aboard the warship? There is no need for me to venture into Eternal Life City. He shook his head, aware of Meng Yanlie's formidable strength, having witnessed that individual slay a 6th-level beast with a spear. At that moment, the voice of a slave echoed once more from the city walls. Yi Feng, if you lack the courage to enter Eternal Life City, the Grand Alchemist may very well starve. Should she perish, your capacity for procreation will be irrevocably lost. Consider this carefully. The Heavenly Khan has decreed that if you enter Eternal Life City to meet him, he will promptly deliver the Grand Alchemist to you to assist in remedying your affliction. The slave had been instructed by Meng Yanlie, whose ultimate aim was to manipulate Yi Feng into submission, enabling the warships to assist Eternal Life City with fishing, thereby restoring the Heavenly Khan's control over the city. Without sustenance, who would heed the Heavenly Khan's demands? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gradually forming on his face. Do you presume I lack the courage? Then come forth, enter the castle, and accept the Heavenly Khan's decree, allowing you to become the Earth Khan. The The slave rejoiced, believing Yi Feng was about to be ensnared. "Let us speak of this tomorrow," Yi Feng declared, dismissing him and striding back to the warship's dining hall. "Summon those adorned with flowers on their shoulders for a meeting," Yi Feng commanded icily. He had not anticipated Meng Yanlie's shamelessness in using his ability to procreate as leverage. If he refrained from entering Eternal Life City, once the Grand Alchemist perished, whom would he turn to for healing? While there may be other skilled alchemists in the world, Yi Feng could not afford to wait. Some ailments are best treated promptly. After a while, the dining hall was filled with formidable individuals, including the brothers Ma Guobai and Ma Lubai, along with Li Meizi, Jinyu, and Hua Luo Qing, as well as 2 surrendered slaves. Although the slaves could not match the golden armored guards in strength, they were not without merit. "Brother Feng, I believe you should enter Eternal Life City, but tonight, I must infiltrate the city to forge an agreement with those skilled individuals," Ma Guobai suggested. "What sort of agreement?" Yi Feng inquired. "To ensure their protection, preventing Meng Yanlie from making a move against you. Rest assured, I will persuade them," Ma Guobai assured him. "Very well, go ahead." Yi Feng nodded, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. He had been engaged in combat with Meng Yanlie for quite some time, and to be honest, they had never conversed face to face. However, this time was different. He manipulated the skilled fighters on the shore with provisions, making a meeting not entirely out of reach. Ma Guobai nodded and promptly stepped onto the deck, walking upon the water with a single stride. He soon reached the shore, carrying with him some frozen fish. Standing by the shore were 3 captains, accompanied by 2 elders from the Elder Council. "Ma Guobai, have you come to deliver food again?" one of them inquired. "Food? A trivial matter. As long as you assist Brother Feng with a task, he promises that all of you can spend the long winter overseas. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to survive this winter, but the threats of infectious diseases and sand beasts could claim your lives," Ma Guobai replied. Chapter 609. Bowing down and kneeling indeed, several skilled fighters changed their expressions. The implication was clear. They were to oppose Yi Feng and the Heavenly Khan. From the shadows emerged a figure. Ma Guobai's eyes narrowed, and his expression shifted slightly. It was none other than the 2nd elder of the Elder Council, currently its foremost expert. Shortly after, another figure stepped forward. This was the 3rd elder of the council. Ma Guobai instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, realizing he could not defeat even one, and now 2 had appeared. "Do not be alarmed. The Heavenly Khan no longer possesses the strength to defend Eternal Life City. Can Yi Feng be trusted? Will he indeed take us overseas?" the 2nd elder inquired. "Certainly. The credibility of the hot spring currency remains intact. Brother Feng would not jeopardize it by being untrustworthy." Ma Guobai breathed a sigh of relief. The 2nd and 3rd elders exchanged a glance, a flicker of resolve passing between them. "Very well, let Yi Feng come to Eternal Life City tomorrow morning. I shall wait for him by the shore and escort him to the castle, ensuring he is not slain by Meng Yanlie," stated the 2nd elder. "I too agree. Let Yi Feng come tomorrow. For the sake of my family, I, the 3rd elder, must stand against the Heavenly Khan," the 3rd elder added. The 3 captains exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "However, I feel that the assurances of a few are insufficient. Could we gather the Khan's slaves within the castle as well? We might find a place to eat frozen fish while discussing how to safeguard Brother Feng's security," Ma Guobai proposed. "Agreed. It is only natural for Yi Feng to fear facing the Heavenly Khan," the 2nd elder nodded. 3 hours later, it was already midnight. In a room within the affluent district, various powerful auras intertwined, occasionally interrupted by the sound of meat being devoured. Ma Guobai, as Yi Feng's envoy, was favored by all. Seated at the head of the table, to his left and right sat the 3rd elder and the 2nd elder, respectively. Below them were more than 30 Khan slaves, 3 captains, and a dozen esteemed individuals. On Ma Guobai's other side sat several women, comprising healers and priestesses, who had gathered to protect Yi Feng. In a corner stood another figure, his countenance fluctuating between shadows and light. This was the 7th elder, who had previously betrayed Yi Feng. It could be said that should the individuals in this room join forces, even 3 Heavenly Khans would not suffice to match their might. At the entrance of the stone house, a beggar was vigorously sniffing, desperately trying to catch a breath. He was none other than the long-missing Master Kong. "So be it. Our brother Feng not only seeks safety, but also desires dignity and spectacle. Therefore, I entrust the matters of tomorrow to all of you. Once the task is accomplished, Brother Feng guarantees to bring you all back overseas to weather this prolonged winter." Ma Goubi stood up and saluted everyone with a protective gesture. Very well, it is settled. We shall safeguard Yi Feng, yet we shall not assist him against Tian Kehan, for it must be noted that I share a bloodline with Tian Kehan. Indeed, we shall provide protection, but we will not aid Yi Feng in confronting Tian Kehan, as I am a Duoyan person and cannot turn my blade inward. Ma Goubi nodded. It was already quite a feat for him to reach this understanding. Thus, it is agreed, farewell. After speaking, Ma Goubi left all the frozen fish in the room and strode towards the shore. At dawn, Master Kong and 5 or 6 refugees huddled in a corner, dreaming, when suddenly a loud bell tolled nearby. Dong, dong, dong. For heaven's sake, must one not be allowed to sleep? I can barely fill my belly. And now I cannot even rest. This is outrageous. The anger that had been brewing within Master Kong finally erupted. After all, he had once been a minor king of the river. How could he not have a temper? Gradually, the bell rang 8 times. Tap, tap, tap. Master Kong was taken aback. He seemed to hear the sound of hooves. Was it possible that the horses in the city had not yet been entirely consumed? Would he soon feast upon horse flesh? With this thought, he quickly nudged a few of his companions who were also begging. Wake up, there must be cavalry passing by. We should seize the horses. Without delay, Master Kong dashed towards the source of the hoofbeats. Upon arrival, he was astonished. A contingent of Duoyan cavalry was clearing the path, kicking and beating the beggars by the roadside. Following the cavalry were 2 white horses, side by side, upon which sat the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, radiating an overwhelming aura that nearly knocked him over. Hey, what are you staring at? The Earth Khan has entered the city. Quickly kneel. A cavalryman's whip lashed out, forcing Master Kong to his knees. He hastily complied, his face adorned with great confusion. The Earth Khan? Was there not only the Heaven Khan? The beggars around him had already prostrated themselves on the ground. Then, 3 riders appeared, each mounted by a formidable captain, emanating a powerful presence that made it nearly impossible to gaze upon them directly. All lowered their heads and knelt as commanded by one of the captains. After the captains passed, 10 agile masters strode forth in a line. Master Kong glanced sideways, observing that these individuals bore pale faces and lacked beards. Were they the Khan's slaves from the castle? Could it be that the Earth Khan was a brother to the Heaven Khan, now coming to aid Changsheng City? In an instant, Master Kong felt a surge of joy. If relatives of the Heaven Khan had arrived, they would surely bring provisions. And perhaps he might scavenge some scraps of meat. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hooves echoed once more. He focused his gaze, seeing 2 golden-armored guards approaching on horseback, their sharp eyes sweeping the surroundings as if on high alert. Brother, we must not let our guard down. This time, as Feng enters the city, Meng Yanlie may have prepared 2 strategies, one for an open assault and another for an assassination. On horseback, Ma Goubi donned his golden armor, imparting instructions to his younger brother. Indeed, elder brother, Feng is our very soul. Should he perish, chaos is likely to ensue even beyond the seas. We cannot withstand any more turmoil. Ma Lebi nodded in agreement. The sound of hooves echoed nearby. Ma Sikong knelt upon the ground, gazing up along the horse's leg. His eyes were met by a pair of impeccably polished black boots. As he continued to look upward, he noted the fine leather trousers adorned with a meticulously crafted curved dagger. Following the dagger's ascent, he beheld a black cloak, beneath which lay a gleaming leather armor. Finally, Ma Sikong laid eyes upon the principal figure. Chapter 610. Boldness. Yet not kneeling, the youth atop the horse sat upright, his tousled hair swept back into a commanding pompadour. His piercing gaze radiated an imposing aura that compelled onlookers to instinctively revere him. Yi Feng. Ma Sikong gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Yi Feng's black steed came to a halt. With his stop, the entire contingent ceased movement. The cavalry swiftly aimed their spears outward, wary of any potential unrest from the famished populace. It is essential to note that Yi Feng was their principal benefactor, and any mishap could result in their deprivation of frozen fish. The black steed lifted its tail and relieved itself upon the ground. Ma Goubi, have you been overfeeding the black horse? Yi Feng called out. Feng, a plague ravages Changsheng City, and I thought if the black horse was well fed, it might be immune to the disease. My apologies, Ma Goubi hastily offered, bowing respectfully. No need for apologies. Your intentions are commendable, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. At that juncture, another rider approached. Rai Zi, seated upon her mount, produced a handkerchief to wipe the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. Ma Sikong's eyes widened in astonishment. Maisie? My wife? Maisie? He was momentarily rendered speechless, choked with emotion. "Ah, Feng, did you tear my riding sweat towel last night? It is quite uncomfortable riding like this," Rimai gently chided, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I may have been somewhat uncouth, but it is your fault too. I was set on abstinence. Yet you intruded upon me in the dead of night." Yi Feng sighed. "What shall we do then? I do not wish to ride alone. Perhaps I could sit in front of you?" Rimai suggested with a grin. "Very well, come here and sit upon my lap." Yi Feng extended his hand, pulling Rimai onto his horse, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ma Xikong exclaimed, "Oh!" A prolonged roar erupted from his throat, startling Yi Feng's horse into rearing. "How dare you? Slay him!" Several mounted warriors surged forward, drawing their swords. "Stop!" Yi Feng managed to regain control of his mount, swiftly gesturing for them to halt. "Daikahan, this man has disturbed your steed. It matters not. This beggar is already pitiable enough. Perhaps he has succumbed to madness from hunger." Yi Feng replied. He dismounted from the black horse and retrieved a small piece of fish from behind him. "Are you hungry?" His voice resonated with an ethereal quality, imbued with compassion for the wretched. "Foolish one, open your mouth, ah?" Yi Feng inserted the fish meat into Ma Xikong's mouth. After all, this fellow had undergone a significant transformation. 2 scars marred his face, and he appeared starved and disheveled, even lacking a beard, rendering Yi Feng momentarily unrecognizable. "Let us proceed to the castle. I am curious to see what Meng Yanlie has in store for me," Yi Feng declared, before mounting a steed alongside Rimai. Hastening toward the inner castle. Within the castle's inner sanctum, a chair adorned with animal hides awaited. Meng Yanlie reclined awkwardly upon it, cradling a goblet of fruit wine in his hand. Though the wine was scarce, he felt compelled to partake, given Yi Feng's arrival in the city. Beside him stood the great Khan's consort and his daughter, Meng Xin. To his right, the last of his golden-armored guards stood vigilant. 40 slave warriors formed 2 imposing ranks, weapons at the ready, exuding an air of menace. On the castle walls, over 200 Duoyan soldiers stood at attention, though their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Indeed, the night prior, he had attended a meeting. Today, he was charged with safeguarding Yi Feng, for should the Heavenly Khan eliminate him, their city of Changsheng would be doomed. Clatter! The sound of hooves echoed from outside. Niuluajing swiftly shouted, "Open the city gates. Prepare to welcome the earthly Khan." With a creak, the heavy iron gates swung open, and the Duoyan soldiers exchanged glances before collectively kneeling. A twitch at the corner of Meng Yanlie's eye suggested an ominous turn of events. However, he remained unfazed. Changsheng City was his domain. As soon as Yi Feng stepped into the castle, he could dictate the latter's fate. Yet, before subduing Yi Feng, he intended to toy with him, avenging the humiliation inflicted upon him by Yi Feng's mockery of his rightful wife. Clatter! A throng of Duoyan cavalry surged in, failing to pay their respects to Meng Yanlie, instead taking their positions at either side, hands resting on their sword hilts. 2 more riders entered thereafter. Meng Yanlie straightened slightly, addressing the 2 elders. "Elders, have you come to welcome Yi Feng as well?" The elders exchanged a glance, and, adhering to decorum, offered a gesture of respect, which eased Meng Yanlie's concerns. Footsteps echoed as a dozen slaves entered, each belonging to different consorts, but Meng Yanlie had severed ties with them, refusing to provide sustenance. "Humph!" Meng Yanlie scoffed, contemplating the resolution of Yi Feng before dealing with these traitors. As the slaves assembled before him, they joined hands, obstructing Meng Yanlie's line of sight. Boldly standing before the Heavenly Khan without bowing, a golden-armored guard stepped forward, emanating a formidable presence. Yet, the slaves exchanged resolute glances, raising their heads simultaneously, their faces betraying a willingness to face death. Chapter 611 nearly frightened him to death enough. "Let us see what these wretched dogs intend." Meng Yanlie leaned back, pondering the unfolding scenario. Clatter! The brothers Ma Gubai and Ma Lubai simultaneously rode into the inner city. Upon their arrival, they too placed their hands on their sword hilts, casting wary glances at Meng Yanlie. "Ma Gubai, you traitor, how dare you return to Changsheng City?" The golden-armored guard berated. Ma Gubai wore a stoic expression, refraining from engaging in a verbal altercation, instead standing with an air of dignity as her gaze drifted toward the castle's exterior. The rhythmic sound of hooves announced the arrival of yet another rider. Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson. It was Jinyu. The Grand Khan's consort stepped forward, casting a frosty glare at Jinyu, who was mounted. Jinyu, it is my failure in governance that has allowed a shameless wretch like you to find your way into Yi Feng's bed. Now, hasten and kneel before the great Khan in repentance, or I shall be the first to end your life. Baidu's fair visage turned scarlet. Jinyu had betrayed the great Khan, a failure that weighed heavily upon her. On horseback, Jinyu's face turned a ghastly shade, and under the relentless pressure from the Grand Khan's consort, she found herself unable to resist the impulse to dismount and prepare to prostrate herself on the ground. Do not kneel. A soft voice suddenly echoed from outside the castle. Moments later, a man and a woman, riding a black steed, entered the inner fortress. Yi Feng. Meng Yanlie leaned forward, regarding Yi Feng with a predatory gaze, assessing him from head to toe. The black horse, upon entering the inner fortress, lifted its tail and relieved itself. Yi Feng, have you finally fallen into my grasp? Baidu stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with derision. Yi Feng had humiliated her time and again, and today she would finally have the chance to exact her revenge for both past and present grievances. Meng Yanlie rose slowly, descending the stairs step by step. Yi Feng, I never imagined you would actually come to Eternal Life City. Should I commend your bravery or condemn your foolishness? You once hid aboard a warship, evading my reach, yet now you stand within my domain. Ha ha ha. Tell me, how shall I dispose of you? As Meng Yanlie spoke, he closed the distance to Yi Feng by 30 paces. Yi Feng glanced at the second elder, the third elder, and the Magobai brothers. Taking a deep breath, he leaped off the horse and swiftly assisted Jinyu to her feet. This woman was truly spineless, having actually knelt before the ground. Meng Yanlie was taken aback that Yi Feng dared to touch his consort in front of him. Great Khan, did you not promise that once I entered the inner fortress, you would hand over the Grand Alchemist? Surely, you, the esteemed Great Khan, would not speak with the same insincerity as a fart? Yi Feng scoffed. Impudent. A golden-armored guard suddenly leaped 10 meters into the air, brandishing a curved blade aimed directly at Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng remained unflinching, instead folding his arms behind his back. In the next moment, two figures sprang into action simultaneously. Boom. Clang. Following 3 resounding impacts, the golden-armored guard was sent flying 10 meters away, shattering Meng Yanlie's chair. The individuals who aided Yi Feng were none other than the second elder and the third elder. Meng Yanlie's eyes narrowed. You are from the Duoyan tribe? Are you truly willing to strike a golden-armored guard for the sake of an outsider? The Grand Khan's consort stepped forward, suddenly realizing the precariousness of their situation, as the surrounding onlookers regarded her with peculiar expressions. Yi Feng, hands clasped behind his back, advanced slowly. Great Khan, we shall settle our grievances at a later time. For now, I trust you will honor your promise and hand over the Grand Alchemist. Yi Feng's tone was icy. Meng Yanlie had slain so many of his brothers who had fought beside him. Had he any sense of mercy, he would surely wish to see him dead. Yet he had already heard from Magobai that these individuals would only protect him but would not assist him in eliminating the Heavenly Khan. Slave warriors. Seize Yi Feng, but do not take his life. I still have use for him. Meng Yanlie spoke in a low voice. Clang, clang, clang. Over 40 slave warriors simultaneously unsheathed their curved blades, advancing step by step towards Yi Feng. However, in the next moment, Yi Feng's own slave warriors also drew their blades, forming a formidable wall that shielded him securely from harm. You wretched lackeys, dare to lay a hand on my slave warriors? Meng Yanlie declared, casting a knowing glance towards Niu Luojian atop the city wall. In an instant, 5 crossbows aligned their sights on Yi Feng's position. Yi Feng, do not presume that merely gathering a few desperate souls grants you the audacity to challenge me within this fortress. This is my domain. I am the Heavenly Khan of Changsheng City, Meng Yanlie sneered. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The 5 crossbows, originally aimed at Yi Feng, suddenly redirected their aim towards Meng Yanlie's slave warriors. Fire! The 5 massive crossbows emitted a piercing shriek. Boom! At least 6 slave warriors were struck down instantly. 1 arrow claiming 2 lives. Ah, this is dire. The guards within the fortress have also turned traitor. What shall we do? Meng Yanlie's slave warriors were taken aback, their earlier bravado completely shattered. Trembling hands clutched their curved blades as they began to retreat step by step. Die for me. Baidu finally made her move. With a forceful slap to the ground, a streak of chilling radiance shot towards Niu Luojian atop the city wall. You cannot kill him. Yi Feng could not permit harm to befall those who protected him. He delivered a swift kick to a nearby shield, sending it soaring into the air, colliding with the streak of cold light. Boom! The iron shield shattered into countless fragments, but it effectively blocked the chilling beam. Meng Yanlie clenched his teeth, his icy gaze sweeping over Yi Feng's companions, the second elder, the third elder, Ma Bai, Ma Lebi, and several dozen slave warriors, along with 3 centurions and the soldiers of Duo Yan atop the wall. Will you assist Yi Feng against me? Meng Yanlie inquired coldly. No, we are Duo Yan people. We only protect Yi Feng, but will not act against the heavenly Khan of Duo Yan. The second elder replied slowly. Indeed, we are merely here to protect, not to harm the heavenly Khan, echoed Niu Luojian atop the wall, nearly frightened to death moments ago. Chapter 6:12. A sip of water. Meng Yanlie turned his gaze back to the slave warriors. They hung their heads, and although they remained silent, their expressions spoke volumes. Yi Feng sensed the opportune moment had arrived and stepped forward once more, now only 15 paces away from Meng Yanlie. Heavenly Khan, my purpose here is singular, to take away the great pharmacist. Hand her over now, and I shall depart immediately. Of course, I will not take her without compensation. I shall exchange her for frozen fish weighing the same as her body. Yi Feng stated calmly. Exchange? On my territory? Exchange? Meng Yanlie murmured, his hands tucked within his sleeves trembling slightly. Certainly, you may choose not to change your course. However, if you persist, you will face starvation, along with your beloved empress and the entire populace of Eternal Life City. Should you dare to take my life, the warships will promptly depart from the tumultuous seas, ceasing to supply any sustenance to Eternal Life City, which would swiftly transform into a ghost town. I am acutely aware of your intentions. You aspire to imprison me as a hostage, compelling the warships to furnish you with an unending supply of provisions. Ha ha, I implore you to abandon that notion. My hot spring island already possesses a comprehensive legal framework, governed by a voting system to elect the island's leader. In the event of my demise, another leader shall emerge, poised to impose sanctions upon Eternal Life City. For instance, you shall be forbidden from constructing colossal vessels. Should you manage to build them, they will be destroyed by cannon fire the moment you attempt to set sail. Furthermore, we shall bombard the distant sand beasts with artillery, inciting them to advance upon Eternal Life City prematurely. Do you truly believe you can bear such consequences? Yi Feng spoke with calm assurance, neither submissive nor arrogant. Yi Feng, do you think I, Meng Yanlie, fear death so easily? Meng Yanlie's eyes narrowed, flushed with anger. He had never endured such humiliation on his own territory. Most importantly, many witnesses surrounded him, including his cherished empress and beloved daughter. As the Celestial Khan, as a husband and a father, where could he find dignity in this moment? Thus, he felt an overwhelming urge to plunge into chaos. Perhaps you are unafraid of death, but should you act impulsively today, you will drag the entirety of Eternal Life City into ruin. Yi Feng stepped forward again, now a mere 9 meters from Meng Yanlie. The first elder and second elder gasped in unison, positioning themselves before Meng Yanlie, hands resting upon their blades. On the city walls, the watchman was equally alarmed, hastily aiming his ballista at Meng Yanlie, fearful that this elder might, in his humiliation, lead the entire city to its demise. Not only the neutral faction but even the golden armored guards surrounding Meng Yanlie felt compelled to stand before him, seemingly prepared to thwart any reckless action. Meng Yanlie's gaze swept across familiar faces from the past, his expression a tumult of sorrow, fury, and disbelief. After a 5-second silence, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Yi Feng, you are indeed both courageous and cunning, to have brought the Celestial Khan to such a juncture. Yet, youthful arrogance may lead you to create numerous adversaries. Nevertheless, rest assured, Eternal Life City shall never be your enemy. I give you my word. With that, Meng Yanlie turned to the golden armored guards. Go, fetch the Grand Apothecary, and let her accompany Yi Feng away. A collective sigh of relief echoed around as they feared Meng Yanlie might act rashly. It seemed the Celestial Khan had retained his requisite composure. Yi Feng maintained a stoic expression, wary of any tricks the old man might attempt. Celestial Khan, may I have my daughter returned to me? With the plague rampant in Eternal Life City and the sand beasts encircling us, you surely do not wish for your kin to perish here, do you? Jinyu suddenly struggled forward a few steps. Meng Yanlie's eyes widened in shock. If a gaze could kill, Jinyu would have perished hundreds of times over. Bai Yidua felt a jolt of surprise in her heart and quickly approached, gently grasping Meng Yanlie's arm. Heavenly Khan, since we have already made concessions, one more step is inconsequential. We must stabilize the situation first, Bai Yiduo advised. Yi Feng's expression darkened, troubled by the fact that Jinyu was using her own reputation to stir trouble. What if Meng Yanlie turned against them? Would he then be forever unable to father children? Moreover, Princess Lure was not a virtuous individual. She had once betrayed them, leading to the demise of Uncle He, heir, and many of his brothers who had fought alongside him. Yet the current situation was delicate. He could not afford to lose momentum, for if he did, Meng Yanlie might impose excessive demands. Go ahead. Meng Yanlie nodded. Another slave was sent to carry out the task. Jinyu, your daughter is now confined in the stone chamber. As for whether she lives or dies, I cannot ascertain at this moment. If she perishes, do not incite Yi Feng, Bai Yiduo said coldly. What? Heavenly Khan, you have imprisoned our daughter in the stone chamber? Have you not provided her with food? Jinyu's heart was in agony. Yi Feng felt as though a century had passed. The slave returned, cradling a frail young woman in his arms. Yi Feng focused intently, recognizing her as Princess Lure. Daughter. Jinyu rushed forward, immediately feeding the frozen fish she held into Lure's mouth. Lure began to devour it eagerly. A normal person would find it nearly impossible to eat after a prolonged period without food, but fortunately, Lure had some resilience. Otherwise, even if she were saved now, it would be futile. Jinyu hurriedly brought Lure back to her horse and offered her some water. Yi Feng remained silent, his expression somber, gazing into the distance. The golden-armored guards had finally arrived, and the young maiden in front of them was none other than the long-awaited great pharmacist. Chapter 613. Anger held within as he watched the approaching duo. Yi Feng's breath quickened involuntarily. He had a nagging feeling that Meng Yanlie would not easily grant their release. Yi Feng, you have finally come, duo said upon spotting him. I apologize for the distress you have endured. Once you are on my territory, I shall ensure a more comfortable existence for you. Yi Feng extended his hand. Duo nodded cautiously, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure of Meng Yanlie, and slowly made her way towards Yi Feng. He held his breath. This woman was crucial for restoring his fertility. No accidents, no accidents, no accidents, he silently chanted in his mind. Soon, duo and Meng Yanlie brushed past each other. Wait. Indeed, Meng Yanlie spoke up. What is it? Duo halted. Yi Feng withdrew his hand, narrowing his eyes. Is it to end like this? Is this not too lenient for you? Meng Yanlie inquired. Yi Feng nodded and waved his hand backward. A few sailors approached, carrying a large ocean fish that far outweighed duo. I have stated that food equivalent to her weight would be more than sufficient. This fish is ample. Yi Feng pointed to the frozen fish the sailors carried. Gulp. Sounds of swallowing echoed around them. It was not only the ordinary Doyan people. Even the second and third elders were swallowing hard. Changsheng City has been deprived of supplies for quite some time, and this enormous sea fish is the first they have encountered recently. The Grand Pharmacist holds a significant position in our city, yet you, Yi Feng, exhibit an uncharacteristic stinginess. How about this? I shall trade you 10,000 pounds of frozen fish, which I am certain you possess aboard your warship. Meng Yanlie stepped forward, closing the distance to just a few meters from duo. Meng Yanlie, are you not a man of your word? Yi Feng's expression darkened. In the past, I would have honored my commitments, but times have changed. Hurry and bring me the 10,000 pounds of frozen fish. Upon finishing his statement, several slave laborers surrounded the Grand Pharmacist. Your Majesty, did we not agree on this? You cannot arbitrarily raise the price, as it would be detrimental to all. Ma Gubai interjected, stepping forward. Indeed, as the esteemed Heavenly Khan, if you possess no integrity, how will you govern Changsheng City, even if you manage to repel the sand beasts? Malabai added, Brother Feng, do not yield to them, at worst. We shall never bear children again, a clever strategist suggested to Yi Feng. Silence. Yi Feng reprimanded sharply, turning his gaze back to Meng Yanlie. Very well, I shall comply. Someone, fetch the frozen fish from the warship. Several sailors shot Meng Yanlie a disdainful glance before promptly heading towards the warship. As time trickled by, Yi Feng remained oblivious to how long he had waited until he suddenly heard a commotion from outside the castle. He rushed to the city gate and peered down, witnessing a riot erupting in the slums as they stormed a stronghold. This is dire, Brother Feng. The destitute are seizing the frozen fish. We must send reinforcements immediately. We cannot hold out. Yi Feng's complexion turned pale, preparing to assist. Suddenly, A golden figure surged towards the castle's exterior, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Meng Yanlie's golden armored guards had taken action. As the foremost expert of Changsheng City, he returned in less than 10 minutes, accompanied by nearly 100 porters, all bearing frozen fish. A smile finally graced Meng Yanlie's face upon seeing the frozen fish. The fish is here, Grand Pharmacist, step forward. Feng extended his hand once more. Nu Duo breathed a sigh of relief and took measured steps towards Feng. Wait. Meng Yanlie's voice rang out again. What now? Feng seethed with anger. Since your warship is capable of fishing, why not send me an additional 10,000 pounds of frozen fish? Meng Yanlie inched closer to Nu Duo, as if to imply that should Feng refuse, he would immediately detain her. Feng's eyelids twitched with agitation. Elder 2. Elder 3, as neutral parties, it is your duty to maintain order. Will you not assist me against Meng Yanlie's deceit? However, the two elders exchanged glances and shrugged. We are here to protect you, but we will not intervene in the dealings between you and the Heavenly Khan. With that, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in their eyes. After all, their status was elevated in Changsheng City, yet they were now relegated to safeguarding Feng, an indignity that allowed Meng Yanlie to undermine Feng's resolve. Meng Yanlie, if I were to grant you an additional 10,000 pounds of frozen fish, what assurance do I have that you would release Nu Duo? Feng inquired, acutely aware that he could only rely on himself at this juncture. The second elder and his companions ostensibly sought to protect themselves. Yet he understood that these individuals were merely acting out of necessity imposed by circumstances. Strictly speaking, he held no genuine rapport with them. Thus, Feng had resolved that, regardless of their efforts to safeguard him, he could never allow them aboard the warship, for should they unleash chaos with their formidable strength, the vessel would undoubtedly change hands. Rest assured, if you send another 10,000 pounds of frozen fish, I will release them immediately, Meng Yanlie remarked, a hint of derision glinting in his eyes. Very well. This shall be my final concession. Should you fail to honor your word, I shall abandon my patience, for I have other means to restore fertility, Feng replied, his expression darkening as he nodded once more to his companions. This time, Meng Yanlie dispatched a golden armored guard to assist in escorting the provisions. In a swift half-hour, another 10,000 pounds of frozen fish arrived. Feng, in truth, I am no longer in need of frozen fish. Might you spare me a cannon from your warship? Meng Yanlie inquired nonchalantly. Feng could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward with fervor. Is this a game you wish to play? Then I shall indulge you. With that, he strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the city. The Ma brothers exchanged glances, promptly positioning themselves behind him, while Baidwa furrowed her brow and grasped Meng Yanlie's arm. Heavens! We have already gained an advantage. I believe it wise to return the captives. Though 20,000 pounds of frozen fish could sustain us for half a year, we must remain cautious. What if the sand beasts besieged Changsheng City for over a year? Baidwa suggested. Meng Yanlie raised an eyebrow, finally yielding to her insistence. Feng, I return your people. Let us depart, he said, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Today, he had regained his standing and rendered Feng powerless to express his indignation. In an instant, Nu Duo rushed to Feng's side. Let us go, great apothecary. We can discuss matters further aboard the warship. With a somber expression, Feng guided his group to the edge of the turbulent sea. The second and third elders closely followed him. Ma go by, ma lo by. Please escort Maisie and the others aboard the warship, Feng instructed calmly from the shore. Understood. The two utilized their water-walking abilities, making several trips until they had successfully transported all of Feng's group onto the vessel. Now, only Feng and the neutrals remained on the shore, which included members of the Elder Council, centurions from the army, several Asian, along with some Han slaves, apothecaries, and priests. Feng, please bring the warship closer. It would facilitate our boarding, the second elder requested. Esteemed guests, I shall provide you with frozen fish, Feng replied indifferently. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher Feng's intentions. Feng, did you not promise that if we protected you, we would be granted passage to the warship and a chance to live overseas? The second elder stepped forward. Indeed, I had hoped to offer you residence in my base. However, your overwhelming strength raises concerns that you might usurp control of the warship once aboard, leaving me powerless to counteract your influence. Thus, I shall settle our arrangement with frozen fish instead, Feng concluded. Feng spoke slowly, retreating into the tumultuous sea. What? This is outrageous. He intended to flee. A multitude of formidable figures, enraged, simultaneously launched an attack on Feng. However, he was already prepared. With a swift motion, he plunged into the raging waters, desperately swimming beneath the surface. In truth, given his current prowess, he could traverse the angry sea with ease, yet the risk of being struck down mid-journey loomed large. After several minutes of frantic swimming, Feng suddenly emerged from the depths. "Scoundrel!" shouted a furious captain, charging through the water towards Feng's location. Just as he was about to reach him, a thunderous explosion erupted from the warship, obliterating the captain into a mist of blood. Those on the shore halted, their expressions momentarily flickering with fear. Such is the might of the artillery. On the warship, Mark once again loaded a bullet into the cannon, steadfastly guarding Feng. Meanwhile, Feng remained afloat in the turbulent sea, casting his gaze towards the shore. "I acknowledge my breach of trust. That is my fault. However, I can illuminate a path for you. Does the Heavenly Khan not possess 20,000 pounds of frozen fish? You may seize it for yourselves. After all, your strengths are formidable, and united, even the Heavenly Khan would have to acquiesce." Having set the trap for Meng Yanlie, Feng made his way across the water and swiftly ascended to the deck of the warship. The angry sea roared, and the experts on the shore seethed with fury. "Feng, you untrustworthy scoundrel." The second elder glared at him, teeth clenched. Meanwhile, the seventh elder discreetly emerged. He had also been part of the escorting party, but felt too embarrassed to reveal his face to Feng, hoping to join him on the warship after a successful escort. Yet, Feng had demonstrated a lack of martial ethics by fleeing without warning. Feng, indifferent to the people on the shore, signaled to Mark. The warship turned sharply, heading 3 nautical miles deeper into the tumultuous sea. This maneuver ensured that even Meng Yanlie could not pursue them, and there was little to fear from those on the shore sneaking aboard. "Great apothecary, you must be famished. Someone, you are Shur's disciple, summon your skills and prepare a sumptuous meal for the great apothecary to enjoy," Feng commanded. "Brother Feng, all the fish on the warship have already been distributed, 20,000 pounds in total. If we are to prepare food now, we must fish anew. Then let us hasten to catch more fish. We cannot allow my great apothecary to go hungry." Feng replied, gesturing gently towards the dining area. "Great apothecary, let us retire to the dining room. I have much to discuss with you." Indeed, the great apothecary nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the great apothecary released Feng's wrist. "Your condition is dire. Have you been with a woman recently?" he inquired. "Absolutely not." Feng lied in the presence of the doctor. "Really? Then why has your innate constitution suffered damage?" The great apothecary pressed. "I assure you, I have not been with any woman. I, Feng, am a person of integrity," Feng insisted, shaking his head. At that moment, Raimai entered the room. Another beauty had arrived on the warship, and she feared being overshadowed. As she entered, she nestled against Feng's shoulder, saying, "Ah Feng, I still want more tonight." Feng sighed. "Nudwa, you are beyond saving. If you continue to deplete your body like this, even the gods cannot rescue you." "No, I was wrong. Please, great healer, save me." Feng quickly grasped Nudwa's delicate hand. "Release it. I will prescribe a restorative medicine for you to stabilize your innate essence before administering a more potent remedy. If I were to start with the stronger medicine, your foundation could very well collapse." After speaking, Nudwa began to jot down a list of ingredients. Feng recognized the golden sacred fruit and the 6th grade crystal pill, while the other items were entirely unfamiliar to him. "What is this silver emperor flower? And this silver scorpion?" he inquired. "These are unique herbs found only in the Green Sea Desert," Nudwa replied. "What? Are you suggesting that I must venture into the Green Sea Desert?" Feng asked. Nudwa nodded. "There is another possibility. You might find these items in Changsheng City. After all, the Heavenly Khan has been waging war in the desert for over a century and may have collected these precious herbs." "I see. Then I can rest easy." Feng sighed. To be honest, ever since he heard of the terrors of the Green Sea Desert, he had no desire to tread into perilous lands. As for retrieving Duoyin, Hina, and his child, he could easily employ the hot spring currency to compel others to assist him in that endeavor. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Feng, may I enter?" "Come in," he replied, sensing the impending situation, his expression gradually turning cold. In walked Jinyu, leading her daughter, Meng Yanlie. The petite girl hung her head, trembling. "Lure, why aren't you thanking Lord Yi? You must show him respect from now on. As we will be residing in Hot Spring Island, a new beginning for us. You are not to act like a spoiled young lady anymore, Jinyu chided softly, her tone laced with affection. Thank you for saving me, Lord Yi. I promise to obey you from now on, Lure stammered. There is no need for that. I only saved you for your mother's sake. However, once we arrive at Hot Spring Island, your citizenship will not be guaranteed. It must be approved by a collective vote of the island's indigenous people, Yi Feng replied coolly. Meng Yanlie exhaled in relief, thinking Yi Feng would hold her previous betrayal against her, but he had not mentioned it at all. Thank you, Lord Yi. Jinyu shot her a glare. Thank you, Lord Yi. Lord Yi, will you be sleeping alone tonight? If you wish. Yi Feng interrupted Lure's continued words. Enough, you should leave now. We have matters to discuss. Me? Meng Yanlie was taken aback. She realized how famished she was, still far from her former beauty, and could understand Yi Feng's aloofness towards her. Very well. I shall seek you again once I have recovered. Since we are to settle overseas, I, Meng Yanlie, cannot possibly live as an ordinary person. I must marry Yi Feng and continue a life of luxury. We shall take our leave now, Jinyu said, pulling Meng Yanlie away. Chapter 615. Applying some pressure in Changsheng City, within the castle's annex, Meng Yanlie hosted a grand banquet. 20,000 pounds of frozen fish were more than sufficient for them to endure for half a year. He deemed it essential to reward his 40 loyal subordinates, as well as his sole devoted bodyguard. After all, how could he expect these core members to serve him wholeheartedly? Everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Do not hold back. For the first time, Meng Yanlie displayed a sense of humility. Once, he had the power to rule over millions across the vast grasslands. Now, he found himself reigning over merely 40 individuals. Yet, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. With 2,000 pounds of frozen fish in reserve, he was confident he could withstand until the desert beasts departed. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Heavenly Khan, are you there? I am Long Ying, the Khan's consort. Outside, a beautiful woman stood, flanked by 3 subordinates and 2 youths, his children. Heavenly Khan, are you present? If so, please step out. I have a request. Long Ying continued. Her stomach growled with hunger, and having heard that the Heavenly Khan had acquired 2,000 pounds of frozen fish from Yi Feng, she thought that, as the consort, she might at least receive 100 pounds. After a while, one of the subordinates emerged. I have seen the Khan's consort. The Heavenly Khan is not in the other courtyard. Please return to your place. Impossible. I sense his presence. Heavenly Khan, regardless, I am still your consort. And these 2 are your sons. You must at least come out to see us. After a moment, Meng Yanlie stepped outside. What is it? Heavenly Khan. I may perish from hunger, but they are your sons. Could you not bring them inside? At the very least, ensure their basic survival. I have many children within the castle. I cannot tend to each of them. As my sons, if they cannot endure this minor hardship, what right do they have to reside in the castle? Return and find a way on your own, Meng Yanlie replied coldly. Even the fiercest of tigers do not consume their young. Meng Yanlie's actions were truly excessive. Such is human nature. If one possesses but a single child, that child becomes the center of affection, almost deserving of flesh to be cut for sustenance. Yet, if one has hundreds of children, familial bonds tend to weaken, often overshadowed by the presence of a mere subordinate. I understand now. If that is the case, I shall seek out Yi Feng. He will surely provide me with food. If necessary, I may even yield myself to him, Long Ying declared. In a corner, 5 or 6 consorts were eavesdropping. Bang! With a single strike, Meng Yanlie ended Long Ying's life on the spot. Mother? Mother? Father, why did you kill our mother? The 2 youths glared at Meng Yanlie with fury. Since she became the Khan's consort, she was my person in life and my ghost in death. Those who dare to betray me face this fate. With that, Meng Yanlie strode back into the courtyard. The consorts, observing in the shadows, were taken aback and hurriedly left with their people. News of the incident swiftly spread throughout the castle. The following morning, before Meng Yanlie had even risen, he heard the voices of the subordinates outside. Second Elder, you cannot take these frozen fish. The Heavenly Khan has decreed that as long as the fish remain, so shall the people. Please do not make things difficult for us. Meng Yanlie was taken aback, his form flashing as he appeared outside the courtyard. At the entrance stood 6 or 7 figures, all formidable experts from the Elder Council, with the Second Elder at the forefront. What do you mean by this, Second Elder? Meng Yanlie inquired coldly. In the past, he would have already commanded the golden armored guards to take action. However, the situation had shifted while he might manage to contend with 4 of them individually. Facing all 6 or 7 together would lead to mutual destruction, even if he emerged victorious. Heavenly Khan, we harbor no ill intent. We merely request a supply of 1,000 pounds of frozen fish from your stock of 20,000. To you, it is but a trifling matter. The second elder replied nonchalantly. Unable to confront Yi Feng aboard the battleship, he sought to provoke Meng Yanlie instead. In comparison to Yi Feng's artillery, Meng Yanlie's threat appeared diminished. How ludicrous! What concern is your elder council's food to my castle? Have you not always banded together, disregarding me, the Heavenly Khan, due to your esteemed contributions and power? And now, you seek to protect Yi Feng over a mere morsel of food? Why not approach him for sustenance instead of coming to me? Meng Yanlie scoffed repeatedly, leaving the elderly figures feeling utterly humiliated. Yet their hunger was undeniable. Heavenly Khan, you speak the truth. We have indeed protected Yi Feng, and look at the outcome. Yi Feng traded 20,000 pounds of frozen fish for the Grand Apothecary. Thus a portion of that fish rightfully belongs to our elder council, the second elder asserted, forcing himself to maintain composure. And if I refuse? Meng Yanlie's eyes narrowed, a palpable pressure emanating from him, causing several elders to step back, their expressions fluctuating between fear and uncertainty. Heavenly Khan, you are well aware of the current circumstances. Should you deny us food, we may lose a few elders, but you will not fare any better. The sand beasts could attack Changsheng City at any moment. Are you truly willing to engage in mutual destruction? Upon finishing, the 6 elders behind him advanced a step, their combined auras filling the air. Even Meng Yanlie could not help but change his expression. The situation had become clear. If he did not concede some food, these elders would resort to force, leading to dire consequences for both sides. Even without casualties, the subsequent onslaught of sand beasts would leave Changsheng City defenseless. At that moment, a cool voice resonated through the tension. Heavenly Khan, we have 20,000 pounds of frozen fish. Let us allocate 1,000 pounds to them. At this juncture, we must safeguard the primary combat strength of Changsheng City. Otherwise, when the sand beasts arrive, we shall all perish together. As the words fell, the Khan's consort, Baidwa, stepped forward. The elders exchanged glances, their auras retracting in unison. It seems the Khan's consort possesses wisdom, the second elder remarked. Nevertheless, Meng Yanlie remained steadfast at the door, unable to yield to the elders without compromising his authority as the ruler of Changsheng City. Heavenly Khan, do you truly wish to take this to the brink? The third elder fumed. After a few twitches at the corners of Meng Yanlie's eyes, he finally tempered his aura. I will provide you with frozen fish, but one among you must withstand my full force strike. Should you fail to endure even that, you forfeit your right to the precious frozen fish. Although Meng Yanlie had resolved to concede, he could not do so too readily. At the very least, he needed to exert some pressure on the Elder Council. As the Heavenly Khan, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature. If he allowed the members of the Elder Council to easily take the frozen fish, others would inevitably come to take advantage of the situation, knowing that even if they were unable to acquire the fish, they themselves would not suffer any losses. Thus, in order to obtain the frozen fish, one must endure a full-force strike, which would serve to deter some of those opportunists. In the military, there were several commanders as well as apothecaries and priests, none of whom were to be underestimated. Second brother, you are the only one here capable of withstanding his full-force strike, so it must be you, Elder 7 urged from the side. Really? The expression of the second elder shifted dramatically. Do not hesitate, second brother. While we may also withstand it, we would undoubtedly sustain some internal injuries. Only you can endure without severe damage, Elder 7 continued. Old 7, it seems you have never truly contributed to the Elder Council over the years, have you? Today appears to be the day, the second elder remarked, gesturing forward. Second brother, Elder 7's countenance paled. His strength may have surpassed that of the golden armored guards. But to withstand Meng Yanlie's full-force strike? Elder 3 interjected, Old 7, the second brother speaks rightly. Throughout these years, you have not rendered any service to our Elder Council. Now is your opportunity, or else you are unworthy of enjoying those frozen fish. Elder 7 inhaled deeply and slowly stepped forward. The other elders, witnessing this, retreated a good 20 paces. After all, the full-force strike of the Heavenly Khan could potentially affect an area spanning dozens of meters. So it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. You? Meng Yanlie scoffed disdainfully. Although Elder 7 had previously informed him of certain matters, he had also discovered that Elder 7 had been covering for Yi Feng for quite some time. Wait, Elder 7 exclaimed, pulling out a small vial from his robe and promptly pouring its contents into his mouth. This was a potent elixir given to him by the Grand Apothecary, capable of enhancing his strength by 1/3, though it would render him only half as strong for the next fortnight due to its side effects. Indeed, as the elixir coursed through him, Elder 7's face flushed with vigor, and his eyes sparkled with determination. "Come at me, Heavenly Khan," he declared, assuming a horse stance. Meng Yanlie nodded slowly and raised both palms. In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted from the front. "I will receive it," Elder 7 exclaimed as he thrust both palms forward. Bang! The four hands finally met. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, shattering the surrounding stone sculptures and leaving dozens of fissures in the ground beneath. Puff! A torrent of blood spilled from Elder 7's mouth. Meng Yanlie gradually withdrew his palms and coldly regarded Elder 7. Bang bang! The recoil from the palm strike continued to ravage Elder 7's body, causing his eyes to burst from their sockets. Puff! Blood streamed from his ears. Elder 7 managed to utter a single word before collapsing limply to the ground. Old 7, Brother 7, Old 7. Several elders hurriedly gathered around to assist the 7th elder, who was now on the ground. "This is grave. His meridians have all been shattered, and he has lost his sight," the 5th elder exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The 2nd elder turned to glare at Meng Yanlie. "Heavenly Khan, I never anticipated you would resort to such treachery. With a single palm, you have rendered Elder 7 incapacitated. When the sand beasts besiege the city, I wonder what skilled allies you will have to assist you." He continued, "If you wish to take something from me, it will certainly come at a steep price. Bring forth 1,000 pounds of frozen fish." Soon, a dozen or more servants arrived, piling the frozen fish onto the cart. The 2nd elder, upon witnessing this, cast a deep glance at Meng Yanlie before finally taking his seat in the cart. "Second brother, what shall we do about Elder 7? Should we take him back for treatment?" asked the 5th elder. "He is already beyond saving. Find a place to dispose of him," the 2nd elder replied curtly, driving the cart away without looking back. "No, second brother, please. I am a member of the Elder Council. Do not abandon me," the 7th elder cried out in desperation, hastily rising and stumbling toward the direction of the cart's disappearance. Meng Yanlie observed the retreating figure of the 7th elder before returning to his private quarters. Aboard the warship, Yi Feng lay bare-chested on the bed, with new duos seated beside him, needles in hand, raining down with precision. In a short while, Yi Feng's back resembled that of a porcupine, punctured by needles. "Great pharmacist, must you be so hasty? The ship is swaying. What if you miss?" Yi Feng asked, his face a mask of trepidation. He felt several energy points within him being activated with each needle that pierced his skin, an overwhelming sensation of spiritual elevation coursing through him. Yet, the thought of the needles embedded in his back made him shiver in fear. "Rest assured, I am a great pharmacist. While others may falter, I will not miss. Now, I am about to target your most crucial area. Once this is done, you shall be rendered impotent for a month, unable to indulge in any lewd activities," New Duo declared, pulling down Yi Feng's trousers. The next moment, her hands flew to cover her mouth in shock. "No wonder you have such charm with women. But from now until a month hence, you are forbidden from mischief," she added before thrusting the needle down. A howl of agony echoed through the cabin. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually, all the needles were extracted from Yi Feng's body. Though his complexion was pale, his spirit appeared remarkably buoyant. "New Duo, I must admit, your method is surprisingly effective. Would you be willing to teach me sometime?" Yi Feng inquired politely. "Certainly. If you start learning now, you might master it in about 200 years. If you possess decent talent, perhaps in 30 to 40 years, New Duo replied, placing the last needle into its box. "Forget it. I shall let someone else learn." After New Duo departed the room, Yi Feng resumed his meditative posture. The sensation he experienced was indescribable. It was not merely a restoration of strength or spirit, but rather an enhancement that seemed to enrich his very soul, rendering it more complete. It seemed the only fitting explanation. No, it must be concentration. Yi Feng finally arrived at an appropriate term to encapsulate his current feeling. With an enhanced focus, it signifies that one can swiftly grasp any new knowledge. Contemplating this, Yi Feng retrieved the remaining crystal elixir from last time. In the next moment, He placed a third-tier crystal elixir in the palm of his hand, and the blood-sucking technique within him commenced its activation. Gurgle, gurgle. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Yifeng seemed to sense a sound emanating from the blood-sucking technique. This indicated that as his strength surged, so too did his ability to draw in energy. Previously, it might have taken 5 minutes to fully absorb a single crystal elixir. Yet now it required only about 4 minutes. If employed against adversaries, he could drain them into mummies, even through their armor. After a day and night, Yifeng opened his eyes once more. Brother Feng, a multitude of Duoyan people has gathered by the shore, all seeking your frozen fish. In fact, there are 2 familiar faces among them. Ma Gubai's voice resonated from outside. I shall be out momentarily. Yifeng opened the door and followed Ma Gubai onto the deck. The next moment, he was astounded to see that at least 10,000 people had congregated by the shore. The Duoyan soldiers on the city walls had long since vanished, replaced by throngs of ordinary folk. They nearly filled the section of the dock adjacent to the angry sea, with some individuals standing atop the arrow tower due to lack of space. Chapter 617. How dare they treat me this way? Maku had already prepared the machine gun. Should these refugees dare to cause trouble, he would be the first to respond with firepower. What brings you all to me? Yifeng inquired. At that moment, 2 disheveled figures squeezed through the crowd. Great Khan Yifeng, do you remember me? I have funds deposited in the hot spring bank, and I wish to use this money to purchase some frozen fish. I beg you, I am utterly famished. Who might you be? Yifeng raised his binoculars, but still could not recognize the individual. It is I, Jiamenda, do you not recall? I have 400,000 hot spring coins in the bank, and now I wish to exchange all of it for frozen fish. Jiamenda appeared in disarray, his garments tattered and his leather armor long since repurposed for broth. You are Jiamenda? Yifeng expressed skepticism. In his memory, Jiamenda had always been impeccably dressed and exuded nobility. Yet now, he bore the appearance of a beggar by the shore. Yes, yes. Please convert all my hot spring coins into frozen fish. I am in dire need of it, Jiamenda implored. Regrettably, if you wish to withdraw funds, you must go to the hot spring bank, which resides 100 nautical miles from here on New Hot Spring Island. The well-meaning Yifeng even volunteered to provide directions. What? But I cannot traverse the angry sea, Jiamenda exclaimed. At that moment, another beggar emerged. Yifeng, I am Meng Yanlie. I am currently injured and spent 150,000 on accident insurance. Calculating it 5 times, that amounts to 750,000 hot spring coins. I kindly ask you to convert all of it into frozen fish. You are Meng Yanlie, but you do not seem to fit the description. Meng Yanlie is a Khan. How could you have become a beggar? How can you prove you are Meng Yanlie? Yifeng inquired from a distance. Me? I am indeed Meng Yanlie. I have a deposit slip at the hot spring bank, Meng Yanlie declared. I beg your pardon, but you should consult Wang Zhihai regarding these matters. He is the president of the hot spring bank, while I am merely the lord of Hot Spring Island. This is beyond my purview. Yifeng replied with an air of helplessness. You? Yifeng, you lack integrity. Do you wish for the hot spring coin to collapse? Meng Yanlie exclaimed in fury. I have not acted dishonestly. However, for business transactions, one cannot be amidst the raging sea. Thus, I implore you to visit the hot spring bank yourself. Just head north for 100 nautical miles, and you will pass by twin islands along the way, Yifeng stated candidly. Meng Yanlie, Jiamenda, Yifeng, you scoundrel. Once I board the warship, I shall turn you into minced meat to feed the sand beasts. The 2 Khans seethed with rage. Let us see what you say after boarding the warship. I cannot assist you in retrieving the hot spring coin, but I can point you in the right direction. In the castle of the Great Khan, there are 20,000 pounds of frozen fish. Hurry and request some food from him, for if you delay, the Great Khan may have already distributed the provisions to the consorts in the castle. Yifeng spoke slowly. The Great Khan would never share fish with us. 20,000 pounds of frozen fish would barely suffice for those within the castle. Yifeng, you should provide us with the frozen fish instead, Jiamenda shouted. I am neither the Lord of Eternal Life City nor the Great Khan of the vast plains, but Meng Yanlie is. As your ruler, can he not even guarantee your daily meals? As for me, I am the Lord of Hot Spring Island, and I can only ensure the sustenance of my own people. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Ma Gobi. Yifeng pointed to the side. Ma Gobi stepped forward, affirming, what he says is true. Here with Brother Feng, we have food and drink, and every night on Hot Spring Island, we host grand banquets. The leftover food is typically fed to the bears, though even they cannot consume all the scraps, and much of it is simply discarded. As a member of the Golden Armored Guards, Ma Gobi's words carried great weight. The shore erupted in chaos. Great Khan, I beseech you, allow me to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Great Khan, I can forge metal. Please take me to Hot Spring Island. Great Khan, are you not constructing ships? I can do that too. Great Khan, I have a daughter who is of age. I am willing to offer her to serve you. Let us become citizens of Hot Spring Island. The uproar at the shore nearly drove Yi Feng to madness. I apologize, but the territory of Hot Spring Island is limited, and it may not accommodate so many people. However, we have opened a pathway for you, starting now. For each loyal servant of Meng Yanlie that you slay, you will be rewarded with 100 pounds of frozen fish. Should you eliminate the loyal Golden Armored Guard, I shall grant him citizenship on Hot Spring Island. If you manage to slay Meng Yanlie, you will become the Vice Lord of Hot Spring Island. This is a promise I, Yi Feng, make, and it is binding. Yi Feng's voice resonated clearly, echoing for several kilometers. At the city wall, a servant's expression changed, and he hurriedly made his way towards the castle. He was a spy placed there by Meng Yanlie, tasked with eliminating anyone who dared to approach Yi Feng. However, plans could not account for changes. Too many individuals were engaging with Yi Feng, and it was impossible for him to eradicate them all. Thus, Meng Yanlie could only suppress his fury, contemplating that once the crisis had passed, he would settle accounts. It's too noisy, Mark. Steer the warship a few more kilometers into the raging sea. I do not wish to hear the sounds from the shore. Before long, the warship had moved 6 kilometers away from the coast. Ma Gobi, shall we test our strength? Yi Feng proposed with a smile. Very well. The two large hands clasped together. In no time, Ma Gobi's face turned crimson as every muscle in his body tensed, causing Yi Feng to sway to the side. Brother Feng, are you all right? Ma Gobi hastily helped Yi Feng up. I'm fine. I didn't expect my strength to grow so rapidly. I can actually hold my own against you, the Golden Armored Guard, for this long, Yi Feng exclaimed in delight. In pure strength, he could barely match the Golden Armored Guard. Of course, this was merely a test of brute force. Should he employ his blood-sucking technique, the cold ice true chi, or the fiery divine powers, Ma Gobi would likely be defeated. In Changsheng City, within the castle, Meng Yanlie overturned a table in frustration, precious frozen fish scattering everywhere, causing the nearby sweat slaves to swallow hard. Although they had gathered 20,000 pounds of frozen fish, several waves of visitors had arrived the previous afternoon, including members from the temple, pharmacists, various sweat concubines, and the county princess. Calculating it all, the 20,000 pounds of frozen fish had dwindled significantly. Consequently, Meng Yanlie reinstated the previous regulations. The 3 of them could have 3 meals a day, and the Golden Armored Guards would also have 3 meals daily. As for the sweat slaves around him, they were relegated to 2 meals a day. As the weather grew colder, people's appetites increased, leaving these sweat slaves perpetually unsatisfied. That scoundrel Yi Feng dares to treat me thus? He claims my head could exchange for the position of Deputy Lord of Hot Spring Island? Meng Yanlie, as I twitched furiously. Yes, indeed. The sweat slave replied tremulously. This foreigner dares to place a bounty on my head within my own territory. Ha. Chapter 618. Who wishes to join me for a night? Meng Yanlie's voice gradually rose in pitch. After a while, he waved his sleeve. Everyone leave. Nord, stay. Meng Yanlie spoke in a low tone. Soon, only Meng Yanlie and the Golden Armored Guard remained in the courtyard. Heavenly Khan, what is your command? Meng Yan, Nord inquired. Nord, you need not address me as Heavenly Khan any longer. I am, after all, your distant relative. From now on, call me elder brother. Meng Yanlie suddenly smiled warmly. This caused Meng Yan, Nord to feel a sense of nostalgia, as if the gentle Heavenly Khan of old had returned. Elder brother, Meng Yan, Nord called out. Very well. Nord, I have a task for you. Though it may be somewhat perilous, if successful, we will acquire a warship and teach Yi Feng a lesson. Our situation is dire. We cannot constantly be oppressed by Yi Feng. We must strengthen ourselves. We are the proud Duoyin people. Once accomplished, you and I shall jointly govern Changsheng City, and you may bring your family to reside within the castle. Meng Yanlie began to instill determination. Elder brother, rest assured, I will certainly fulfill the task. Chasing Ma, leaning on a cane, walked through the desert accompanied by 3 beast masters. The desert before them stretched infinitely, a daunting expanse where rattlesnakes and silver scorpions lay in wait, camouflaged beneath the grains of sand, revealing only their nostrils, a perilous threat indeed. Among the 5 beast masters he had brought along, 2 had already perished. Chasing Ma. Perhaps it is time to turn back? At this rate, not only will we fail to encounter any sand beasts, but the environment itself may well lead us to our demise from thirst. One beast master, on the verge of collapse, lamented that he had not had a sip of water for 5 days, and now could not even muster a drop of urine. In the preceding days, they had stumbled upon small oases every 100 kilometers or so, where, despite the absence of water, they could quench their thirst by sucking the dew from the leaves. Yet now, after traversing over 800 kilometers, not a single oasis had graced their path. Had it not been for drinking the urine of a sand beast midway, they surely would have succumbed to dehydration by now. Chasing Ma licked his parched lips, resolutely shaking his head. Brother Feng assisted me in obliterating Changsheng City. I must aid him in retrieving his wife and child, else I can never repay his immense kindness. Chasing Ma, am I seeing things? Or is there someone riding a camel ahead? Exclaimed one beastmaster suddenly. What? There truly are people? Chasing Ma rejoiced, hastily making his way towards the figures ahead. A few travelers on camels halted, casting puzzled glances at the 4 beggars. Friends, are you in distress? A turban-clad man dismounted from his camel, clutching a water pouch in his hand. In the Green Sea Desert, there exists a custom. When one encounters the parched, they offer a bit of water, for in return, when hardship befalls them, assistance will come their way. Soon, the 4 of them drained the water pouch dry. We are en route to the Wailing Child tribe's caravan to sell them some fruits. What about you? Inquired the turbaned man. The Wailing Child tribe? Chasing Ma felt a jolt of surprise, recalling that such a tribe was mentioned in the Black Tree River region, never imagining it would also exist in the desert. Is it towards the direction of the temple? Chasing Ma asked. Indeed. Can you take us along? Of course. But you must assist in dealing with sand beasts and sand bandits along the way. Deal. Before long, the 4 of them were mounted on camels. Journeying deeper into the desert, he noted that the leader held a stick that emitted a constant stream of green smoke. During this time, you have all worked hard. Please partake of this cup. Yi Feng raised a wooden cup high in the dining hall. This fruit wine had been brewed for no less than 5 years. Rich and delectable, far surpassing the fruit wine from his hot spring island. To procure these 10 barrels of fruit wine, Yi Feng had sacrificed over 30 pounds of frozen fish. The diners erupted into cheers. Amidst the tumultuous seas, the warships bobbed rhythmically, yet thankfully. The tables and chairs were secured to the floor. Even the wooden cups for pouring water had designated places. Nu Duo did not partake in Yi Feng's banquet. She merely assisted him with acupuncture daily before retreating to her cabin, never engaging with the others. Brother Feng, life aboard the warship is exceedingly dull. Why not find us a few women? Mark suddenly proposed. His words detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a surge of hormones in the dining hall. Dear Feng, you are oblivious to the plight of the hungry, surrounded as you are by 4 women. Sooner or later, that esteemed healer will find her way to your bed. Therefore, I implore you to find us a few as well. We are willing to offer them spa tokens, or even directly provide frozen fish. Feng, grant us this wish. The tension is unbearable. What they say holds truth. In the city of eternal life, noble maidens and affluent ladies abound, as numerous as the stars in the sky. In their current state of scarcity, I dare say a mere pound of frozen fish could win their favor. Feng Yi believes that since we are all brothers, they should enjoy the same privileges as he does. Very well, after the banquet, let the warship dock, and you shall exchange frozen fish on the shore for what is rightfully yours. However, once the transaction is complete, these women must disembark from the ship. They represent uncontrollable variables, and what if they cause chaos? Feng Yi stated. Oh, splendid. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Brother Feng. An hour later, the warship arrived at the shore of the furious sea. 2 artillery pieces simultaneously aimed at the coastline. Meanwhile, over 20 heavy machine guns also targeted the land. Should any skilled individual attempt to board forcefully, they would be dealt with ruthlessly. The starving populace on the shore hastily rose, their eyes eagerly fixed upon the distinguished figures on the deck. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, sailors strolled onto the deck, casually selecting individuals from the crowd. Ah, is that not Princess Ma? How did you find yourself amidst the starving populace? At a glance, Ma Goubai was captivated by a young maiden. Upon noticing Ma Goubai, the girl's expression became a tapestry of complexity. Once, Ma Goubai had been a servant to her esteemed Meng Yanlie family, but the circumstances had since shifted dramatically. Thus, she forced a semblance of a smile and remarked, Ah, it is Sir Ma Goubai. Might you graciously bestow upon us a frozen fish? My mother and I have not eaten fish for several days, the young girl inquired. Certainly, but you must offer something in return, replied Magobi. What is it that you require me to give? The girl's expression shifted slightly. You understand, I desire your body, and in return, I shall offer you 2 pounds of frozen fish, said Magobi. You? Such audacity, to dare to be impudent towards me. Do you not fear that my father will take action against you? The young lady paused, suddenly struck by a thought. It seemed that her father no longer cared for her well-being. Your Highness, the situation has changed. If you are unwilling, there are many who would be eager. I can demonstrate this for you. After speaking, Magobi lifted a slab of frozen fish, waving it in the air. The people on the shore, stirred by excitement, stepped forward eagerly. Their eyes glimmered at the sight of the frozen fish, as if it were a coveted prize. Whoever wishes to spend a night with me will claim this fish as their reward, Magobi proclaimed loudly. At least dozens of charming young maidens stepped forward. In chapter 619, as the blade descended, some audacious women even loosened their garments slightly, revealing their assets for Magobi to behold. Magobi, I have promised you. Please allow me onto the deck, she sobbed, her face concealed in her hands. The defeated nation bears the heaviest burden, regardless of her past status or identity, now. Before a mere beggar from the victorious realm, she can only humble herself in hopes of survival. Princess Ma, do not weep, for if you cooperate fully, I shall implore Brother Feng to permit you to remain aboard the warship, granting you a life of luxury and abundance henceforth. Magobi quickly urged, his heart heavy with concern. Those on the shore exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging their deepest desire to board Yi Feng's warship. As for becoming citizens of One Spring Island, such aspirations felt far beyond their reach. Please come and fetch me. By the way, could you also bring my mother and sister aboard the warship? They are just as lovely as I am, the young girl inquired. No, if you continue to be ungrateful, I will have to seek another companion. Magobi's expression turned frigid. After all, Yi Feng was present, and he dared not overstep his bounds, as it would be seen as disrespectful. Let her mother and sister come aboard, Magobi. Heaven shows mercy to the benevolent, and I, Yi Feng, am not so heartless, Yi Feng declared loudly. The crowd on the shore brightened instantly, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. How wonderful, great Khan Yi Feng. Since you are so compassionate, could you also bring my brother aboard? He has not eaten fish in several days, the young lady hurriedly added. No, Yi Feng firmly rejected. Magobi, Lady Mago, disaster victims, Great Khan, I have a granddaughter, quite beautiful. Though she hails from the slums, she is often described as a lotus blooming in mire. Can she come aboard? An elderly man, seemingly attuned to Yi Feng's character, shouted from the crowd. Just because you say she is beautiful, does that make it so? Bring her out to show her face, Yi Feng replied coldly. Moments later, a young girl was brought forth. Though her hair was matted and she appeared utterly famished, one could still discern the traces of her beauty. Very well, someone throw a rope to the shore and pull her up, Yi Feng commanded. Soon, a rope was thrown, and several skilled individuals gently pulled her aboard, where she was caught by another expert. Once on deck, the men began to take liberties, causing her great distress. No, please. Not like this. First, give me something to eat. I need food. All right, right away, Yi Feng responded, watching as these women were brought onto the deck. A hint of helplessness crossing his face. This was not a civilized society, and he could not control every detail. Moreover, it felt unjust not to allow his comrades, who fought alongside him, some enjoyment. Just then, Malubai approached. Brother Feng, may I select a man? Yi Feng was taken aback, quickly stepping aside. A look of revulsion on his face. You are actually considering such a thing? Then forget it. Let us act as if I never spoke. Malubai's face flushed crimson. Wait. Oh, what a sin. Remember to use the lamb intestine. You go choose, Yi Feng concluded, striding off the deck. Initially, he intended to intervene, but Malubai was a formidable warrior, and his brother even more so Yi Feng had to tread carefully to maintain their allegiance. Back in the cabin, Yi Feng stuffed 2 pieces of animal hide in his ears. After being administered golden needles by Enduo, he was forbidden from engaging with women for a month. Yet, the dining hall and cabin were filled with alluring sounds, making him quite uncomfortable. I shall observe with my eyes closed and focus inward, continuing to absorb the crystal elixir. Yi Feng held a crystal elixir in his palm. In the next moment, the blood-sucking technique activated. Time flowed slowly, and before long, it was midnight. Yi Feng closed his eyes to rest, sensing the surge of power within him. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, having heard faint footsteps from the corridor. Is it Maisie? This woman truly seems insatiable. He sighed, preparing to open the door to dissuade Maisie. Just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. The iron door, forged from steel, was forcefully thrown open, and a shadow swiftly entered. What is this? Yi Feng took a firm stance, striking forward with both palms. Boom. His hands collided with the shadow's palm. Uffed. In the next instant, the shadow spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back 6 or 7 steps before regaining its balance. Meanwhile, Yi Feng could not withstand the immense force and retreated 3 steps, only stopping when his back hit the wall. Who are you? Yi Feng took a deep breath, trying to steady his chaotic breath. The shadow wore a golden mask. Yi Feng, to think you were this powerful? The shadow exclaimed, its voice deep with astonishment. Now it's my turn, isn't it? With that, Yi Feng unleashed a punch. Boom. The small room was engulfed in a whirlwind. Various pieces of furniture shattered under the force. The 2 fists collided once more, but this time, the shadow was thrown backward, crashing violently against the iron wall before sliding down slowly. Simultaneously, the mask on its face was knocked off. Are you not the golden armored guardian beside Meng Yanlie? How did you board the warship? Yi Feng was taken aback. If this golden armored guardian could board the warship, that would imply Meng Yanlie could also do so. The ramifications of Meng Yanlie boarding the warship would be catastrophic. Yi Feng, I never imagined your strength had reached such heights. The shadow spoke, suddenly moving swiftly toward the window. You think you can leave after coming here? Yi Feng seized its ankle, his immense strength slamming the figure down to the ground. Boom. The golden armored guardian lay limp on the floor, blood gushing from its mouth and nostrils. However, in the next moment, its upper body suddenly propelled forward, delivering a palm strike towards Yi Feng's chest. Bang! Yi Feng's expression changed dramatically. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his chest, nearly causing him to lose his footing. Yi Feng. The golden armored guardian grasped Yi Feng's collarbone tightly, pressing down forcefully. Your strength is indeed somewhat greater than mine, but alas, your combat experience is severely lacking. After saying this, the golden armored guardian drew a dagger with its other hand, aiming for Yi Feng's forehead. Damn! Yi Feng's pupils constricted. In a moment of desperation, he flicked his fingers, and a fireball shot directly at the golden armored guardian. In the next instant, a towering inferno erupted from its body. Ah! My eyes, my eyes. Ugh! The golden armored guardian was engulfed in flames, its hands flailing wildly in search of something to hold on to. At that moment, the brothers Ma Gubai and Ma Lubai finally rushed over. Without a word, they raised their knives to strike. A fiery head rolled onto the ground. Chapter 620. Can it be? Brother Feng, are you alright? Ma Gubai hurriedly helped Yi Feng to his feet. I'm fine. Yi Feng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Squinting his eyes, gather all the night watchmen on deck. At your command. In the pitch-black night, torches illuminated the deck, where 12 individuals knelt, including Cheng Li Bin's foremost disciple, Mark. They had already heard of Yi Feng's assassination attempt, bowing their heads in shame. Surrounding the deck were over 100 sailors. You were on watch last night and allowed the enemy aboard the warship. Fortunately, it was merely a golden armored guard. What if Meng Yanlie had boarded? We would all be doomed. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Feng unsheathed his curved blade and slowly approached Mark. Mark, do you have any final words? Yi Feng inquired coldly, his gaze devoid of warmth. Mark slowly lifted his head, his lips trembling slightly. Tell my master that I died fighting the enemy. Not at your hands. Can it be? Mark's voice quavered with suppressed sobs. Yi Feng shook his head, then nodded. Thud. A head rolled to the deck. Yi Feng then moved to the next night watchman. Do you have any last words? My family remains on New Hot Spring Island. Will they be implicated, Brother Feng? Rest assured on that front, but your descendants for 3 generations will no longer serve on the warship. Thud. Another head fell, with a flurry of 12 swift strikes. 12 heads were severed. The surrounding sailors trembled in fear. Previously, they had only held respect for Yi Feng. Now, they regarded him with trepidation. Yi Feng handed the bloodied curved blade to Ma Gubai. From this moment forth, select another 12 night watchmen. Should anyone neglect their duty again, they shall face dire consequences. Yi Feng proclaimed resolutely. He understood that the crew aboard the warship were fiercely loyal individuals from Hot Spring Island. Mark was among the first of the wildlings to pledge allegiance to him, akin to Tuba's kin. Yet, at times, one must wield a heavy hand. Otherwise, Should Meng Yanlie seize the warship, it would spell the annihilation of the entire hot spring island. Understood. A chorus of voices echoed in unison. Preserve their heads. Upon our return to Hot Spring Island, let us honor them with graves. Though they have broken military regulations, they are still of Hot Spring Island. And fallen leaves return to their roots, Feng added. Brother Feng, you possess a kind heart. Ma Gobai remarked. Ma Gobai ma lebi. Let us return to the cabin to discuss matters. The rest may resume their duties. After Feng spoke, he strode back to the cabin. The golden armored guard's ambush tonight was a foregone conclusion, undoubtedly the scheme of Meng Yanlie. Who would have thought this scoundrel remained relentless in his pursuits? Suddenly, Feng sprang to his feet, gazing out the window. Beneath the night sky, swirling sands rose over Changsheng City, the sound of bells resonating throughout the air. 9 chimes. Has the sand beast arrived? Feng furrowed his brow. He is not a pitiable commoner of Changsheng City. Rather, it is a lament that so many crystal elixirs remain unexchanged within its walls. Feng had already heard that the sand beasts would first devour the strongest humans before turning to consume the crystal elixirs of their own kind. The fall of Changsheng City would signify the obliteration of the crystal elixirs that Meng Yanlie had stored for over a century. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air above the warship. Huh! Feng and the others hurriedly dashed out onto the deck, their gazes fixed upon the azure sky. A colossal bird swept over Feng's head, soaring in circles above. Brother Feng, it's me. It's me. Ha ha ha. The baby bird has recovered. The exuberant voice of Chun and resonated from atop the giant bird. Feng's heart swelled with joy as he waved enthusiastically at the sky. You rascal. Your timing is impeccable. Quickly, let the baby bird land on the deck. I wish to ride upon its back. Feng bellowed. All right. Chun maneuvered the giant bird down towards the deck. Simultaneously, several leather pouches, weighing approximately 2 tons, dangled from its sides. Chun, this is where you have erred. The baby bird has just healed from severe injuries. How could you burden it with twice its usual load? Feng reproached. Fear not. It has consumed a considerable amount of crystal elixirs during this time, and its strength has elevated to a new level. Thus, carrying 2 tons is of no concern to it, Chun boasted while perched on the bird's neck, flaunting his leather attire. Feng nodded and turned his attention to the others behind him. While I am away, Ma Gobai and Ma Labai, you two will be in charge of the warship. Ensure the safety of Mei Zi, Hua Luo Qing, and Zhen Yu. Once I ascend to the heavens, steer the warship 10 nautical miles away from the shore, Feng commanded. Brother Feng, 3 nautical miles is already quite safe. Are you still fearful of the sand beasts traversing the water? Ma Gobai inquired. Follow my orders, Feng replied, then mounted the bird's neck, encircling Chun An's waist with one hand. Take off. With its enhanced strength, the giant bird soared into the sky without even needing a running start, unfurling its wings and launching upward. Fly higher, higher still, to 5,000 meters. Feng commanded. The giant bird flapped its wings vigorously, ascending swiftly into the heavens. Fluffy white clouds drifted beneath them. Time passed, and at last, Feng reached an altitude of 5,000 meters above Changsheng City. He had calculated that Meng Yanlie could hurl a spear a maximum of 4,000 meters, thus 5,000 meters provided a safe distance, allowing him to observe the situation below with clarity. Against the backdrop of the azure sky, Feng beheld the entire Changsheng City springing into motion. Whether they were commoners, cavalry, or nobles, all rushed toward the city walls, aware that if the sand beasts breached Changsheng City, their fates would be sealed. Peering down intently, Feng noticed several figures atop the castle, likely Meng Yanlie and his sycophants. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust surged forth, within which colossal creatures rolled and roared, their sounds reverberating to such an extent that even Feng could feel the tremors at his location. Brother Feng, do you intend to assist Meng Yanlie against the sand beasts? Chun queried. Assist against the sand beasts? Feng scoffed coldly. Above the castle, Meng Yanlie pressed his hands against the battlements, his gaze fixed intently on the outside. The cavalry below, without needing his command, had independently surged towards the outer city, which was the only aspect that brought him solace. His sharp eyes swept over the Elder Tower, only to find it eerily silent. Several elders had not even ascended to the walls. Where were those individuals from the Elder Council? With the sand beasts approaching, how could they remain absent from the defenses? Meng Yanlie questioned in a low voice. Yet, the sweat slaves behind him exchanged glances, choosing silence. After all, Meng Yanlie's authority was confined to the castle and a separate courtyard within. His sweat slaves could not venture to gather news from the Elder Council. Chapter 6:21. Do not waste your strength. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Massive sand beasts burst forth from the dust-laden area, charging swiftly towards the walls. On the battlements, the cavalry gripped their spears, their legs trembling, not from fear, but from hunger. Ballista operators, prepare. A weary commander called out. Fire! With a cacophony, dozens of ballistae unleashed their bolts, sending the sand beasts roaring in fury. Only one unfortunate sand beast met its demise, a bolt piercing its skull. The remaining beasts, however, felt only the impacts in inconsequential areas. Their adrenaline surged during the charge, rendering them oblivious to pain. Quickly, you fools, reload the ballistae. Get them ready. The commander shouted in exasperation. Why are you standing there? Draw the string. By the heavens, how can I have such foolish subordinates? The commanders on the walls lamented. Once more, a volley of bolts was released, this time resulting in the death of 10 sand beasts due to the proximity of the shot. Yet, with nearly 300 sand beasts in the initial charge, the damage inflicted by the ballistae was negligible. Do not use the ballistae. There is no time to reload. Archers, spearmen, prepare yourselves. A heavily armored commander declared just as the sand beasts crashed violently against the walls. Boom. Fortunately, the walls were sturdy. But dozens of cavalrymen were still thrown back into the inner city. Boom, boom, boom. More sand beasts struck the walls, extending their claws and clawing their way up. With their immense size, they needed only a few moments to scale the outer walls of Changsheng City. To the death, a captain drew his curved blade, striking down on the head of a sand beast. The powerful force cleaved the beast's skull in two. Gasping for breath, the captain, long deprived of proper nourishment, had nearly exhausted his strength with that single blow. At last, dozens of sand beasts mounted the walls, switching to a bulldozer mode, mowing down all in their path. Thud! The captain was trampled underfoot by a level 4 sand beast. It was over. Changsheng City was doomed. Just then, a flaming spear shot out from the inner fortress of the walls. The level 4 sand beast had yet to react when its head was pierced by the tremendous force. A howl escaped the creature, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Once again, a fiery spear hurtled through the air. On the other end, a level 4 sand beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Atop the castle, Meng Yanlie extended his hand backward, and a sweat-soaked slave promptly presented another spear. The sheer number of sand beasts was overwhelming, compelling Meng Yanlie to focus his strikes on the more formidable ones. As for the ordinary sand beasts, he could only rely on others to vanquish them collectively. With a whoosh, the third spear was launched, sending a level 3 sand beast crashing to the earth. It was the Heavenly Khan. Indeed, it was the Heavenly Khan who intervened. Without his prowess, we would scarcely withstand the first wave. The morale atop the walls surged. Be they cavalry, nobles, or common folk, all wielded their weapons valiantly, leaving the sand beasts battered and bruised. Even an army of ants can bring down an elephant. With nearly 1 million residents in Changsheng City, even if every 500 were to confront a single sand beast, they would still have ample numbers. Boom. Meng Yanlie hurled the 66th spear. His breaths were becoming slightly labored. Heavenly Khan, consume this crystal elixir. Baidwa rushed over, placing a crystal pill into Meng Yanlie's mouth. After ingesting the elixir, his complexion soured. It seemed an inopportune moment for such consumption, as the elixir's potency would require a portion of his energy for digestion. After speaking, Meng Yanlie expelled the elixir from his mouth and grasped the 67th spear. With a whoosh, he struck true. The last level 4 sand beast, which had been lurking in the rear, fell lifeless to the ground. Without a leader, the remaining sand beasts roared in place before retreating swiftly into the swirling sands. Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes and hurled another spear into the dust. Heavenly Khan, you are magnificent. You are my hero. The Khan's consort embraced Meng Yanlie's waist, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at this godlike figure. Father Khan, I admire you so much, Princess Mingxin exclaimed, rushing over to clasp Meng Yanlie's arm. Though exhausted to the brink of collapse, the admiration from his wife and child made the fatigue worthwhile. Yet, despite his joy, he maintained an air of composure. Look at how elated you all are. I have yet to slay the new sand beast king. Thankfully, it has retreated into the dust. Otherwise, one strike from me would have rendered it as lifeless as the ordinary sand beasts, Meng Yanlie remarked coolly. Just then, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from above. What could it be? He glanced upward. In the next moment, the ground before him was struck, creating a small pit. Although diminutive, it was exceedingly deep. This is bad. It's that scoundrel Yi Feng again. Meng Yanlie was taken aback, hastily retreating a few steps. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Yi Feng and Chun trembled in the chill, yet erupted into laughter. Haha, we've finally pinpointed the castle's coordinates. Meng Yanlie, prepare yourself for a rain of iron. With that, Yi Feng sliced open a leather pouch. Previously, they had tested several positions from 5,000 meters high, but some projectiles had landed outside the city, others in the sea, and some in the slums. Now, they had finally calculated the correct position. Plop! Countless heavy projectiles descended at an alarming angle, instantly annihilating several unsuspecting servants. Alarmed, Meng Yanlie seized a curved blade from the ground, raising it above his head to shield himself from the impending chaos. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his weapon shattered into fragments. Quickly, into the house, he urged, grasping the great Khan's concubine with one hand and Ming Xin with the other, racing towards safety. Meanwhile, the servants floundered about like headless flies, and within moments, another dozen met their demise. Finally, they escaped into the courtyard, and Meng Yanlie exhaled a slight sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he slammed his palm against a stone table in frustration. Yi Feng, how dare you take advantage of the chaos wrought by the sand beasts to target me? His fury had no outlet, leading him to punch a hole in the wall. Meng Yanlie, conserve your strength. The next wave of sand beast attacks is imminent. I suspect it will commence at dawn, Baidwa implored. I understand, he muttered, pacing in agitation. Yet, suddenly, he heard a series of ominous thuds from above. Initially faint, the sound grew as cracks began to appear in the ceiling stones. With a thunderous crash, a large stone slab shattered, sending dust cascading down. This was not the worst of it, with the roof gone. The heavy projectiles from the sky resumed their assault. Yi Feng, I swear I will unearth your ancestors and exact revenge. Chapter 622. A hint of mockery. After muttering in anger, Meng Yanlie hurriedly led his wife and child towards the bunker. However, just a few steps in, he abruptly turned back. You all head to the bunker. There are still many crystal pills piled up in the courtyard. I must retrieve them. Don't go, Baidwa shouted. But Meng Yanlie had already pivoted back. Upon re-entering the courtyard, he felt a jolt in his shoulder. Turning, he saw a thick iron rod embedded in it. Fortunately, his formidable physique had provided some protection. Had it struck an ordinary person, it would have impaled them through the shoulder and into the abdomen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled the projectile free. With a soft thud, another projectile grazed the tip of his nose, landing squarely between his feet. Even someone as strong as Meng Yanlie felt a surge of fear. He touched his nose, discovering it was bleeding. The air around him was filled with the sound of more projectiles raining down. Never mind, I'll retrieve the crystal pills later, he declared, without hesitation, sprinting towards the bunker. Changsheng City, with a history extending over 3 millennia, was replete with various tunnels, bunkers, and countless secret passages. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Yi Feng lowered his binoculars. Meng Yanlie seems to have departed from his courtyard. I've received word that all his crystal pills are amassed there. Chinen, now you grasp my intentions, do you not? Yi Feng remarked with a smile. I understand. Chinen nodded, patting the bird on its head. Birdie, dive down towards that location. The colossal bird comprehended Chun An's words, its wings folding into a scissor-like formation as it swiftly dove downward. As Yi Feng beheld the increasingly imminent silhouette of Changsheng City, a twinge of trepidation coursed through him. He feared that Meng Yanlie lurked in the shadows, poised to strike with a spear as the giant bird descended, leading to a disastrous crash that would leave both him and Chun invulnerable to capture within the city. Given his previous unprincipled flight, he knew that should he land in Changsheng City again, not only would Meng Yanlie not spare him, but neither would the elders, the military, the priests, nor the apothecaries. The giant bird descended lower and lower, and Yi Feng could distinctly discern the contours of Changsheng City. Now was the moment. With that thought, he leapt from the bird at a height exceeding 30 meters. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled several times to dissipate the impact. Without delay, he retrieved a burlap sack and sprinted toward the annex. Who goes there? A sweat slave emerged. Death. Yi Feng wasted no breath, unleashing his icy true energy. Thud. The sweat slave was instantly encased in ice. Yi Feng glided past, a flash of his blade severing the slave's head, which rolled onto the ground. Entering the ruins of the annex, Yi Feng's gaze was sharp as he scanned the ground. Not in the warehouse. Having spent a few days as a sweat slave in the annex, he was familiar with its layout, comprising a warehouse, kitchen, barrel room, bedroom, front hall, and back hall. If Meng Yanlie hadn't concealed the crystal elixirs in the warehouse, where could they be? Yi Feng pivoted, kicking open one of the wooden doors. Ah! A foul stench assaulted his senses. It was the barrel room. He kicked open the bedroom door, and in that instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside were numerous, exquisitely crafted wooden boxes. Yi Feng smashed open one of the boxes, and 2 crystal elixirs tumbled forth. He shattered another box. More elixirs. Wealth at last. Yi Feng hurriedly opened his burlap sack, placing the elixirs inside one by one. Wealth? Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he spun around, gripping his curved blade tightly. There stood a middle-aged man. Meng Yanlie? I thought you had departed. Yi Feng's hand trembled slightly around the blade. I knew it. Why would you rain down iron at this moment unless you were after the crystal elixirs? Yi Feng, have you finally fallen into my grasp? Meng Yanlie chuckled sinisterly, advancing step by step towards Yi Feng, a mocking gleam in his eyes. Previously, the multitude had safeguarded Yi Feng, thwarting Meng Yanlie's attempts to strike. This time, he was determined to achieve his desires. Yi Feng clenched his teeth. But as Meng Yanlie approached, he found himself retreating slowly. I must flee. With that, he leapt into the air, aiming for the city wall below. However, in the next moment, Meng Yanlie appeared behind him as though he had shifted through shadows, delivering a palm strike. Boom! Yi Feng's body was sent hurtling backward. His curved blade warped from the impact. Ha! Yi Feng, if I let you slip away today, I shall no longer bear the name Meng Yan. As he uttered these words, Meng Yanlie once again advanced toward Yi Feng. Confronted with his hard-won prey, Meng Yanlie felt an overwhelming desire to inflict torment upon Yi Feng. Yet, he managed to maintain a semblance of rationality. The living Yi Feng held far greater worth than a lifeless one. Should he succeed in capturing Yi Feng alive, he could ensure a steady supply of frozen fish from the warships to Eternal City, or even utilize artillery to eradicate the sand beasts threatening it. Yi Feng's back arched, his eyes darting nervously. He needed to find an opportunity to break free. Otherwise, Meng Yanlie would surely show him no mercy. Caw! Caw! From the sky came the urgent cries of a colossal bird. Chun and hovered anxiously above. He yearned to launch a bomb, yet feared it would fatally harm Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng possessed blood scales, his physical strength paled in comparison to that of Meng Yanlie. You finally descended to a lower altitude? Meng Yanlie remarked, suddenly grasping the ground. A long spear materialized in his hand. Chun and flee! Yi Feng roared, propelling himself toward Meng Yanlie. Boom! Meng Yanlie's palm struck Yi Feng's chest. Puffed. Blood spewed from Yi Feng's mouth. In the next moment, fueled by desperation, he seized Meng Yanlie's wrist with both hands. Ice true. Before he could finish the incantation, Yi Feng's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. I am aware of your peculiar abilities. Alas, before absolute power, such abilities are rendered futile. Meng Yanlie declared, aiming the spear skyward. Whoosh! This is bad. Chun maneuvered the giant bird in a tight circle. The spear narrowly grazed the bird's head, the force of its passage ruffling its feathers. Quickly, my feathered friend, ascend higher. Chun urged. Below, Meng Yanlie seized another spear. Whoosh! Yet this time, the giant bird had soared over 3,000 meters high. While the spear was accurate, its potency waned at such altitudes, plummeting helplessly toward the ground. Previously, he could shoot 4,000 meters. But having exerted considerable energy against the sand beast, his current strength was reduced to about 70 or 80% of his usual capacity. Die! Yi Feng, realizing escape was futile, thrust both palms forward. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, frost enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 6:23. Leaving you a dog's life, a layer of frost formed upon the nearby structures. Yet, in the next moment, Meng Yanlie emerged from the frost with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanged. Yi Feng, oh Yi Feng, now, I shall begin by breaking your limbs. For your pitiful life still holds some value. With that declaration, he suddenly darted forward. Yi Feng had not yet comprehended the situation when his left arm was seized. Crack! Ah! Yi Feng let out a harrowing scream, his left arm dislocating. However, Before he could recover from the agony, Meng Yanlie grasped his right arm. "Brother Feng, we are here to save you." At that moment, two golden figures flashed, converging upon Meng Yanlie. Uft, uft. Caught off guard, Meng Yanlie was struck by a blade. One of the golden figures swiftly pulled Feng back to a distance of 20 meters, while the other positioned itself directly in front of him. As Meng Yanlie focused his gaze, he recognized the two traitors before him. "I had intended to hunt you down in the future, but how fortuitous it is that I can deal with both of you today," he said, a twisted smile on his face. "Ma Debbie, ma maybe. I thought you had already been executed." Feng gazed weakly at the duo. "Third brother, you escort brother Feng towards the seaside. Leave this to me," Ma maybe declared. "Very well, you must hold on," Ma Debbie replied, effortlessly hoisting Feng onto his back and leaping off the city wall. "Where do you think you're going?" Meng Yanlie's form flickered like lightning. Boom. A sharp wave of blade energy intercepted him. Nevertheless, Meng Yanlie was far too formidable. Mid-air, he reached out with his bare hand, grasping the curved blade and forcefully yanking it back. Ma maybe was involuntarily propelled towards Meng Yanlie. Boom. He collided squarely with Meng Yanlie's fist. Ma maybe's body was sent flying 30 meters away, a gaping hole appearing in his chest. This expert, comparable to the golden armored guards, was unable to withstand even a single strike from Meng Yanlie. "Ma maybe," Feng shouted. "Brother Feng, do not cry out. Conserve your strength. We will take him down with the ship's cannons," Ma Debbie said, tears welling in his eyes as he dashed into the affluent district, carrying Feng. "Ha ha ha, Feng. Where do you think you're escaping?" Meng Yanlie leapt through the air, relentlessly pursuing the pair. Fortunately, the chaotic layout of Changsheng City, with clotheslines protruding in every direction, significantly obstructed Meng Yanlie's line of sight. After several failed attempts to catch them, Ma Debbie managed to slip away from under his nose. Damn it! In the next moment, Meng Yanlie seized a pile of rubble and hurled it downwards with great force. Puff, puff, puff. The stones pierced through the densely woven beast leather garments as if they were bullets. Clang, 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 clang. Feng felt fresh blood surge from his back. Ma Debbie screamed in agony, one of his ears severed by the stones, blood gushing forth. Boom. Ahead, a figure flickered, and two immense forces surged forth like a tidal wave. Ma Debbie bore the brunt of it, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Although Feng also sustained injuries, most of the damage was absorbed by Ma Debbie. Countless figures began to converge, revealing Meng Yanlie's true form. Earlier, Feng had heard that Meng Yanlie could not possibly defeat 3 golden armored guards. It seemed those were mere rumors, given his strength. Even 10 golden armored guards would likely not stand a chance against him. Meng Yanlie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hands trembling slightly within his sleeves. Today, he had already expended some stamina dealing with the sand beasts. Being struck by a projectile had drained more of his vitality. After battling Feng and the others, his current strength was likely reduced to less than a third of his former self. Meng Yanlie. Feng pressed his dislocated left shoulder against the wall and twisted with all his might. In an instant, his left arm regained its functionality. "What?" Meng Yanlie raised an eyebrow. "Die?" Feng lunged forward, his palms thrusting out simultaneously. Boom. The area ahead erupted as if struck by a grenade. Debris of stone and wood scattering in all directions. Yet, Meng Yanlie remained steadfast, unmoved. "Take another blow from me." A gust of icy frost surged forth, striking Meng Yanlie squarely. However, this time, Meng Yanlie did not appear as untroubled as before. Frost formed upon his beard and hair. Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and with gritted teeth, he unleashed his trump card. A foot-long flame erupted from his fingertips. A flicker of wariness crossed Meng Yanlie's face for the first time as he slightly angled his body, effortlessly evading Feng's fiery prowess. "What?" Feng was taken aback. Although the fire ability consumed all, Meng Yanlie's speed was too formidable. He could not land a hit. Just then, a colossal bird descended from above the city wall. "Birdie, do you see those boxes? Quickly, use your claws to grab the crystal cores for me, and we shall ascend into the sky." Chunin shouted from atop the bird's neck, intentionally letting Meng Yanlie overhear him. "How audacious! Do not touch my crystal cores." Meng Yanlie, taken aback, could no longer spare a moment for Feng and shot towards the city wall like a bolt of lightning. "Splendid." I hadn't anticipated Chun's cleverness in employing the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Feng swiftly hoisted Ma Debbie onto his back, and sprinted towards the angry sea dock. After running over 1,000 meters, he glanced back to see the giant bird soaring into the sky, clutching a multitude of boxes. Below, Meng Yanlie leaped several dozen meters high, seemingly striving to grasp the giant bird's legs. Regrettably, Chunin slashed open the sack, causing countless clumsy projectiles to rain down, striking Meng Yanlie's head with blows. Feng sighed in relief. As long as Chunin and the giant bird were safe, all was well. He arrived at the dock, unhesitatingly plunging into the tumultuous waters. "Warship, come over here," Feng shouted from the sea. Just as he finished his plea, a colossal wave crashed over him, forcing a mouthful of seawater down his throat, more accurately, the water of corpses. For at the edge of the angry sea, many floating bodies had been discarded, victims of starvation or the infected. Fearing a plague from the decaying corpses, the townsfolk had cast them all into the angry sea. Turning around, Feng beheld a figure racing towards him at motorcycle speed from the heights of Eternal Life City. It seemed he would leap into the angry sea within moments to capture him. "Hurry, warship, come over here. First, aim the machine guns at the shore. Meng Yanlie is coming." Feng's voice carried through the waves to the warship. Two gunners promptly took their positions, aligning their cannons towards the shore as the warship began to mobilize towards the coastline. At that moment, a figure stepped upon the water's surface. It was Ma Gobi. "Brother Feng, I have come to rescue you," Ma Gobi exclaimed, now merely 20 meters away from Feng. Yet, in the next instant, a curved blade whistled towards him. The fierce gust of wind carved a trench in the water. "Not good." Ma Gobi gasped in shock, choking on the water as he drew his curved blade. Clang! With a clash of blades, Ma Gobi's body was hurled 10 meters before plunging into the sea with a splash. Boom! The ship's artillery finally roared to life. Chapter 624, Ruthless Slaughter. A shell whizzed past Meng Yanlie's head. "Brother Feng." Another figure emerged from the water. It was Ma Lebi. In an instant, he seized Feng and hoisted him onto his back, sprinting towards the warship. Unfortunately, his strength fell short compared to Ma Gobi's. Mere moments after entering the water with Feng, he splashed into the sea. "Quick, throw down the rope, cast it farther." On the deck, a skilled fighter swung his arm vigorously. Ma Lebi grasped the rope with precision, and together, the crew heaved them upwards at an astonishing speed. Feng glanced back to see Ma Gobi thrashing in the water, still clutching his brother Ma Debi. "Hurry, retrieve those two brothers, quickly," Feng shouted. However, in the next moment, a silhouette darted in from the shore, zigzagging through the air. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive shells failed to hit the figure. Meng Yanlie extended his hand, pulling the Ma brothers from the depths, and with a powerful leap, he landed on the tumultuous shoreline. One of the cannonballs had narrowly grazed his arm. Even someone as formidable as Meng Yanlie broke into a cold sweat at that moment. After securing the Ma brothers, he quickly shielded himself with their bodies. "Don't fire." Feng waved his hands urgently. "Ha ha ha. Feng, Ma Gobi and Ma Debi are now in my grasp. What do you have to say?" Meng Yanlie's voice emerged from behind the hostages. "Meng Yanlie, I only took some crystal pills from you. Let us make a deal. I will return them to you immediately if you release both of them," Feng replied, anxiety evident in his tone. The Ma brothers were fiercely loyal, and he was even willing to trade something of great significance for their safety. "Crystal pills? That's merely one of my conditions. Now, I demand that your giant bird flies over the sand beast and rains down iron, annihilating all of them. Even if they are not killed, driving them back will suffice. Once they retreat, I will return these two brothers to you," Meng Yanlie stated coldly. "Brother Feng, don't worry about us. Allow the sand beasts to breach Eternal Life City. Let Meng Yanlie's entire family pay the price," Ma Gobi declared resolutely. Previously, he had been somewhat loyal to Meng Yanlie, as he believed the golden armored guards were a noble entity. However, ever since he arrived at Feng's hot spring island, his perspective had drastically shifted. On Brother Feng's island, regardless of status, one could live joyfully and leisurely. Brother Feng did not treat his own with suspicion, allowing camaraderie and revelry, feasting and drinking alongside other masters, and surrounded by numerous beautiful women. In stark contrast, his previous life was filled with solemnity, unable to smile at anyone. If he smiled at the harem princess, Meng Yanlie would suspect him of a romantic entanglement. If he smiled at the priest, Meng Yanlie would again suspect collusion. Let us not even mention the elders or the pharmacists. This has led to a life devoid of any joy for him, despite his noble status as a golden armored guardian. Reflecting on it now, He truly resembles a living corpse, with the sole distinction of being a golden-armored guardian. The closest companion of the Celestial Khan. Undoubtedly, the person he cherishes most is Feng. Feng possesses an extraordinary charisma, at times. He is as stern as a deity of death, decisive in his slaughter. Yet, at other moments, he is as humorous as an ordinary person, possessing a playful spirit, even exhibiting moments of clumsiness and lechery. This makes Mago Bai feel that Feng is genuinely real, a person of flesh and blood, in whom he can find his own reflection. In stark contrast, the Celestial Khan, who daily indulges in pretense and self-deification, no longer elicits the same reverence he once did. Now, upon observing Meng Yanlie, he feels a wave of nausea rising within him. Pretentious? What absurdity! Mago Bai, I will save you, rest assured, came Feng's concerned voice from the deck. After we repel the sand beasts, I will surely return both of them to you. Just wait for me at the castle when I rain down iron. Ensure it doesn't stray. Should a single iron rain land in my castle, I shall promptly sever the weighty flesh from their bodies. Upon finishing, Meng Yanlie whisked the two away towards the castle. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air as Chun and descended on a colossal bird, landing on the deck. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, we've struck gold. The claws of our feathered friend have grasped a plethora of crystal pills. Perhaps even a 6th-grade crystal pill awaits us. Let us search post-haste. Chun leapt from the bird's back, pointing at the myriad boxes strewn across the deck. Oh, why does everyone wear such glum expressions? Has something terrible occurred? A heaviness weighed upon Chunan's heart. Outside Changsheng City, amidst the swirling sands, a 10-meter-long silver giant scorpion emitted a series of piercing cries. Indeed, it was the newly chosen beast king among the 3,000 sand beasts. Not only did it possess armor as hard as iron, but it also wielded 2 formidable pincers. Most terrifying was its venomous tail, capable of both piercing and spraying poison. Hiss! The silver giant scorpion issued another signal for attack. Instantly, 1,000 sand beasts surged forth from the dust, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the distant Changsheng City. With a sharp hiss, these sand beasts began to move, their thunderous footsteps shaking the earth as they rapidly advanced towards the city. 3,000 meters above, Feng rode atop the colossal bird. In the next moment, he slashed open the burlap sack. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. Uft, uft, uft. A horned beast, caught unawares, suddenly sprouted 4 small holes in its head, each more than a meter deep. It shook its head vigorously, attempting to dislodge whatever was within. Yet after just a few shakes, it felt its strength drain away, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. In its final moments, it beheld its companions succumbing one by one, collapsing to the ground, wailing in agony. The impact of the heavy projectiles falling from 3,000 meters above matched the ferocity of heavy machine gun fire. No matter how resilient these monsters were, they could not withstand the relentless barrage. In a mere moment, the front line of sand beasts fell lifeless to the ground, their mouths emitting cries of suffering. They were utterly oblivious to what had grievously injured them. Feng squinted and sliced open the second burlap sack. A piercing shriek resounded once more. Below, the sand beasts collapsed en masse onto the ground. Their large frames, lacking any roofs for shelter from the crude projectiles, could only endure the onslaught passively. Once the crude shells descended, there was virtually no waste. Thus, in a strict sense, the crude projectiles were more effective against the sand beasts. With a swift motion, Feng cut open the third burlap sack. The shrill sound startled the sand beasts, who had just suffered from this very noise, triggering an instinctive reaction. The leading few sand beasts turned tail and fled. Such is the nature of wild beasts. Their thoughts are quite simple. If the leaders flee, the rest will follow suit. Soon enough, the sand beasts veered, charging towards their beast king. Chapter 625, Reluctant Acceptance Hiss. The silver giant scorpion emitted a shrill warning. At that moment, it too heard the shriek from the sky. In the next instant, dozens of crude shells plummeted down. These sharp iron projectiles easily pierced its armor. Bang, bang, bang. The giant scorpion let out a series of shrieks, finally remaining steadfast with its pincers raised towards the heavens. Brother Feng, I didn't expect the beast tide to be repelled so easily. I thought we would have to resort to machine guns or heavy artillery. Chinen, guiding the giant bird ahead, remarked. I too did not foresee this. It appears our crude projectiles possess a certain efficacy against these sand beasts. Feng nodded in a daze. He had anticipated that it would take at least a month and hundreds of thousands of crude shells to drive back the water beasts. Yet now, it seemed far less arduous. A mere volley of projectiles had left the sand beast army in disarray. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Let us return home. Feng guided the giant bird back towards the naval vessel. The ship was anchored 10 kilometers from the shore, and Feng feared that Meng Yanlie might use a spear to slay the giant bird if they drew too near. As soon as the giant bird landed on the deck, Feng heard thunderous cheers erupting from the city of Changsheng. Ho ho ho, we have triumphed. We have repelled the beast tide. Long live the heavenly Khan. Long live the heavenly Khan. Long live the giant bird. Long live Feng. Various jubilant voices rang out. Feng's expression remained impassive. In truth, he was indifferent to the defeat of the sand beasts, even wishing they would raze Changsheng City to the ground. Yet now, for the sake of his two good brothers, he felt compelled to assist Changsheng City once. Perhaps there were some innocent civilians within, but Feng believed that when they were part of the Doyan people, they had looked down upon others in the vast grasslands, mercilessly bullying them. Moreover, when his subordinates were taken to the temple square, these civilians had hurled insults, spit, and stones at his brothers. It could be said that they had fully manifested the darker aspects of human nature. Of course, among them, there were certainly some good-hearted individuals who understood the situation. Feng, however, was indifferent to such matters. This was war. With 70% of the city's populace being malevolent, it was impossible for him to personally select individuals. The only recourse was total annihilation. Above the castle, Meng Yanlie smirked. Tian Han, your strategy has borne fruit. Feng truly assisted us in repelling the sand beasts. A delighted slave exclaimed. Assisted? Repelled? Meng Yanlie emphasized with a weighty tone. Oh, no. 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 It was under your command, Tian Han. That Feng finally drove back the sand beasts. The slave hastily revised his statement. Humph. Feng is merely a pawn in my game. This is just the beginning, Meng Yanlie declared, leading the group towards the docks of Rage Sea. Feng had long awaited Meng Yanlie's fulfillment of his promise on the deck. Feng, I am quite pleased with your first task. Now, let us discuss the second matter, Meng Yanlie's voice echoed from the shore. Upon noticing that Meng Yanlie had not brought Ma Jebi and Ma Debi, Feng anticipated some trickery. Meng Yanlie, we had an agreement. I would assist you in repelling the sand beasts, and in return, you would release my two brothers. Are you now reneging on your promise? Feng raised an eyebrow. Behind him, a gunner struggled to maintain balance on the cannon, but the tumultuous waves of the Rage Sea caused the warship to sway perilously, rendering it impossible for novices to aim accurately at the shore. Only experts like Susan, Chung Li Bin, or Ma Sikong could manage to control the cannon's precision amidst the rolling sea. What is your intention, Meng Yanlie? Feng inquired coldly. Simple. I propose that you send 10 important hostages to my Changsheng City, and I shall reciprocate by sending 10 significant hostages to your warship. This way, we can coexist peacefully in the future. If I were to release the Ma brothers, you would likely turn against me, Meng Yanlie boldly replied. You possess a warship that can navigate the Rage Sea and giant birds capable of raining iron from the sky. I must be prudent. Therefore, my suggestion is that I select 10 hostages from your side, and you select 10 from mine. This way, should we go to war, we will consider the safety of the hostages. Feng conceded that strategically, Meng Yanlie was indeed more astute. After all, he had been a Khan for over a century and might have dealt with similar situations before. Are you saying I can choose any 10 from your side? Feng narrowed his eyes. Indeed, you may select them now. Once chosen, we will exchange hostages on our respective territories. I will treat your people to fine food and drink, and you shall do the same for mine, Meng Yanlie reiterated. Realizing the precariousness of his position, he had no choice but to propose this compromise. Very well, I want the Khan's consort and the Grand Princess Mingxin, and also the female guard beside the Khan's consort. Are you amenable to this? Feng asked directly. Meng Yanlie's expression shifted slightly. I cannot comply, for I have a cherished consort, named Shuangjie, and 2 beloved daughters. Aside from the Grand Consort and the Grand Princess, I am willing to exchange anyone else for you, declared Meng Yanlie. Very well, then. Who do you seek as a hostage from my side? Feng replied with a smile. There is a lady named Susan aboard your warship. She must be your legitimate wife, yes? I demand her for the exchange, Meng Yanlie asserted. Feng shook his head. Then, there is a person named Ding Tuan Tuan. I could reluctantly accept her as well. Meng Yanlie's expression shifted. Feng, Are you showing utter insincerity? Do not forget, the Ma Gobai and Ma Dabai brothers are still in my grasp. Do you wish for their demise? Meng Yanlie inquired. You proclaimed that you would release them upon repelling the sand beasts, yet I am aware of your untrustworthiness. Thus, I offer 20,000 caddies of sea fish in exchange for their return, Yifeng stated. 20,000. Before Meng Yanlie could respond, Yifeng interrupted. Remember, this is my initial offer and my final one. Should you continue to be unreasonable, I trust the Ma Gobai brothers will understand my actions. At that point, I shall rain iron upon Changsheng City, particularly targeting your castle and those loyal to you, the Duoyan people. Furthermore, the artillery aboard my warship shall not remain idle and will also bombard your stronghold. I will place a bounty on your head in Changsheng City, ensuring you find no peace, neither inside nor outside. Yifeng's chilling voice echoed across the coastline, audible to those within a 5-kilometer radius. Yifeng, if that is the case, I shall detain them here indefinitely. The moment you dare to strike Changsheng City, I will begin to torment them, Meng Yanlie retorted. Chapter 626. The soul trembles after finishing his words. Meng Yanlie led the two back towards the castle. Yifeng's countenance darkened like turbulent waters. Brother Feng, I believe we should disregard the Ma brothers and commence the iron rain, Shunan suggested from the side. What did you say? Ma Lubai erupted in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike. Shunan, are the crystal pills in my quarters? Yifeng inquired. Indeed. Very well, from this moment forth, Chun-en and Ma Lubai shall command the warship. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Simply ensure my meals are delivered thrice daily, Yifeng declared, disregarding the reactions of those present as he strode into the cabin. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, he opened the first box, revealing 2 third-tier crystal pills. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, casting the 2 aside, and opened another box. Inside were 1 4th-tier and 1 3rd-tier crystal pill. Yifeng discarded the 3rd-tier pill, seizing the 4th-tier one. In the next moment, the blood-sucking technique was applied to the crystal pill. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Waves of strange energy surged into Yifeng's palm, coursing through his body until it settled in his dantian. Yifeng tightened his fist, gauging his muscle strength. It felt approximately 1/10 stronger than before. Indeed, it was worthy of a 4th-tier crystal pill. Yet, compared to his aspirations, he still fell considerably short. As he contemplated, Yifeng widened his eyes, surveying the items within the cabin. His vision reached its zenith. He could discern the intricate patterns of the wood grain, even spotting an insect egg nestled within one of the textures. A flicker of joy surged within him, for at that moment, his sight transcended into the microscopic realm. With a deft motion, he opened another box, revealing 2 4th-grade crystal pills. Excellent. I shall consume both at once. With this thought, Yifeng pressed his palms onto the 2 crystal pills. Waves of energy surged through his body at an astonishing speed, an eerie chill making his very soul quiver. 20 minutes later, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though the energy from the crystal pills had been entirely absorbed by his body. Once again, he directed his vision towards the wood grain. Indeed, it was clearer than before. At his level of martial prowess, each enhancement felt as daunting as scaling a mountain. The challenge was no longer merely about speed and strength. It encompassed a multitude of factors including reaction time, vision, cognitive processing, and overall power. After all, even if one could surpass 1,000 meters per second in speed, a lack of corresponding neural response and cognitive ability could lead to catastrophic accidents at any moment. Yifeng grasped a nearby meat cleaver, plucking a strand of hair and tossing it into the air. In the next instant, the cleaver sliced through the hair with lightning speed, severing it in 2. He recalled Ma Gu by mentioning that some formidable beings could cleave hair vertically with a blade, employing no external force. Yet, he had merely managed to cut the hair into 2 segments, falling short of such an extraordinary feat. Such seemingly trivial actions epitomized the comprehensive quality of one's physique. Take, for instance, Meng Yanlie, who had slain a 6th-grade beast king with a spear amidst a sandstorm. It appeared effortless, yet it demanded exceptional vision, reflexes, speed, strength, and cognitive processing, each element indispensable. Yifeng opened every box in the room and finally discovered a 5th-grade crystal pill. Truly a rarity. Alas, it was not the coveted 6th-grade pill. Muttering to himself, Yifeng immediately employed his blood-sucking technique. Indeed, the 5th-grade crystal pill was formidable. It took him a full 30 minutes to deplete its energy. Subsequently, He spent another 20 minutes thoroughly digesting this energy, allowing it to settle within his dantian. As time slipped by, Yi Feng sealed the windows, immersing himself entirely in the absorption of the crystal pill's energy, oblivious to the passage of day and night. During this period, Chen personally delivered meals several times. Yi Feng accepted the food without uttering a single word, promptly closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, far removed from the tumultuous sea, the 4 members of the chasing horse stood in the desert, awestruck before a vast pit. The chasm spanned several kilometers, resembling the shape of a hand. Elder, are you suggesting that this colossal pit was created by a human hand? Is it the work of a giant? Chasing horse inquired, astonished. No. This must be the result of a powerful human striking down from the air, the pit formed by the force of their palm. The elder from the merchant caravan replied. You must be jesting. This does not appear to be the result of a single strike, but rather, it resembles a shape meticulously excavated by thousands. Juma remarked. Juma, truly. You are indeed a bumpkin from a remote village. In our verdant sea desert, as far as I know, a mere strike from a 9th-tier power master can achieve such an effect, the elder stated flatly. Power master? You mean a power warrior, right? Juma asked skeptically. A power warrior? It seems that the mightiest among your vast grasslands is merely a power warrior. Let me enlighten you. Above the 9th-tier power warriors, there exists the 1st-tier power master, and above the 9th-tier power masters, there is the power king. Of course, in my 50-plus years of existence, I have yet to encounter one of that caliber. Since you intend to traverse the verdant sea desert in the future, you ought to learn a thing or two from an old man like me. Though my strength is modest, my breadth of knowledge, is far beyond your reach, the elder proclaimed proudly. I see. I have much to learn, Juma nodded respectfully. At that moment, a beast master beside him spoke up. What tier do we beast masters belong to? Beast master? I have spent many years in the verdant sea desert and have never heard of such a title, the elder replied. Impossible. A beast master is a formidable being capable of slaying sand beasts. Have you truly never heard of this title? The beast master inquired. Oh, slaying sand beasts. Ha ha ha. I apologize, but in our verdant sea desert, that is considered a rather lowly standard, hardly even qualifying as a 1st-tier power warrior. However, I believe that with another 10 or 8 years of practice, perhaps this brother Juma could reach the level of a 1st-tier power warrior. The elder's words struck Juma and the others hard. I refuse to believe it. I am a proud beast master. How could I be so inferior? I will not accept this. Juma exclaimed. Enough of that. Let us hasten our journey. It is said that a sandstorm is approaching in the coming days, and we must make our way to the Wailing Child tribe. The caravan quickened its pace, vanishing into the vast desert. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. Surrounding him lay the remnants of crystal pills. Indeed, during this time of seclusion, he had not stepped outside, completely absorbing the crystal pills he had captured from the giant birds. With this thought, Yi Feng plucked another strand of hair and tossed it into the air. In the next moment, a blade of light flashed like lightning. Puff! 2 strands of hair landed in Yi Feng's palm. Yi Feng widened his eyes and examined closely. Indeed, the strand he had just severed had been split vertically into 2 halves, accomplished while suspended in midair without any force applied. Chapter 6:27. Swiftly controlling these individuals, it is essential to understand that hair is incredibly light. As it descends through the air, even the slightest airflow can alter its trajectory. Yi Feng's ability to slice the hair vertically with a single strike signifies an enhancement in his cerebral processing capacity. Consequently, his speed, strength, and neural reflexes experienced a comprehensive elevation. Yi Feng sat up from his bed and forcefully pushed open the cabin door. This period of seclusion lasted at least half a month, yet curiously, he bore no trace of odor. Instead, a faint fragrance emanated from him. Following his enhancement in power, he had shed the 5 foul odors typical of mortals. Simultaneously, every movement Yi Feng made radiated an immense aura, far surpassing his former self. Brother Feng, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Chunin stood frozen in the corridor, holding a tray. He had intended to rush forward and embrace Yi Feng, but upon sensing the oppressive aura emanating from him, he hesitated, feeling daunted. The Yi Feng before him was both familiar and strange, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Chunin, have there been any updates from Changsheng City recently? Yi Feng inquired coolly. None. Oh, there was one. Meng Yanlie came by the day before yesterday asking for frozen fish. Chen replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. At that moment, he felt like an ordinary person facing a ferocious tiger, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Feng seemed to notice this, and, having recently achieved significant progress in his cultivation, struggled to rein in the overwhelming pressure he exuded. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the aura. Brother Feng, you looked quite intimidating just now. That momentum was fierce, creating a sense of danger. Chen exhaled in relief, finally daring to rush forward and cling to Feng's leg. Let go. Did you give him the frozen fish? Feng asked. I didn't want to, but Ma Lebi insisted we do it. Otherwise, his brothers would be tormented by Meng Yanlie. Chen explained. That's only natural. Come, let's head to the deck, Feng said, leading Chen outside. Ma Lebi stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. His eyes filled with concern. The Ma family's 5 brothers were now reduced to just 3, weighing heavily on his mind the fates of his remaining siblings. Brother Feng, after 21 days, you finally emerged, Ma Lebi exclaimed, astonished by Feng's presence. For reasons unknown, even though Feng had subdued his aura, he remained a formidable presence far beyond Chun's capabilities, and Ma Lebi could still sense the pressure radiating from him. 21 days? That aligns closely with my estimates. Feng acknowledged, suddenly extending his right hand. Lebi, let us have a contest of strength. Brother Feng, haven't we already done that? I barely stood a chance. Ma Lebi protested, shaking his head. I permit you to use both hands, Feng insisted. Then I shall take advantage of this, Ma Lebi declared. Immediately, someone brought a table over, and Ma Lebi positioned his right hand in a claw-like grip, seizing his right wrist with his left. Feng merely extended his right hand with a faint smile. Go, Brother Feng. You can do it. Chen cheered, assuming the role of cheerleader. Wait. A citizen of Hot Spring Island stepped forward. Let me place my wager before you begin, all right? I want to win some hot spring coins. Feng ignored him and directly engaged in the contest with Ma Lebi. Initially, Ma Lebi appeared relaxed, but as Feng gradually increased his strength, the tension in his expression grew. When Feng reached 60% of his power, Ma Lebi's face flushed crimson. At 80%, he rolled his eyes back, feeling as if his wrist might snap. Finally, as Feng exerted 90% of his strength, bang, Ma Lebi's body swayed to the side, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Brother Feng, you are incredibly strong. Although Ma Lebi is not as formidable as the golden armored guards, he is not far behind. Yet just now, your strength was at least double his, and you remained unfazed, Chen remarked with gravity. Indeed, I now possess a clearer understanding of my own capabilities, Feng replied. Feng nodded slightly, casting a chilling gaze towards Changsheng City. Perhaps his strength was still inferior to Meng Yanlie's. Yet he believed that if they were to engage once more, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament as before. Under the full manifestation of his abilities, he might even elude Meng Yanlie's grasp. However, that was far from sufficient. He yearned for the strength to contend with Meng Yanlie. For only then could he infiltrate Changsheng City to rescue those in need. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Those monstrous beasts they had dispatched with the crude explosives. What had become of their crystals? Feng recalled, of course, they had been harvested by Meng Yanlie. Furthermore, the flesh of those beasts had been transported back to the castle, allowing Meng Yanlie to consolidate control over Changsheng City through the utilization of this beastly meat. Commanding a force of at least 5,000 individuals, Ma Lebi remarked. Feng slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that the formidable beasts were immune to infection. Thus their flesh could sustain the army of Changsheng City. With such an abundance of beastly meat, it was a harsh reality to acknowledge that, given Meng Yanlie's capabilities, as long as he had provisions, he could swiftly conjure 100,000-strong army. Fortunately, the supply of beastly meat was limited, restraining Meng Yanlie to only 5,000 soldiers. Has the Elder Council begun to heed his command as well? Feng inquired further. I am uncertain. I do not dare to venture into the city for news. However, if I were Meng Yanlie, with such an ample supply of beast flesh, I would certainly allocate some to the Elder Council, Ma Lebi replied. You are correct. Had I been Meng Yanlie, I too would prioritize gaining control over the more formidable individuals, such as those from the Elder Council, the priests, and the alchemists. Feng nodded, an aura of regal authority gradually emanating from him. When one has held power for an extended period, even the most unremarkable individual can begin to exude an undeniable presence. Within the castle of Changsheng City, the premises had been meticulously cleaned. Meng Yanlie sat in the conference room, surveying the attendees on either side, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. To his left sat 3 captains, 17 armored warriors, and 5 alchemists. To his right were 6 elders from the Elder Council and 7 priests. With provisions at hand, it became effortless to assert control over these individuals. Please, do not stand on ceremony. In the past, you have opposed me, but I, Meng Yanlie, understand that in times of scarcity, one might resort to desperate measures. Henceforth, I declare this matter settled. No one shall speak of it again, Meng Yanlie stated nonchalantly. He was acutely aware that his primary adversary was Feng, not the internal factions of Changsheng City. Naturally, once Feng was dealt with, he would eliminate each of them in turn. In his eyes, the entire populace of Changsheng City were mere hounds under his command. Once these hounds had tasted blood, it was only a matter of time before they would bite again. Having lived for over 2 centuries, Meng Yanlie possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Yet, he intended to exploit them fully before their demise, subsequently promoting a new cadre of skilled individuals. Heavenly Khan, our Elder Council requires 3,000 pounds of meat. We seek your approval, came a request. Approved. Meng Yanlie waved his hand dismissively. Heavenly Khan, our alchemists also require 2,000 pounds of meat. We beseech your sanction. The status of the apothecaries is somewhat diminished. They resort to underhanded tactics, thus remaining out of the limelight. Privately, some refer to them as poison masters. Indeed, Vice Apothecary Qinglan, since the departure of your chief apothecary, you have become quite the expert in pharmaceuticals. Is it possible for you to concoct a powder that can be carried by the wind to poison all the individuals aboard the warship? Meng Yanlie inquired. A powder that can disperse through the air? Vice Apothecary Qinglan paused, taken aback. Is that feasible? Meng Yanlie's patience began to wane. Yes, it is possible. But creating a powder that spreads through the air requires a multitude of ingredients and an extensive preparation time. Most importantly, the chief apothecary is also on the warship, and I cannot guarantee that my powder will be effective, Qinglan replied in a hushed tone. Do not worry, proceed with your task. I shall ensure that everyone assists you. When the time comes, I will maneuver the warship closer to facilitate your operation. That chief apothecary has already betrayed us. Henceforth I declare that Qinglan shall hold the title of chief apothecary until her death, Meng Yanlie stated matter-of-factly. Thank you. Despite receiving the title of chief apothecary, a shadow of sorrow lingered on Qinglan's face. She understood that a title is but an illusion. Only true knowledge and skill are of substance. Deep down, she recognized the vast distance that still lay between her and Nudo. Esteemed generals, how many troops have you assembled? Meng Yanlie turned his gaze towards the 3 generals. The trio, their faces flushed, hastily replied, Your Majesty, we have successfully organized 5,700 soldiers, but they are without mounts. Due to recent food shortages, they have consumed their own horses. I understand. The cavalry will have to be converted to infantry, but their combat effectiveness will undoubtedly decline, Meng Yanlie remarked, furrowing his brow. He exhaled, and a mist formed in the frigid air, indicating that the temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees. Your Majesty, the food supply in Changsheng City is sufficient for our several thousand men for over a month. However, with temperatures continuing to drop, I fear that this prolonged winter may last for over a decade. What shall we do about food in the future? Spoke the high priest. Meng Yanlie's smile gradually faded, a flicker of wrath glinting in his eyes. Indeed, if this long winter lasts even 2 more years, nearly every soul in Changsheng City will perish from starvation. Once the winter is over, who will be left to exploit? The high priest was correct. In times of scarcity, if we remain unfed and weak, we shall be unable to withstand the invasion of the pestilence, and soon, it is likely that not 100 souls will survive in Changsheng City. The second elder added his voice to the discourse. Sighing, Meng Yanlie rose, gazing through the pyramid's window towards the turbulent sea. Although Changsheng City had temporarily stabilized, the lurking dangers were manifold. Each of you, devise a solution. Meng Yanlie tossed the ball back to those present. Your Majesty, perhaps we should consider migrating to the Green Sea Desert? One suggested. Indeed, the Green Sea Desert is an excellent option. This approach is indeed commendable. The Green Sea Desert appears to stretch endlessly, teeming with countless sand beasts for us to hunt, thus alleviating our concerns for sustenance. The group of people immediately brightened at this prospect. However, Meng Yanlie's expression darkened. Are you asking me to forsake the ancient legacy left by our ancestors? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. And do you believe the Green Sea Desert is so easily traversable? On the vast prairie, we may reign as kings, yet the formidable beings within the Green Sea Desert are beyond your imagination. Some possess the power to extinguish us with a mere flick of their finger. He continued, let us not even speak of the mighty sand beasts lurking deep within the desert, some of which are larger than entire tribes, capable of devouring us whole with a single bite. Meng Yanlie spoke slowly, for he was the most knowledgeable among them, having frequently battled in the Green Sea Desert, thus gaining greater insight into its perils. Heavenly Khan, what then is the future direction for our Duoyan tribe? The second elder inquired, his voice trembling. He too had heard rumors of the Green Sea Desert. At this juncture, we must find a way to trade for frozen fish with Yi Feng, and acquire as much as possible. Each of you, use your talents, he directed. Great apothecary, you need not attend. Focus solely on your research of poisons. Understood. Came the harmonious chorus from the meeting room. New Duo released Yi Feng's wrist, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Your physique is peculiar. It seems your innate abilities are gradually refining. Have you recently absorbed a substantial amount of crystal elixirs? She inquired. Indeed. Can these crystal elixirs also enhance my innate abilities? Yi Feng responded. I am uncertain, but excessive absorption might lead to a qualitative transformation. Maintain your current course, and furthermore, you may now indulge in romantic pursuits. Though moderation is essential, New Duo advised before preparing to depart from Yi Feng's chamber. Wait. Yi Feng suddenly grasped her wrist. My apologies, I was impolite. He quickly released her. Is there something you need? New Duo slightly turned her body, revealing her exquisite silhouette. New Duo, may I inquire if you have a husband? Yi Feng asked with a grin. He had his own plans. New Duo's significance was immense, for she was a great apothecary with unparalleled medical skills. Thus, he deemed it essential to ensure her heart remained with him on Warm Spring Island by finding her a suitable spouse. Why do you ask this? New Duo replied, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Feng, causing even the seasoned flirt to feel a twinge of embarrassment. In my opinion, women require the nurturing essence of love. What do you think? Is there a man on Warm Spring Island who has caught your eye? If so, simply let me know, and I shall arrange a match for you. Yi Feng jested. Arrange a match? New Duo scrutinized him from head to toe. Of course. The motto of Warm Spring Island is to ensure that every citizen lives a happy, leisurely life, free from worries about daily sustenance. If happiness is the goal, I must certainly find you a husband, Yi Feng stated earnestly. My standards are quite high. Do you believe I would be interested in someone from Warm Spring Island? With a raised brow, New Duo scrutinized Yi Feng once more. Yi Feng felt a stirring within him. It was evident that only he could capture New Duo's attention, as others ultimately fell short in her eyes. Although this predicament placed him in a challenging position, he believed that sometimes, for the sake of the medical endeavors on Warm Spring Island, sacrificing a bit of his allure was justifiable. He trusted that Susan would comprehend his dilemma. New Duo, actually. Just as Yi Feng was about to speak, the bedroom door was abruptly flung open. Chun In and a throng of individuals burst in. New Duo, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one for me. Will you marry me? If you agree, I shall return home and divorce Chiu Shui. That woman has never allowed me into her bed since our marriage. Please, just say yes. Chun In knelt on one knee. New Duo furrowed her brow, and Yi Feng noticed goosebumps rising on her delicate skin. Make way. A sailor stepped forward. New Duo, I know you wouldn't favor a wretch like Chun In. How about me? Look at my strong arms. At night, you could rest your head upon them, and I would whisper sweet nothings into your ear, enveloping you in my masculine warmth. Before the sailor could finish, he was shoved aside by another. New Duo, don't listen to his nonsense. In terms of strength, I am as formidable as Wu Song, and in matters of the bed, I rival the great Shimin Qing. If you become my wife, you will surely be captivated by me, declared another sailor, having frequently listened to Wang Zhihai's tales, comparing himself to the legendary figures. New Duo, bewildered, had no knowledge of who Wu Song or Shimin Qing were. Yi Feng observed the testosterone-fueled crowd with caution, fearful of displeasing New Duo. You lot, can't you express your affections with a touch of subtlety? This is rather abrupt for a lady. How about this? You all exit for now, and allow me to converse with New Duo first, Yi Feng said sternly. However, New Duo shook her head. No, that's unnecessary. Let them each confess to me. I find this quite enjoyable, she replied candidly, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes. After so long aboard the warship, She finally sensed the camaraderie within Yi Feng's crew. Though these sailors were somewhat brash, their straightforwardness warmed her heart. Previously, as a revered healer, she was accustomed to being venerated by the common folk, who would scarcely dare to speak a word to her or even muster the courage to glance her way. Yet here, the citizens aboard Yi Feng's ship spoke freely, unabashedly revealing their thoughts, making her feel that the citizens of Warm Spring Island were indeed vibrant and substantial beings. Very well then, express your affection sincerely, without crude language. Be as refined as I am. Otherwise, I shall deal with him later, Yi Feng concluded. Striding out of the bedroom, as he reached the deck, he suddenly spotted several figures standing on the shore, with the foremost being the second elder. Yi Feng, how many frozen fish do you have aboard your ship? The second elder's voice echoed from a distance. Plenty. Do you have any crystal pills to trade? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, I possess some golden holy fruits. Would you care to trade? Inquired the second elder. As the second in command of the Elder Council, it was only natural that he had amassed some savings over the years. I am willing to trade. Please state your price, Yi Feng exclaimed. 1 golden holy fruit in exchange for 10,000 pounds of frozen fish seems reasonable, does it not? The second elder proposed. Regrettably, a single golden holy fruit can only be exchanged for 100 pounds of frozen fish. A silver fruit is worth 10 pounds, while a white fruit is worth 1 pound. Yi Feng countered with his own offer. Yi Feng, Changsheng City is no longer besieged. We can hunt sand beasts in the Green Sea Desert. The circumstances have changed, do you understand? Therefore, your frozen fish holds little value now, the second elder retorted coldly. Then you may proceed to the Green Sea Desert to hunt sand beasts, Yi Feng replied dismissively, preparing to return to the cabin. Wait, what of the crystal cores? The last time your iron rain slew numerous sand beasts, I have gathered quite a number of their crystal cores. How many frozen fish can you offer? The second elder asked once more. Let us negotiate thus. For crystal cores below level 5, 1 pound of crystal core shall be exchanged for 1 pound of frozen fish. For level 5 cores, the ratio shall be 1 to 10, and for level 6, 1 to 100, Yi Feng slightly elevated his price. Recognizing that he had depleted the crystal cores aboard the warship, and to enhance his strength, he needed to procure more. Yi Feng, do you still think we are in the same situation as before? I have stated that the sand beasts no longer surround the city. We can seek sustenance beyond its walls. Therefore, for crystal cores below level 5, I shall offer you 1,000 pounds of frozen fish per pound of crystal core. And for those above level 5, I will exchange all the frozen fish aboard your warship, the second elder said slowly. Second elder. It seems you are in desperate need of provisions. Allow me to propose a task. Rescue Ma Gobai and Ma Dabai. These 2 individuals could procure for me all the food aboard my warship, Yi Feng suddenly declared. Do not jest. Are you suggesting we betray the Heavenly Khan? The second elder's eyes twitched. Although the Heavenly Khan had not held past grievances against them, should Yi Feng revive old matters, it could provoke Meng Yanlie's ire, resulting in dire consequences. With the threat of sand beasts now nullified, he understood Meng Yanlie's character, outwardly generous yet inwardly ruthless. He would not forget those who had once betrayed him. Second elder, if the Heavenly Khan seeks to obstruct you, you may rally the Elder Council to join forces and present Meng Yanlie's head to me. I assure you, if you bring me his head, I will grant you the position of Deputy Lord of the Hot Springs Island, Yi Feng reiterated with sincerity. This time, he was earnest, for with his current strength, the second elder might no longer be his match, and Yi Feng felt secure in allowing him access to Hot Springs Island. Surely, now in all of Changsheng City, the only person capable of contending with him remains Meng Yanlie, Yi Feng reflected. Yi Feng, do you know how long it has been since the Ma brothers have eaten? The second elder suddenly sneered. Yi Feng could not help but step closer, resting his hand on the railing. His foremost concern now was the well-being of these 2 brothers. 2 of the Ma brothers had already perished for his sake, and he could not allow any further harm to befall them. What is their current condition? Yi Feng inquired. Since the siege of Changsheng City was lifted, the Heavenly Khan has not provided them with a morsel of food. I have witnessed the 2 prisoners in the dungeon. They are now mere shadows of their former selves, emaciated to the bone. Particularly, Ma Debi, who was already gravely injured, now hovers on the brink of death. The words of the second elder pierced Yi Feng's heart like needles. His 2 dear brothers had fallen into such a dire state while striving to save him, causing Yi Feng's heart to bleed. Yi Feng, let us do this. From now on, for every 100 pounds of frozen fish you provide, I shall discreetly take 1 pound to feed those 2 brothers, ensuring they do not perish from hunger, the second elder cleverly proposed. Where are they being held? Yi Feng inquired. They are currently confined in my elder tower, as the castle is no longer safe. Who knows when you might unleash iron rain upon it again? The heavenly Khan would not wish to lose 2 vital hostages, the second elder replied. Very well, bring me 200 pounds of frozen fish. Yi Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, a large fish weighing approximately 200 pounds was brought forth. Is Ma Lebi present? Yi Feng asked. I am here, Brother Feng. Can you carry this frozen fish across the water? I shall give it a try. I cannot allow my elder brother and third brother to suffer hunger any longer, Ma Lebi responded, shouldering the large fish. His entire form resembling a white line racing toward the shore. However, barely 300 meters into his run, he plunged directly into the furious sea. I shall assist. Yi Feng sensed it was time to take action. He took a running leap on the deck, his feet moving in rapid succession. With a splash, he darted toward Ma Lebi, seizing the frozen fish from the water's surface and propelling himself toward the shore without hesitation. Oh, on the shore. The second elder and third elder were filled with unexpected joy. They never anticipated that Yi Feng, as the leader, would dare to approach the shore himself. Boom. Yi Feng landed heavily on the shore, tossing the frozen fish at the feet of the 2 elders. Esteemed elders, I kindly ask you to distribute some of this fish to the hostages. I apologize for my previous actions, he said, bowing deeply. The last time he had promised to take the 2 elders aboard the warship, he had fled instead. Yet, the second elder and third elder exchanged glances, and in a sudden movement, they blocked Yi Feng's path of retreat. Ha! Yi Feng, who would have thought you so reckless as to come to the shore yourself? This is a windfall. With you as a hostage, your warship will continually supply food to Changsheng City. The 2 old men laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with greed. Creak. On the warship, 2 machine guns simultaneously aimed at the 2 elders. Yi Feng slowly straightened his posture, his fists gradually tightening. Gentlemen, since I dared to come ashore, do you think I would be unprepared? He sneered coldly. Unprepared? Yi Feng, while your strength among ordinary people is indeed formidable, do not forget that we are the 2 strongest individuals in the Elder Council. Do you truly believe you have any hope of escape? The second elder scoffed repeatedly. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. After Yi Feng spoke, he extended his right leg forward, his fist aimed at the second elder. Come at me then. The second elder's body swayed, and he unleashed a punch with lightning speed. However, in the next moment, he felt a tight grip on his wrist, realizing that Yi Feng had seized him. Bang! Meanwhile, the third elder also made his move, delivering a punch to Yi Feng's back. Clang! A torrent of blood scales emerged, and Yi Feng propelled himself forward, causing the second elder to stagger back 2 steps. Seeking death? The second elder gathered all his strength, squatting low, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Lie down. Yi Feng executed a powerful kick to the second elder's lower body, channeling all his strength. Bang! The second elder collapsed to the ground with a thud. Second brother. The third elder leaped into the air, aiming a punch at Yi Feng's face. Your speed is rather slow. Yi Feng deftly seized the third elder's wrist, swinging his body around in midair before slamming him down to the ground. Bang! Dust and debris flew as the third elder felt as though all his bones were about to shatter. On this side, the second elder grasped for Yi Feng's vital point. Applying force. Yi Feng, you have made rapid progress, but you are still far from my level. Just as the second elder finished speaking, he sensed something was amiss. He felt as if something was being drawn from his palm, pulled towards Yi Feng's skin. This is bad. He released Yi Feng and staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Once 5 meters away, he quickly looked at his palm, which was now flushed red, as if blood were about to seep out. What is this ability? The second elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Feng, uninterested in further conversation, struck out with both palms. Boom! A burst of icy true energy shot forth, striking the second elder squarely in the face. In the next instant, the second elder trembled uncontrollably, his hair and beard coated in frost. You? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, pressing his palm against the second elder's chest, sending his body flying 10 meters, crashing violently against the city wall. Second brother. The third elder charged forward once more, directly clasping Yi Feng's back. The moment he embraced Yi Feng, he exerted his legs, intending to slam Yi Feng into the ground. Unfortunately, just as he lifted Yi Feng seized his wrist. A layer of frost spread across his entire arm, rapidly extending to his shoulder and chest in mere seconds. Hiss! The third elder shivered. Rendered immobile. Bang! Feng kicked him, sending him soaring into the furious sea. Being the third elder, as soon as his body touched the seawater, the frost melted away, and he landed beside the second elder. The two old men supported each other, rising to their feet with expressions of disbelief as they gazed at Feng. You? How have you become so powerful? Feng, what kind of fortuitous encounter have you experienced? Both inquired simultaneously. That is not something I can disclose to you. Feng replied earnestly. Currently, I have a request. Under the cover of night, take me to your elder tower. If you can rescue the Ma brothers, I will ensure your passage to Hot Spring Island. Feng, do you intend to deceive us a second time? The second elder gazed coldly at Feng, as if attempting to discern a flower blooming upon his visage. In the past, my failure to uphold promises stemmed from my lack of strength. I feared that the two deities would crush my humble abode. However, having recently engaged in combat with the two of you, it is clear that even united, you are no match for me. Thus, my words now hold weight. Feng expressed with a calm demeanor. The two exchanged glances once more. Upon reaching Hot Springs Island, there lie countless colossal ships, capable of capturing sufficient frozen fish to sustain you throughout the long winter. Moreover, I trust you have heard of the bounties that Hot Springs Island offers. Now, I present you with this opportunity, and I sincerely hope you do not let it slip away. Feng articulated slowly. Feng, do you speak the truth? The second elder inquired. Absolutely. I shall not go back on my word. Feng endeavored to appear more earnest. Very well, we shall agree to your terms. As of now, the Heavenly Khan likely remains unaware of our presence here. Let us take advantage of the night and proceed together. With that, the two began to carry the frozen fish forward, while Feng followed leisurely behind, hands clasped behind his back. In truth, Feng was feigning calmness, wary of the possibility that Meng Yanlie lay in wait to ambush him. After walking a short distance, countless disaster-stricken individuals suddenly surged out from a building. Without uttering a word, they headed directly towards the sea, seeking death. The second elder fumed, prepared to unleash his wrath. Let them be. Feng hastily interjected. Upon reaching Hot Springs Island, there will be an abundance of fish. Feng's words compelled the two elders to set down the sea fish. The sight of these unfortunate souls hugging the live fish and gnawing at them was nothing short of harrowing. Chapter 631. A flicker of struggle crossed his face as they continued onward. Feng noticed the entire city was enveloped in silence. It became evident that the ordinary citizens here were so famished they could not venture beyond their doorsteps, awaiting their inevitable demise. Ha ha ha, how audacious! I am the seventh elder. Kneel before me at once. At that moment, a disheveled madman appeared ahead, wildly brandishing a wooden stick. Surrounding him were several vagrants, laughing heartily while occasionally hurling stones in his direction. Is that him? Feng clenched his fist momentarily before relaxing. A stone struck the seventh elder's head, causing him to collapse, convulsing on the ground. The vagrants rushed over, pulling down their trousers to urinate on his face. After walking a bit further, Feng encountered another lunatic. You, set sail on my fishing boat, and catch me some fish. I am the king of small boats. Upon your return, I shall promote you to vice president. Did you hear me? Ma Sikong? Feng's eyes widened. At that moment, Ma Sikong appeared deranged, standing in the middle of the street, his body adorned with various refuse, even a clump of excrement dangling from his matted hair. Ha ha ha, you three, come here and fish for me, and I shall elevate you to chief engineer. Ma Sikong suddenly bounded towards Feng, leaping about. Uft! The curved blade was drawn and quickly sheathed. Feng strode forward with purpose. Ma Sikong hesitated momentarily before finally collapsing weakly to the ground. In the next moment, his upper body and lower body became separated. The once great little king of boats thus fell. Are ye Feng? Return my money. The money I have in the hot spring bank. At that moment, two figures emerged from the shadows, brandishing their claws. Feng extended his hand, directly seizing Meng Tuo's head and pressing it against the wall. Scum! Feng scum! Return my money, you untrustworthy wretch. Although Meng Tuo's head was held down, his fists continued to pound against Feng's arm. Yet, Feng remained as immovable as a statue. In the next instant, he thrust his arm forward, and Meng Tuo's head crashed against the wall, splattering blood. Money! Meng Tuo uttered his last word. Gamenda, wielding a curved blade, was about to charge forward when he witnessed the bloody scene. Clang! The blade fell to the ground. Thud! Gaimenda knelt down. Yi Feng, I implore you. Return my money. I must go to Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng's expression turned icy. He flicked his finger. A powerful surge of energy pierced through Gaimenda, causing him to collapse. Having dealt with the two, Yi Feng continued onward. The towering Elder Tower finally came into view. Please, enter, Mr. Yi. The second elder greeted him with a more courteous address. You go ahead. I will follow, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well. The two elders entered the Elder Tower, which was surrounded by 7 massive towers, leaving only 2 attendants inside to clean. Upon seeing the second elder, the attendants quickly knelt, their hungry faces filled with hope. Swish! The third elder's blade fell swiftly, and the 2 attendants collapsed in a pool of blood. They might report to the Heavenly Khan, so they cannot be left alive. The third elder stated. Yi Feng's gaze flickered, and he finally nodded. He sensed that these 2 elders were not to be underestimated, if truly taken to Hot Spring Island. Unforeseen complications could arise. Upon reaching one of the bunkers, Yi Feng heard the clinking of chains from within. Mr. Yi, they are inside, the second elder informed him. Open the door, Yi Feng nodded. The iron door creaked open, revealing 2 figures curled up in a pile of filth, one of whom was mumbling incoherently, seemingly ill. Ma go bai? Ma da bai? Yi Feng quickly darted inside and tore the chains off the 2. The second and third elders exchanged glances, a flicker of struggle crossing their faces, but ultimately, they stepped aside. I ask you, elders, to carry them to the shore swiftly. I fear Meng Yanlie may already be on his way here, Yi Feng urged. Understood. The 2 men hoisted the captives and hastily followed behind Yi Feng. Run. Yi Feng quickened his pace. This was Changsheng City, and he wished to avoid any prolonged entanglements. Just as he exited the Elder Tower, a sudden whoosh sounded from a distance. Yi Feng instinctively bent down. Thud! A long spear grazed his waist, leaving a gash. Boom! The spear, after barely missing him, ignited fiercely, embedding itself into a stone wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surroundings were illuminated by countless torches, revealing a formidable encirclement of the Duoyin cavalry. At the forefront stood 2 golden-armored guards, likely recently promoted by Meng Yanlie. Their aura, while not on par with Duomeng, still presented a significant challenge. The expressions of the second and third elders shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, they simultaneously launched an attack on Yi Feng. The impact of their strikes sent him staggering. As the crowd parted, a lone rider approached Yi Feng, atop whom was none other than Meng Yanlie. A subordinate swiftly produced a spear and presented it to him. Ha 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 ha! Yi Feng, I did not anticipate your audacity to venture into my eternal city. You possess remarkable courage. But today, it seems you shall not escape. Meng Yanlie's eyes sparkled with malevolence as he gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng glanced upwards towards the Elder Tower, where several crossbows were aimed at his position. Heavenly Khan, we have brought Yi Feng to the Elder Tower. I cannot believe he truly followed us. The third elder nervously remarked. Indeed, we have successfully led Yi Feng into Eternal City. We have accomplished a great feat, the second elder quickly added. Meng Yanlie narrowed his eyes. Do you two take me for a fool? Very well. I have long desired to cleanse the Elder Council. You, as Duoyin, have repeatedly assisted outsiders. I had intended to wait until the situation was settled before addressing this, but I see no need for such restraint. With that, Meng Yanlie tilted his spear, aiming directly at the third elder. A chill ran down the third elder's spine as every hair on his body stood on end. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he was already a dead man, unable to evade the oncoming strike. The spear's tip radiated an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a marksman aiming for one's head, instilling a sense of despair that rendered his limbs uncontrollable. Heavenly Khan, please allow me to explain. With a whoosh, the spear whistled through the air, impaling the third elder against the Elder Tower. A nearby subordinate retrieved another spear, presenting it to Meng Yanlie once more. Yi Feng, scatter! The second elder exclaimed in alarm, hastily fleeing in one direction. Humph! Meng Yanlie chuckled lightly, raising his spear anew. With a swift motion, the spear flew forth. The second elder's erratic movements proved futile against this overwhelming force. After all, within a kilometer, few could evade the wrath of Meng Yanlie's spear. The weapon pierced through his back, pinning him to the stone slab. The tremendous impact displaced the second elder's internal organs. Nevertheless, he stubbornly removed the spear and staggered forward. Meng Yanlie, with a cold smirk, lifted another spear. With a swift thrust, the second elder's head was shattered. Yi Feng stood frozen, his hands hanging limply. Lips pressed tightly together. Beads of sweat formed on his brow due to the tension. In this dire situation, no matter what technique he employed, escape seemed impossible. Was he truly destined to face Meng Yanlie in a battle to the death? Yi Feng, it is now your turn. Suddenly, Meng Yanlie dismounted his horse and approached Yi Feng with keen interest. Yi Feng had long been a thorn in his side, and now he finally had the opportunity to confront him. Meng Yanlie, the last time you overwhelmed me with ease. This time, I wish to test my strength once more. With his knees slightly bent, Yi Feng unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. A layer of frost enveloped the ground several meters ahead. Two armored guards failed to react in time and were instantly frozen, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. As for the ordinary Doan people, they fell rigidly to the ground the moment the icy energy was released, their eyes frozen in shock. Meng Yanlie's hair was laden with frost. Yet his movements remained unaffected as he steadily advanced toward Yi Feng. In truth, his body was on the brink of becoming completely numb. But in front of so many witnesses, Meng Yanlie had to maintain his composure. Take another blow from me. Yi Feng struck again with an open palm. Boom. This time, Meng Yanlie did not relent, and their palms collided. You've been deceived. Yi Feng gritted his teeth against the tearing sensation in his arm and propelled a fireball toward Meng Yanlie's arm. In the next instant, a towering inferno engulfed Meng Yanlie. Not good. Save the Khan. Yi Feng swiftly dodged, lifting Ma Go by and sprinting towards the edge of the raging sea. His right arm, however, was rendered completely powerless. Meng Yanlie's force had numbed it. After running 100 meters, a fiery figure descended from the sky behind him. I must keep running. Yi Feng clenched his teeth and secured Ma Go by to his back. After another 300 meters, Meng Yanlie landed before him with a thunderous crash. As for the flames surrounding him, Yi Feng was baffled as to how he extinguished them. His fiery prowess was typically unstoppable, yet it seemed ineffective against Meng Yanlie. Nonetheless, Yi Feng could sense that Meng Yanlie's vital energy had sustained some damage. Just then, a deep pit was smashed into the stone slab in front of Yi Feng. Boom, boom, boom. An eerie sound echoed as a stone sculpture shattered into pieces. Yi Feng glanced skyward and faintly discerned a large dark shadow flapping its wings amidst the clouds. It was Chunin. Filled with elation, Yi Feng dashed in another direction. Where do you think you're going? Meng Yanlie roared in anger, his figure flashing once more. Boom. At that moment, a heavy projectile grazed his forehead, tearing a patch of skin from his scalp. Damn it. Even someone as formidable as Meng Yanlie was struck with fear. Such a projectile, falling from several thousand meters above, possessed terrifying power. He turned to see that Yi Feng had vanished into the vast darkness of the night. 7,000 meters in the sky, Chunin rode upon the neck of a giant bird. My dear bird, I am left with no choice. Though these projectiles may inadvertently strike Brother Feng, they are necessary to sow chaos. Otherwise, he would be torn apart by Meng Yanlie. After speaking, Chunin tore open a sack. With a whoosh, one by one, the heavy projectiles continued to descend upon Changsheng City. Yi Feng hastened to the edge of the angry sea, urgently waving to the warship. Quick, bring the warship over. Hurry. His voice nearly cracked under the strain. Turning back, he widened his eyes in astonishment. There, Meng Yanlie was charging towards him, balancing a colossal stone weighing thousands of pounds atop his head. For heaven's sake, will you never stop? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and executed a water-walking technique. At that moment, Meng Yanlie landed beside him. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly exerted force with his arms, hurling the massive stone fiercely at Yi Feng. Whoosh! The enormous stone whistled through the air. Boom! The warship trembled as a cannon accurately struck the stone, scattering debris across the angry sea. Just as Meng Yanlie was about to pursue him across the water, another cannonball soared towards him, forcing him to halt abruptly. Thud, thud, thud. The sky reverberated with the sound of projectiles, sending fragments flying around Meng Yanlie. Yi Feng! Yi Feng! Meng Yanlie bellowed, compelled to take refuge beneath the city wall to avoid being struck by the falling munitions. Finally, aboard the warship, Yi Feng quickly gestured towards Ma Go Bai. Ma Lo Bai, take your brother and get him something to eat. Hurry. He is on the verge of starving. All right. I'll go immediately. What about my third brother? Him? Just leave him for now. Focus on getting your elder brother some food, something liquid to start with. After speaking, Yi Feng stood, clutching his arm. What is wrong with your arm? New duo approached, quickly grasping Yi Feng's right arm. I exchanged a blow with Meng Yanlie. Yifeng struggled to explain. What? You faced off against the heavenly Khan? Nu Duo was incredulous. It was well known that few could withstand the force of Meng Yanlie's strikes. Come with me into the room. Let me examine your arm, Nu Duo said, pulling Yifeng inside. Half an hour later, Yifeng's arm was covered with a thick layer of ointment that, while appearing unpleasant, emitted a soothing fragrance. Fortunately, your strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, you might have lost that arm. Even so, you must refrain from exerting it for the next month. Otherwise, I can't assist you. Nu Duo concluded, wrapping Yifeng's arm carefully. Thank you, Nu Duo. It feels like my arm is mine again. I could barely sense it earlier, Yifeng expressed sincerely. Though he had launched the fiery projectile at Meng Yanlie, he had almost paid the price of losing an arm himself. This demonstrated that Meng Yanlie was still far beyond his reach. After a short while, a melodious sound echoed from the sky as Chunin descended on a giant bird. Landing gracefully on the deck, Yifeng hurried over, embracing Chunin tightly with his left arm. Chunin, thank you. If not for the chaos you created in the sky, Meng Yanlie might have captured me, Yifeng said earnestly. Not at all. I, Chunin, have always been your golden partner. Chunin replied proudly. Indeed, a golden partner. Yifeng then turned to embrace the giant bird's neck. To call you birdie is such an insult. You are a worthy comrade who aids me. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as bird brother. Do you have any objections? Yifeng inquired. He understood that the colossal bird had lived for many years and could surely comprehend his words. Indeed, the giant avian gave a subtle nod. As if personified. Chapter 633. Enough, do not frighten her any more by the way. Let others take care of Ma Gubai and bring Ma Lubai out. I have something to discuss with him that requires his own confirmation, Yifeng said slowly. Before long, Ma Lubai was brought forth. Brother Feng, what is it? Ma Lubai stood obediently in place. I must relay some unfortunate news. Your younger brother, Ma Dubai, has contracted the goo worm disease. When I departed earlier, I observed that his mind was already clouded, and his complexion had drained of color. Therefore, it is no longer necessary to enter Changsheng City, Yifeng stated gravely. In truth, he had confirmed this grim reality the first time he laid eyes on Ma Dubai, but had hoped to bring him out for Ma Lubai to ascertain himself. What? Ma Lubai sank down onto the deck. To speak frankly, Ma Dubai sustained severe injuries, and Meng Yanlie denied him sustenance, leaving him starved for nearly a month. Even a strong individual would succumb to the goo worm disease under such circumstances, so you must find solace, Yifeng sighed. Ma Lubai remained silent. His head bowed in contemplation. Ma Lubai, the dead cannot be revived. You must come to terms with this. Chunin approached and gently patted his shoulder. Brother Feng, I trust you, but right now, all I desire is to eliminate Meng Yanlie, Ma Lubai declared with unwavering resolve, his sorrow eclipsed by vengeance. Meng Yanlie is too formidable. Revenge is not feasible at this moment, and we have been adrift in the angry sea for too long, which is detrimental to our health. Therefore, I have decided that we shall now return to New Hot Spring Island and replace the crew aboard the warship for a new mission, Yifeng articulated slowly. Brother Feng, do not say anything more. I will heed your every word. Ma Lubai nodded in agreement. Yifeng embraced him briefly and waved at the new captain. The warship let out a roar and swiftly set sail towards the outer reaches of the angry sea. In a short span, the vessel exited the turbulent waters, and the sea once again lay calm and serene. A beam of azure light descended from the heavens, heralding the approach of dawn. By midday, New Hot Spring Island came into view. Yifeng stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. He beheld 18 colossal ships encircling the southern side of the island, with the deck and upper cabin already constructed. The next step would be to enhance the power systems of the lower hull. As for the specific details, Yifeng, being an amateur in such matters, could only entrust everything to Changli Bin. Being a hands-off manager was quite satisfactory. At that moment, the islanders spotted Yifeng. They hurriedly waved their hammers and tools at him. Hey, Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng has returned. Their voices echoed joyously. Those who were still engaged in construction on the island rushed to the dock, nearly filling the entire area. After all, he had brought over 40,000 people to New Hot Spring Island last time, so Yifeng's followers were still quite numerous. Yifeng noticed Susan, Ding Tuan Tuan, and others among the crowd. Without hesitation, he leapt from the warship and, with a single step across the water, reached the shore. Susan was the first to embrace Yifeng. Brother Feng, it is wonderful to have you back. The selection of citizens for New Hot Spring Island is nearing completion. Wang Zhihai suddenly emerged from behind, holding a piece of animal hide. Excellent. How many people have become citizens of Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. There are quite a few. Allow me to recite their names. Harder, Madoff, Kelsu. Wang Zhihai swiftly listed over 400 names. Yi Feng responded. There are more than 40,000 people on this island, yet only a little over 400 have been selected as citizens. Indeed, our indigenous population is quite exclusive, only admitting those who maintain amicable relations with them, along with a select few attractive individuals. Consequently, the actual number of citizens on our island is merely 511. The remaining 41,000 are temporary workers, Wang Zhihai elucidated. Are you certain that there has been no manipulation in the voting of each citizen? Yi Feng released Susan from his grasp. There has been no foul play. However, Wang Zhihai has recently devised a lottery system. His brother-in-law spent 10 hot spring coins and astonishingly won 220 million in prizes, Susan interjected. 10 hot spring coins yielded a prize of 220,000? Yi Feng's expression darkened. At this rate, it won't be long before hot spring coins collapse. Many transactions in Eternal City currently utilize hot spring coins for settlement. He was not keen on the currency losing its value so swiftly. Brother Feng, I am conducting the lottery with the utmost fairness and justice. This way, it provides everyone with a chance to attain sudden wealth. Otherwise, the monotony of their routine lives would soon bore them, Wang Zhihai remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Is that so? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang Zhihai quickly pulled Yi Feng aside. Brother Feng, the purpose of currency is to keep the majority perpetually impoverished. My actions are to prevent the rapid devaluation of hot spring coins, allowing us to harvest the wealth of those individuals. Otherwise, should they accumulate enough wealth to purchase warships, will you sell or not? If you sell, what will we have to stand on in this world? If you don't sell, the hot spring coins will inevitably collapse. Yi Feng sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Zhihai's shoulder. Let us refrain from discussing unpleasant matters. With that, Yi Feng ascended a stone and called out to all of Hot Spring Island. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is a day off. Tonight, we shall host a grand banquet to celebrate. Feng, what are we celebrating? Susan asked. I'm not certain what we are celebrating. I simply wish to host a grand feast to uplift my spirits. If as an island owner, I cannot revel and gather joyfully with my fellow islanders at any time, then what significance does Hot Spring Island hold? Yi Feng declared. Oh, long live Brother Feng. Ha ha ha, long live Brother Feng. Wonderful, we shall feast freely tonight. The entire Hot Spring Island erupted with excitement. Just then, Jinyu approached, leading Meng Yanlie. Feng, Jinyu, who is she? Susan inquired. Allow me to introduce. This is my daughter, Lure, the daughter of Meng Yanlie, Jinyu replied candidly. What? A throng of individuals gathered, their penetrating gazes fixated on Meng Yanlie, causing her to tremble in fear. It was revealed that Meng Yanlie was the offspring of a notorious lineage. Brother Feng, spare us the words, tonight. I shall become the son-in-law of the Khan, Wang Zhihai declared, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed Meng Yanlie. Chairman Wang, you may be the eldest son-in-law, but I shall take the second position. Tonight is yours, tomorrow shall be mine, Heart interjected, emerging from the shadows. Do not fight over her. This opportunity is mine to seize, chimed in Shi Zhongliang, who had appeared from an unknown direction. Yi Feng sighed in exasperation. Enough, do not frighten her any further. Meng Yanlie, since you have arrived on my hot spring island, behave yourself and refrain from any mischief. Otherwise, this island shall not accommodate you, and I will have no choice but to send you back to Changsheng City. Very well, I shall earnestly embrace my role as a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Meng Yanlie replied nervously. Chapter 634. I understand, you're despicable. The men surrounding them were all eyes, seemingly ready to devour her. As night fell, hundreds of bonfires were lit across Hot Spring Island. Each bonfire catered to 100 individuals who feasted on roasted fish and drank fruit wine. Some female natives, in high spirits, shed their garments and danced joyfully. At one gathering, for bonfires hosted over 500 attendees, 100 were Yi Feng's longtime citizens, while the remaining 400 were newly elected. It was time for him to make some decisions. Esteemed citizens, you are all now part of Hot Spring Island, and I must discuss an important matter with you. As you may have observed, none among us can rival Meng Yanlie in close combat. Furthermore, I have heard that the Green Sea Desert is home to even more formidable warriors. Should these powerful beings enter the prairie, our warships would be as fragile as toys against them. Thus, I declare that from this moment forth, all resources in the treasury shall be dedicated to my advancement. enabling me to become an unparalleled master, at least capable of contending with Meng Yanlie. Otherwise, if a formidable enemy invades Hot Spring Island, we shall all perish. Yi Feng's voice resonated clearly, ensuring all 500 could hear. Brother Feng, the entirety of Hot Spring Island belongs to you. Utilize the resources at your discretion. Without needing our approval, one new citizen remarked. Indeed, Brother Feng, the island is yours. Wield it as you see fit, echoed another new citizen. Yi Feng shook his head. It seems you still do not grasp the governance of Hot Spring Island. In our community, any request to use public resources must receive the consent of the majority. A threshold of over 50% is required for a resolution to pass. Otherwise, do you not wonder why those powerful beings, upon joining our family, find it difficult to depart? The Ma Gubai brothers exchanged glances with Duo Mond, nodding in agreement. When they first joined Hot Spring Island, they could have easily eliminated Yi Feng. However, they refrained from doing so, as they found the island's system too comfortable. They believed that even if they assumed power, there would be no special privileges. Thus, they preferred to be ordinary citizens and share in the joy with everyone. Furthermore, they cherished the leisurely and relaxed atmosphere of Hot Spring Island. Unlike in Changsheng City, where hierarchy is rigidly enforced, the golden armored guards here evoke a sense of discomfort. The superiors disdain these guards, peers maintain their distance, and the lower ranks, while ostensibly respectful, are all too aware that a mere hint of weakness could incite a collective uprising against them. Life in Changsheng City is thus burdensome. The serene comfort of Feng Ji's Hot Spring Island is far more appealing, where one can relax at any moment. Even dozing off beside the fire without fear of being disrespected. Wang Zhihai rose to address the assembly. Currently, our treasury holds over 400 crystal pills, including a 5th-level crystal pill, alongside more than 200 sacred fruits. If we can secure a vote in favor, all these resources will be allocated to Feng Gu to enhance his power and establish him as our guardian deity. With that, Wang Zhihai positioned himself at the center, casting his gaze over all present at the Hot Spring Island. Let us commence. Those who oppose Yi Feng's exclusive claim to the resources, please stand on your heads. Those in favor may remain standing still. His voice echoed far and wide. That's absurd. Step down. I shall lead this, Yi Feng interjected, ushering Wang Zhihai away. Everyone in favor of my exclusive claim to the resources, please move to the left. Those against, Before he could finish, over 500 individuals hurried to the left, eager not to incur Wang Zhihai's wrath. In no time, the motion passed unanimously, leaving Yi Feng feeling somewhat awkward. Please, do not flatter me so. It seems like dissent would invite repercussions. Truth be told, my ideal approval rate is 60%. If it passes unanimously, it feels as though I am a dictator. Do you understand my sentiment? Yi Feng aspired to cultivate a genuine micro-society, not one filled with sycophants. It should not be that every time he spoke, the approval rate soared to 100%. Such contrived scenarios are glaringly artificial. Understanding this, a portion of the citizens conferred and promptly moved to the right, with over 200 people, achieving precisely a 60% approval rate. Bring those adorned with flowers on their shoulders to the wooden cabin for a meeting, especially Su Yun, Yi Feng instructed. Before long, the wooden cabin was filled with attendees, all wearing cheerful expressions and incessantly congratulating Yi Feng on the successful vote. Silence, please. I am quite disappointed in the citizens we elected this time. Do you comprehend? I seek not mere followers, but individuals capable of independent thought. Although the vote for my exclusive resource claim passed, I feel this micro-society has failed, as not a single dissenting voice was raised. Su Yun, as the principal of Hot Spring Island, it is now your responsibility to instill progressive thoughts in them, fostering the ability to think independently. Questioning is the essence of societal advancement. Do you understand? Yi Feng articulated. I understand. You are quite the provocateur. Su Yun nodded in agreement. To equate greatness with provocation is quite remarkable, Yi Feng replied. Brother Feng, shortly I shall have the precious spirit fruits from the treasury moved to your chamber. Presently, there are 40,000 individuals on Hot Spring Island, and I believe it is imperative to establish a comprehensive legal framework. For instance, how long can non-citizens remain on the island? Should we repatriate those who overstay? Furthermore, we must consider whether to implement polygamy, the laws governing inheritance for children, and taxation regulations. Altogether, it seems we may require at least a decade or more to refine these matters, Wang Zhihai articulated. You possess greater insight into these affairs than I do. I shall have Su Yun and Ramiko collaborate with you in drafting this framework. Once it is completed, please present it to me in written form. Upon my verification, I will sign it in the presence of all citizens to enact it. Yifeng nodded. Since we are establishing a miniature society, it is crucial that our laws are robust. Otherwise, we risk facing significant issues in the future. Brother Feng, we now possess warships, colossal birds, and our own territory. I believe it is time to establish an air, land, and naval force, and I, Chenin, am willing to assume the role of Air Force Commander. Chenin stood up at this moment. Brother Feng, Chenin is right. Although the Air Force may currently lack personnel, we are now a nation and must form an army, Wang Zhihai concurred. Now, what do you propose for the establishment of this force? Yifeng leaned back, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. After all, as the ruler of the island, he could not afford to be involved in every detail. Otherwise, he would surely exhaust himself. Chapter 635. Embrace her back, Brother Feng. Shall I appoint the commanders? Wang Zhihai inquired. You may propose candidates, but I will make the final decision, Yifeng replied. Very well. Wang Zhihai stood up. I appoint Harder as the commander of the army. Harder, filled with excitement, rose and saluted Yifeng and Wang Zhihai. I appoint Teng as the commander of the navy. Teng also stood exhilarated and bowed to everyone present. Hey, Cheng Li Bin slammed the table. I have no objections to Harder leading the army, but am I not qualified for the position of Grand Admiral of the Navy? After all, I built their ships. Ha ha. Old Cheng, you are a vital asset to Hot Spring Island. How could we allow you to venture into battle? What if you were to meet a dire fate? Who would ensure our logistics? Wang Zhihai became more courteous in the face of Cheng Li Bin, being a shrewd man who recognized Cheng Li Bin's value. That is music to my ears. So what will my position be? Surely it cannot be lower than that of the two commanders? Cheng Li Bin questioned. Rest assured. From this moment forth, Cheng Li Bin will serve as a trainee engineer in the shipbuilding department, Wang Zhihai stated with gravity. What? You appoint them as commanders while relegating me to a mere engineer? I shall. A swift punch landed on Wang Zhihai's nose. In mere moments, the two were grappling with one another, tugging hair and pinching noses. This is unacceptable. Separate them. Yifeng sighed. Realizing that Wang Zhihai's authority could only intimidate the recently joined natives, yet it held no sway over veterans like Cheng Li Bin. I shall take it upon myself to make the appointments. Yifeng sighed as he pressed the battered Wang Zhihai down onto the chair. Cheng Li Bin, the chief advisor for the Army, Navy, and Air Force, also served as the director of the military factory and chief engineer. Yifeng spoke with a solemn tone. Oh, just listen to how eloquently Brother Feng speaks, Cheng Li Bin remarked, his face lighting up with a smile. Nearby, Nu Duo observed the atmosphere within Yifeng's team and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She found the people here quite endearing, not nearly as brutal as she had imagined. Chenin, the commander of the Air Force. Of course, I will assign a few deputy commanders to you. They will frequently feed the giant bird and cultivate a good relationship with it, so that in the future, we can ride it into the skies to drop bombs. Yifeng declared. Yes, Brother Feng, but could we possibly procure a few more fighter jets? Just one giant bird seems a bit risky. I fear it may become overworked. Chenin replied. Unfortunately, that is not feasible. Our Air Force currently has only one reconnaissance aircraft, so when you ride it, be gentle. Never let it crash, understood? Yifeng instructed. Rest assured, I will ensure it remains airborne. Chenin saluted hastily. Su Yun, you will serve as the principal of the Hot Spring Primary School, the Hot Spring Secondary School, and the Hot Spring University, as well as a professor, Yifeng announced. But I don't even have a school. Are you asking me to teach in an open square? Su Yun questioned. Do not worry. I will arrange for a school to be built for you. Just take your time. Yifeng reassured her with a gentle smile. Nu Duo, you shall be the director of the Hot Spring Hospital. And Bai Chu Xue will serve as the vice director. Yifeng continued. What? Her? You want me to be her subordinate? Bai Chu Xue protested, clearly unimpressed. Chu Xue, if you are dissatisfied, you can compare yourself to her after the meeting, Yifeng suggested. Very well, I shall see what capabilities she possesses. Bai Chu Xue huffed as she returned to her seat. Brother Yi, what about me? Ding Tuanshuan piped up, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Yifeng. You? A cleaner, Yifeng replied earnestly. I protest. Yifeng received a playful punch to the eye. The meeting concluded hastily, and Yifeng, sporting panda eyes, entered the secret chamber. The space was cluttered with various boxes containing crystal pills and sacred fruits. Yifeng retrieved 2 crystal pills, placing them in the palm of his hand. The next moment, the blood-sucking technique was officially activated. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Yifeng felt that after strengthening his power, the enhancement from a level 1 crystal pill was negligible, yielding little to no effect. Thus, he switched to the sacred fruits. The impact of the sacred fruits was quite significant, as he had consumed far fewer compared to the crystal pills. Especially after absorbing 2 golden sacred fruits, he felt his mental strength surge immensely. Time passed swiftly as Yifeng remained in the secret chamber. Eventually, he had drained all the resources from Hot Spring Island. The ground was littered with the remnants of crystal pills. Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling the muscles in his body creak. Simultaneously, a massive energy stirred within him, eager to break free. He could no longer remain seated. He needed to step outside for some fresh air. Yifeng extinguished the charcoal and strode out of the secret chamber. A rush of cold air filled his lungs as he lifted his gaze towards the dock. 18 colossal vessels had taken shape, and Cheng Libin was directing the crew as they hoisted a steam engine from the warship. Old Cheng, Yifeng approached briskly. Brother Feng, you've emerged from your retreat. Our 18 massive ships are complete, and there are still 2 discarded steam engines aboard the warship. I've decided to retrofit them into the lower compartments of 2 of the colossal vessels, Cheng Libin declared with a smile. Does this mean each colossal vessel will be equipped with only 1 steam engine? Can it compete with the warship's speed? Yifeng inquired. Of course. The warship is quite heavy, necessitating 2 steam engines, while the colossal vessel is much lighter. 1 engine will suffice. In terms of speed, it will not lag far behind the warship, Cheng Libin assured him. That is reassuring. But how will the other colossal vessels be powered? Yifeng pressed on. For the others, I will employ human-powered propellers. The lower compartment will require 20 individuals to operate the propellers and another 20 to steer. Thus, the captain's role diminishes significantly. To direct the colossal vessel, commands must be shouted from above, which is certainly less convenient than a steam system. Nonetheless, it is still 1,000 years more advanced than the indigenous power systems, Cheng Libin responded. I'll leave these troublesome matters to you. I shall explore elsewhere. After walking along the dock for a spell, Yifeng spotted Xiao Ilian draped in thick animal pelts, seated cross-legged on a stone. Her gaze vacantly fixed on the depths of the sea. Xiao Ilian, why are you sitting by the sea in this cold weather? You mustn't catch a cold, he said, rushing to embrace her from behind. Uncle Yi, I miss my mommy so much, and I long for my home. When will we return? Ilian asked. Rest assured. We will return when the opportunity arises, Yifeng comforted her. He hesitated to disclose that they were unlikely to return, as they were clearly in a different world. By the way, Xiao Ilian, how far can you maintain your ability to see around corners? Yifeng suddenly inquired. I can see inside the warship. Ilian pointed to the vessel anchored 500 meters away. Can you bend your sight? Yifeng pressed further. I can. But each additional bend causes my head to throb painfully, as if pierced by needles. Ilian frowned, clearly reluctant to use her ability to see around corners. Yifeng understood that this capability likely drained a significant amount of her mental energy. Do not worry, Xiaolian. I typically won't ask you to use your sight-bending ability. However, if we encounter danger on Hot Spring Island, would you be willing to use your powers to assist us? Yifeng queried. If Uncle Yi is in danger, I would be willing, Ilian nodded. What about the others? Yifeng asked. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ilian's face. If Sister Tuan Tuan encounters danger, I would also be willing. So, does that imply you are unwilling to help the others? Yifeng's expression darkened, realizing that Ilian did not harbor fond feelings for the other inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. It was no surprise, aside from his occasional concern for her. Only Ding Tuan Tuan played with her, while the others, including Susan, showed little interest in her well-being. Come, let us head home. Don't linger by the sea. Be cautious, lest a sea monster devour you, he urged. Upon finishing his words, Yifeng assumed a fierce demeanor. Ilian was startled and joyfully dashed back into the house. At her age, she longed for companionship and play, yet Yifeng was perpetually occupied, and the others on Hot Spring Island scarcely paid her any heed. Yifeng took another turn, arriving before several graves. Familiar names were inscribed upon the tombstones. It was his directive to have the names of those with whom he had fought carved into stone, even in the absence of remains. A grave provided them with a semblance of solace. Chen Li's grave, Bai Guifen's grave, Chen Jihua's grave, He Li's grave, Zhang Yan's grave, Alice's grave. Gazing upon the well-known names, Yifeng was overwhelmed with emotion. After bowing deeply 3 times before the gravestones, he strode away from the burial ground. Just then, a commotion erupted within the tribe. A birth is imminent. Quickly heat the water, a native midwife shouted. Who is giving birth? Yifeng hurried toward the wooden house. No man allowed. It's Boken who is about to give birth, Tu Ba's child. Susan blocked Yifeng's way. Tu Ba's child is being born. Yifeng paced anxiously outside the wooden house. Susan, do you know if it's a boy or a girl? He inquired. A boy would be wonderful. Boys are quite favored. Of course, a girl is lovely too. Girls are cherished. Yifeng rambled on. All right, you're quite something. It's not even your child being born. Susan rolled her eyes. Aren't I just being considerate? Yifeng retorted. Tu Ba is my good brother. And once his child is born, I intend to be the godfather, ensuring that my dear friend's child has a complete family. Yifeng said earnestly. Then I shall be the godmother, Susan replied. Certainly. After all, my brother's child deserves to grow up in a harmonious environment, free from worries, enjoying a carefree and joyful life from birth to adulthood. Yifeng smiled faintly. In truth, his own childhood had been devoid of joy, raised by his grandfather. He had often been the target of bullying by classmates and neighbors. Thus, the founding of Hot Spring Island stemmed from his desire to invest his unfulfilled childhood in these children. Having faced considerable misfortune, he hoped that the children on Hot Spring Island could remedy the regrets of his past. Susan gazed at Yifeng with a dazed expression, and in the next moment, she gently nestled her head against him. Feng, you are truly kind. I feel incredibly fortunate to be your wife. I don't think I've ever expressed such sentimental words to you before. You won't mock me, will you? The once fierce Susan now radiated tenderness. How could I? I am grateful beyond measure. Every time I find myself in peril, it is you who comes to my rescue. To have such a virtuous wife, Yifeng, am the luckiest person in the world. Shaner, I love you dearly, Yifeng said, smiling as he caressed Susan's hair. I love you too. Feng, Susan replied with a sweet smile. You too, don't block the way here. Can't you see a child is being born inside? A young girl carrying hot water bumped into them. Yifeng quickly stepped aside with Susan. After a while, the resounding cries of a newborn filled the air. Yifeng hurried inside, only to find Bo Kachin lying feebly on the bed, a faint, loving smile gracing her pale lips. Susan quickly took Bo Kachin's hand and offered her a cup of warm water. Wait, she has just stopped bleeding. Do not let her drink water yet, the midwife interjected. Oh, Susan, who had never been a mother herself, promptly set the cup aside. Yifeng then cradled the infant, a girl whose wrinkled face bore no resemblance to Tuba. My precious daughter, your godfather will cherish you. Rest assured, I shall ensure your carefree and joyous upbringing, providing you with many beautiful new clothes, pants, and shoes, so that you may live like a princess. Yifeng spoke tenderly. Though the infant might not comprehend human language, love transcends all linguistic barriers, and indeed, the baby relaxed and closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber in Yifeng's embrace. Yifeng brought the baby before Bo Kachin once more. Bo Kachin, it is time to name her. You are her mother, he suggested with a smile. No, you should choose the name. You and Tuba share a bond of life and death. I trust your choice, Bo Kachin replied. Very well, from now on, she shall be called Lele Tuba, Yifeng declared earnestly. Feng, but Tuba's surname is not Tuba. His full name is Tuba Doge, Susan interjected hastily. My apologies. Then she shall be named Lele Doge, Yifeng amended. Bo Kachin nodded, appearing drowsy. Let us go. Feng, do not disturb Bo Kachin's rest. Place the baby in her arms, Susan urged. Indeed, we should also arrange for some clothing for the baby. By the way, where is the tailor's shop? Subsequently, Yifeng ordered dozens of outfits for Lele, spending over 2,000 warm spring coins. After the transaction, he wore a smile, yet a hollow feeling lingered within him. He wondered where Duoyan Hina had gone with her child, yearning to embrace both mother and child. Furthermore, there was Chuema. He must have ventured deep into the Green Sea Desert, and Yifeng hoped for his safety. Even if he could not find anyone, he must ensure his own safety first. Later, Yifeng explored the entirety of New Warm Spring Island. The territory was indeed vast, abundant in resources. A factory had already been established at the site of natural gas, primarily for the production of ship components. To the north of Warm Spring Island lay a bay teeming with countless fish and shrimp. A single net cast could yield several tons of fish, requiring no grand vessels, merely a net from the shore. However, a thick layer of ice had formed near the coast, where some indigenous children were playing, sliding across the ice. Chapter 637. I am starting to feel a bit apprehensive. A few youths had even drilled a hole in the ice to fish. Be careful not to get your boots wet, Feng cautioned, walking alongside Susan across the icy surface, constantly advising the children. After surveying the entire warm spring island, night fell, and Feng hosted a grand banquet on the island. In any case, it will not be long before the sea surface is frozen. With an abundance of fish available now, it would be wise for these individuals to feast to their heart's content, storing enough fat to sustain their strength during the long winter ahead. Feng, allow me to take your pulse, new duo approached, followed closely by the obedient Bai Chu Shui. Just by observing Bai Chu Shui's demeanor, Feng could tell that she had already engaged in medical discussions with new duo. Otherwise, she would not appear so compliant. Your strength has increased at an alarming rate, which may pose certain risks. New duo released Feng's wrist. Is it truly dangerous to advance so swiftly? Feng furrowed his brow. Of course. Your abilities have multiplied several times within just 2 months. Such rapid progress is perilous. Do you not comprehend this? New duo asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Feng nodded in understanding. I see. It is akin to a beggar suddenly acquiring $1 million. Inevitably, within 3 months, he would find himself in debt, possibly straying down a treacherous path. It seems you grasp my point well. It is much like a parched individual stumbling upon a lake. Without restraint, he is likely to choke on the water, new duo remarked, clearly pleased with Feng's comprehension. As the banquet concluded, Feng and Susan returned to their quarters. That night, Feng slept uneasily, plagued by nightmares. He dreamt of Bai Gui Feng, then of Chunli, and subsequently of duo Yanhina. Suddenly, he jolted awake from the terrifying dream, his back drenched in sweat. It was frightful. The dream felt all too real. He understood that dreaming often signifies physical weakness. However, having recently experienced significant growth in strength, how could he feel weak? It appeared new duo was correct. Rapid advancement indeed carries side effects. Susan, I intend to return to Changsheng City. Meng Yanlie is likely constructing massive ships again, and I cannot permit him to craft vessels capable of traversing the angry sea. Otherwise, Hot Spring Island will be at risk, Feng declared. Very well. Attend to your duties. I shall remain here on Hot Spring Island with Wang Zhihai, Susan replied. With a parting kiss, Feng made his way back to the dock, where Changli Bin had been waiting. Brother Feng, this time you can set sail with 3 warships to the angry sea. Once these 2 massive ships are outfitted with steam engines, their speed will rival that of military vessels, allowing them to navigate the angry sea with ease, Changli Bin exclaimed. Indeed, I shall leave the other massive ships in your capable hands, Feng said, patting Changli Bin on the shoulder before boarding Hot Spring No. 2. Changli Bin had assigned a number to each ship. The military vessel was named Hot Spring No. 1, while the 2 modified giant ships were designated Hot Spring No. 2 and Hot Spring No. 3. As for the other colossal ships, their power systems were not yet complete, and Hot Spring No. 19 would be forthcoming. Brother Feng, are we ready to set sail? Inquired Changli Bin's 7th apprentice, Chun Wan, a man of refined society, his tone modest. He had heard of Mark's fate, having lost his head due to negligence. Yes, Feng nodded. Consequently, Hot Spring No. 2 led the way, followed by Hot Spring No. 1 in the center, and Hot Spring No. 3 bringing up the rear. 3 colossal ships, carrying nearly 2,000 souls, sailed towards the location of Eternal City. Feng examined the second ship, the Hot Spring No. 2, which boasted 3 decks above and 3 below, comprising the mid-deck, cargo hold, and bilge. A massive mast towered above the deck, allowing the crew to unfurl the sails and conserve a substantial amount of fuel when the winds were favorable. Although Feng currently possessed an ample supply of charcoal, the island's trees would inevitably be depleted, thus every saving counted. Transporting charcoal from the mainland was an option, yet it proved to be exceedingly time-consuming and laborious. Feng rapped on the deck, which was constructed from enormous wooden planks secured with iron nails at the joints. Additionally, the wood was coated in oil to safeguard it against the ravages of wind and snow. Below the deck, the entire structure was forged from solid iron, ensuring exceptional watertight integrity. Changli Bin had also painted a layer of oil both inside and out, emitting a pungent aroma that deterred shipworms and barnacles from infesting the vessel. Should these pests take hold, an immense amount of time would be required for their removal. Neglecting this task would result in the ship's weight doubling, and over time, even iron would succumb to the corrosive effects of barnacle secretions. Thus far, it seemed that nearly all land animals had perished from the cold, at least. Beyond the vast grasslands, there appeared to be no living creatures. In contrast, the ocean's depths maintained a temperature hovering around freezing, allowing marine life to remain unscathed by the extreme chill. "Ha ha ha, got one," a sailor exclaimed as he vigorously cast his fishing rod, reeling in a 2-foot-long fish. The hot spring number 2 was manned by 600 sailors, each working only 8 hours a day in rotating shifts, which afforded them a leisurely lifestyle, fishing from the deck, playing chess, or enjoying drinks in the dining hall. Beneath the deck lay the mid-deck, a spacious area containing a dining room, lounge, conference room, and kitchen. Further below, in the cargo hold, lay a stockpile of machine gun ammunition and frozen fish. Feng turned his attention to the ship's armaments. The deck was lined with 12 heavy machine guns, accompanied by waterproof boxes filled with ammunition. In the event of danger, the gunners could respond immediately. The Hot Spring No. 3 mirrored the layout and firepower of the Hot Spring No. 2. In fact, Feng had over 300 additional heavy machine guns stored on New Hot Spring Island, awaiting the completion of the other 10 ships, which would be outfitted with them. Everything was progressing favorably, and a faint smile graced Feng's face. "Ma Lebi, why are you staring at the sea instead of fishing?" Feng patted Ma Lebi on the shoulder. However, Ma Lebi gestured for silence and pointed towards the depths below. "What is it?" Feng furrowed his brow, fixating on the surface of the water. "There is something down there, something large. The rumors may be coming true," Ma Lebi remarked. "What rumors?" Feng inquired. "The tales say that when the temperature drops, some slumbering giants awaken. In the deep sea, there are colossal sea monsters, some longer than our ships, capable of dragging vessels down into the abyss," Ma Lebi explained. Feng shivered slightly, a chill running down his spine. "Stop with the nonsense. You're making me a bit afraid," he reprimanded. "I'm not joking. I don't know if you've ever been inside a pyramid, but in its conference room, there lies a hide of a sea monster, large enough to cover 700 square meters. Just imagine how immense it must be." Ma Lebi spoke earnestly. Feng replied. Chapter 638. If you continue like this, I may become truly angry. The previously cheerful atmosphere had been shattered, and he sulkily gazed towards the number 1 hot spring. The number 1 hot spring was Feng's strongest weapon, helmed by the second disciple of Cheng Li, with Damin serving as the chief commander. After all, the No. 1 hot spring was equipped with artillery, and Feng had also stationed Damin there, ensuring that should any formidable opponent board the deck, he would be capable of engaging in close combat. "Brother Feng, do you sense that the temperature seems to have risen a bit lately? Look at the sky. Even the sun has come out," Chenwen remarked. "Indeed, but this is not a good omen. Typically, before an extreme cold front arrives, there is a period of temperature rise, just as we experienced in the Black Tree River Basin," Feng responded, casting his gaze into the distance. Am I seeing correctly? Is that a ship ahead?" Feng quickly grabbed his binoculars. The others followed suit, peering towards the 2 nautical miles ahead. "Goodness, it truly is a ship, but it's rather rudimentary, I assenti it?" Chenwen exclaimed, dumbfounded. The sailors, suddenly intrigued, crowded to the front of the deck, directing their curious gazes at the more than 40 small boats on the water. The longest of them appeared to be no more than 10 meters, while the smaller ones measured only 6 or 7 meters. Fortunately, the winds and waves were mild today. Otherwise, such small vessels would be easily capsized by a single wave. Initially, the 40-plus boats approached Feng's fleet with great bravado, but as they drew nearer, they were met with the sight of 3 colossal creatures. Consequently, the 40 boats halted in the water, hesitating to advance towards Feng's warship. "Ah, friends, which tribe do you belong to?" Feng cheerfully waved his hands from the deck. Had he encountered larger ships, he might have remained cautious. However, the strongest weapon aboard those 40 small boats amounted to merely a few crossbows, significantly inferior to the siege crossbows of Changsheng City, perhaps insufficient to even pierce his blood-scale armor. The 40 small boats fell silent, seemingly intimidated by Feng's 3 warships. After a prolonged pause, a middle-aged man draped in sealskin emerged. He held a spear in his right hand and placed his left hand on his hip, striving to project an imposing presence. "I am the Lord of Greenleaf Island. I have heard that you occupy my territory. If you are wise, relinquish that island. Otherwise, when my fleet arrives, I will toss you all into the sea to feed the fish," the middle-aged man declared with great authority. Feng could discern that his confidence was not feigned, but stemmed from genuine conviction. It appeared that Greenleaf Island possessed some degree of strength. "Are you referring to my new hot spring island?" Feng inquired. What new hot spring island? That is Abyss Island. Our deity sleeps in the abyss. You are to vacate the deity's resting place within 7 days. Feng began to comprehend that this individual was merely seeking a quarrel. After all, when he had visited Abyss Island, there were no signs of human activity whatsoever. If this were the territory of Greenleaf Island, why had they not stationed anyone on the island? Apologies, it is no longer called Abyss Island, but rather New Hot Spring Island. Furthermore, I have no intention of vacating that location. Should Greenleaf Island choose to dispatch a fleet to confront me, they are welcome to do so. By the way, may I inquire how many ships you possess on Greenleaf Island? Feng responded loudly. Audacious. We of Greenleaf Island have 100 warships, sufficient to sweep across the entire sea. Sweep the sea? Feng mused, considering that their vessels were inferior to the 20 colossal ships of Eternal Life City. How could such flimsy crafts hope to dominate the ocean? May I ask if you are familiar with Eternal Life City? Are you aware of the vast grasslands? Feng inquired. As expected, the middle-aged man conferred with several elders resembling him. I know not of what you speak. I have never heard of such places. For we have come from the northern seas, the middle-aged man replied. Feng noted that their ships were encased in a layer of seal skin, exhibiting remarkable waterproofing. Even if capsized by waves, water would not breach the vessels. Among the indigenous people, this represented a relatively advanced type of small craft. Coincidentally, although he currently possessed 3 warships, he lacked auxiliary vessels, and perhaps he could procure a few from them. Greenleaf Island Lord. Here is my proposal. I wish to acquire 18 small boats to serve as auxiliary vessels for my warships. I wonder how you would feel about this. Of course, I shall not take them without compensation. I can offer you some frozen fish, Feng stated earnestly. Preposterous. The Greenleaf Island Lord seethed with fury, drawing back his body as he hurled his spear towards Feng. However, after soaring for over 300 meters, the spear fell feebly into the sea. Initially startled, Feng burst into laughter moments later. Ha! Is that all the strength you possess? You nearly startled me. The sailors roared with laughter. In the past, these 40 ships might have instilled some fear, yet since joining forces with Brother Feng, such small vessels appeared to them as mere toys. They needed no heavy machine guns or cannons. A mere collision with their warships would suffice. Greenleaf Island Lord. I genuinely wish to engage in trade with you and learn about your advanced waterproofing technology. If you persist in this manner, I may become quite displeased, Feng warned, taking up a heavy machine gun. However, the Greenleaf Island Lord was not to be underestimated. He seized a 3-bow crossbow from behind. With a whoosh, the spear flew nearly 2,000 meters, but regrettably, its accuracy was lacking, sailing past the warship and ultimately plunging into the sea. Feng discerned that the waterproofing technology of Greenleaf Island was indeed advanced, yet their weaponry left much to be desired. Originally intent on delivering a decisive blow, he raised his gun slightly. Bang! The mast of the flagship was shattered, eliciting terrified cries from the sailors aboard. Feng repeated the action, firing 5 or 6 shots, until all the masts were broken. Due to the diminutive size of their ships, only 6 bore masts, while the others resembled elongated canoes. Ceasefire. We surrender. The master of Greenleaf Island stood on the deck, arms raised high. Is it truly so easy to surrender? Feng holstered his heavy machine gun, and with a single step upon the water, before the master of Greenleaf Island could react, he effortlessly lifted him onto his vessel, the Hot Spring No. 2. You? So powerful. Are you a force of nature? The master of Greenleaf Island asked in astonishment. I am Feng, currently the master of Hot Spring Island. May I inquire your name? Feng inquired politely. He wished to learn this fellow's waterproofing techniques, as in the icy world. It is paramount to master water resistance. Be it boots, clothing, or ammunition, each holds great significance. I am Sean. The name rang a bell, but Feng dismissed it. Very well, Mr. Sean, I wish to learn your waterproofing techniques. Rest assured, I will not seek this knowledge without compensation. Feel free to express your desires. Feng spoke sincerely. I can teach you the waterproofing techniques without expecting anything in return, but you must allow us to ascend to Abyss Island. Otherwise, when the long winter arrives, we shall perish in the depths of the sea, Sean replied. Chapter 639. Please, do not dispose of me. Are you the strongest warrior of your Greenleaf tribe? Feng asked. Indeed, Sean nodded. Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared there were other formidable foes on Greenleaf Island. If it was merely Sean's caliber, he could simply station Ma Lebi on Hot Spring Island. and the green leaf people would pose no threat. Then, he could use the ambience and culture of Hot Spring Island to assimilate them. All right, my brethren. Follow closely behind these 3 great vessels. We shall have a stronghold from now on, Sean called to those behind him. Yi Feng pondered. Wasn't this fellow quite assertive just moments ago? What could have prompted such a sudden shift? Where do you hail from? He inquired. To the south lies the vast prairie, the misty mountain range, and the Black Tree River Basin. However, if you have not heard of the prairie, it suggests you have come from the north, correct? Yi Feng continued. Well, there's no harm in revealing this. In truth, we hail from deep within the Green Sea Desert. The temple there has fallen. A level 20 sand beast obliterated it, leaving no sanctuary for humans within hundreds of kilometers of its epicenter, Sean recounted. A flicker of fear evident in his eyes at the mention of the level 20 sand beast. Yi Feng's brow furrowed. He had encountered a level 6 sand beast, capable of commanding thousands of its kin, its size comparable to a 7-story building. What terror must a level 20 beast induce? He turned to Ma Lebi. Have you ever seen a level 20 sand beast? Never. Though Meng Yanlie claims to frequently battle in the desert, such boasts are mere bluster. His prowess allows him only to linger at the desert's edge, never daring to venture 200 kilometers in. However, my elder brother once encountered a level 10 sand beast, and it frightened Meng Yanlie into a hasty retreat, destroying both of his clones in the process. Ma Lebi replied solemnly. Set sail, increase our speed. We must hasten to Eternal Life City, Yi Feng commanded coldly. Duoyen Hina had taken her children to the temple. Should a level 20 sand beast emerge, her visit would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate Meng Yanlie. Only then can I extricate myself and venture into the desert to retrieve Duoyen Hina and my child. At the confluence of Wolf Creek and the Angry Sea, a throng of over 10,000 individuals is presently gathered, perspiring profusely in temperatures plunging to -50 degrees. The outlines of 10 colossal ships are gradually taking shape. Hurry! The Heavenly Khan has issued a decree. While Yi Feng's fleet returns home, we must hasten to construct the vessels and conceal them. Anyone who delays the timeline shall face dire consequences. A centurion gallops back and forth along the riverbank. At that moment, his expression abruptly changes as he gazes towards the angry sea. From within the tumultuous waves emerges a massive entity. This is bad. Boom. A shell erupts from the angry sea. One of the half-finished colossal ships is obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery reverberates continuously for over 20 rounds. The centurion scrambles to his feet, aghast, as he surveys the wreckage on the riverbank. Their recently constructed ship lies in ruins, with the bodies of dozens of craftsmen sprawled in pools of blood. Yi Feng, Yi Feng, the centurion bellows in despair. On the deck of Hot Spring No. 1, Diamond releases the cannon and signals Hot Spring No. 2 behind him. Yi Feng nods impassively. Meng Yanlie is indeed incorrigible, daring to construct colossal ships behind my back. Once that scoundrel possesses such vessels, he could traverse the angry sea, fleeing to uncharted territories to fish, or even seize a small island to reign as king, periodically returning to New Hot Spring Island to wreak havoc. Such an occurrence shall not be permitted. Meng Yanlie stands atop the city wall, witnessing the destruction of his painstaking efforts. His hands tremble slightly in fury, his bloodshot gaze fixated on Yi Feng's 3 warships. Yi Feng, you wretched cur. A fiery spear strikes Hot Spring No. 2, leaving merely an indentation. The distance is too great. Hot Spring No. 2's hull, forged from molten iron and enhanced with elements of steel by Chung Li Bean, renders the vessel's skin harder than the spearhead. Heavenly Khan, will you continue to be suppressed by Yi Feng? A centurion inquires. Hasten, summon the apothecaries, the elder council, and the priests to the pyramid. It is time to exert pressure on this lot, Meng Yanlie declares as he strides back towards the castle. An hour later, the meeting room of the pyramid is filled with attendees, including the remaining 4 elders of the Elder Council, led by the 5th elder, who, due to the demise of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders, has naturally assumed the position of leader. On the opposite side sit over 30 apothecaries, headed by the newly appointed Grand Apothecary Changsheng. Following them are the priests. Meng Yanlie has always believed that the priests possess sorcery, and during his tenure, he has relentlessly suppressed their faction, ensuring they never rise to prominence. Several centurions and dozens of armored warriors also occupy the conference room. Grand Apothecary Changsheng, what of the hallucinogenic concoction I instructed you to prepare? How far along is it? Meng Yanlie inquired with a tone laced with sarcasm. Heavenly Khan. Given that this powder must be carried by the wind to Yi Feng's warship, a considerable quantity is required. Currently, I have only managed to prepare over 30 barrels, which is still far from sufficient. Qinglan replied cautiously. I care not for your excuses. You have lingered for far too long without fulfilling my orders. Speak plainly. How shall I deal with you? Meng Yanlie retorted coldly. His simmering rage from being bullied by Yi Feng found an outlet as he vented his frustration on his own subordinates. Me? Heavenly Khan. Once the powder disperses into the air, it will be diluted. Therefore, I aim to prepare enough powder all at once. If the potency is insufficient, it may alert the enemy. The southern wind is currently blowing, and I must move these barrels to Wolf Creek for the wind to carry the powder towards the angry sea. The turbulent waves in the angry sea may further dilute the powder, Qinglan explained nervously. Spare me your ramblings. Someone, execute a pharmacist today, let it be her. Meng Yanlie ordered with a casual gesture, pointing at a female pharmacist who was swiftly seized. Heavenly Khan, please, do not punish me. Her pleas faded into a chilling scream as it was abruptly silenced. All the pharmacists trembled in fear, including Qinglan. Today, I shall execute one. Tomorrow, too. The day after, 4, and so forth, until you produce the powder for me, great pharmacist Qinglan. I implore you to expedite your efforts, lest you find yourself next in line, Meng Yanlie stated coldly. Having recently regained dominion over Changsheng City, he recognized the necessity of establishing authority. And what better way to do so than through bloodshed? By targeting the pharmacists, he could instill a sense of dread among them while hastening their production of the drug. Understood, Heavenly Khan. Qinglan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The other pharmacists dared not breathe a word, their apprehension palpable. Good. Do not presume that your status as a great pharmacist will spare you. I have even dealt with the second and third elders of the Elder Council. Let me be clear, I am indifferent to such titles. My sole concern is in eliminating Yi Feng, Meng Yanlie concluded, casting a warning glare at the assembly of elders. The 4 elders promptly lowered their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. Yet, as they bowed, a flicker of malice crossed their eyes. Once the meeting adjourned, Qinglan returned to the pharmacists' hall, which housed 70 pharmacists and over 300 apprentices. If they failed to concoct enough antidote, it would spell doom for them all. Secure the doors to the pharmacists' hall. Li Xiang, Qing Yu, stand guard at the entrance. Allow no one to enter. Qinglan inhaled deeply, making a pivotal decision. The pharmacists must have overheard my words. Tomorrow, 2 among us will face execution. The day after, 4, and the following day, 8. Do you wish to be eradicated? The faces of those who had not attended the meeting turned pale in an instant. At that moment, a shadow darted through the door. Who goes there? Qinglan raised her hand, unleashing a cloud of medicinal dust, causing several nearby pharmacists to collapse into unconsciousness. However, with a swift motion of his large sleeve, the figure dispelled the medicinal dust, revealing the presence of the 5th elder. Great apothecary, why such impulsiveness? I have come to discuss pressing matters with you. The 5th elder spoke slowly. After his words, 3 more figures emerged behind him, the other elders from the council. Qinglan gradually withdrew her hand, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is this regarding his affairs? Their conversation was steeped in subtlety, for the adversaries they faced were formidable. Even a whisper could lead to their annihilation. Indeed, our council cannot afford any more casualties. Do you comprehend? The 5th elder concluded, settling down onto a nearby chair. After a clandestine discussion among the group for an hour, they finally rose simultaneously. All right, 9th elder, you shall traverse the waters and negotiate with Yi Feng aboard his warship. Ascertain his intentions. Understood, 5th brother, the 9th elder responded. Rising to his feet, on the warship, Yi Feng was in his quarters, absorbing the final crystal pill. 5 minutes later, he discarded the remnants of the pill aside. Still unable to absorb it? What aspect is flawed? Yi Feng pondered, sensing the energy within him. Ever since he had absorbed 50 crystal pills, his body had ceased to assimilate their energy. Perhaps he was still missing a crucial opportunity. Yi Feng recognized his prowess. He was certainly inferior to Meng Yanlie. Yet he surpassed the golden-armored guards significantly. In fact, even against the 1st elder, were he alive, he might possess the capability to contend. However, once one's strength reaches a certain threshold, the body becomes incapable of absorbing further energy, which posed a considerable challenge. Even though he could procure crystal pills and sacred fruits, if he could not enhance his strength, all would be in vain. Brother Feng, come up quickly. At that moment, the voice of Ma Lebi resonated from the deck. Yi Feng's figure flickered, appearing on the deck like a wraith. At his level of power, his speed had become lightning fast, beyond the perception of ordinary eyes, as if he had vanished into thin air. Upon reaching the deck, Ma Lebi was taken aback. What? So fast? He exclaimed in astonishment. Aside from being slow in bed, I am quick in all else, Yi Feng remarked, turning his gaze forward. He beheld a figure standing on a plank, swaying amidst the wind and waves. Yi Feng felt a semblance of familiarity, as if it were someone from the council. Ma Lebi, eliminate him, Yi Feng commanded coldly. Yes. Ma Lebi seized the heavy machine gun from the warm spring number 2. Wait, Yi Feng, I am the 9th elder of the council. I am here to deliver a message. Would you care to listen? The 9th elder inquired. However, in the next instant, Ma Lebi opened fire. The bullet struck true, piercing the head. The decapitated corpse of the 9th elder wobbled on the plank before plunging into the furious sea with a resounding splash. Why did you shoot before he finished speaking? Yi Feng questioned. Me? Apologies, I was solely focused on executing your command. Ma Lebi feigned an apologetic demeanor. His 3 brothers perished in the city of eternal life. Thus he harbors profound animosity towards these individuals. His earlier actions were indeed intentional. Let it be. Death is but death. We shall meander around the vicinity of the city of eternal life. Should Meng Yanlie dare to construct a ship, we will annihilate it without hesitation. For we cannot permit them to venture into the open sea, Yi Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Indeed, once Meng Yanlie navigates through the Rage Sea, he could conceal himself amidst the vastness of the ocean, making it exceedingly difficult for us to locate him. Ma Lebi interjected hastily. Ma Lebi, you are considered a formidable expert. I wish to inquire, have you ever experienced a stagnation of power when your strength ascended to a certain level? What is the reason behind this? Yi Feng asked. I am aware of this. It is said that once a warrior's cultivation reaches the 3rd tier, a state of stagnation may ensue. Do not worry. Typically, after a period, one can resume their training, Ma Lebi replied. Oh, so, does that imply my current strength has reached the level of a 3rd-tier warrior? Yi Feng's expression darkened. He had heard that Meng Yanlie was a 9th-tier warrior, and the disparity was indeed vast. How long must one wait before resuming training? Yi Feng inquired once more. It is difficult to ascertain. In the absence of external influences, it is entirely dependent on luck. Some may resume training within a few days, while others might take a month. There are a few rare cases where individuals remain forever unable to train again, eternally confined to the level of a 3rd-tier warrior, Ma Lebi explained. What? Forever confined to this level? What nonsense. My aim is to surpass Meng Yanlie. Yi Feng's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Brother Feng, if you are unable to train, you might seek assistance from the Grand Apothecary. She possesses a profound understanding of human anatomy and may be able to aid you, Ma Lebi suggested. Very well. I shall return in a few days. Since we have come to the city of eternal life, we must cause some inconvenience for Meng Yanlie, allowing him to remain occupied for a time. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly regain control over the city, and this scoundrel will certainly resort to mischief. Yi Feng nodded, suddenly shouting towards the shore. People of the city of eternal life, whoever can bring me the head of Meng Yanlie, I shall personally appoint them as the Vice Lord of Warm Spring Island, granting them the opportunity to revel in life overseas. Should one be disinclined to go, I will support them in becoming the new heavenly Khan of the city of eternal life, restoring trade relations and ensuring a continuous supply of food to help you endure this long winter. Yi Feng was not boasting. He was on the verge of acquiring 19 colossal ships, sufficient to capture an ample supply of food. He could at least guarantee the sustenance of 100,000 people. If the number swelled to 200,000, he could ensure 2 meals a day for them. Chapter 641. Incredibly powerful if the number reached 300,000. Yi Feng could only guarantee them 1 meal a day, but that would at least allow them to endure until winter's end. Within the castle, Meng Yanlie had been sleeping, disturbed from his slumber by Yi Feng's resonating voice. Clad in a fur coat, he emerged from his quarters, casting a piercing gaze toward the depths of the Rage Sea. This wretch seeks to vex me, does he? Men, carry Ma Lebi's corpse to the Rage Sea, Meng Yanlie commanded. Before long, a group of laborers bore Ma Lebi's lifeless body to the edge of the Rage Sea. Meng Yanlie led the procession, wielding a whip in his hand. Feng, brother Feng, is that our 3rd brother? Ma Lebi's entire body trembled as he pointed towards the shore. I see it. Yi Feng nodded, his teeth clenched tightly. Today, Before your very eyes, I shall whip your brother's corpse, he declared. With that, Meng Yanlie swung his long whip, and a crack appeared on Ma Debi's lifeless body. Yi Feng watched in horror as Meng Yanlie tore the corpse apart piece by piece. Although he understood it was merely a corpse, Meng Yanlie's actions felt like a direct affront to his very essence. How about that? Is it thrilling, Yi Feng? You stand against me, and I shall play along. Meng Yanlie remarked, striding away from the angry sea, accompanied by his minions. Ma Debi slumped onto the deck. He had felt a twinge of sorrow upon hearing that his third brother had been infected, but he managed to bear it. However, witnessing the dismemberment of his brother's body shattered his spirit. Ma Debi, rise, Yi Feng urged, assisting him to his feet, his eyes narrowing. Wenquan number 3. Return to New Wenquan Island and instruct the craftsmen to forge heavy artillery. Once completed, bring it to me using Wenquan number 3, and also bring the giant bird. As you command, Brother Feng, came the reply. In the lower hold of Wenquan number 3, 30 men labored to turn the immense propeller. After a while, Wenquan no. 3 sailed out of the angry sea, vanishing from Yi Feng's sight. Meng Yanlie returned to his villa, feeling a sense of satisfaction after having been oppressed by Yi Feng for so long. Tian Khan, while you may have relieved some of your frustration, you have irrevocably offended Yi Feng. How shall we collaborate with him in the future? Bai Yiduo approached, gently helping him remove his coat. Collaboration? Why bother? I've made up my mind. If all else fails, we shall relocate our entire family to the Green Sea Desert. There are a few oases at the edge of the desert, where the sand beasts are not overly formidable. We can hunt them while enduring this long winter. Meng Yanlie replied nonchalantly. He was consumed by thoughts of eliminating Yi Feng and everyone on Wenquan Island. Just then, a voice from outside announced, Tian Khan. The great pharmacist Qing Lan requests your presence at the pharmacist hall. She claims to have made a significant breakthrough. Has she managed to concoct enough sedatives? Meng Yanlie hastily moved towards the exit without donning his coat. However, after taking a few steps, he paused. As a 9th-tier warrior, he possessed an instinctive sense of danger. From the moment he first laid eyes on Yi Feng, he had felt an innate enmity. This realization was now coming to fruition. Humph. He scoffed before continuing towards the pharmacist hall. In his mind, he doubted that the pharmacist could produce anything of consequence. Even the elder council would crumble before him, let alone these pharmacists. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he brought along 8 newly appointed golden armored guards, whose strength was comparable to that of the beast masters from the Yunshan clan. There was little choice, as the more capable golden armored guards were either deceased or had defected to Yi Feng's side. The pharmacist hall loomed dimly in the darkness, with great pharmacist Qing Lan and 12 other pharmacists standing at the entrance. They stood respectfully on either side, their faces adorned with insincere smiles. Has there been progress with the sedative? Meng Yanlie inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, please enter. This concoction, a blend of sedative and poison, is guaranteed to incapacitate everyone aboard the warship. Hence Your Majesty should be ever ready to storm the vessel and capture them all, Qing Lan replied with a smile. Excellent. Open the door. Meng Yanlie clasped his hands behind his back. Creak. The iron doors slowly parted, revealing an empty chamber imbued with an eerie atmosphere. Meng Yanlie furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yet, his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of tormenting Yi Feng. So he dismissed any further contemplation and strode boldly into the apothecary hall. Qing Lan exchanged a glance with Qing Yue, and they both pushed forward simultaneously. Bang! The iron doors slammed shut. Quickly, secure the latch. Upon hearing the loud bang from behind, Meng Yanlie sensed impending doom. He prepared to charge through the iron door when, suddenly, something exploded above him, releasing a cloud of pink gas that enveloped him entirely. The gas, fragrant and intoxicating, rendered him weak upon inhalation. This is bad. That wretched Qing Lan. Meng Yanlie's body slammed against the iron door like a cannonball. Boom. The heavy doors burst open, and he emerged, engulfed in a billowing cloud of pink gas. Cough, cough. After a couple of light coughs, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Qing Lan and Qing Yue retreated in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld Meng Yanlie. They had exhausted nearly all the potions at the apothecary hall to deal with him, save for those that counteract one another. You vile wretches, it seems I have been far too merciful. Meng Yanlie gritted his teeth against the dizziness and lunged forward. Bang! Qing Yue's head exploded upon impact. Her headless corpse spun before collapsing to the ground. Next, Meng Yanlie's fiery gaze turned towards Qinglan. Just then, a crossbow bolt shot towards him. Dare you use a crossbow against me? Meng Yanlie crossed his arms to deflect it, shattering the weapon. However, what he did not anticipate was that the crossbow was affixed with a wooden box. A torrent of pink gas erupted from within, dousing him once again. Ugh! Meng Yanlie blinked rapidly, swaying as if he had imbibed too much alcohol, and began to throw drunken punches. Each strike unleashed a fierce wind akin to blades. This is bad, scatter. Dozens of gusts rampaged, wreaking havoc among the apothecary and the slaves, resulting in the deaths of many. The rest, paralyzed with fear, scrambled for cover. Meng Yanlie, receive my spear. A shadow descended, thrusting a spear deep into Meng Yanlie's abdomen. Alas, his formidable physique proved resilient. The spear only penetrated half an inch before being halted by his robust muscles. Die! He retaliated with a powerful palm strike, sending the shadow flying 30 meters away, its body disintegrating under the force. Old 8. Elder 8. Now, only the 5th and 6th elders remain in the council. Chapter 642. Wait, let me try first. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously charged forth. At this moment, Meng Yanlie was utterly disoriented, his internal strength rapidly depleting, and his mind felt as if it were being pricked by countless needles, compelling him to succumb to sleep. He understood that he must not falter now. Thus he fiercely swung his fists in all directions. The force of his strikes was akin to cannon fire, nearly toppling the majestic apothecary hall. Bang! The 5th elder was struck in the back, sent flying 20 meters away, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother, we should retreat. We can't confront him head-on until the effects of the medicine kick in, the 6th elder declared, swiftly hoisting him onto his back and sprinting a kilometer away. Meng Yanlie's desperate lunge was too fierce. The farther they could distance themselves, the better. Qinglan peeked out from behind a rock, observing the rampaging Meng Yanlie in the distance. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly climbed to an arrow tower and aimed the crossbow at him. Whoosh! The 5-meter-long bolt whistled through the air. Meng Yanlie, a 9th-order warrior, despite his disoriented state, could still discern sound and direction. With palms facing forward, he crossed his arms and slashed. Thud! Bang! 2 distinct sounds echoed. The crossbow bolt pierced through his abdomen before his palms struck the weapon. Ugh! Meng Yanlie let out a roar of defiance, dropping to one knee. At this moment, his eyes could barely open. He relied solely on his hearing to perceive his surroundings. What? How has he not fallen yet? Qinglan appeared anxious. Just then, dozens of apothecaries rushed forward, carrying buckets. In the next instant, buckets of seawater were splashed onto Meng Yanlie. In the frigid night of Eternal Life City, where temperatures plummeted to -60 degrees, the cold water immediately froze upon contact with Meng Yanlie, further diminishing his speed. Damn it! Meng Yanlie's body trembled violently, shattering the ice encasing him. However, as soon as he regained the ability to move, another bucket of seawater was hurled at him. He repeatedly shattered the ice layer, only to be doused with water again. Brother, he should be finished now, the 6th elder remarked. Wait, let me try first, the 5th elder responded, hurling his spear forward with great force. Thud! The spear pierced through Meng Yanlie's chest, forcing him to stagger backward a few steps. This guy is far too strong. The 6th elder also threw a spear. After a succession of 5 or 6 spears were launched, Meng Yanlie finally knelt on both knees, resembling a statue, immobile. As the saying goes, a tiger may die but will not fall, and even in his current state, Meng Yanlie's lingering aura still intimidated those present. After approximately 10 minutes, one apothecary could no longer contain himself and cautiously approached Meng Yanlie. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Qinglan sighed in relief and leapt down from the tower, racing toward Meng Yanlie. At this moment, he still held some value for her. Alive, he could be offered to Yi Feng, who might grant them some favor in Eternal Life City. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind the apothecary hall. A multitude of Doyan soldiers surged forth, led by a valiant captain. How audacious of you to dare besiege the heavenly Khan. Summon assistance. As the captain uttered these words, he caught sight of the kneeling Meng Yanlie, a spear protruding from his body. Surrounding them, the apothecary and the elders made their presence known. Find Meng Yanlie. This wretch is unworthy of the title of heavenly Khan, the captain astutely declared. The Doyan soldiers appeared bewildered, yet reluctantly retrieved iron chains, cautiously advancing towards Meng Yanlie. Qinglan exhaled in relief. As long as these soldiers remained disloyal to the heavenly Khan, her focus was directed towards but one individual. Moza, Meng Yanlie is gravely injured. Yet the enemy remains unvanquished. You must fetch the Khan's consort and the princess. Within the castle, should they choose to defend Meng Yanlie, they shall face annihilation. Qinglan stated calmly. Moza hesitated, glancing towards elders 5 and 6. Do not seek our counsel. Heed the words of the grand apothecary. Once the deed is accomplished, your reward shall be plentiful. Elder 5 spoke slowly. Very well, I shall depart at once. However, what shall we do with these golden armored guards? Moza inquired, eyeing the newly appointed novices. Suddenly, the golden armored guards knelt in disarray. Spare us. We were conscripted against our will. We never wished to become golden armored guards. It was Meng Yanlie who coerced us. Yes, spare us. We remain loyal to no one. I have yet to take the oath. I do not count as a golden armored guard, several of them cried, repeatedly bowing their heads. Their strength was akin to that of a great beast master, yet now, with the apothecary and the elders having turned against them, those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed wise. You have shown your sense. Inform all that a grand purge shall commence tonight, eliminating anyone within the castle still loyal to Meng Yanlie, Elder 5 declared coldly. At dawn, Yi Feng and Ma Lebi stood upon the deck, observing the chaotic scene of Changsheng City with perplexity. What are they up to? Yi Feng inquired. I have no idea. The sounds of battle have echoed throughout the night, Ma Lebi replied. It is likely due to the fact that our third brother was subjected to a gruesome punishment, causing him sleeplessness last night. Regardless, this bodes well for us, Yi Feng remarked as he prepared to return to the cabin. However, at that moment, a multitude of Doyan soldiers surged towards the shore of the wrathful sea. This is dire. We are under attack. On the 2 warships, all sentinels raised their heavy machine guns. Yi Feng counted. At least 10,000 Doyan soldiers had arrived at the shore, occupying every available space. At the wall, the Doyan soldiers parted, revealing a cross upon which a disheveled man was bound. His unkempt hair obscured his face, preventing Yi Feng from recognizing him. Soon, 5 or 6 figures approached the forefront, and Yi Feng discerned that one of them resembled Elder 5. Is Mr. Yi present? Elder 5 asked with fervor. Speak your mind, came Yi Feng's voice from the distance. It is a relief to know you are here, Mr. Yi. You once stated that whoever brings Meng Yanlie's head would be appointed as the Vice Lord of Hot Spring Island. Is that still the case? Elder 5 inquired. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, once again scrutinizing the disheveled man bound to the cross. What? You? Is that person up there Meng Yanlie? Yi Feng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, I simply ask you, does what you said earlier still hold true? The 5th elder inquired nervously. Well, of course it does, Yi Feng replied loudly. The 5th elder exchanged a glance with Qinglan, a hint of a smile gracing their faces. He approached the cross, brushing aside the man's tangled hair, revealing a pale visage. Meng Yanlie? Yi Feng's eyes widened as he lifted the binoculars once more. Give it to me. Let me see if it truly is him. Ma Lebi snatched the binoculars. It appears that it really is Meng Yanlie, he exclaimed as he lowered the binoculars. As long as it is him, that suffices. Yi Feng nodded. Chapter 643. In a moment of thought, Mr. Yi, I have no desire to be the Deputy Lord of Hot Spring Island. Now that Changsheng City has lost its Tian Kahan, my Elder Council, the Apothecary Hall, the Temple, and the 3 commanders wish to nominate you as our Tian Kahan. What say you? The 5th elder asked. You want me to assume the role of Tian Kahan? Yi Feng squinted again, a cold smile creeping onto his face after a brief contemplation. I suspect your intentions lie not in my leadership, but rather in securing a steady supply of provisions for Changsheng City through my naval fleet, Yi Feng remarked slowly. Indeed, the expressions of the individuals on the shore darkened. Mr. Yi, you are the Minister of Economy in Changsheng City, and also a deity Kahan. With Meng Yanlie now incapacitated, it is only natural for you to inherit the position of Tian Kahan. I implore you not to decline, the 5th elder asserted. Yes, we beseech you to take the throne, Mr. Yi. We shall follow your lead unreservedly, spoke the high priest. Please, Mr. Yi, assume the position of Tian Kahan, and our apothecary lineage will fully support you, added the grand apothecary Qinglan. The 3 commanders were the most straightforward. They knelt upon the city wall and bowed deeply to Yi Feng. We implore the Tian Kahan to take charge of Changsheng City. Currently, we have 15,000 citizens, all ready to heed the commands of Tian Kahan Yi Feng. On the deck, Yi Feng stroked his chin, his gaze wavering. To be frank, Changsheng City resembled a desolate ruin, and he had no desire to inherit such a mess. After all, the city housed hundreds of thousands. If he were to accept these people, the ensuing food supply would pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, who could ascertain if those within harbored ulterior motives? What if he were to fall victim to their schemes? Can Meng Yanlie speak at present? Yi Feng inquired. Do you wish to converse with him, Mr. Yi? Qinglan stepped forward. Indeed, I must speak with him directly. What if he is merely a stand-in? Yi Feng replied cautiously. His strength is formidable, and I must tread carefully. Yi Feng continued. I have temporarily incapacitated him. Now, I shall awaken him. Qinglan said, producing a vial of medicine and waving it under Meng Yanlie's nose several times. Unfortunately, the dosage of the tranquilizer was substantial, thus the antidote must be equally potent. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Yanlie stirred awake. The moment he regained consciousness, he was met with excruciating pain coursing through his limbs. His wrists and ankles were firmly affixed to the cross by iron nails, and a long spear had pierced his abdomen, securing his entire body to the wooden structure. Furthermore, the bones of his shoulders had been pierced, with 2 iron hooks impaling his shoulder blades, similarly binding him to the cross. Around his neck was a collar lined with countless sharp spikes, which would dig into his skin with the slightest movement of his neck. Meng Yanlie? Is that you? Meng Yanlie? Yi Feng's voice reached his ears. Meng Yanlie turned his eyes and immediately spotted Yi Feng on the deck. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Feng, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you incite the alchemists and the elders against me? What kind of lord of Hot Spring Island do you think you are? Don't let my current injuries deceive you. If you have the courage, free me and let us engage in a duel like men. Meng Yanlie's voice was hoarse. It is indeed Meng Yanlie. His tone cannot be mistaken, Ma Lebi remarked. Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that Meng Yanlie was merely feigning his suffering. Yet, his unease lingered. Elder Wu, please step back a bit. I intend to use a heavy machine gun to shatter his limbs, as I suspect you may be deceiving me. Yi Feng declared from a distance. Understood. Immediately, a group of people moved aside, clearing a space around Meng Yanlie. Yi Feng personally took hold of the heavy machine gun, aiming at Meng Yanlie's arm. Boom. The first shot obliterated Meng Yanlie's arm, exposing shattered bones within. Boom. The other arm met the same fate. Yi Feng then aimed at Meng Yanlie's thighs. Boom boom. After 4 shots, Yi Feng finally regained his composure. Ma Lebi, come with me to the shore. With that, Yi Feng executed a swift step across the water and landed with a crash on the stormy coast. In fact, Meng Yanlie was the only one in Changsheng City that instilled fear in him. The others held no significance in his eyes. As soon as Yi Feng reached the shore, the soldiers of Duoyin collapsed to their knees in a domino effect, all bowing their heads before him. Ma Lebi followed closely behind, stepping ashore with Yi Feng. Yi Feng placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, striding through the crowd. The Duoyin soldiers kept their heads down, avoiding his gaze. Ma Lebi unsheathed his curved knife, ready for any eventuality. They navigated through without incident, finally reaching the city walls. There, they beheld Meng Yanlie, his limbs shattered, his face even paler, his lips quivering slightly. It was a scene of utter tragedy. Mr. Yi, Elders Wu and Lu knelt on one knee. Then, Qinglan also knelt, arms outstretched, performing a gesture of respect towards Yi Feng. Finally, Yi Feng's gaze rested upon the high priest. The high priest pressed his lips together and similarly offered a bow to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this man truly was Meng Yanlie. Who would have imagined that the once mighty overlord of the grasslands, the ruler of Changsheng City, would descend to such depths? Meng Yanlie, now that I stand before you, do you have anything to say? Yi Feng inquired. Meng Yanlie clenched his teeth in silence, yearning for a swift demise to avoid further humiliation at the hands of Yi Feng. To speak candidly, I shall show you no mercy, since I am here. Your death is inevitable. However, I possess the authority to dictate the manner of your demise. Whether you perish in disgrace or with dignity lies solely in my hands. Yi Feng continued. Indeed, Meng Yanlie finally spoke. What do you desire? Engaging in discourse with an astute individual is refreshing. Where have you concealed your crystal pill? Yi Feng inquired. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding crowd, including elders, alchemists, and divine beings, perked up their ears. Last night, they had scoured for hours but failed to uncover where Meng Yanlie had hidden the crystal pill. It is worth noting that this treasure represents nearly a century's worth of savings for Changsheng City. Whoever acquires this bounty could ascend to become the next Meng Yanlie. Suddenly, Meng Yanlie erupted into a manic laughter. Yi Feng, even in death, I will never reveal the location of the crystal pill. Changsheng City boasts 3 millennia of history, with its labyrinthine tunnels and bunkers. Search for it yourself. Perhaps after a century, you might stumble upon the crystal pill, Meng Yanlie scoffed. So, you wish to forego dignity? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he exchanged a glance with Ma Lebi. With a swift motion, Ma Lebi unsheathed his curved blade, and in an instant, Meng Yanlie's garments fell away, revealing his robust physique. As dawn approached, Ma Lebi commanded, "Let a few men assist in hoisting the cross for a public display," allowing the citizens of Changsheng City to spit, throw stones, and even urinate upon him. Immediately, soldiers rushed forth. "Mr. Yi, I have a grand gift for you. Please behold," the 5th elder announced, clapping his hands. Before them, a massive beast hide was drawn back, revealing a multitude of men, women, and children locked in place by iron chains. At the forefront stood the Grand Khan's consort. Her hair was disheveled, and her hands and feet were shackled, with golden needles embedded in her forehead to suppress her inner strength. Behind by Idwa stood her female guard, Yu and her daughter, Meng Yanlie. As for the others, Yi Feng recognized a few familiar faces, mostly consorts, princesses, and some lesser khans. Some were stripped of their powers, while others remained unbound. Regardless of their state, all lifted their gazes toward Yi Feng atop the city wall with longing eyes. "Mr. Yi, these consorts are the most beautiful women from their respective tribes. It is well known that you have an affinity for women. Feel free to choose at your leisure," the 5th elder chuckled. "Who spread such rumors? I, Yi Feng, am a gentleman of integrity. How could I be captivated by mere beauty? That said, I am in need of a selection of fertile beauties to propagate on Warm Spring Island. I shall send someone to make the selection later." With that, Yi Feng leaped from the city wall and strode toward Bai Idwa. Initially, she glared at him with fury, but as he approached, her breath quickened involuntarily. After all, her husband was still watching from the city wall, and she feared that Yi Feng might commit some outrageous act. Meng Yanlie, who had originally prepared himself for death, narrowed his eyes and fixated on Yi Feng's retreating figure. His heart screamed and roared, yet he was now a prisoner in chains. Any outburst might only embolden Yi Feng further. "Great Han concubine, I never anticipated our meeting would unfold in such a manner. Changsheng City is now essentially under my control. Tell me, how shall I dispose of you?" Yi Feng spoke coldly. "Yi Feng, I desire nothing but a swift death, to perish alongside my husband," Bai Idwa declared with fierce resolve. "And I, too, wish to die alongside my parents," Meng Yanlie implored, stepping forward with a face full of despair as she gazed at Yi Feng. She had yet to experience the pleasures of love, and now, was she to embark on the journey of death? Truth be told, she felt a sense of reluctance, but such feelings were futile. Yi Feng would not allow any potential threats to linger. "Great Han concubine, your husband is surely doomed, but you and your daughter may still have a glimmer of hope. Reveal to me the whereabouts of Changsheng City's century-old treasures. Speak, and you both shall live. Remain silent, and your family will endure humiliation before death." "I will not grant you an easy demise," Yi Feng stated coldly. "Yi Feng, I choose to die with my husband. Go ahead, make your move." Bai Idwa slowly raised her head, a single crystalline tear sliding down her porcelain cheek. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, it would be disingenuous to claim Yi Feng was unmoved. Yet, at times, a man must not live solely for beauty. "Do you think I would kill you outright? Let me outline the process of your demise. You and your daughter will be stripped bare and bound to stakes for public display. Those commoners you once deemed filthy and despicable will be allowed to violate you both. How does such a death suit you?" Yi Feng sneered. In truth, his words were mere bluster. He had no intention of carrying out such brutality. He merely sought to compel Bai Idwa to disclose the location of the elixir. "Mother, I cannot endure such a fate." Bai Idwa had not yet reacted when Meng Yanlie, the Grand Princess, was utterly terrified, her face a mask of horror. That manner of death was far too degrading. "Yi Feng, I am at least the great Han concubine of Changsheng City, and Meng Yanlie is its Grand Princess, revered by thousands. Please, do not stoop to such baseness." Bai Idwa's chest heaved as she struggled to contain her fear. Even she was shaken by Yi Feng's words. "Revered by thousands? Such is merely your one-sided delusion. Here's the deal. If no one throws stones at you during the procession, it will prove your claims to be true." Yi Feng was unwilling to engage in further conversation. At that moment, several Doyen cavalrymen approached and took the two women away from the crowd. On the city wall, Meng Yanlie watched helplessly as the scene unfolded. Yi Feng, release them. I shall reveal to you the location of the elixir. I will tell you everything, Meng Yanlie exclaimed, a tear of humiliation streaming down his face. Oh. Yi Feng moved swiftly, leaping back onto the city wall. Speak. Yi Feng leaned in closer, and after a minute, he nodded and withdrew his ear. Ma Lebi, accompany me. Yes, Brother Feng. Immediately, the two men strode towards a certain impoverished area of Changsheng City. Mailby, Meng Yanlie mentioned that the crystal elixir is concealed in the 72nd section of the bunker. What does this mean? You are a native of Changsheng City and should comprehend it, right? Yi Feng inquired. Quite the cunning one, Brother Feng. Follow me, Mailby replied, leading the way. They traversed through the slums and soon arrived at the heart of the gladiatorial arena. This is the spot, Mailby said as he lifted a floorboard, revealing a dark abyss beneath. Upon entering the bunker, Mailby ignited an advanced fire stick to illuminate the path ahead. This was Yi Feng's first venture into a bunker. It resembled a mine, with numerous passages that could easily lead one astray if not cautious. Fortunately, with Mailby guiding him, he avoided the threat of losing his way. Here we are, the 72nd section, Mailby declared, stepping into one of the tunnels. Yi Feng observed traces of camouflage on the ground, evidence that Meng Yanlie had indeed been here. It must be in this wall cavity. Mailby abruptly opened a metal panel and slithered inside like a serpent, with Yi Feng closely following. After crawling for several meters, Mailby leaped into a chamber, raising the fire stick high. Before them lay a multitude of wooden crates, and a fragrant aroma of crystal elixir wafted from within. Yi Feng casually opened one of the crates, his eyes widening in astonishment. What luck! This first crate is filled entirely with high-grade crystal elixirs, level 5. He opened another crate, revealing level 4 elixirs. Let us go? Soon. Those carrying messages will arrive to transport these back to the warship. Goodness, there must be several tons here. The century-old wealth of Changsheng City is indeed substantial, but alas, it shall belong to my hot spring island from now on. With that, Yi Feng stuffed a few elixirs into his pocket and led the way back out of the tunnel. Upon returning to the city wall, Yi Feng cast a glance at Meng Yanlie. The once mighty Tian Kahan appeared ashen, his vacant gaze weakly directed towards the depths of the sea. The warship docked. Yi Feng waved towards Hot Spring Number 1 and Hot Spring Number 2. Brother Feng, what if they take this opportunity to board the warship? Duo Meng replied from Hot Spring Number 1. Chapter 645. Do not hesitate in the slightest, Yi Feng commanded. Meng Yanlie has been incapacitated, so there is nothing to fear. Bring the ship in, just 500 meters from the shore. Soon, we shall have something to load onto the warship. Very well. Duo Meng nodded, directing his gaze towards the captain and sailors behind him. Gunners, keep your sights trained on the shore. If those Duoyan people dare to board forcefully, shoot to kill without hesitation. As he finished speaking, he remembered that he too was of Duoyan descent. Never mind, I, Duo Meng, am now a citizen of Hot Spring Island, henceforth severing ties with the Duoyan. After a while, the warship approached the shore, and several small boats from Greenleaf Island were lowered. Over 100 sailors finally entered Changsheng City, and, under Mailby's guidance, began transporting crates of crystal elixirs onto the warship. Yi Feng stood atop the city wall, vigilantly watching for any skilled individuals attempting to cause chaos. After 3 trips by the hundreds of men, the crystal elixirs were finally all removed. Elder Wu swallowed hard and stepped forward. Mr. Yi, will you become our Tian Kahan? I regret to inform you that I may not be qualified for the esteemed position of Heavenly Khan, for my capabilities are limited to managing merely the few tens of thousands on my warm spring island. However, I can select someone from among you to assume the role of Heavenly Khan, and my warm spring island shall generously support him. Upon concluding his statement, Yi Feng cast his gaze over all the senior officials present. A ripple of anticipation coursed through the crowd, their eyes fixed upon him. While none dared to assume the mantle of Heavenly Khan without trepidation, fearing the peril of being undermined, with Yi Feng's formidable backing, they were inclined to vie for the position. Mr. Yi, I believe I am fit for the role of Heavenly Khan, as I possess the greatest strength within Changsheng City. Elder Wu could not restrain himself from declaring. Yi Feng regarded him momentarily before surveying the other high-ranking officials atop the city wall. Is there anyone else who wishes to self-recommend? He inquired. I, too, can take on this role, Elder Lu interjected, unable to contain his eagerness. Yi Feng felt a surge of delight. Though he intended to appoint a leader for Changsheng City, he preferred to foster internal discord, ensuring that its inhabitants would be too preoccupied to scrutinize his warm spring island. It was imperative that the factions within Changsheng City remain fragmented. Indeed, you still have a chance. Is there anyone else? Yi Feng's gaze shifted to the others. Great Khan, I believe I can also fulfill this role, another voice emerged. Belonging to a member of the temple. Is there anyone else? Soon, nearly all of the high-ranking officials on the city wall had stepped forward, eliciting great satisfaction from Yi Feng. Esteemed colleagues, I must assert that if you are to assume the title of Heavenly Khan, it must be rooted in legitimacy. While Meng Yanlie is indeed deserving of demise, I believe it is only fitting that his lineage inherits the position of Heavenly Khan. I implore you all to lend your utmost support to his descendants, so that the glory of the Great Wall may be restored, Yi Feng proclaimed with feigned righteousness. Astonishment spread across the faces of several officials, their eyes widening in disbelief. After they had worked diligently to oust the Meng Yan family, Yi Feng, in a twist of fate, sought to bequeath the title of Heavenly Khan to a descendant of Meng Yanlie. If it were merely a matter of succession, they could await Yi Feng's departure to execute their plan. Yet, Yi Feng's vow to fully support the new Heavenly Khan complicated their designs. A flicker of light ignited in Meng Yanlie's hollow gaze. Very well, I hereby officially declare that the illustrious Princess Mingxin shall be the Heavenly Khan of Changsheng City. Consort Baidua, you shall assist her, and as for Meng Yanlie, I must regretfully decline, Yi Feng announced, drawing forth his curved blade. Meng Yanlie seemed to grasp Yi Feng's intent, to slay me and elevate the younger generation in my stead. Meng Yanlie, you have committed numerous transgressions and repeatedly opposed me. Yet, in consideration of your surrendering the crystal elixir, I shall show you leniency. Ma Lebi, you shall carry out the execution. Yi Feng extended the curved blade to Ma Lebi. Me? Very well, Ma Lebi exclaimed eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he grasped the blade. Is there a less sharp option? He suddenly inquired. This blade is already sufficiently dulled. A clever soldier from Duoyin promptly offered. Excellent. Ma Lebi raised the blade high and then brought it down with a gentle stroke. The curved blade, with its rolled edge, penetrated just a centimeter into Meng Yanlie's neck before becoming lodged. A jet of crimson blood erupted forth. With a sharp impact, the second blow fell, sending blood gushing once more. Meng Yanlie's mouth overflowed with blood, his visage contorted in agony. Father! Meng Xian cried out in a voice strained with despair from below. Bai Dua embraced her tightly, shielding her from the brutal scene atop the city wall. With the 10th stroke, half of Meng Yanlie's head was finally severed. Yet, his eyes remained alive, still capable of movement. Meng Yanlie, pay the price for my brothers. Ma Lebi stomped down, crushing Meng Yanlie's head onto the ground. Father! Meng Xian collapsed into Bai Dua's arms. Below, the concubines wailed in unison, along with the countless sons and daughters of Meng Yanlie, who joined in the chorus of sobs. I, Yi Feng, hereby declare that from this day forth, Meng Yan Mingxin shall be the Heavenly Khan of the Great Prairie. You must show her respect, for I shall lend her my support from the shadows, albeit not too forcefully. Yet, I must voice my hope that the elders refrain from rebellion, that the apothecaries do not poison her, and that the priests do not employ sorcery against her. After Yi Feng's feigned oration, he and Ma Lebi ascended to the vessel. Hot Spring No. 1. Quickly, let us return home. We have finally slain Meng Yanlie. Let us celebrate for 3 days. A week hence, I have even more pressing matters to attend to. Upon concluding, Yi Feng directed Hot Spring No. 1 and Hot Spring No. 2 out of the tumultuous sea, joining forces with the fleet from Greenleaf Island as they set course for New Hot Spring Island. Within the ship's hold, Damon's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the towering stacks of wooden crates. Brother Feng, are you saying that these crates contain crystal pills? Indeed, and of excellent quality. There are hardly any first or second-tier pills among them. Splendid. Quickly, see if there are any 6th-tier crystal pills. 11 years ago, the Heavenly Khan slayed a 6th-tier sand beast, and its crystal pill must still remain. Is that so? Then hurry, let us all pitch in. Yi Feng promptly led the high-ranking members to open the crates one by one. While they did not discover any 6th-tier crystal pills, they unearthed over 1,000 5th-tier ones. Brother Feng, with such a bounty of crystal pills, you can surely elevate your strength to Meng Yanlie's level. Even in the Green Sea Desert, you will possess the means to defend yourself. Damon beamed broadly. Speaking of this reminds me of an unpleasant matter. Let us hasten back to seek help from Rondu to unblock my meridians. Otherwise, no amount of crystal pills will yield any enhancement, Yifeng remarked. Immediately, the group vacated the storeroom, with Damon personally guarding the entrance, enforcing military law against any who dared attempt to steal the crystal pills. Brother Feng has returned. On New Hot Spring Island, the shipbuilders were the first to notice Yifeng. Chapter 646. The clouds in the sky trembled slightly. They now worked 8 hours a day. Well-nourished, capable of laboring in extreme cold without succumbing to the curse of the insect disease. Yifeng felt a surge of emotions. From this moment on, New Hot Spring Island could be deemed truly secure. With Meng Yanlie's demise, no one else posed a threat to the island. With a single step, he walked on water and leaped directly onto Hot Spring Island. At that moment, a large shadow lunged toward him. My goodness, little lick dog, have you grown so much? Yifeng embraced the little creature's clumsy head. Indeed, it now hunts seals on the ice, surpassing our human skills. Ding Tuanshuan emerged from behind the substantial figure of Little Lick Dog. The saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them in a moment, and henceforth, Little Lick Dog shall serve as the guardian deity of the new Hot Spring Island. By the way, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Shan, the island master of Green Hat Island. Yifeng gestured towards a man behind him. Island master, we are from Greenleaf Island. Shan replied with dissatisfaction. It's all the same. In any case, you will be one of us on Hot Spring Island from now on. I would also like to introduce you to Wang Zhihai, the vice master of Hot Spring Island and concurrently the president of the Hot Spring Bank. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Moreover, he has the authority to command you directly. After saying this, Yifeng embraced others and shared the joyous news of Meng Yanlie's demise. What? Am I not to be directly commanded by the island master? Why is there someone in between? Am I so inconsequential? Shan cast a disgruntled glance at Wang Zhihai, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although his abilities were limited, he believed that joining Yifeng's Hot Spring Island in the capacity of island master would secure him a position as vice master. Yet, he found himself subject to the orders of someone he considered inferior, which left him quite displeased. You are Shan, correct? I am Wang Zhihai. Henceforth, your fleet will be incorporated into Teng'er's naval forces. Remember, Teng'er is the supreme commander of the navy, and you will heed his orders, Wang Zhihai stated calmly. What? Supreme commander of the navy? Isn't that a rank lower than yours? You expect me to follow his lead? Shan erupted in anger. I have other matters to attend to and no time to discuss this further. Teng'er, please assign him tasks, Wang Zhihai said. Recognizing Shan's obstinacy and opting not to engage further, shifting the responsibility to Teng'er, engrossed in listening to Yifeng's boasting, showed little interest in Shan. Captain Bama. From now on, Shan will be under your command. Integrate his crew into your ship. With a wave of his hand, Teng'er returned to the enthralling tale of how Yifeng vanquished Meng Yanlie. Shan trembled with rage, flames of anger igniting within him. Just then, a disheveled barbarian approached, nonchalantly reaching into his pants before bringing his hand to his nose. Shan, I am the captain of Hot Spring number 11. You will be joining my crew. Would you prefer to be the first mate or the second mate? The barbarian, Bama, inquired. I would rather die, Shan fumed, storming off the dock with his crew in tow. The youth of today truly possess a fiery temperament. Nonetheless, after some time living on Hot Spring Island, you will become as open-minded as I am. I have already distanced myself from the cannibalistic ways, Bama sighed, feeling a sense of pity, and returned to listen to Yifeng's boasts. Such is the tale. With a slight stratagem, I incited infighting within Meng Yanlie's ranks, leading to his betrayal by his own. He even came to me, seeking recognition, Yifeng proclaimed with an air of superiority. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable, Ma Gubai said, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, Brother Feng, if only I possessed half of your talents, Chung Libin remarked. Yet, Yifeng raised his hands to quell the flattery from the crowd. Do you know why my bounty notice holds such immense power? Yifeng inquired. Because they desire the food from our Hot Spring Island. They wish to join us, came a response. No, they seek to survive this prolonged winter. The assembly expressed their opinions, yet all were largely similar. You are partially correct. Allow me to elucidate why my bounty notice wields such influence. Yifeng ascended a rocky outcrop. I, Yifeng, am inconsequential. Were I to issue a bounty on my own, I would likely be seized before I could utter a word. Do you comprehend? It is the team, the essence of teamwork. Behind me stands all of you. Your support imbues my words with tremendous weight. Even the sovereign of the vast plains must regard my words with utmost seriousness. Of course, I cannot overlook the strength of Hot Spring Island itself, our warships, artillery, and heavy machine guns. With these assets, the value of my words is elevated. Thus, the efficacy of the bounty notice is not solely due to my prowess, but rather the excellence of my team. If one day I am no longer the lord of Hot Spring Island, or even a citizen of it, my words would carry no more weight than a feather, and others would not even wish to listen. Do you now grasp my intention? Yi Feng gazed expectantly at the crowd. I do not understand. Ding Tuanshuan shook her head. Wang Zhihai, do you comprehend? Yi Feng turned to Wang Zhihai. I do not understand either. Yi Feng sighed. Very well, allow me to elaborate. As long as the people of Hot Spring Island stand united, inseparable as iron, from this day forth, every word you speak will resonate with the spirit of Hot Spring Island. Others will not dare to belittle you, even if you find yourselves in foreign lands. Beset by outsiders, simply declaring yourselves as citizens of Hot Spring Island will command their respect. Therefore, if any citizen of Hot Spring Island is wronged, we shall collectively respond, making the world aware that we are not to be trifled with. If they dare to slay one of our citizens, I shall obliterate their village. If they dare to kill one of our captains, we shall annihilate their tribe. Once our reputation is established, Hot Spring Island will emerge as the most formidable team, the strongest race in this realm. Do you now understand my purpose? Yi Feng's voice reverberated throughout Hot Spring Island. Even the most obtuse among them felt their blood surge with fervor. Some hailed from the Black Tree River Basin, others from the wilds of the Great Marsh, and some from small tribes on the vast plains. Regardless of their origins, they had all endured oppression and bullying. Yet, if Yi Feng's strategy were to be enacted, they could ascend to a higher status. When faced with adversity, others would have to weigh their own tribe's strength against the might of Hot Spring Island's artillery. Long live Hot Spring Island. Long live Brother Feng. I love you, Brother Feng. Feng, you are indeed the guardian spirit of our Hot Spring Island. You embody our very essence. A thunderous sound resonated along the riverbank, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 647. Impressive. Growing stronger enough with the praises, the pressure is quite immense. Wang Zhihai, have you been distributing crystal elixirs to the citizens weekly? Li Feng turned to Wang Zhihai. Rest assured, Feng, everyone receives their share weekly, and I have set aside 40 crystal elixirs as a benefit for the citizens of Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai replied. Very well, let me test your strength, Wang Zhihai. Now, can you lift that 2,000-pound boulder? Li Feng inquired. Wang Zhihai nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and approached the boulder step by step. After a moment, he exerted his arms, and the 2,000-pound boulder was gradually raised above his head. Impressive. Li Feng gave a thumbs up. Once a mere underdog, now, through the nourishment of crystal elixirs, he had transformed into a formidable presence. Although he still fell short compared to myself, and even the deceased Vandy Meng, he was no longer the feeble novice he once was. Chunin, come over and give it a try. All right, Feng. Chunin stepped forward to face the boulder, and Wang Zhihai quickly stepped aside. Oh dear, mother, father. After a cacophony of groans, Chunin managed to lift the 2,000-pound boulder, though his face turned pale from the exertion, possibly suffering some internal injury. Next time, if you cannot lift it, do not strain yourself. Recovering from internal injuries takes time, Li Feng sighed. Feng, I cannot be outdone by Wang Zhihai. He's just an old man. Chunin gasped as he lay on the ground, panting. Very well, all original citizens of Hot Spring Island, come forth and attempt to lift this 2,000-pound boulder. Li Feng pointed to the 100 individuals below, the genuine inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. While the remaining 400 had only consumed the crystal elixirs a few times, their strength naturally inferior to that of the natives. Hart chuckled, effortlessly lifting the 2,000-pound boulder with one hand and tossing it playfully like a ball. Boom. Tungner caught the boulder and likewise tossed it about with ease before handing it directly to Susan. Susan appeared somewhat strained. After all, she hailed from a civilized society, and her foundational strength was not on par with Hart and Tung. She managed to lift the boulder but then passed it to Su Yun. Su Yun could easily lift the boulder but could not handle it as effortlessly as Hart. I shall try. Bai Chushue approached, her strength comparable to Su Yun's. Next was Rai Mai, whose strength surpassed Su Yun's yet fell short of Susan's. She was capable of lifting the 2,000-pound boulder with one hand. I will give it a go. Ding Tuanshuan stepped up to the boulder and, with great effort, managed to lift the 2,000-pound boulder. Finally, it was Ilian's turn. She could only raise the boulder to her knees before being unable to continue. Given her young age, Feng understood. Among the 100 original inhabitants of Hot Spring Island, Ilian possessed the weakest strength, of course, not counting Tu Ba's newborn daughter. As for the others, even the least capable could lift the 2,000-pound boulder overhead with both hands. Then, Feng attempted to evaluate the residents of the new Hot Spring Island, whose abilities were remarkably varied. Some of them had been formidable warriors even before joining the island, surpassing the strength of Heart, the Beastmaster. Conversely, there were those whose abilities fell short, lacking even the prowess of Ilian. The weightlifting competition lasted a significant portion of the day, granting Feng a fresh perspective on the capabilities of the island's citizens. It could be asserted that, if placed within the Black Tree River region, they could easily overpower the once mighty Geha tribe, leaving them utterly defenseless. Even when facing the former Yunshan tribe, they would not find themselves at a disadvantage. Wang Zhihai, from now on, every Tuesday and Saturday, provide them with crystal pills. Feng instructed, contemplating an increase in dosage from once a week to twice. With the long winter approaching, enhanced strength would afford them an edge in enduring hunger, potentially allowing them to persevere until the winter's end. Yes, Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. At that moment, a wretched cry echoed from a distance, emanating from the little licking dog. What is going on? Feng swiftly turned to investigate. There, on the riverbank. The little licking dog clutched a long object in its mouth, dragging it towards Feng while emitting pained yelps. What the hell, an electric eel? Feng hurried over. The little licking dog held fiercely onto the electric eel, which retaliated with high-voltage shocks. However, it underestimated the dog's tenacity, despite the pain. It refused to relinquish its grip. Let go, you little fool, Feng exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent the electric eel flying 5 meters away, leaving his toes tingling. The little licking dog's mouth was darkened by the shocks, but upon spotting Feng, it began to exuberantly shake its head, eager to showcase its accomplishments. It darted between the electric eel and Feng, proudly boasting of its victory. All right, I see you're impressive. Feng affectionately patted the dog's comical head before turning his gaze back to the electric eel. Suddenly, a remarkable thought struck him. The star absorption technique could draw in anything. Since this electric eel could emit shocks, what would happen if he absorbed it? Without hesitation, Feng gritted his teeth and seized the electric eel. In the next moment, the electric eel writhed violently. Puff! Feng's hair stood on end as he fought against the tingling sensation coursing through his body and executed the blood absorption technique. Instantly, the electric eel's form began to twist and rapidly shrink. Within moments, it transformed into dried fish meat. Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy fluctuations within. A tingling sensation arose from his dantian, swiftly traveling through his arm to the tips of his fingers. Puff! He felt a faint current of electricity manifest at his fingertips. He recalled a time long ago when he had absorbed an ability user, causing a similar electrical phenomenon at his fingertips. However, as time passed, that current had gradually faded, likely due to a lack of crystal pills for sustenance. Now, however, the situation was different. He had no shortage of crystal pills and could sufficiently nourish these abilities, allowing them to evolve and mutate. Little licking dog, come here, Feng said with a mischievous grin, preparing to test his electric shock therapy on the dog's nose. The little sycophant tilted his head and scampered away, howling. Animals may not comprehend human language, yet their sixth sense is exceedingly acute. Feng shrugged and glanced towards Chun and in the distance. Chunin, come here for a moment. What is it, Brother Feng? Chunin rushed over, howling. You're looking quite robust, Feng remarked, patting Chun and shoulder. Goodness, is there such a strong static charge? Brother Feng, you ought to drink more water, Chunin said, cautiously regarding Feng while clutching his shoulder. Is that so? Haha. Perhaps the air has been a bit dry lately. The static is indeed pronounced, but it's nothing serious. You may return to your business, Feng chuckled. Is that all you called me for? Chunin asked, his expression one of skepticism. Indeed, it's nothing, Feng waved his hand. Contemplating that once Jing Dan had matured this lightning ability, he could venture into the sea to electrify fish, thus conserving considerable energy. Chapter 648. She knew her fate was sealed. Brother Feng, I wish to divorce Chioshua. Ever since we wed, she has denied me her bed. So I've resolved to find a woman who gazes at me with adoration. even if she is somewhat less attractive, Chenin declared. A wise decision. When shall we arrange your divorce banquet? Let us discuss that later, Chenin replied before heading to the birdhouse. As the commander of the Air Force, Feng had appointed him 5 deputies, primarily to manage the care and feeding of the giant birds, establishing good relations to avoid being thrown off while soaring through the skies on these majestic creatures. Feng returned to his training room, a secluded space crafted especially for him by Wang Zhihai, where disturbances were rare. Upon closing the door, he discovered the room filled with boxes. These boxes contained the century-old savings of Eternal Life City, now intended solely to sustain him. Never mind, I shall absorb it all. Feng commenced his tedious training regimen. In the grand hall of the pyramid within Eternal Life City, a grand coronation ceremony was underway. Meng Yanlie, draped in a black beast-skin cloak and adorned with a crown of gold, ascended the steps with measured grace. To her left and right stood 18 golden armored guards, weaker than the seasoned golden guards of the past, barely qualifying as beast masters. Yet, in this moment, there were few skilled individuals left in Eternal Life City, compelling her to recruit more personnel to fill the ranks. Moreover, most of the golden armored guards were sons of Meng Yanlie, the previous young Khan. At both ends of the hall stood the Grand Elder and the Second Elder from the Elders' Academy, former 5th and 6th Elders who had now been promoted. Behind them were several middle-aged individuals garbed in simple robes, newly appointed elders whose prowess was, to say the least, subpar, merely serving to fill the void. Pharmacists were positioned beneath the Elders' Academy, led by the esteemed pharmacist Qinglan, accompanied by her 12 most formidable pharmacists. Following them were the High Priest, 3 captains, and over 30 true warriors. These individuals represented the backbone of Eternal Life City, not weak per se, but considerably diminished in strength compared to the era of Meng Yanlie, perhaps by a factor of tenfold. Meng Yanlie finally settled into the grand chair, when a woman shrouded in black veils gracefully approached her. It was none other than Baidwa, the former empress. Greetings to the heavenly Khan, greetings to the great empress. The people below began to perform the respectful gesture of homage, though their demeanor was somewhat lacking in reverence. To speak frankly, had they not known that Mingxin, the heavenly Khan, had the support of Feng behind her, they might have already ousted her from power. Since the passing of her husband, Baidwa had ascended from the position of empress to that of the great empress. No need for formalities. Mingxin waved her hand, the aura of a queen gradually manifesting. Sensing the opportune moment, Baidwa stepped forward. Our Eternal Life City has suffered grievous injuries. From this day forth, as Mingxin ascends the throne, I hope we shall all work together to restore our city to its former glory. Therefore, I will, at that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted Baidwa. Heavenly Khan, I wish to inquire how you intend to address our food supply issues once you take the throne. There are still hundreds of thousands of people in Eternal Life City. How will you ensure their safety through this harsh winter? The Grand Elder asked bluntly. Me? Mingxin, newly crowned, felt a twinge of insecurity when confronted by the former 5th Elder and was at a loss for words. We are pressed for time. After the coronation ceremony, I must return to repair the Elder Tower, she hastily replied. Impertinent. Baidwa stepped forward. You are exceedingly audacious. Mingxin is now the heavenly Khan. Do you not know to show her respect? You are the one who is audacious. I am conversing with the heavenly Khan, and you, as the great empress, have no right to criticize me. In my opinion, as a widow, you should remain quietly in the castle. Moreover, the heavenly Khan must have heirs. I propose my son Huerduo marry the heavenly Khan. Surely, no one would object? The Grand Elder proclaimed, his voice booming, asserting his dominance. Forgive me, Grand Elder, but I must decline your proposal. Mingxin shook her head firmly. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as he stepped closer to the platform. The armored guards quickly placed their hands on their blades, yet under the Grand Elder's imposing presence, they dared not draw them. At last, the Grand Elder stood before Mingxin, merely 2 meters away, looking down upon her like a puppet. Huff, huff. Meng Yanlie's breath quickened. Heavenly Khan, although Mr. Yi has expressed support for your reign, he was clear that it would be limited. Therefore, do not be ungrateful. Marrying my son is the only way to secure the support of our Elder Council. Of course, you may also wed another man, perhaps the sons of the 3 commanders. This way, you would also gain military backing. If you are even more ambitious, why not take all 3 commanders' sons? Then, you would have 4 men at your side, and you could leverage your charms to win over these powerful figures. The Grand Elder's voice dripped with scorn. You? I am the Heavenly Khan. You suggest I use my body to ensnare others? Meng Yanlie's face flushed crimson with anger. Ha ha ha. If your father were still alive, he could certainly wield force to intimidate. But what do you possess now? In terms of strength, do not even mention me. Even the newly appointed elders I have promoted would find you to be no match. In terms of intellect, you are merely a puppet. Without Mr. Ye's support, you would have long since been cast into the slums along with your mother and siblings. Of course, you may choose to regularly appease Yi Feng with your body, ensuring his continued favor. Let me tell you this. Should Yi Feng utter a single word to us indicating his disinterest in the affairs of Changsheng City, your fate would be to be ridden by thousands and led by 10,000. The Grand Elder spoke bluntly, a greasy and lewd smile spreading across his face. Ever since the demise of the powerful in Changsheng City, it was finally his turn to shine, revealing a rather petty glee. Meng Yanlie bit her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill with just the blink of an eye. She cast a resentful glance at the alchemist, the priest, and the military personnel below. Yet, they all appeared as wooden as statues, some even exhibiting a cruel delight. She realized her situation was dire. This Heavenly Khan was utterly ineffectual. Were it not for Yi Feng's promise of support, she would fear she might have to personally seek him out at Hot Spring Island, and then use her body to win over the man who murdered her father. No, I refuse to accept this. The tumult within Meng Yanlie roared vehemently. At that moment, a servant rushed in with great urgency. Chapter 649, eyes flickering unsteadily. Grand Elder, esteemed captains, High Priest, Great Alchemist, and the Khan Consort, the Heavenly Khan. Yi Feng has arrived. His 3 warships are anchored in the furious sea, the servant reported nervously. He was astute enough to recognize the current power dynamics within Changsheng City, judging from the order in which he called out the names. Quickly, invite Mr. Yi to the castle, Meng Yanlie urged hastily. Ah, Heavenly Khan, isn't it prohibited for outsiders to enter the castle? Is this appropriate? The servant questioned. What does that matter now? Hurry and summon Mr. Yi to the pyramid, Meng Yanlie retorted angrily, infuriated that even a servant dared to oppose her. Apologies. The castle has its own rules, and outsiders cannot be admitted. Is that not correct, Grand Elder? The servant turned to the Grand Elder for confirmation. Why are you asking him? Though he is the Grand Elder, I am the Heavenly Khan, the sovereign of the grasslands. Do you understand? Meng Yanlie dared not unleash her fury upon others, but felt emboldened to vent her wrath on the servant. Fine, I understand. Stop shouting. I shall go fetch Yi Feng at once. The servant nonchalantly picked his nose and ambled toward the hall's exit. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed from the sky. Before Meng Yanlie could react, 2 dark figures descended at the entrance of the hall. Cloaked in black, they entered the hall engaged in light-hearted conversation. Yi Feng? Meng Yanlie's heart leaped with joy, and she could not help but rise. Yet, she quickly remembered her identity as the Heavenly Khan and settled back down with composure. Baidwa looked at Yi Feng with a complex expression, her heart a tumult of emotions. Ah, what a coincidence. Are you all in a meeting? Yi Feng and Chun strolled into the grand hall, catching sight of a throng of high-ranking officials within. Indeed, Mr. Yi, it is fortuitous that you have arrived. I was just about to send someone to Warm Spring Island to notify you. However, your prohibition on constructing giant ships has left us unable to venture out to sea. The Grand Elder hurried over, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, the earlier arrogance displayed towards Meng Yanlie having been swiftly extinguished by Yi Feng. Quite right. Without permission to build giant ships, my legs are weary from riding these birds for so long. Is there nowhere to sit? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, there is, just above. Qing Lan quickly interjected, linking her arm with Yi Feng's and guiding him towards Meng Yanlie's grand chair. The Grand Elder was not to be outdone, similarly positioning himself at Yi Feng's side like a loyal hound. The High Priest hesitated momentarily before trailing behind Yi Feng. Make way. Mr. Yi is to be seated, Qing Lan stated coldly. But, this is the position of the Heavenly Khan. How can this be? Meng Yanlie's protest was abruptly silenced as several individuals forcefully pushed him aside. The Grand Elder even fanned the chair with his sleeve before inviting Yi Feng to take a seat. How can I accept this? This is truly the position of your Heavenly Khan. Yi Feng protested, yet his posterior obediently settled into the chair. Chenin, why do you stand idly by? Come and enjoy this. I know you fancy it. Yi Feng gestured to the opposite side of the chair. Absolutely. Chenin dashed over and plopped himself onto the Heavenly Khan's grand chair. This chair is rather uncomfortable. It pales in comparison to the sofas on Warm Spring Island. Chun-en remarked disdainfully, "Please allow Mr. Yi some water." At that moment, a voice rich with magnetism resonated. Yi Feng turned to see Bai Yidhua personally presenting a golden cup filled with warm water. Bai Yidhua had resolved to avoid conflict with Yi Feng for now, burying her resentment deep within. She intended to wait until she was powerful enough to seek revenge. For the time being, her strategy was to curry favor with Yi Feng, ensuring his full support for the Meng Yanlie clan to secure the position of Heavenly Khan. "Are you sure this isn't poisoned? You must take a sip first before I do," Yi Feng remarked coolly. "Me? Very well." Bai Yidhua took the golden cup, her rosy lips delicately sipping from the rim before handing it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and downed the contents in a single gulp. "Mr. Yi, I assume your visit to Changsheng City bears significance?" The Grand Elder inquired with a smile. "Ah, indeed. I have an important matter to discuss with the Heavenly Khan. I intend to hire some skilled individuals using warm spring coins to accompany me into the Green Sea Desert in search of someone. Each will receive 100 warm spring coins per day. Furthermore, 1 warm spring coin can purchase a pound of frozen fish. My 3 warships will be stationed in the Angry Sea for fishing. I wonder how you perceive this proposal?" Yi Feng asked. "Mr. Yi, this is splendid. We are in dire need of fish, yet you have forbidden us from building ships to catch them. However, how will the payment for these warm spring coins be arranged? Will it be made after everyone returns, or will it be on a daily basis?" The Grand Elder inquired hastily. At present, Changsheng City was in desperate need of frozen fish. While meat from the land was certainly edible, there lingered a psychological burden, a fear of potential infection. It is as follows. I shall first take away the people. For instance, if I take away 100 individuals, my 3 warships will daily remit 10,000 hot spring coins to Eternal Life City, with the Celestial Khan personally dispatching someone to collect this sum. Once the money is acquired, it shall be at the disposal of the Celestial Khan, who may choose to purchase frozen fish or other goods, including various explosives. Yi Feng elaborated slowly. "Ah, certainly, Mr. Yi, but what if, after your departure, the personnel aboard the warships fail to make daily payments?" The Grand Elder inquired further. "Rest assured, should they neglect their payments, you may file a complaint with Wang Zhihai on Hot Spring Island. The suggestion box is conveniently located beside the sinkhole there." Yi Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "Ah, but we lack the colossal ships. How can we navigate the furious seas?" Everyone was left in astonishment. "This, you can have the warships carry you part of the way. Ha ha ha." Chun-en chimed in from the side. "However, we are precisely going to complain about the individuals aboard the warships. Will they consent to transport us?" Meng Yanlie remarked. "As for that, I am at a loss. However, I can vow before the warships that I shall ensure the daily payments of hot spring coins to you," Yi Feng declared, raising his right hand. The higher-ups fell silent, their gazes flickering uncertainly. Yi Feng was clearly laying the groundwork for potential future defaults. Yet, their need for frozen fish was too pressing. There was no alternative. Truly no alternative. "Very well, Mr. Yi. May I inquire how many individuals you intend to employ?" Meng Yanlie asked. "I plan to hire over 300 beast masters, each to receive 100 hot spring coins daily. Thus, from the moment they accompany me away from Eternal Life City, the warships will remit 30,000 hot spring coins to you each day. Remember, of this 30,000, you may only utilize 10,000. This is the tax for the 300 elite masters. The remaining 20,000 must be distributed to them upon their return. I shall not permit you to exploit their hard-earned money, understood?" Yi Feng's expression turned grave as he concluded. "Fear not, of the 30,000 hot spring coins, we shall only take 1,000 for the purchase of frozen fish. The remaining 20,000 will be disbursed monthly to the families of these beast masters. And we shall not withhold a single coin," Meng Yanlie pledged, raising her hand in oath. Chapter 650. Body trembling slightly, continuing to pretend to sleep. Well, the 30,000 hot spring coins are not fully allocated, for according to the regulations of Hot Spring Island, 30,000 coins must also account for a 10% corporate income tax. Thus, you will only receive 27,000 daily, and from that, a 10% personal income tax will be deducted. 27,000 minus 2,700. What does that equal? Yi Feng inquired of Chun-en. It remains 24,000. Chun-en replied, "Your mathematics is commendable, do you see? This implies that the daily funds available to you higher-ups will only amount to 4,000 hot spring coins. while the remaining 20,000 must be allocated to the families of the beast masters, Yi Feng stated calmly. A wave of anger swept through the higher-ups, though they dared not display it upon their faces. Enough of these unpleasant matters. I shall grant you 3 days. During this period, from the moment the sun rises, I will be here conducting business, allowing those elite masters to come forth and apply until we have recruited a sufficient number. Celestial Khan, I kindly request you disseminate my orders throughout Eternal Life City, encouraging all to enroll enthusiastically, Yi Feng instructed. At your command, Mr. Yi. Meng Yanlie performed a courteous kneel. Mr. Yi, will you be staying aboard the warship tonight, or in our Eternal Life City? The Grand Elder suddenly inquired, his eyes glinting with mischief. Either option is acceptable. Do you have comfortable rooms and beds in Eternal Life City? Yi Feng responded with curiosity. Certainly. With the newly crowned Heavenly Khan, it would be most fitting for Mr. Yi to reside in the residence of Mingxin, the Heavenly Khan. I trust you have no objections. Heavenly Khan, the Grand Elder remarked with a knowing smile. Mingxin quickly lowered her head, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Is that truly appropriate? Yi Feng, I'm merely a commoner. How can I share a space with the Heavenly Khan? That would be rather presumptuous, he feigned modesty. Not at all. As long as the Heavenly Khan is amenable, Mr. Yi may take up residence in her palace, the Grand Elder continued, his demeanor shifting as he turned to face Mingxin, his expression growing more serious. Heavenly Khan, surely you have no objections? Please utter these 4 words. I have no objections. This would facilitate Mr. Ye's stay. Me? Mingxin, still a naive young lady, found it difficult to respond in front of so many onlookers. Moreover, as the Heavenly Khan, could she disregard her dignity in such a manner? I'll speak for her. She has no objections. At that moment, Baidwa stepped forward. She recognized that this moment was inevitable. Although it was somewhat distressing for Mingxin to serve the enemy who had slain her father, there was little choice. The hall was filled with fierce warriors, and Mingxin could hardly maintain control. She could only hope for Yi Feng's support from behind, as it was only with his backing that these proud warriors might temper their demeanor. Mother, Mingxin exclaimed, feeling deeply humiliated. What is there to be embarrassed about? You will inevitably confront this challenge. If you feel unprepared, I shall come to assist you this evening, Baidwa said slowly, her eyes reflecting determination. The situation was now clear. Her daughter lacked the experience to adequately serve Yi Feng, and should he become displeased, he might withdraw his support for her faction. Thus, this evening was of utmost importance. Hey, Feng Ge, you've taken all the advantages. What about me? Who will attend to my needs? Chun En immediately protested. Qing Lan observed the dynamics and gently stepped forward. You must be Mr. Yi Feng's personal golden guard, correct? If it pleases you. Our apothecary hall warmly welcomes you and guarantees a most comfortable stay for the next 3 days, she spoke softly. Very well, that is acceptable, but should I find discomfort? I shall withhold payment, Chunin responded cautiously. Chunin, mind your demeanor. We are here to conduct serious business, Yi Feng admonished, then turned to Mingxin. Heavenly Khan, do not heed their idle chatter. It is well known that I, Yi Feng, am a man of integrity. Simply arrange for me a room tonight. I require no assistance. Chun En and I will share a room to prevent any inadvertent distractions. I protest. Feng Ge, don't drag me into your vegetarian lifestyle. Chun En objected vehemently. The protest fell on deaf ears. After a while, Yi Feng led Chun into a spacious villa, if memory served. This was the very place where the great Khan's consort had once resided, and now he was to take up residence there. In the dead of night, Yi Feng lay fully clothed, with his curved blade conveniently placed nearby. Chun En, on the other hand, tossed and turned on another bed, unable to find slumber. It is such a rare occasion to be here. I must venture out to indulge myself. With a sudden burst of energy, Chun En raised his arms to the heavens, howling as he prepared to dash out in search of women. Come back, Yi Feng exclaimed, slapping him back onto the bed. With their departure in 3 days, Yi Feng cautioned, do not squander your energy on women during these days. There are numerous dangers awaiting us in the desert. Me? Ugh, Chun En groaned. Collapsing onto the bed, Yi Feng returned to his slumber. At that moment, he sensed a disturbance. The wooden door creaked open, and a captivating fragrance wafted in. Is it her? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Baidwa, adorned in delicate gauze, gracefully entered the room, bathed in the glow of the embers. She approached Yi Feng's bedside. Yi Feng's fist clenched slowly. Should this woman intend to cause trouble, he would have no choice but to re-establish the Heavenly Khan. However, after a prolonged moment, Yifeng suddenly felt a warm, soft body pressing against him. Simultaneously, his lips were enveloped by two fiery ones. Initially, he intended to refuse. Yet with the esteemed Khan's consort lowering herself to decline might provoke discord between their tribes. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. After experiencing the warmth of her lips, Baidua's hand ventured toward his waistband. Yifeng kept his eyes shut, contemplating whether to awaken now. Would doing so embarrass her? Humph. With a muffled grunt, he sensed her motion cease. Then, Baidua lowered her veil and quietly exited the room, not a sound escaping her. Yifeng, his face flushed, opened his eyes hastily to glance at Chunin, who trembled slightly before resuming his facade of sleep. Forget it. Yifeng decided to disregard it and closed his eyes once more. Time passed, and as dawn broke, he was the first to rise, only to find Chunin still sleeping like a log. The fellow sprawled across the bed, one hand wandering, a blissful smile adorning his face. Get up, Yifeng bellowed, startling Chunin into springing from the bed. What are you doing? Ha. Time to rise and work. The sun has risen, and we shall commence our duties within the pyramid. Once we gather 300 people, we will venture to the Green Sea Desert, Yifeng declared. All right. You certainly had your fun last night, giving me a glimpse of the spectacle for 2 minutes, Chunin remarked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. It couldn't have been merely 2 minutes. It felt like 10, Yifeng retorted, his face flushed. There was no helping it. Baidua must have mastered some other enchanting skill. It was simply overwhelming. Normally, I would last half an hour, but against Baidua, I fell after just a few moves. The two of them donned their attire and returned to the Grand Hall, where they found it already filled with high-ranking officials, including the Elder Council, the Apothecarian, the Divine Temple, the military, and the forces of the Heavenly Khan. Mr. Yi, did you sleep well last night? The long Great Wall approached with a flattering demeanor. Yifeng paid him no heed, instead slowly lifting his gaze to the graceful figure standing beside Meng Yanlie. Baidua stood solemnly nearby, her countenance devoid of any expression, as if the gentle spring breeze of last night had merely been a fleeting dream. Yifeng pondered, was it not her last night, or was I merely dreaming? Please, Mr. Yi, take a seat. Meng Yanlie graciously moved aside, allowing Yifeng and Chun to occupy the grand chair. Such is the unfortunate fate of a defeated nation. Even the Heavenly Khan must show utmost reverence to Yifeng. Otherwise, should Yifeng take offense, he could enact a maritime blockade, leading to the starvation of the entire city as populace. Very well, let the candidates enter. Let us not squander time, Yifeng gestured. Yes, the Grand Elder replied with a wave of his hand, and soon a multitude of individuals filed in, forming a long line. What is your name? I am Ada. What achievements have you accomplished? I am a fisherman. Return and await news. What is your name? I am Cobain. Too old. Return and await news. And you? Return and await news. After a day and night of recruitment, Yifeng had successfully enlisted 100 individuals, sufficient to establish a unit within 3 days. The prowess of these 100 was all at the Beastmaster level or higher, capable of withstanding at least a level 1 sand beast. Those of lesser strength would merely serve as fodder in the Green Sea Desert. Time drifted by, and before long, 3 days had passed. Yifeng rose, surveying the 3 formations of 100 individuals, each standing in the hall. From this moment forth, I am your commander, and Chun is your deputy commander. Nolan, you shall be their unit leader. Yifeng addressed a burly man before him. This man's strength, while not matching that of the Golden Armored Guard, surpassed that of Ma Lebi, yet fell short of Fan Dimming. Do you have horses in Changsheng City? Yifeng turned to inquire. Yes, but only 120 horses. A centurion replied. Very well, I shall requisition all of them. The rental fee for these 120 horses will be 100 spring coins per day. Is that acceptable? Yifeng asked. Of course, it is acceptable. The vast grasslands are currently frozen, and we have no use for these horses, the centurion hastily affirmed. Good. Bring them over. We shall rotate among these 300 riders, Yifeng stated calmly. Brother Feng, I shall ride a bird instead, Chunin suggested. No. In the Green Sea Desert, formidable warriors abound. A mere spear thrown by one could bring down a giant bird. It is safer to leave the giant bird on Warm Spring Island as a reconnaissance tool. Yifeng shook his head. During this period, he had absorbed additional crystal pills and listened to Ma Gobai and Duo Mengda elucidate the perils of the Green Sea Desert. In larger oases, there even existed top-tier experts at the Force Master level. Meng Yanlie was merely at the 9th tier Force Warrior standard, while the Force Master rank is a significant tier above. Thus, Feng could not permit the giant bird to venture into the Green Sea Desert recklessly. Heavenly Khan. Esteemed Elder, I must take my leave now. You may collect the hot spring coins from the warship daily. Remember, once the coins are received, they must be promptly distributed to the families of the recipients, without a trace of embezzlement. Feng's expression turned grave as he concluded his statement. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we would never dream of misappropriating these individuals' hot spring coins. We shall ensure they reach their families, a group of senior officials quickly assured him. Feng then turned his gaze to the 300 subordinates under his command. Indeed, the warmth in their eyes as they looked at him had increased significantly. See, following Mr. Yi, even the high-ranking officials of Eternal Life City dare not squander the fruits of our labor. This sense of superiority is palpable. In an instant, the 300 men raised their heads, casting disdainful glances towards the high-ranking officials of Eternal Life City. They even felt that they were no longer mere Yen people, but rather esteemed citizens of the hot springs. Brother Feng, these 300 comrades will accompany us through thick and thin. Shouldn't you say a few words? Chunin quietly reminded him. I haven't prepared a speech today. Perhaps you should take the lead and say something of substance, Feng replied. Very well. Chunin promptly stood atop the grand chair occupied by the Heavenly Khan, hands on his hips. Greetings, my good brothers. For a considerable time ahead, you will be following Brother Feng and me. Fear not. As long as you return alive from the Green Sea Desert, I promise you wealth and indulgence, and even the chance to become citizens of Hot Spring Island. Chunin proclaimed loudly. Of course, I am well aware of the perils lurking within the Green Sea Desert. It is precisely because of these dangers that opportunities for merit arise, as long as your contributions are substantial enough. Brother Feng will ensure your ascension to citizenship of Hot Spring Island, he continued. The 300 men remained perfectly still, although Chunin was delivering a speech. Their eyes were steadfastly fixed on Feng. Clearly, these experts would only submit to the strongest, and Feng was unmistakably that figure. Chunin was merely seen as Feng's subordinate. Deputy Commander, we are 300 men, yet we only have 120 horses. Isn't that a bit cramped? Nolan could not help but inquire, as he was the third in command of the team and held a genuine discontent towards Chunin. It won't be cramped on the return, Chunin shrugged, as the northern gates of Eternal Life City slowly opened. The first to emerge were over 10,000 military personnel, who lined up on either side and knelt on one knee. Following them were the apothecaries, priests, and elders, all with hands over their chests and heads bowed. Lastly, there was the Heavenly Khan, Meng Yanlie, accompanied by a large contingent of golden-armored guards and Khan slaves standing beside the road. Finally, Feng rode forth on horseback, leading his 300 valiant comrades out of the northern gate. Farewell, Mr. Yi, everyone shouted in unison. Without looking back, Feng waved his hand from atop his steed. Once on the open grassland, Feng took a deep breath. The temperature was approximately minus 40 degrees Celsius, indicating that as they moved northward, the temperature increased, as the frigid air had yet to invade the Green Sea Desert. Brother Feng, we resemble the legendary 300 Spartans setting forth into battle. As the saying goes, the winds are bleak and the waters cold. A valiant man departs and never returns. I have an ominous premonition, Chunin murmured slowly. Chapter 652. Leave it to me, close your ominous mouth. Since we have been marooned on this desolate island, has there been a single day not fraught with peril? If we can retrieve your sister-in-law this time, you shall gain a nephew or niece. To be candid, I have never had a brother before, but since encountering you, you have become my dearest brother. Feng spoke gravely. Brother Feng, I have always regarded you as my own. Chunin's gaze solidified. Indeed, good brother. Let us proceed. The Green Sea Desert is rife with dangers, and we must tread carefully on our journey. With that, Feng spurred his horse, and 300 riders swiftly set off towards the north. The vast grassland lay encased in ice, and 3 days later, Feng and his cavalry arrived at a site of crumbling ruins. The terrain had also morphed. It was no longer a pristine grassland, but a fusion of prairie and desert. Commander, this is the Great Gobi, and these ruins are the remnants of our prairie's second largest city, Green Sand City, Nolan translated. Feng nodded, gazing at the sprawling Green Sand City and the distant, dilapidated Great Wall. Is this Green Sand City the barrier between the prairie and the desert? Feng inquired. Indeed. The Heavenly Khan constructed Greensand City here to prevent the sand beasts from crossing the Great Gobi, centered around Greensand City. The Great Wall extends 400 miles to the east and 600 miles to the west, Nolan replied. Yifeng dismounted and observed the frozen corpses of sand beasts and humans on the ground, letting out a long sigh. Despite the immense effort invested by Meng Yanlie in erecting the Great Wall, it still failed to deter the sand beasts from advancing southward. Commander, it could have been prevented. But Meng Yanlie diverted 2 of his avatars to deal with you, resulting in a diminished number of powerful defenders in Greensand City. This allowed the sand beasts to breach its defenses. Otherwise, only a tide of 8th-level aberrant beasts would have been capable of overcoming Greensand City, Nolan explained. What a tragedy. Everyone dismount and examine the corpses of these sand beasts to ascertain whether the crystal cores have been taken, Yifeng instructed. Striding towards one of the sand beasts. This creature resembled a camel, but bore 2 horns atop its head and a mouth full of jagged teeth, appearing both grotesque and terrifying. Yifeng struck the abdomen of the corpse with his curved blade, revealing a tear indicative of where the crystal core had been extracted. Commander, I believe it is futile to continue searching. Sand beasts consume the crystal cores of their kind, and passing merchant caravans would also scour the area. Moreover, ordinary snakes in the desert may devour the crystal cores as well, making it improbable for any cores to remain within the corpses, Nolan stated. Very well. Let us carve some meat from these aberrant beasts for provisions. We shall march into the desert now, Yifeng concluded, gesturing forward with his blade. Wait. Nolan suddenly produced a wooden stick from behind and ignited its end with a torch, then extinguished it with his breath. A peculiar fragrance wafted from the stick. What is the purpose of this? Yifeng queried, a look of confusion on his face. In the arid expanse of the desert, the sand beasts exhibit enhanced combat prowess compared to their counterparts in other terrains. Their ability to burrow underground allows them to launch sudden ambushes upon unsuspecting humans. This wooden staff, crafted from the fragrant wood of the incense tree, emits a scent that induces discomfort in the sand beasts. Thus, it is customary to carry several pieces of this wood in the desert to repel these creatures, Nolan remarked. I truly feel fortunate to have you along. A capable guide can spare us much trouble, Yifeng said, patting Nolan on the shoulder. As the commander, I shall lead the way. Very well. Soon. Nolan raised the staff and took the lead, followed closely by Yifeng and his 300 soldiers. Upon crossing the Great Wall, an endless sea of golden sand unfolded before them. Chunin hesitated for a moment, then leaped to a height of 10 meters, scanning the surrounding miles for any sign of an oasis. Any luck? Do you see an oasis? Yifeng inquired. None, just endless sand. We should have brought a compass. Without the sun, we cannot discern north from south, Chunin replied. At that moment, Nolan spoke again. Do not worry. There exists a type of beetle in the desert. I shall catch one now. With that, he dismounted and relieved himself onto the sandy ground. Before long, dozens of green beetles emerged from the sand, their heads burrowing into the damp grains as they desperately sucked the moisture. Nolan captured one in his palm and blew gently upon it. The beetle spun in place, suddenly orienting its head in a specific direction, spreading its wings. It intends to fly, Yifeng exclaimed. Not quite, my friend. The beetle believes rain is imminent. It opens its wings in preparation for a bath. Given that the predominant winds in the desert are westerly, it faces westward to absorb the rain as swiftly as possible. Thus, its head is directed towards the west, Nolan explained. How astonishing. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Let us proceed westward. With south to our left and north to our right, the direction becomes clear, Chunin chuckled. The 300 men gradually ventured deeper into the desert, while Yifeng produced a breathable veil to cover his mouth and nose, shielding himself from the swirling sands. Regrettably, he lacked sunglasses, which would have protected his eyes as well. Just then, the sand ahead shifted unexpectedly. Yifeng's expression changed, and he swiftly drew his curved blade. With a sudden burst of sand, a creature over 7 meters in length emerged, brandishing 2 pincers and emitting a serpentine hiss. It was a silver scorpion sand beast, albeit a mere first-tier creature. Leave it to me, Commander, Nolan declared, drawing his curved blade with a swift motion. The silver scorpion, crossing its pincers, charged at Nolan. How dare this beast, a mere first-tier, approach? Nolan leapt 10 meters into the air, soaring over the back of the silver scorpion. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed as the creature was cleaved in 2, blood gushing forth. Nolan approached the carcass, severing its abdomen and extracting a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg from within. "Commander, here is the crystal elixir," Nolan said respectfully. Yifeng nodded, cradling the crystal in his palm as he gradually activated the blood-sucking technique. "Let us proceed." The army continued onward, encountering a few silver scorpion beasts along the way. However, these first-tier sand beasts posed no challenge, as his subordinates swiftly dispatched them and presented the crystal to him. Yifeng casually tossed the drained crystal into the sand. At that moment, he felt his strength had reached its zenith. A certain hidden passage within him seemed to be loosening. "Brother Feng, ahead lies an oasis. Shall we enter?" Nolan inquired. "Let us enter and see if there are any small lakes to replenish our water supply," Yifeng replied, shaking the water pouch hanging from his saddle. "We must be cautious. There are surely sand beasts lurking within the oasis, as they cannot remain buried in the sand indefinitely." Upon Nolan's words, 300 men simultaneously raised their shields. Chapter 653. "Then I shall accompany you charge." The first 120 cavalrymen forged ahead, followed closely by nearly 180 infantrymen. "Who approaches?" Just then, a man emerged from the oasis, wielding a heavy iron spear, which he struck firmly against the ground. "Halt!" Yifeng reined in his horse, scrutinizing the figure before him. "Who are you?" Yifeng queried. "I am, of course, a human. And you? From whence do you hail?" The man responded, exuding a faint aura of pressure that made Yifeng somewhat uneasy. Yet, beneath this subtle pressure, Yifeng felt the hidden passage within him loosen, and energy surging through his limbs. In that instant, he ascended from a third-tier warrior to a fourth-tier warrior. To have broken through in my presence, how fortuitous. The man immediately discerned Yifeng's advancement. "What tier warrior are you?" Yifeng asked, judging by the man's aura. He presumed him to be a fifth-tier or perhaps sixth-tier warrior, certainly not weaker than Meng Yanlie. "I am a sixth-tier warrior, my friend." "What brings you and these weaklings to the Green Sea Desert? To lead them to their demise?" The man said slowly. "How about we enter and converse further?" Yifeng proposed. The man pondered for a couple of seconds before nodding and stepping aside. Yifeng took the lead, riding into the oasis. It was not large, spanning less than a hectare, with a water pool about 2 meters in diameter at its center, though the water appeared quite murky. Surrounding the pool were 2 men and 2 women, all veiled with scarves, revealing only their piercing eyes. "I am Imohi, of the Yellow Sand tribe. These 4 are my kin. And you?" The man set down his heavy iron spear and slowly crouched beside the pool. Yifeng dismounted and similarly crouched beside him. "I am Yifeng, from Hot Spring Island." "Very well, your strength is comparable to mine. Do you have any interest in hunting an 8th-tier sand beast?" Imohi inquired directly. "An 8th-tier sand beast?" Yifeng furrowed his brow. "Indeed, do you possess the courage for it?" Imohi challenged. "If I am not mistaken, you are the only 6th-tier warrior among us. This beautiful lady appears to be a 4th-tier warrior, while the others are below 4th tier. With just the 5 of you, do you dare hunt an 8th-tier sand beast? Are you not afraid of being devoured?" Yifeng questioned. "Rest assured, that level 8 rattlesnake has just laid its eggs. It is quite weakened. Even in such a condition, we 5 are not entirely confident in our success. However, with your assistance, our chances improve significantly," Mer remarked. "Me? I'm afraid I have no desire to meet my demise," Yifeng replied, shaking his head. "How about this? If we manage to slay the level 8 sand snake, you shall receive 1/3 of the crystal core, while the remaining 2/3 will be evenly distributed among us 5, Mer suddenly proposed. "Will you truly be so generous?" Yifeng inquired. "Of course. The Huangsha clan has always been known for its generosity. I can tell by your demeanor that you have pressing matters in the desert. Rest assured, the level 8 sand snake resides in an oasis merely 120 kilometers away, guarded by 2 level 6 sand beasts. We can catch the level 8 sand snake off guard and eliminate it, leaving the 2 sand beasts to be no match for us," Mer assured earnestly. Yifeng remained somewhat hesitant. His purpose was straightforward, to locate Duoyen Hina, and he was reluctant to stir up further trouble. "The crystal core of the level 8 sand beast, should you consume 1/3 and spend a year digesting its potency, will guarantee your ascension to the rank of a 5th-tier warrior. At that point, you will traverse the desert with ease. Otherwise, with your current strength, the desert poses considerable danger," Mer continued. Yifeng's expression shifted. He possessed the blood-sucking technique, which would allow him to assimilate the energy almost instantaneously, without the need for a year's time. Furthermore, with the level 8 sand snake merely 120 kilometers away, perhaps it was worth a try. If all else failed, he could simply make a hasty retreat, leaving these 5 to deal with the sand snake. Of course, he was also acutely aware of Mur's insidious intentions. It was likely that once he had outlived his usefulness, they would cast him aside, refusing him any share of the crystal core. After all, there were 5 powerful individuals on their side, while he stood alone. Nevertheless, Feng harbored a degree of confidence in himself. Though merely a 4th-tier warrior, he wielded numerous extraordinary abilities, and should they prove untrustworthy, he possessed the capacity to claim the level 8 crystal core for himself. Yet, to validate his suspicions, Feng pointed towards the 300-strong troops behind him. "May I bring my men along?" he inquired. Sure enough, the 5 exchanged furtive glances and simultaneously shook their heads. No, they are far too weak. Their presence would only alert the snake. Slaying a level 8 sand snake requires experts, and in your party, only you barely qualify, Mur declared. Very well, I shall accompany you then, Feng resolved, turning to Chun Un and Nolan. You two wait here in this oasis for my return. Brother Feng, I should accompany you. We can look out for one another, Chun Un suggested quietly. Look out for one another? Mur scoffed derisively. Your presence would only hinder us. It would be he who looks out for you, not the other way around. You? Chun Un fumed. Enough, Chun Un, wait for my return here. This water hole. Drink first, refill your waterskins afterward, then bring the horses to drink, Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Chun Un could only nod begrudgingly. Chapter 654. The fearless are certainly deceiving my brothers. Let us set forth without delay. The 8th level sand serpent may have gradually regained its strength. I estimate that after laying its eggs, its power has diminished to the 6th level, but it will steadily rise, spoke Mo as he grasped his pure iron-heavy spear. The other 4 members of the group wielded various weapons. One brandished a cavalry saber, another held an iron rod, a third possessed a pair of daggers, and the last carried an iron sword. Let us depart, commanded Mo, leading the way while Feng trailed behind, walking alongside one of the masked women. Though her face was veiled, her fox-like eyes glimmered with cunning and ferocity, unmistakably revealing that she was not a character to be trifled with. What is your name, fair lady? Feng inquired. I am called Tai Xinlan, she replied slowly. Ah, Miss Tai Xinlan, I am Feng. Might I have the pleasure of observing your features? Feng decided to probe her intentions. If she dismissed him, it would indicate that they had never intended for him to survive. Conversely, if she treated him with respect, it would suggest they were of benevolent disposition. He reasoned that he could not scheme against kind-hearted individuals. One must adhere to certain ethical boundaries. Foreigner, I know what you are thinking, but as a man, you should focus on swiftly enhancing your strength, rather than charming Na'vi maidens with sweet words. Coincidentally, I am not one of those foolish women, Tai Xinlan retorted, striding ahead as if to distance herself from Feng. Feng, taken aback, thought to himself, does she truly believe herself to be a beauty? I haven't even seen her face. Miss Tai Xinlan, my apologies for my earlier rudeness. How many members are there in your Huangsha tribe? Feng boldly inquired, drawing closer. Encountering a native was a rare opportunity, and he felt it imperative to understand the desert environment. Otherwise, he would be blind to danger when it arose. Why do you ask such questions? Foreigner Feng, you should concentrate your energy on improving your abilities. Once your power increases, countless women will flock to you in the desert, myself included. I do not require you to be exceedingly strong. If you could reach the level of Brother Mo, I might even engage in conversation with you, she said dismissively. But look at you now, a mere 4th-level warrior. Sigh. From this moment on, refrain from speaking to me. I do not wish to waste any of my energy or breath on you. With that, Tai Xinlan strode away, quickly positioning herself beside Mo. In his presence, she appeared obedient. Her gaze upon him brimmed with admiration. Feng, feeling humiliated, thought, how could I, the esteemed lord of Hot Spring Island, be so scorned by this wretched woman? Nevertheless, he reminded himself that despite being a 4th-level warrior, in the right circumstances, even a 7th-level warrior would not stand a chance against him. May I request you to remove your veil, so I may behold your visage? Feng approached another woman nearby. The foreign woman declared, our current objective is to confront the level 8 sand serpent. Once we succeed, I shall reveal my visage to you. Furthermore, my sister is correct. A man ought to be formidable in his own right, which naturally attracts women, unlike your current state. Do you comprehend my meaning? After uttering these words, she advanced a few steps, closely aligning herself with the edge of the desert river. As for the other two men, they maintained a stoic demeanor, silent and brooding. Yet, Feng discerned the envy lurking in their gazes. 120 kilometers may require several days for an ordinary person, but for adept individuals like Feng and his companions, departing in the morning meant they were nearing a vast oasis by dusk. Surrounding the oasis lay countless carcasses of sand beasts. Observing coldly, Feng noted that the abdomens of these creatures had been hollowed out, indicating that the level 8 sand serpent had devoured their crystal cores. Quickly, ignite the incense, urged Emohi. The 5 of them swiftly retrieved wooden sticks from their belongings and lit them with flint. Where's your incense? Emohi inquired. I forgot to bring it, Feng replied, his expression one of embarrassment. Ah, truly, one can tell you hail from a lesser place, lacking both knowledge and resources. Stay within our ranks and do not fall behind, Emohi admonished, placing the incense in his mouth as he lowered himself into the sand. Feng followed suit, pressing his body as close to the ground as possible. We shall now crawl into the oasis. Our chances of being discovered will diminish. Feng, you must exert yourself with all your strength. If we succeed, your reward shall be substantial. In the future, when we hunt formidable sand beasts, you will be invited to join us, Emohi concluded, his voice trembling slightly. After all, facing the level 8 sand serpent was daunting, despite his earlier bravado. Brother Emohi, are you afraid? Inquired Tai Xinlan, unable to restrain her curiosity. To claim I am unafraid would be disingenuous. Remember, the venom of the sand serpent is potent. When it releases its toxin, we must swiftly evade it. Otherwise, we shall succumb to its poison and become its next meal. Emohi warned in a hushed tone. Understood. I came the chorus of responses as they spoke while crawling into the oasis. Here, they encountered various plants such as sand jujubes, aloe, poplar, and sand willows. Feng felt a sense of familiarity, noting that these flora were drought-resistant and possessed a certain capacity for water retention. Chapter 655. No need to hide. The ground was adorned with dark green wild grasses, which Feng could not readily identify. However, they appeared ancient, likely unpalatable to horses. As the sun descended, fiery clouds cast their last glow over the expansive desert. Feng focused his gaze and beheld several human remains strewn haphazardly. Some were reduced to mere halves, while others had been gruesomely dismembered above the chest. Disturbingly, the exposed skin of these corpses was mottled with dark spots, presenting a grotesque sight. Could this be the work of the level 8 sand serpent's venom? Feng tugged at Tai Xinlan's sleeve. Silence, she snapped. The iron core was filled with rage, yet dared not raise his voice, opting instead to mutter his curses at Feng in a hushed tone. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush ahead, as if some creature were slithering toward them. Alarmed, Emohi sprang to his feet, gripping his iron spear firmly over his shoulder. Before them, the head of a serpent, the size of a water vat, slowly rose, its tongue flicking in and out, seemingly sensing some element in the air. It was too late. Realizing there was no escape, Emohi hurled his spear with all his might. Thud! The pure iron spear pierced through the serpent's abdomen. Hiss! A piercing screech erupted as the spear penetrated the serpent's vital spot, causing it to thrash in agony. What are you waiting for? Dispatch it quickly. It's merely a level 6 guardian serpent. The true threat lies deeper in the oasis, Emohi commanded. With that, he leaped 7 meters into the air, grasping the shaft of the spear and yanking it forcefully. Alas! A massive iron tail descended from above, sending Emohi flying 20 meters away. Die! A man wielding a broadsword soared into the air, striking the serpent's tail with a powerful blow. A section of the tail fell to the ground. In pain, the serpent began to writhe in a zigzag pattern, retreating towards the depths of the oasis. It intended to relay a warning. They could not let it escape. Enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, Emohi threw his spear once more. Thud! The spear lodged itself in the serpent's tail, pinning it in place. Charge! The remaining 4 rushed forward, hacking at the colossal serpent with fervor. One unfortunate soul was ensnared by the serpent's body, nearly strangled to death on the spot. Feng realized he could not be idle, lest he draw ire from his companions. Thus, he joined the fray, wielding his curved blade to deliver several strikes. After 5 minutes of intense combat, the serpent's head was severed from its body. Search for the crystal core, Emohi urged. Staggering towards the fallen beast, and using his cleaver to slice open its abdomen. In the next instant, a black crystal core appeared in his palm. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he approached slowly. This core was toxic and unsuitable for absorption. However, if taken to the alchemical tribes, it might be exchanged for valuable goods. He placed the core into a burlap sack. Yi Feng, drawn by curiosity, casually slipped his hand into the serpent's wound. In an instant, his blood-sucking technique activated. Within moments, the slight fatigue he had felt was completely restored. Leave the carcass here. This is a level 6 sand beast. Its hide, bones, and gallbladder can be traded for valuable items. Let us first deal with that level 8 sand serpent, he declared, striding forward. Their previous battle had likely roused the level 8 sand serpent, so there was no need for stealth. They would confront it head-on. Yi Feng wiped the blood from his curved blade onto the grass, following at the rear of the group. Deep down, he understood that while the level 8 sand serpent was formidable, it was not the true enemy. The real adversaries would always be these humans. He believed that once they had slain the level 8 sand serpent, infighting would ensue among them, for there was only one crystal core, and each one would desire it for themselves. The foreigner Yi Feng expressed his determination to exert his utmost effort in the forthcoming battle, for otherwise, death awaited them all. Iron Core Lan turned her head sharply and glared at Yi Feng. During the recent endeavor of slaying the serpent, Yi Feng appeared to strike energetically, yet in truth, he had not exerted himself at all. I have always given my all. Yi Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Humph. I can hardly be bothered with you. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to give your full effort shortly. Having said this, Iron Core Lan strode a few steps ahead, nearly pressing herself against Emohi. Emohi had displayed remarkable bravery. And what woman would not be drawn to a valiant man? As for Yi Feng, he was simply not within her contemplation. The expanse of this oasis was substantial, roughly twice the size of Yi Feng's new hot spring island. After traversing a hill, Emohi came to a halt, within a grove of red willows. A noxious black mist enveloped the area, its foul stench detectable even from several kilometers away. From now on, hold your breath and avoid inhaling the toxic gas, understood? Emohi instructed. Yes, the other four replied respectfully. Given Emohi's formidable display of strength, they naturally revered her as the strong. Let us proceed. There is no need for concealment. With that, Emohi surged forward, flying ahead. Yi Feng inhaled deeply and followed suit, yet he consistently lagged behind the group. It was evident that these individuals intended to exploit him before turning against him. He certainly would not expend his full strength or betray them from the rear, which he considered a show of martial virtue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the black mist, causing Yi Feng's expression to shift dramatically. The distant black fog rolled and expanded ominously, nearly blotting out the light of day. This is bad. Retreat, Emohi exclaimed, startled, as she brandished her spear and sprinted back. Run. Two others fled in disarray. However, the man wielding the heavy broadsword was a beat too slow to react. Typically, those who wield heavy weapons possess greater strength, but are slower in response. A surge of black mist struck him directly. In the next moment, he staggered back. As if intoxicated, his eyes tightly shut. I think I've gone blind. What should I do? He shouted in panic. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Yi Feng and the others had already fled towards the edge of the oasis. They were taken aback by the formidable power of this 8th-level water serpent. Even the mere sound of its roar was enough to leave them dazed. This was careless. Hey, where are you all? Brother Emohi, where are you? Come help me. I can't see. The man spun in place, gradually moving deeper into the black mist. Suddenly, two pairs of crimson golden eyes flickered to life within the shadows. Ah! A piercing shriek echoed from deep within the oasis. Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see Emohi and the others trembling with fear. Brother Emohi, do we still need to hunt it? Iron Core Lan inquired. I have heard that the 8th-level sand serpent possesses strength only slightly superior to mine. Yet I am astounded by its overwhelming power. Just now, the dark mist it emitted nearly obscured the moon in the sky. I believe it's best we take our leave, Murph stated with a pallid complexion. Indeed, upon entering the misty area, I felt dizzy and disoriented, indicating that I may have been mildly poisoned. That serpent is indeed formidable. We should seek out some 6th or 7th level sand beasts to hunt instead, Tai Xinlan concurred. The others rubbed their heads and slapped their faces to remain alert, while Yi Feng appeared utterly bewildered. The dark mist had no effect on him. For the instant it came into contact with his skin, It was drawn into his body and transformed into something peculiar. At present, he could not articulate what this strange substance was. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must retreat, Meng declared, but suddenly his eyes widened. A large shadow darted swiftly over the hillside and, with a whoosh, appeared before them. By heavens! Feng exclaimed in shock, gripping his curved blade tightly. The others likewise armed themselves, gazing at the colossal serpent before them. This serpent was no less than 80 meters in length, its body sprawling across like a wall. One of its scales alone was the size of a bed. The most terrifying aspect was its golden eyes, which seemed capable of ensnaring one's very mind. "Run!" cried the man wielding the staff, and he immediately bolted towards the oasis. However, halfway through his escape, the 8th-level water serpent flicked its tongue, ensnaring his waist. "Help me! Please, someone save me!" he screamed, striking the serpent's head with his staff in desperation. The beast attempted to swallow him whole, but each time, he managed to thwart its efforts with his weapon. "Forget him. Take this chance to flee," Meng urged, promptly darting in another direction. "Wait for me." Xinlan quickly followed Meng. Yet, after running only a few dozen meters, the serpent had already consumed the staff-wielding man. Utilizing its advantage in the sand, it effortlessly maneuvered to block Meng and Xinlan's path. Hissing ominously, the serpent's head loomed large as a house, its tongue flicking in and out, while its golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the pair. "Fellow tribesmen, let us flee in the opposite direction. Meng will buy us some time," the woman proposed, removing her veil to reveal a passably fair visage. However, Feng shook his head. "None of us shall escape today. Its speed in the sand is at least 5 times ours. If we scatter now, we will be picked off one by one. Meng, Xinlan, and this young lady. At this juncture, we must unite our strength for a single, concerted strike and see if we can bring it down. You must understand, fleeing is futile in this desert." Feng spoke slowly, and the three, who had been tense, suddenly fell silent in astonishment. "Feng, you are right. At this juncture, we must join forces. And no one is permitted to hold back their strength. We must unleash our most potent techniques." He nodded, positioning his pure iron-heavy spear forward. In the next moment, a chilling frost enveloped his long spear. Feng was taken aback. "Can this fellow also wield the power of icy true energy? It appears I have underestimated him. He had not exerted his full strength in the previous battle." Xinlan hesitated for a moment before crossing her twin blades. In the next instant, 2 flames ignited upon her dual swords. Feng's eyes widened, but they quickly narrowed again. Judging by the temperature, the flames on Xinlan's blades were merely ordinary flames, unlike his own searing fire that could reduce a person to ashes upon contact. "What about you? What is your most formidable technique?" inquired the woman beside Feng. "My most powerful technique cannot be discerned from the outside," Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. In truth, he possessed several extraordinary abilities, but at this moment, he intended to employ his fiery divine power in conjunction with the blood-sucking technique, seeking an opportunity to subdue this 8th-level sand serpent. Chapter 657. A wretched scream, "Your divine ability cannot be perceived?" The sword-wielding woman appeared skeptical, but internal discord was not an option, as the 8th-level sand serpent was circling nearby, intent on devouring the 4 of them. "Come, stand together." He beckoned to Feng and the others. Feng nodded and followed the sword-wielding woman as they moved closer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8th-level sand serpent seemed in no hurry to devour the 4. It merely flicked its tongue, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Feng, Xinlan, and Lu Yi, we shall strike together, delivering our strongest blow to its head and vital points. We must ensure a single decisive strike, or if it regains even a fraction of its strength, we shall all perish." His gaze was fixed intently on the serpent's head as he spoke slowly. "Elder brother Mo, I will heed your command," Xinlan affirmed. "Elder brother Mo, my sister, and I shall give our utmost effort." With that, both women turned their gaze to Feng. "Rest assured, I too shall exert myself fully," Feng said, narrowing his eyes and nodding slowly. "Very well. I will now begin the countdown. At the 3rd count, we shall all charge forward together." He stepped forward. 1, 2, 3, attack. The sword-wielding Lu Yi and the twin-blade Xinlan leaped simultaneously, their weapons aimed at the head of the 8th-level sand serpent. Hiss! The serpent recoiled its head, suddenly opening its massive jaws wide. Whoosh! A great cloud of dark gas surged towards the 2 women. Ah, not good, quickly dodge. The two were taken aback. For Feng and Mo, he remained rooted in place. Ah, Louis was struck directly by the toxic gas. She fell to the ground from midair, staggering back several steps. In the next moment, she covered her face and emitted a wretched scream. In a mere instant, her face turned black and dark. Poisonous sores began to erupt upon it. Ah, Louis, Tai Xinlan exclaimed in shock, grateful that she had managed to shield herself with her cloak in that critical moment. Even so, dark, poisonous sores had erupted across the back of her hand, a sight both grotesque and repulsive. I. After uttering just 2 sentences, Green Shadow collapsed with a thud onto the grass. The black sores spread rapidly across her body, soon engulfing her entire skin. Green Moth. Iron Core Orchid landed beside Green Moth, but hesitated to reach out, as the sight was simply too revolting. Mo and Leaf Maple. Why do they not charge? Green Moth lifted her head, her face marred by the poisonous sores, casting a venomous glare at the two. Leaf Maple and Mo remained unmoved, their demeanor calm. It seemed they were the only wise ones, understanding that the true enemy was never the sand beasts, but rather humanity itself. The two exchanged a slow glance, awkwardly averting their eyes. Observing this, Iron Core Orchid hurried towards them. However, with a swift flick of its tail, the sand snake sent her soaring several meters into the air, crashing down with a resounding thud. Uft! Iron Core Orchid spat out a mouthful of blood, her 2 blades landing a dozen meters away. Leaf Maple, let us strike together this time. No one is allowed to retreat, or we shall truly perish, Mo said slowly. Of course, as long as you make a move, I will too. Leaf Maple nodded. Kill. Mo charged ahead first. Leaf Maple narrowed his eyes, closely following. Uft! The pure iron spear plunged fiercely into the body of the sand snake, instantly causing a layer of frost to spread around it, encasing half of its body in ice. Quick, Leaf Maple, unleash your powers. I have frozen its tail, Mo exclaimed, but just as he spoke, the sand snake suddenly expelled a cloud of toxic gas. He quickly shielded his eyes with his hands, enduring the noxious fumes. After a rush of black mist, Mo staggered back several steps. He noticed that his hands were covered in a dense array of black sores, which varied in size and continued to emerge from his skin. Goosebumps rose all over Leaf Maple's body. It seemed the greatest weapon of this 8th-level sand snake was indeed its venom. Leaf Maple swiftly dodged the snake's head attack, landing directly atop it. Fiery Serpent. A half-foot-long flame serpent shot forth from Leaf Maple's fingertips, striking the snake's head. Hiss! The flames quickly enveloped the sand snake's head, causing it to wail in agony. After thrashing its head from side to side, it flung Leaf Maple 30 meters away. Upon landing, Leaf Maple rolled and sprang to his feet, hurling his curved dagger at the massive serpent. Whoosh! The dagger spun like a sand wheel, swiftly striking the snake's head. Uft! A scale was sliced open, and blood poured down like rain. Roar! The 8th-level sand snake bellowed in rage, suffering from 2 forms of damage. What kind of sorcery is this? Why does the flame not extinguish? Mo exclaimed, astonished as he watched Leaf Maple. He realized he should have taken the opportunity to defeat the sand snake, but he also understood that the true enemy was Leaf Maple. If he killed the sand snake now, the distribution of the crystal cores would undoubtedly lead to significant conflict. Iron Core Orchid's mouth hung open, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Leaf Maple. How could you be so powerful? Why didn't you act earlier? Feng dismissed her and swiftly moved to retrieve the long sword beside the corpse of the green moth, hurling it once more at the water snake. This sand snake had lived for over a century, possessing intelligence not inferior to that of a human. It too was perplexed as to why the flames atop its head refused to extinguish, yet it had its own means of quenching the fire. With a fierce thrust, it plunged its head into the ground, narrowly evading the flying sword thrown by Feng. In the next moment, the entire serpent's head was buried in the sand. What are you two standing there for? Act quickly. It has extinguished the flames. We are all doomed. Feng bellowed. Iron Core Lawn finally snapped into action, swinging her twin daggers in a relentless assault against the sand snake's body. In a mere second, she unleashed over 20 strikes, causing the creature to convulse violently. Its flesh rendered a bloody mess. Emohi, no longer feigning, gripped his iron spear over his shoulder, and in an instant, a layer of frost enveloped it. Humph! With a muffled grunt, the ice spear plunged into the sand snake's vital spot. A frosty layer began to spread from the serpent's wound, rapidly encasing a segment of its body in ice. Ha ha ha, we've succeeded. Quickly, strike it again. He exclaimed as he picked up the fallen horse-slaying blade. However, at that moment, the sand snake had extinguished the flames on its head. It lifted its charred head and suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black poison gas towards He. He hurriedly raised the horse-slaying blade to shield his face. After the poisonous cloud dissipated, he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Poisonous sores began to spread from his forehead, quickly engulfing his entire face and creeping toward his neck. The water snake tilted its head, directing its golden slit-like eyes at Feng. In the next moment, another wave of toxic gas surged forth. Fueled by a grudge against Feng, this venomous exhalation nearly emptied its poison sac. Feng dodged and darted out of the noxious cloud's reach. Yet the toxic mist seemed endless, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it! Feng exclaimed in shock. At a critical juncture, he ceased fleeing and instead, with a tremor coursing through his body, activated his blood-sucking technique across every inch of his skin. With a whoosh, a massive plume of poison collided with Feng. After a full 3 seconds, the venom of the 8th-level sand snake was wholly absorbed, leaving the creature looking half-exhausted. An otherworldly being? Iron Corlon gasped, taking a few hurried steps towards Feng. Her concern was not for him, but rather the realization that without him, it was just she and he left to face the 8th-level sand snake. Certainly an unwinnable battle. As the toxic gas dispersed, Feng emerged, shielding his face with his hand. Are you unharmed? Iron Corlon gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Feng's skin appeared unchanged, devoid of any blackened aura or poisonous sores. He slowly examined his hands and caressed his cheek, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had gambled correctly. The blood-sucking technique was all-consuming, rendering him impervious even to the toxic gas. However, once this toxic gas infiltrated his body, it seemed to mutate the energy within him. The sand serpent appeared taken aback, retreating slightly, its vertical pupils flashing with a hint of confusion. Receive my chilling energy. Feng thrust both palms forward with force. 2 masses of white mist enveloped a 10-meter radius ahead. The sand serpent writhed in a distorted manner, struggling in the cold for quite some time. Its movements slowed to half their usual speed. Ark, I shall slay you. He leapt into the air, his broadsword unleashing a blade of energy that stretched 20 meters long. Though the range of his blade was limited to 20 meters, its density was substantial, far surpassing that of any prior adversary. With a thud, half of the sand serpent's head was nearly severed, its body plummeting towards the ground, still twitching slightly. Feng, why are you still dawdling? Finish it off swiftly. He commanded, raising his broadsword once more. Feng narrowed his eyes and similarly lifted his curved blade. Brother, after we slay it, we shall split the crystal core between us. He declared, lifting his sword high. Feng paused momentarily, expressionless, and nodded in agreement, raising his curved blade in unison. Kill! He roared. Yet, in the next instant, the trajectory of his broadsword shifted, aimed directly at Feng. With a thrust, an even denser blade of energy surged forth towards Feng. Fool, I had already anticipated this move. Feng countered, horizontally positioning his curved blade to unleash his own energy strike. The clash resounded, and Feng's blood scales shimmered to shield him from the oncoming energy. However, this strike, being the full force of a 6th-tier warrior, could not be wholly mitigated. The blood scales absorbed only 80% of the impact before shattering. A deep gash, 30 centimeters long, opened on his chest, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, his curved blade was cleaved in 2. On the other hand, he was far less fortunate. Already gravely injured, he found himself devoid of the strength to flee after unleashing his most powerful blow. In the wake of Feng's energy strike, his body was severed at the waist. You wretched beast. Feng raised the half of his curved blade and approached he step by step. With a sickening sound, his upper and lower halves separated, yet he did not die immediately. Instead, he gazed at Feng with hollow eyes. You? More cunning than I. You have triumphed. As he uttered these words, he slowly closed his eyes, believing his end was nigh, unaware that a warrior of his caliber would take several days to perish after such a grievous injury. Even an ordinary person would take several minutes, if not half an hour, to succumb after being severed in half. Why am I still not dead? He reopened his eyes, staring at his severed waist. Without the energy sustaining him, Festering sores erupted across his face, writhing as if alive, grotesque in their movement. Meanwhile, the sand serpent's body continued to convulse, nearing its demise. Iron Core Lon summoned his courage and charged forward, delivering 5 or 6 swift strikes with his dual blades before the sand serpent was finally cleaved in two. Though its serpentine form continued to writhe, she cast a glance at the lifeless body of the sand snake and swiftly struck a decisive blow at its vital spot. Moments later, a look of astonishment illuminated her face as she extracted a fist-sized green crystal pill. An 8th-grade crystal pill. The voice of Tai Xinlan trembled with disbelief. Perhaps this was the first time in her life she had encountered such a remarkable treasure. Yet, after merely 3 seconds of hesitation, she cradled the crystal pill and approached Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng was seated beside the remnants of Mo He, gasping for breath. He had just employed the Flame Divine Art and the Ice True Qi, and had endured a full-force strike from Mo He, leaving him with only 20% of his original strength. As Tai Xinlan approached, Yi Feng placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Brother Yi, I have retrieved the crystal pill," she proclaimed, presenting it before him. Yi Feng exhaled softly, grasping the crystal pill in his hand. Truly a fine specimen. Its surface was smooth and warm, and he could sense the terrifying energy contained within. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately unleashed the blood-sucking technique. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tai Xinlan's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the once plump crystal pill rapidly shriveling in Yi Feng's grasp, soon transforming into a lump of dried meat. Yi Feng felt a surge of energy flooding his body, akin to a person catching the nozzle of a high-pressure water gun in their mouth, instantly filling his stomach to the brim. This potent energy began to surge through his limbs and bones, visibly healing the wound on his chest at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, this energy coursed chaotically within him, causing excruciating sensations that felt as though a Buddha was being born and ascending. Gradually, the benefits revealed themselves. As the energy struck Yi Feng's left arm, it finally breached a threshold. With a sudden jolt, a wave of terrifying energy enveloped his entire being. In that instant, he transformed from a 4th-tier warrior to a 5th-tier warrior. However, the power of the 8th-grade crystal pill was overwhelmingly fierce. Even after breaking through the threshold, it continued to wreak havoc within him. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yi Feng sensed another threshold in his abdomen loosening, albeit only slightly. The energy from the 8th-grade crystal pill had been exhausted and could no longer break through this barrier. Thus, Yi Feng's strength had reached the pinnacle of a 5th-tier warrior, requiring merely the consumption of a lower-grade crystal pill to ascend to the 6th tier, becoming a master akin to Mo He. Mo He, still clinging to life, gazed at Yi Feng in disbelief. How could you possibly digest the power of the crystal pill so quickly? In his traditional understanding, even the lowest-grade crystal pill required 2 to 3 days for complete assimilation of its potency. For someone of his caliber, even an 8th-grade crystal pill would necessitate 2 to 3 years to fully absorb its effects, and during such an extended period, significant energy loss due to metabolism could occur, often exceeding 50%. Yet Yi Feng, he had nearly completely absorbed the energy of the 8th-grade crystal pill, with losses not exceeding 1%. What kind of extraordinary ability was this? Yi Feng slowly rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding an undeniable aura of power in every gesture. Tai Xinlan instinctively took a few steps back. "Brother Yi, you wouldn't kill me, would you?" she implored, her gaze filled with trepidation. "Kill you?" Yi Feng glanced at her and strode towards the corpse of the sand serpent. The serpent's blood had yet to fully congeal, and he plunged his hand into the wound. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Centered around his palm, the sand serpent's body rapidly shriveled. However, this phenomenon lasted only for about 2 minutes, after which the serpent's blood completely froze, leaving Yi Feng with nothing to absorb. He tore open the leather armor on his body and looked at the massive wound on his chest. The injury had fully scabbed over, and the stamina he had lost was nearly restored. Alas, he had heard from New Duo that the blood-sucking technique, while effective for recuperation, bore immense risks, potentially harming one's innate foundation. Yet what choice did he have? Even if the technique had formidable side effects, it could save his life in critical moments. He had no option but to utilize it. He would leave the healing to New Duo once he returned. "Brother Yi, where shall we go next?" Tai Xinlan approached, appearing rather helpless. "We?" Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Now it is just the two of us. And I've given you all the crystal pills," Tai Xinlan replied. Shouldn't you return to your yellow sand tribe? Yi Feng inquired. I wish to accompany you, for you are a formidable warrior. As a 4th-tier warrior, you can slay an 8th-tier sand beast and even defeat a 6th-tier warrior like Emohi. Thus, I deduce that your future is boundless, and you will undoubtedly become a master of strength someday. Tai Xinlan spoke softly. I merely possess a few more abilities than others. What makes you think I will become a master of strength? Yi Feng decided to sit down to consolidate his realm while also probing Tai Xinlan about the affairs of the desert. That is not the case. According to the traditions of the desert, those who can defeat foes of higher tiers typically live long lives, and those who live longer have greater hopes of advancement. Tai Xinlan explained. But defeating higher-tier foes only invites hatred, does it not? How can that lead to a longer life? Yi Feng retorted. Indeed. If a master of strength sees you as a 5th-tier warrior, they will not target you, believing you possess no valuable crystal pills or other treasures. However, 8th or 9th-tier warriors are often pursued by masters, who think such powerful individuals may possess rare treasures, she elucidated. Of course, if you were a 9th-tier warrior, based on your earlier display, you might even rival a master, she added. Do you understand my meaning? That is as far as I can explain. Tai Xinlan flustered in her explanation, revealing an unexpectedly endearing side. Yi Feng recalled how, earlier, Tai Xinlan had maintained a cold and disdainful demeanor towards him. He was taken aback by her rapid transformation. In that moment, he forgave Chun-Li for her disloyalty. Whether on Earth or in this unfamiliar world, women are invariably drawn to strength. As long as one is powerful, they can act as they please. I comprehend your intention. It signifies that while I possess great strength, I choose to portray weakness. One can endure longer by maintaining a low profile. Conversely, an individual who is genuinely powerful but displays their prowess may not survive for long. Similarly, if one appears weak yet exudes strength, they may be the first to meet their demise. Is that not so? Yi Feng remarked with a smile, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Brother Yi, that is precisely the sentiment. Henceforth, you should refrain from revealing your extraordinary abilities and divine powers to anyone. Otherwise, even the weak, with ill intent, could vanquish the strong, Iron Core Orchid said obediently. Yi Feng's expression momentarily stiffened as he gazed skyward. You speak the truth. It is no wonder that in the end, the 5 of you only revealed your hidden powers. It appears the rules in the desert differ from those on the vast grasslands. In the grasslands, the strong revel in showcasing their might, compelling the smaller tribes to submit. Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng unexpectedly swung a blade without warning. Thud! Iron Core Orchid paused, laboriously reaching for her neck. A line of crimson spread across her pristine throat, swiftly forming a circle. You? She barely uttered a word before blood gushed from her mouth. In the next instant, her head rolled to the ground. You are all members of the Yellow Sand Tribe. I cannot allow any potential threats to remain. Besides, you have previously witnessed more than 2 of my abilities. It would be unwise to spare you. Yi Feng sighed, gathering her corpse along with the others. In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted, incinerating all the bodies. Time to return. Yi Feng strode back, when suddenly, a faint rustling sound arose behind him, as if a heavy object had tread upon the underbrush. He slowly turned to gaze at the rear of the oasis. In the next instant, Yi Feng soared into the sky, leaping over 40 meters high. Utilizing the moonlight, his eyes scanned the entire oasis. There, within a thicket of red willows, lurked a black scorpion. I had heard tales of this sand snake having 2 minions. It seems one is a scorpion. Yi Feng mused, landing directly before the sand scorpion. The creature, perhaps having witnessed Yi Feng's slaughter of the snake, raised its pincers in alarm, retreating in evident trepidation. My apologies, 6th-tier sand beast. But I cannot let you escape, Yi Feng declared, hurling his heavy gun with great force. Hiss! The sand scorpion hastily lifted its pincers, attempting to block the oncoming projectile. Alas, Yi Feng had now reached the peak of the 5th tier. Although the scorpion was a tier above him, it lacked the ability to wield tools. Boom! One of its pincers was pierced cleanly through. In the moment Yi Feng threw the heavy gun, his body transformed into a flurry of afterimages. Swiftly maneuvering to the scorpion's side, his palms striking out simultaneously, a layer of frost erupted forth, encasing half of the scorpion's body in ice, immobilizing it. The final strike. Gritting his teeth, Yi Feng unleashed a ball of fire. Boom! The inferno enveloped the 6th-grade sand scorpion, causing it to sizzle and ooze. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng approached its lifeless form, withdrew his heavy firearm, and prodded its arm a few times. In a brief moment, a 6th-grade crystal pill found its way into Yi Feng's pocket. He decided against hoarding it for himself, opting instead to share it with his steadfast companion, Chenin. Upon reaching the edge of the oasis, Yi Feng's expression shifted suddenly. Now that he had attained the status of a 5th-tier warrior, was it not time to test his speed? This oasis was 120 kilometers from where Chun-un and the others were stationed. He wondered how long it would take to return. With this thought, Yi Feng's figure flickered, transforming into a series of afterimages as he vanished into the desert. Deputy Commander, how did someone of your meager strength become Mr. Ye's brother? Nolan inquired coolly. With Yi Feng no longer present to assert dominance, he freely expressed his disdain for Chun-un. Indeed, you seem to possess nothing of value. What qualifies you to be our deputy commander? Are you merely Yi Feng's lackey, elevated solely through flattery? A group of individuals pointed and whispered disparagingly towards Chun-un. You? What do you know? Brotherhood is something understood at heart. Do you comprehend? Before I arrived here, I had already known Brother Feng. I recall our first venture to Southeast Asia to transport goods. The local boss invited us to a nightclub for drinks. I mistakenly uttered a wrong word and had 2 knives pressed against my neck, compelling me to finish an entire jar of fruit wine. In the end, it was Brother Feng who helped me down it all. It was worse than just drinking. We were held at knife point. Can you guess what they wanted me to drink? Urine. In short, my bond with Brother Feng is one forged over such trials. Do you understand? Chun-un recounted, his face flushed with emotion. No way. A person of Yi Feng's caliber actually drank urine? Nolan exclaimed in astonishment. Wait. Do you see in the distance, the swirling sands? It seems something is charging towards us. A cavalryman suddenly pointed into the horizon. What is it? Chun-un quickly stood atop his horse. In the next moment, a figure zipped past him. Chun-un rubbed the dust from his face and turned to look behind him. A tall silhouette gradually rose from the dust. Ha ha ha. In less than 20 minutes. The figure laughed heartily. It was indeed Yi Feng. Brother Feng, your speed rivals that of a train. Chun-un gazed at him in shock. Nolan and the others, witnessing this, all knelt before him. We have met the commander. Rise, we are all brothers now. Refrain from such kneeling in the future, do you understand? Yi Feng assisted Nolan and the others to their feet. He calculated his speed and realized it had indeed reached approximately 360 kilometers per hour, although he could only maintain it for about half an hour before succumbing to fatigue. Chun-un, Nolan, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Feng said, leading the two to another side of the oasis. Brother Feng, what is it? Commander, what is your command? Yi Feng patted Nolan's shoulder. Do not call me commander anymore. We are comrades now. Do you comprehend? Call me Feng Gu, Yi Feng whispered. Here is a 6th-level crystal elixir. You two can share it. Do not disclose this to others, for it is a rare gem, and I fear their discontent. He harbored his own intentions. Upon entering the Green Sea Desert, he knew that formidable warriors abounded, and individuals of Chun-un and Nolan's caliber would be of little assistance. Thus, he decided to bestow upon them a few less precious crystal elixirs, allowing them to gradually absorb the medicinal potency and elevate their strength to the level of a 1st-tier warrior. A 1st-tier warrior would be comparable to an experienced golden armored guard, capable of charging through hordes of sand beasts. Feng Gu, Nolan's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. This was a 6th-level crystal elixir. The Heavenly Khan had spent a lifetime traversing the realms and had scarcely accumulated 5 of them. Yet, Feng Gu had simply taken one out for himself. Enough words. Open your mouths, Yi Feng administered the elixirs, ensuring they were not overwhelmed by too much potency at once, as their frail powers could lead to disastrous self-detonation. 3 hours later, Chun-un and Nolan sat cross-legged on the ground, their complexions flushed yet tinged with pain as they digested the formidable essence of the 6th-level crystal elixir. After a while, Nolan was the first to open his eyes, his stronger constitution allowing him to absorb the elixir's power more swiftly than Chun-un followed suit, exclaiming, Feng Gu, I now feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. If only there were women around. Still so frivolous, Yi Feng chided. Conserve your energy and prepare to assault the threshold. By the way, Nolan, did you perceive any subtle sounds emanating from within your body just now? Nolan pondered briefly before shaking his head. Yi Feng sighed, realizing that Nolan had yet to reach the level of a 1st-tier warrior, still far from being comparable to the golden armored guards. However, He believed that with a year or so to fully absorb the elixir's essence, Nolan would surely attain that standard. By the way, Feng, what became of those 5 fellows who accompanied you? Shunan inquired unexpectedly. They returned home. Realizing they could not defeat the 8th-level sand serpent, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, preferring to shield them from darker truths. Is that so? Then why do you possess a heavy spear from Mo? Shunan pressed further. A jolt of alarm coursed through Nolan, his gaze sharpening with suspicion towards Yi Feng. Oh, well, the Mo people are quite amiable. Upon noticing our outdated weaponry, one gifted me this spear. Claiming he had hundreds at home and did not mind parting with this one, Yi Feng continued his fabrications. Alas, I had previously harbored hostility towards him. Who would have thought he was a man of warmth beneath his cold exterior? I, Shunan, ought to forge a brotherhood with him. Shunan lamented with a sigh of regret. Enough of this matter. Let us prepare to journey north. Nolan, you shall guide our direction. With that, Yi Feng joined his 300 warriors. Let us depart. Nolan took the lead, pointing the fragrant wood ahead. In the Blacktree River region, 1,000 miles lay encased in ice, and 10,000 miles were cloaked in snow. The sky poured with heavy snowflakes, submerging all structures of Hot Spring Island. As for the Blacktree River, it had long since been entirely frozen, creating a bridge between the 2 banks. By the riverside, a number of great trees bore the frozen corpses of the Cloud Mountain tribe, who had failed to migrate to the vast grasslands. After the departure of Hot Spring Island, they found themselves devoid of food, left to await their demise in this desolate place, lacking the strength to venture towards the city of eternal life. The entire world was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of snowflakes landing upon the ground. At that moment, heavy footsteps resonated from a nearby grove of ice. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the thicket. With a thunderous roar, the behemoth collapsed to the ground, sending a flurry of snow into the air. The temperature along the Blacktree River had plummeted to a chilling minus 120 degrees. Even the most formidable of beasts could not withstand such cold. Just then, a golden figure flashed through the trees, leaping directly towards the creature's abdomen. In Chapter 661, do you still wish to deceive me? Its iron-like claws scraped fiercely, and the creature's belly was instantly torn open. This golden figure, bare from the waist up and seemingly unperturbed by the frigid air, possessed a glimmer of anthropomorphic emotion in its golden eyes. After devouring several large mouthfuls of flesh, the figure gradually rose to its feet, casting a vacant gaze towards the ruins of Hot Spring Island, as if lost in memories. With a mighty roar, it leapt several times, landing upon the remnants of the island and clearing away the accumulated snow. After a while, it excavated a hole and entered a large shed. Remarkably, the snow had not crushed the structure, which still retained elements of its former architecture, several long benches, various tables and stools, and a few fire pits. Though only remnants of charcoal remained within them, Dragon 5 roamed within the shed, occasionally caressing the chairs or tables, its gaze oscillating between the wild and the civilized. After a considerable time had passed, it suddenly crouched down in anguish. Roar, Maple, Maple, it uttered a few words before abruptly directing its gaze northward. With a swift motion, the golden figure burst forth from the shed, racing towards the north. In its wake lay the fallen corpses of humans and beasts alike, with the occasional sight of a water duck, frozen in a crystalline state. At the Angry Sea Dock, wooden cabins had been erected to provide rest for the esteemed lords of the upper clan, allowing the Duoyen people to seize the opportunity to trade with them. Women utilized their beauty while men offered their labor. 2 kilometers away from the dock, 7 warships were anchored. Indeed, during Yi Feng's absence, all 18 colossal vessels of Hot Spring Island had been completed. Wang Zhihai contemplated the need for a substantial workforce to construct the new Hot Spring Island, thus leaving 7 warships stationed here to transport laborers from the city of eternal life. A canoe drifted from one of the warships, slowly approaching the dock. Standing aboard was the spirited Damond, who now wielded considerable authority, commanding 7 warships simultaneously, 5 of which would periodically venture into the deep sea for fishing, thereby sustaining the credit of the hot spring currency. As he stepped ashore, he was greeted by Qinglan. Having met Mr. Damond, our apothecary hall now requires 1,000 pounds of frozen fish. Here is 1,000 hot spring coins. Please accept them. Qinglan politely handed over the money. Such trivial matters. Please refrain from seeking me in the future. Simply consult the store manager, as he is capable of addressing this issue. Duamend pushed the money back. Indeed, he had arrived with the intention of flaunting his status in the illustrious Changsheng City. After a brief interval, he mounted a goat and, under the escort of 8 sailors, gradually made his way towards the castle's location. The journey from the dock to the castle spanned several kilometers. The celestial Khan, Meng Yanlie, anxious to prevent any unforeseen incidents, commanded 2,000 troops to line both sides, ensuring that no refugees would attempt to loot. On the new hot spring island, over 100 nautical miles away, at least 80,000 souls had gathered. They were laboriously laying foundations on cliffs rising to 100 meters, compacting the earth, and burying stone blocks beneath the surface. Chief Engineer Cheng was galloping on horseback, directing the operations. You lot, do not slack off. Compact the soil more thoroughly. Or how shall we erect a castle of several dozen meters? And you, encircle the sinkhole. The fence must be at least 5 meters high to prevent children from falling in. To those constructing the arrow towers, he instructed, ensure the towers are robust, the higher, the better, for heavy machine guns and artillery shall be placed atop them. Cheng ran tirelessly, for he alone possessed the architectural knowledge required to blend modern and ancient styles into a harmonious castle of Eastern and Western design. Dig the sewers deeper to prevent the foul odors from rising, he shouted once more. On the riverbank, Nooduo and Bai Chushua hurriedly retreated 50 meters away. In the next moment, the ground where they had just stood erupted with a thunderous blast. A massive boulder was shattered into countless fragments, and the shockwave enveloped an area of over 30 meters, with the air pressure soaring to a height of 15 meters. Success! A mere kilogram of explosives has generated such explosive power, Bai Chushua exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I have heard of the Tianhua cannon of the Yunshan clan, but it merely transmits signals. I did not expect you to amplify its power so significantly. Vice Dean, you are quite impressive. Nooduo finally acknowledged Bai Chushua's abilities. It is also thanks to the ample supply of powder you provided. Otherwise, this potent explosive would not have been developed so swiftly. Bai Chushua met Nooduo's gaze, their mutual admiration evident as they clasped hands and proceeded towards the munitions factory, carrying several kilograms of volatile explosives. You are old Cheng's apprentice, are you not? Keep this explosive carefully. It possesses immense power and can be fashioned into shells, Bai Chushua advised. Shells are indeed easier to produce. But bullets are a different matter altogether, Cheng apprentice remarked as he stored the explosives in a cabinet. Susan, cradling the child of Bo Kachin, stood atop a hill, surveying the entirety of the hot spring island. Bo Kachin, the construction of the hot spring island is imminent. I shall certainly persuade Yi Feng that if Tuba does not revive soon, you are permitted to seek a new husband, Susan assured her. Indeed, Bo Kachin nodded gravely. Just then, a large shadow swept over the heads of the 2 women. Ha ha ha, I have now become a knight of the divine eagle. What a thrill, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, laughing with a sound like silver bells from atop the bird's back. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed since she arrived on the deserted island, transforming from a mere 15-year-old girl into a graceful 18-year-old maiden. On the island, many handsome young men have expressed their affections towards her, frequently presenting her with flowers, delightful treats, and exquisite shells. Among them, a native boy named Zaha proved to be the most earnest, under the guidance of Cheng Libin. He composed a love letter to Ding Tuanchuan. However, the content was rather overly sentimental. Tuanchuan, my dear heart and soul, my sweetest darling, my honey, would you do me the honor of being my woman? I, Cheng Libin, promise to cherish you beyond measure. Cheng Libin's name was crossed out and replaced with Zaha's. In a fit of anger, Tuanchuan read the letter aloud before the entire assembly of Hot Spring citizens, leaving Zaha utterly humiliated. Subsequently, she issued a stern warning to Cheng Libin, for in her heart, there would forever be only one man. Yi Feng observed the 3 peculiar figures before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Speak, why does the iron spear of Mo rest in your possession? The leader inquired. From the aura emanating from him, Yi Feng assessed that he was at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, slightly stronger than those from Mo. The other 2 men were of similar strength. 3 6th-tier warriors constituted a formidable trio at the fringes of the Green Sea Desert. All iron spears are alike. What gives you reason to believe that this one belongs to Mo? Yi Feng replied coolly. Do you think you can deceive me? I would recognize Mo's iron spear anywhere. Now, tell me, what have you done with him? The leader stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence. Chapter 662. Let us use it for now. We shall discuss future matters later. Very well. I concede that this was a gift from Mo. We share a profound bond, forged through years of life and death. Yi Feng spun a tale without hesitation, casually fabricating his words. He was uncertain whether he could confront all 3 6th-tier warriors simultaneously, yet he believed he could manage it. Primarily, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his full abilities long ago. Nonsense. Surround him. The trio swiftly encircled Yi Feng. Gentlemen, what is your intent? Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by intent? Mo has just graduated from the Bloodstained Hall. He has been in seclusion there. How could he possibly be your longtime friend? You must have killed him. The leader's eyes narrowed. Yi Feng sighed. Clearly, the desert dwellers were not easily fooled, and one misstep could lead to exposure. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes and channeled his powers into his fingertips. I speak only the truth. If you do not believe me, please see for yourself. With that, Yi Feng suddenly thrust his hand forward. Whoosh! A fireball surged towards the leader. The man barely had time to react before the fireball struck his cheek. In the next instant, flames enveloped his body, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Master! The other two were taken aback, simultaneously launching an assault on Yi Feng. Bang! Bang! Yi Feng took 2 punches to the chest, sending him flying 20 meters away. However, the strength of the 6th-tier warriors posed little threat to Yi Feng at this stage. The blood scales emerged, effortlessly shielding him from the strike. What manner of creature are you? The two exchanged tight-lipped glances, their eyes drifting towards the charred remains of their elder brother. It is my turn now, Yi Feng declared, launching a simultaneous assault with both fists. Bang! The two also retaliated, meeting Yi Feng's fists with their own. Boom! Yi Feng staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain his footing. In contrast, the two remained utterly unyielding. It seemed that despite being at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, Yi Feng still had some distance to cover before reaching the 6th. Take another punch from me. Yi Feng unleashed another dual-fisted strike. Seeking death? The two warriors exchanged glances, suddenly channeling their full strength. They resolved that since Yi Feng foolishly chose to engage in a contest of strength, they would decisively eliminate him in one fell swoop. Boom! In the next moment, 2 bursts of icy true energy erupted from Yi Feng's palms, drenching the 2 men in frost. Oh no, my body has frozen. Both men gasped in shock, hurriedly attempting to pat the frost from their limbs. With their 6th-tier prowess, the icy energy would only immobilize them for a mere 2 seconds. Yet, those 2 seconds were more than sufficient for Yi Feng. Thud! A heavy spear pierced through one of them, its devastating force obliterating his heart. The other, alarmed, desperately twisted away, his body rigid as he attempted to flee. Thud! A figure flashed past him. The man's head soared 3 feet into the air. Shin'en, with an air of arrogance, sheathed his curved blade. Brother Feng, I, Shin'en, am still capable of lending assistance, he stated coolly. Indeed. I shall rely on you for my retirement in the future, Yi Feng replied, giving a thumbs up. Fear not, Brother Feng. It is my duty to provide for your retirement. Does that sound a bit off? Shin'en paused momentarily. Haha, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Check these 2 for any valuables, Yi Feng suggested, removing one man's backpack. As expected, a 6th-tier warrior would possess valuable items. Yi Feng discovered 3 golden holy fruits, 2 6th-tier crystal pills, and a beast skin scroll inscribed with curvaceous script. A fine haul, Brother Feng. This fellow possesses 6 crystal pills, which appear to be of the 4th tier, Shin'en exclaimed, waving the sack joyfully. Divide those 6 crystal pills into smaller pieces and share them among all the brothers. Ensuring an equitable distribution, Yi Feng instructed, nodding with satisfaction. He had come to a rough estimation of his strength. He could likely contend with 2 6th-tier warriors simultaneously. Against 3 6th-tier warriors, if he could stealthily eliminate one, he stood a considerable chance of success. Moreover, in his previous encounter with the 2 6th-tier warriors, he had not employed his full arsenal of abilities, such as the blood-sucking technique or lightning manipulation. Should he unleash all his powers, perhaps he could take on 4 6th-tier warriors. As for 7th-tier warriors, Yi Feng had never encountered one. Perhaps he could triumph. However, he was certain he would be no match for a 9th-tier warrior. As Meng Yanlie is a 9th-tier warrior, it is evident how formidable he is. Even when he was merely a 3rd-tier warrior, he could withstand the flames of divine power. This demonstrates the immense strength of a 9th-tier warrior. The assembly took their places. Sitting down in orderly fashion, each expecting their share. Shunin produced a wooden board, placing 6 fourth-tier crystal pills upon it, and meticulously sliced them into smaller pieces to distribute among the 300 valiant Spartan warriors below. What a delightful surprise it is to follow the commander and receive crystal pills to consume. I now comprehend why so many aspire to become citizens of Hot Spring Island. The benefits are indeed remarkable. If we diligently persevere, surviving until our return, we shall undoubtedly achieve the status of Hot Spring Island citizens and enjoy a life free from worries about crystal pills. Not only do I wish to become a citizen myself, but I also intend to bring my entire family of 80 along with me into this newfound community. The 300 warriors chattered joyously, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the small pieces of crystal pills in Chunan's hands. Yifeng settled upon a sand dune, clutching 2 6th-tier crystal pills in his hands. In an instant, the 2 high-grade crystal pills diminished, completely absorbed by him. A subtle crack echoed in his ears, and he felt a hidden gateway within him burst open, releasing a surge of powerful energy that invigorated his entire being. The energy he had previously expended returned at an astonishing rate. What a marvel! This blood-sucking technique is undoubtedly not an ordinary ability. Perhaps it transcends this world altogether. Otherwise, how could it be so vastly superior to other powers? Just the capacity to absorb crystal pills is exponentially swifter than that of an ordinary person, not to mention its ability to absorb other abilities and facilitate rapid recovery. Of course, there may be repercussions, though Yifeng had only heard of them from Ning Duo and had yet to experience the side effects of this technique firsthand. Future repercussions may be significant, yet he remains unconcerned, choosing to wield this power for now and leaving future considerations for later. Yifeng cast aside 2 pieces of jerky and surveyed the surroundings for miles. His vision had sharpened to such an extent that he could discern a grain of sand from 100 meters away and even hear the faint sound of beetles burrowing beneath the sand from 20 meters away. After ascending to the 6th tier, this sensation is extraordinary, akin to the refreshing feeling after a full 10 hours of sleep. His mind is clear, vision sharp, hearing acute, transforming the world from standard definition to high definition. Meanwhile, Shunin had finished distributing the crystal pills among the 300 warriors, leaving only himself and Nolan. Nolan, there are just 17 small crystal pills remaining. Allow me to distribute them. 1 for you, 1 for me, 1 for you, 1 for me, 1 for you, and 1 for me. In no time, Shunin had fairly allocated the pills. Nolan gazed at the 7 crystal pills before him, filled with indignation, yet unable to voice it. With a swift motion, Yifeng shoved Shunin aside. Do not bully the honest. 17 pills means each of you will receive 8, and for the sake of fairness, I shall consume the last one. With that, Yifeng picked up 1 pill and tossed it into his mouth. Chun-un, Nolan, 300 warriors, set forth towards the temple, gathering information along the way about where holy water can still be produced. After speaking, Yifeng mounted his steed. Brother Feng, I feel the temperature in the great desert drops day by day. Do you think the temperature in the Black Tree River Basin could plummet to -500 degrees? Shunin couldn't help but inquire. Have you lost your senses? Absolute zero is just below -300 degrees. How could it possibly dip to -500? However, Yifeng sighed. This world is not the one we once knew. Anything is possible, and we must prepare thoroughly. Even if the temperature were to fall to -300 degrees, 99% of the life forms here would face extinction, excluding the mighty warriors and formidable sand beasts. Now, as a 6th-tier warrior, I can sense my body's resilience to the cold. As for Nolan and Shunin, who aren't even 1st tier, they would undoubtedly succumb to temperatures of -300 degrees. And what about those on Hot Spring Island? I feel I can no longer consume crystal pills alone. If I hunt low-tier crystal pills, I should save them for the people of Hot Spring Island. Last time, I intercepted a century's worth of resources from Eternal Life City, and we still have 80% of the crystal pills unused. If I were to provide the people of Hot Spring Island with 2 doses a week, perhaps in 10 years, they would all evolve into 1st-tier warriors or higher. Experts like Duoming and Mago Bai could certainly become 6th-tier warriors in a decade. And if their absorption abilities improve, they might even reach the level of the 9th-tier warrior Meng Yanlie. Now that I hold a position of leadership, I mustn't act as a lone wolf. I must consider the team in all matters. After traveling 30 miles through the desert, Yifeng suddenly narrowed his eyes and reined in his horse. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Nolan inquired. About 5 miles ahead, there are 3 sand beasts feeding. Yi Feng replied, his expression darkening slightly. Is that so? Nolan quickly leaped 30 meters high, scanning the area for several kilometers. I don't see anything. Nolan landed with a thud. Of course, with your current abilities, it is quite challenging to see 5 miles in this sandstorm. Let us proceed. Everyone, draw your shields. Although I spotted 3 sand beasts, they are too far for me to discern their levels, but they are likely not very high, Yi Feng said, moving to the front of the group. Brother Feng, I should have brought a heavy machine gun, with it in hand. Even a 9th-tier sand beast wouldn't withstand the sustained fire. Chenin expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you know? The heavy machine gun is our lifeline. If we were to bring it into the desert, it might attract the covetous eyes of powerful beings, especially some Force users. They could trace it back to Hot Spring Island, annihilating our people and seizing our military assets, Yi Feng replied slowly. In truth, he had considered this matter before their departure, but was dissuaded by Duo Meng and Ma Goubai. Yi Feng understood that a heavy machine gun could obliterate the body of a 9th-tier warrior. Regarding the power level of the warrior, Yi Feng held little confidence. But he surmised that even they would struggle against the relentless barrage of a heavy machine gun. However, there was a prerequisite. The warrior's speed would undoubtedly be as swift as lightning. The effective range of the heavy machine gun was limited to approximately 1,500 meters, while its maximum reach was merely 3,500 meters. The warrior could close the distance to the gunner in mere seconds, leading Yi Feng to abandon that thought. After walking for about 10 minutes, the others finally discerned the 3 sand beasts ahead. They were feasting upon 5 or 6 of their kind lying on the ground. Upon noticing the 300 troops, the trio of sand beasts simultaneously lifted their heads, their blood-red gazes fixated on Yi Feng. To his surprise, they were 3 first-level sand beasts. Chenin, after nurturing your abilities for 1,000 days, it is time to test your strength. The one on the left is yours. It is the weakest. The one in the middle will be handled by Nolan, and the one on the right is entrusted to Balraf, Yi Feng pronounced steadily. Balraf, a centurion promoted by Yi Feng, responded without hesitation, no problem, of course. Nolan and Balraf shrugged nonchalantly. However, Chenin was taken aback. It was his first time facing a sand beast alone, and even a first-level one sent shivers down his spine. Brother Feng, please protect me. If it tries to harm me, do come to my rescue, Chenin implored nervously. Rest assured, I shall stand by your side and ensure not a single scratch befalls you, Yi Feng reassured, patting his chest confidently. Meanwhile, Nolan and Balraf engaged in combat with the 2 sand beasts. Having been seasoned warriors, they handled the confrontation with ease, almost toying with their adversaries. Chenin gulped nervously, donned his helmet, secured his leather armor, and solemnly drew his curved blade. Soon, he too found himself in battle with the first-level sand beast. Remarkably, the skirmish was quite spirited, despite being at a disadvantage. Chenin, buoyed by Yi Feng's presence, unleashed all his combat prowess. The primary distinction between humans and sand beasts lay in the latter's lack of fear. A sand beast could exert its full strength of 10,000 pounds without hesitation. In contrast, humans, even with comparable strength and techniques, often succumb to fear, rendering them capable of only half their potential. When fear clouded the mind, humans became paralyzed, forgetting their skills and relying solely on brute force. After 2 exhausting hours of relentless combat, just as Chun neared exhaustion, he finally severed the sand beast's head. A round of applause erupted as Yi Feng led the cheers. Chenin, well done. Let us all applaud. The desert resonated with the sound of flesh colliding. Oh, could someone bring a stretcher? I need to rest for a moment. Chenin gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his kidneys. Help him onto a horse and tie him down for some rest. A group promptly assisted in securing Chun into the horse. Yi Feng approached, extracting 3 crystal pills and placing them in a sack beside the horse. Let these inferior crystal pills be taken back for the people of Hot Spring Island. He has now realized that the stronger one becomes, the more one must consume superior crystal pills. This is because the efficacy of low-grade crystal pills diminishes for those seeking advancement. The inhabitants of Hot Spring Island possess relatively low power, making the first-level crystal pills perfectly suitable for them. Old 3, there are unexpectedly so many foreign tribesmen here, unlike those of our great desert. At that moment, 3 riders approached from ahead. The leading man was wrapped in a headscarf, bearing a heavy sword across his back. The other 2 wielded curved blades, their gazes chillingly fierce. Hiss! Yi Feng inhaled sharply, his smile abruptly freezing. The aura emanating from the man in the headscarf was incredibly dense, comparable to that of Meng Yanlie from earlier. The other two were similarly formidable, not much weaker than him, likely at least 7th-level warriors. Moreover, they were less than 100 meters away, and he had only just noticed their presence, indicating their adeptness at concealment in the desert. The others also sensed the strength of the trio and stood tall. Nolan even placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Feng quickly intervened, stepping forward with a beaming smile. "Esteemed brothers, which tribe do you hail from?" he inquired politely. The 3 men offered no response, instead casting sharp glances at the 300 individuals behind him. What business does a 6th-level warrior have bringing so many novices into the great desert? The man in the headscarf asked coolly. "We are merely here to tour the desert." Feng replied casually. "Touring? Ha ha ha, what fortuitous timing, encountering us 3 brothers. Do you carry anything of value?" The headscarf man queried. Feng hesitated for a moment before producing 3 first-level crystal pills. "Esteemed brothers, this is all we possess. Please accept it." He reasoned that the strength of these 3 individuals was unfathomable, so it was wiser to part with some wealth to avert disaster. The headscarf man glanced dismissively at the 3 low-grade crystal pills, raising an eyebrow. "Do you take me for a fool? You, along with your companions. Strip bare and turn out your pockets. Be swift, my brothers and I are pressed for time," he commanded coldly. "You?" Feng's expression shifted slightly. "Brother Feng, do not provoke them. They must be desert bandits." Nolan quickly grasped Feng's arm. "Desert bandits?" Feng's countenance darkened. He had heard tales of bandits who were typically powerful and remorseless, akin to wanted criminals among the desert tribes. "Esteemed brothers, while stripping is out of the question, I can have them turn their bags inside out for your inspection. Listen well, turn your bags inside out for the esteemed ones to see." Upon finishing, Feng voluntarily turned his own bag inside out. It contained some golden fruits and a few low-value crystal pills. The 3 dismounted, weaving through the crowd of 300, inspecting each pocket. "So impoverished. We were told to expect to find a few treasures from the wretched child tribe, yet there is not a single one." The headscarf man sighed. "Wretched child tribe?" Feng's expression shifted. "Esteemed brothers, are you referring to the Ga tribe of the Blacktree River Basin?" "What Ga tribe? What Blacktree River Basin?" Laozi spoke of the Unhai tribe, a prominent clan in the desert. "Do you possess any of their contraptions, or perhaps even a mere saber?" The man in the headscarf inquired without hesitation. "What does this mean? Why are the 3 of them so fixated on the Unhai tribe's mechanisms and weaponry?" Feng struggled to contain his rage. "It is no trivial matter. The weapons produced by the Unhai tribe are unparalleled throughout the desert, forged from the finest steel. Furthermore, their mechanisms, particularly the heavenly grade ones, could annihilate an entire tribe with ease." Upon finishing his statement, the man in the headscarf swiftly mounted his horse. Feng chose silence, hoping these 3 individuals would leave promptly. "Well then, we shall take our leave. You may now proceed to blind yourselves," the man on horseback declared with an air of entitlement. "What? Are you asking us to blind ourselves? This is outrageous." The 300 men under Feng's command erupted in anger. Chapter 665. A glimmer of madness and ruthlessness in his eyes if you do not take action. "We 3 brothers shall be forced to do so. Do not push me." With a flick of his finger, the man in the headscarf unsheathed his massive sword by a mere inch. "Must it come to this?" Feng asked with an impassive expression. "What do you think?" The man in the headscarf leaned slightly to the side. "Very well, I shall now proceed to blind myself." Feng extended 2 fingers, slowly aiming them at his own eyes. In the next moment, his body lunged forward, 3 blazing flames shooting toward the trio with the speed of lightning. Ugh! 2 of them were immediately engulfed in flames, writhing in agony as they screamed in terror. However, the man in the headscarf reacted with remarkable swiftness, cleaving the flames in 2 with his sword at a critical moment. "Eliminate those 2. I shall handle this man in the headscarf." Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of the headscarf-wearing man, blocking any assistance to his 2 companions. "Why are you still hesitating? Go finish off those 2 half-dead souls," Chunin commanded, charging ahead. Though the 2 adversaries were indeed 7th-tier warriors, their senses had been rendered null by the flames enveloping their faces. Chunin struck once and retreated, allowing another to take his place. After dozens of strikes, 5 unfortunate souls were struck by the fiery duo's fist winds, their bodies torn asunder. Meanwhile, the man in the headscarf struck without hesitation. Thud! The sand before him was plowed into a deep trench. Feng rolled swiftly, using every ounce of strength to evade the blow. A 6th-tier warrior possessing such speed is no weakling. The man in the headscarf unleashed a sweeping cross slash with his massive sword, sending a wave of sword energy towards Feng once more. Thud. Despite exerting all his strength, Feng still felt a strip of flesh torn from his shoulder. He yearned to close the distance to employ the blood-sucking technique or the ice divine art, yet the man in the headscarf was simply too formidable. He could not find an opportunity to draw near. "Brother Feng, I can barely hold on. Bring 100 men to assist me," a centurion shouted, leading over 100 soldiers in a tumultuous charge. "No, do not come here." Feng shouted urgently, but it was too late. Clang. A tangible sword aura spread towards the 100 men. Boom. The friction between the sword aura and their bodies produced a sonic boom. The first 20 or so were cleaved in half along with their shields. The others, startled, gritted their teeth and charged at the man in the turban from all directions. "Do these ants dare to resist me?" The man in the turban finally erupted in fury. As he drew his massive sword, he became a tiger amidst sheep. Boom, boom, boom. Each swing unleashed a torrent of sword energy, and the violent sonic booms reverberated for miles around. "Do not harm my brothers," roared the centurion, brandishing his sword and shield as he advanced. Boom. A wave of sword energy swept past the centurion's shield. In the next instant, his body exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Kitamar. Feng's eyes turned crimson as he lunged forward, narrowly dodging a strike of sword energy from the man in the turban. Ice true chi surged forth. 2 streams of frost shot out. But the turban man merely shifted his body and appeared behind Feng, swinging his great sword down upon him. "Brother Feng." 2 valiant warriors threw themselves onto Feng's back, heedless of danger. Thud. The 2 were cleaved in half. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The blood scales on Feng's back manifested, saving his life. "You scoundrel." Feng crouched low, his fingers flicking forward simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. 2 fiery serpents shot forth. Yet, the man in the turban merely tilted his body slightly and evaded them. "Ha ha ha. This fire has some merit, but your speed." Just as he spoke, a shadow flashed before him. Feng was now merely a meter away. Die? Feng pressed both palms onto the turban man's shoulders. "What do you intend to do?" The man in the turban thrust his head forward, colliding with Feng's forehead. Feng rolled his eyes back, but managed to remain conscious. In the next instant, a powerful suction force emanated from his palms. The blood-sucking technique was unleashed at its maximum. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The man in the turban initially wore a bewildered expression, but as the technique took effect on his shoulders, his countenance changed. He kicked towards Feng's abdomen. Bang! Feng's lower body lifted off the ground, yet his hands remained firmly gripping the turban man's shoulders, refusing to relent. He knew that once he let go, the turban man would never grant him the opportunity to close the distance again. "What is in your hands?" The man in the turban felt his energy gradually dissipating, his shoulders aching unbearably, rendering his arms powerless. "Let go." Bang, 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 bang. He kicked repeatedly at Feng's abdomen, landing 7 or 8 blows. Feng's lower body intermittently left the ground, and he coughed up copious amounts of blood. Yet, his blood-sucking technique continued to replenish his wounds. "This is bad. You?" The man in the turban sensed his waist weakening. He lifted his leg once more, delivering a savage kick to Feng. However, due to the energy being siphoned away by the blood-sucking technique, his kick merely caused Feng to tremble, unlike the previous strikes that had lifted him off the ground. "Miserable wretch, how does it feel?" Feng extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 666. The evil place. When confronting such scum, one must not show mercy. He must be toppled in one fell swoop. "What sort of ability is this? Release me, and I shall cease to blind your eyes," the turban man stammered, feeling his legs betray him. Moreover, the blood-sucking technique had already taken hold in his dantian. Yet, being a 9th-tier warrior, the energy within his dantian remained incredibly fortified. Although the technique had affected that area, it could not conquer his dantian in a short span. A minute passed, and the turban man found himself utterly immobilized, with only the energy in his dantian holding the last line of defense. "You, foreigner, let me go, and I promise not to trouble you again. I am a sand bandit. I honor my word," he pleaded, trembling as he spoke, his eyes darting to the side. The other two subordinates had been reduced to mere pulp. Miserable wretch, begging now is futile. Someone, pierce his dantian with a blade, quickly. Feng commanded breathlessly. Yes. Nolan approached, brandishing the curved blade near the turbaned man's abdomen. You can't do this. The turbaned man, in a moment of panic, felt a fissure open in the energy of his dantian. In the next instant, the blood-sucking technique breached his energy core. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The turbaned man managed to utter a single syllable before his shoulders and mouth rapidly shrank, akin to a flower wilting under boiling water. His skin quickly contracted, and soon his face transformed into a skeletal visage. The moisture in his eyes swiftly drained away. Feng released the turbaned man, collapsing beside him, gasping for breath. Brother Feng, are you all right? Chen hurried over to support Feng. With great difficulty, Feng lowered his gaze to see that his leather armor had been punctured, leaving a significant wound on his abdomen. Fortunately, he had drained the turbaned man completely. Otherwise, with his injuries, it would have taken him 3 to 5 months to recover to about 80% of his strength. Even so, his current power had diminished to only 90% of his usual capacity. The blood-sucking technique could only restore a portion of his injuries, while the final 10% would require time for recuperation. Nolan, assess the casualties. Feng spoke slowly. Brother Feng, we have lost over 70 brothers. With 120 severely injured and 40 lightly wounded, Nolan's voice quivered with sorrow. They had barely entered the desert, and their once 300-strong party had been reduced to less than half. The gravely injured would certainly be unable to continue fighting, and it was imperative that they not be left behind in the desert. It appears I acted hastily. I should not have brought so many individuals to the desert. Chen, take the remaining brothers and escort the severely injured back to the Changsheng City on the grassland. After that, bring them and their families to Hot Spring Island, where they can reside temporarily. Wang Zhihai will initiate a vote, granting them the right to elect their citizenship. Feng spoke with a measured tone. Brother Feng, let Nolan take them back. I will accompany you, Chen asserted resolutely. Are you certain? Feng queried, narrowing his eyes. Indeed. With so many sand beasts in the desert, I intend to harness their crystal cores to elevate my strength to that of a mighty warrior, Chen replied with conviction. Feng sighed. Very well. Chen, Nolan, you two will accompany me to find Duo Yanhina. The others will be led back to Changsheng City by Balraf. I shall write you a letter. Otherwise, Mon will not permit your boarding on the warship. After speaking, Feng produced a piece of animal hide and began inscribing a blood letter, finishing it with his palm imprint. Take this, Balraf. If you encounter Susan, inform her that I am faring well in the desert and my strength is increasing rapidly, so she need not worry, Feng instructed. Then, Brother Feng, we shall return with the severely injured comrades. Farewell. Balraf, aware that the injured could not afford to delay, promptly departed with them. As Feng watched his comrades leave, he suddenly struck the ground with great force. In an instant, a massive pit appeared beneath him. Feng pushed his palms forward, and a powerful gust propelled the bodies into the deep pit. Fill it with sand. Chen, Nolan, he commanded. The trio began to cover the pit, ensuring the burial of their 70 brothers. Let us depart. Feng mounted his horse, leading the two towards the north. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. Along their journey, the trio encountered 2 groups of sand bandits. Fortunately, they were feeble. Feng merely showcased a fraction of his abilities, causing them to flee in terror. Additionally, he managed to slay an 8th-level sand beast, acquiring yet another 8th-level crystal core. The remainder were all sand beasts below the 4th level, and Feng distributed the lower-grade crystal cores among Chen and Nolan. Moreover, they encountered several smaller oases along the way, one of which housed a small tribe consisting of about 70 individuals, including 9 warriors. Feng could not bear to harm them. He simply requested a drink of water before departing. At that moment, the 3 men gazed in astonishment at a towering wall before them. Brother Feng, this wall is even more magnificent than that of Changsheng City. Just how vast must this oasis be? Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Feng pursed his lips, observing throngs of merchant caravans entering through the city gates. On the wall stood dozens of warriors, wielding peculiar weapons that exuded a strong sense of technology, starkly contrasting with the primitive society. The Yuan-Kai tribe. This must be the renowned Yuan-Kai tribe, someone from a merchant caravan shouted. So this is the illustrious Yuan-Kai tribe? Feng scrutinized the warriors on the wall, his eyes narrowing suddenly. At that moment, one of the warriors revealed a small swastika insignia on his cuff, which did not escape Yi Feng's keen gaze. Brother Feng, shall we enter the city? So many merchant caravans have already gone in. The Yuanhai clan should not be an evil place, Shunan urged, as they had not had water for 4 days. Let us proceed and take a look. Perhaps we might discover some fine steel, Yi Feng replied with confidence. The 3 riders slowly approached the city wall. Chapter 667. Your thoughts mirror mine. Stop. Which tribe do you 3 belong to? Just then, 2 warriors appeared at the city gate, wielding what appeared to be crossbows. We are from the Yunshan tribe, Yi Feng casually declared, choosing a tribe name at random, knowing that if he mentioned the people of Hot Spring Island, they would likely be unfamiliar with it due to its recent emergence. Yunshan tribe? What is the name of your chieftain? One of the warriors inquired. I have forgotten. In truth, I am a wild man from the Black Tree River Basin south of the Yunwu Mountains. Yi Feng altered his identity once more. The 2 warriors exchanged whispers, and one of them hurried off to a nearby pavilion. Yi Feng noticed a young man seated within. He had fair skin, a prominent nose, and striking blue eyes, with curly brown hair slicked back into a gentlemanly pompadour. Looking at the other warriors, Yi Feng observed that those wielding crossbows had a markedly different appearance. Their skin dark and coarse, distinctly reminiscent of the desert, contrasting starkly with the young man's complexion. After a while, the young man approached. You are a wild man from the Black Tree River Basin? He scrutinized Yi Feng. Indeed. What of it? Yi Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the young man exuded only the aura of a first-tier warrior, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Feng sensed a looming danger enveloping him. Well, I believe you. Enter the city, but do not cause any trouble in Na City, the young man advised before returning to the pavilion. Thank you. Yi Feng nodded in gratitude, inexplicably sensing a quality in the young man reminiscent of Earth's talents. He was evidently detached from savagery, devoid of any primitive aura. The 3 riders gradually approached the city gate. Here, too, stood warriors of the Yuanhai clan, though they largely shared a uniform appearance, starkly contrasting with that of the young man. Just as the 3 were about to enter Na City, a sudden reprimand echoed from behind. Are you sand bandits? Yi Feng quickly turned to see 6 burly men lined up, weapons in hand, casting sharp glances at the surrounding Yuanhai warriors. These warriors, with slender swords at their waists and crossbows drawn, aimed their bolts at the 6 men. We are not sand bandits. If we were, how could we dare to enter Na City and walk into a trap? The leader of the men said nervously. Yi Feng noted that this man possessed the aura of a 9th-tier warrior, yet he was evidently anxious in the presence of these Yuanhai individuals, who were hardly even warriors. What are you 3 dawdling about? Quickly, get on the ground. More Yuanhai warriors arrived to maintain order. Yi Feng and his companions exchanged glances and simultaneously crouched down. Meanwhile, a skirmish was quickly igniting nearby. The warriors of the Wailing Child clan relentlessly pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts, with each crossbow capable of firing approximately 10 shots. Initially, the 6 sand bandits could evade the projectiles with their agility, but within less than half a minute, their bodies were riddled with bolts. Brother Feng, what material are these bolts made of? They are capable of piercing even the skin of a 9th-tier warrior. Moreover, how can something so small possess such formidable power? Shunan exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Yi Feng, too, was taken aback. A standard crossbow would struggle to penetrate even a knight clad in armor, let alone a 9th-tier warrior. Yet, this diminutive device exhibited the might to pierce through gold and shatter stone. One of the bolts passed through a sand bandit's body and landed beside Yi Feng. Seeing that no one was around, he swiftly concealed the bolt within his sleeve. Upon touching the tip of the bolt, Yi Feng was astonished to discover that it was made of the same material as a cannonball, tungsten steel. I can't believe the Wailing Child clan has managed to produce tungsten steel. Why haven't they developed firearms? In a mere 5 minutes, the 6 formidable sand bandits lay lifeless on the ground. Particularly striking was the 9th-tier warrior, whose head was pierced with bolts, his unblinking eyes staring vacantly at the murky sky. Shunan gasped for breath. This 9th-tier warrior was akin to a being of immense power, yet he had been slain by a few diminutive warriors of the Wailing Child clan. These warriors, despite lacking the strength of even a first-tier warrior, had managed to overcome their foes through the sheer might of their weaponry. Perhaps a dozen warriors wielding crossbows would find it challenging to contend with a 9th-tier warrior. But with 100 men unleashing their crossbows together, They could virtually annihilate any small tribe. Yifeng slowly raised his gaze to the parapet above, where several devices resembling smaller versions of siege crossbows were positioned. They were much more compact than the siege crossbows of Eternal Life City, featuring a more streamlined design, and similarly operated as rapid-fire mechanisms. If the power of a hand crossbow could penetrate a 9th-tier warrior, then the Wailing Child clan siege crossbows could surely eliminate master-level warriors. Bring the bodies over and gather them together. As the young man stood, Yifeng noticed the emblem of 2 symbols on the lining of his coat collar. Brother Feng, I suspect that young man is a true descendant of the Germans. While these ordinary warriors of the Wailing Child clan are mercenaries in their service, Chenin remarked seriously. You share my thoughts. Let us speak less for now. Yifeng nodded, rising slowly. Count the number of bolts and collect every one that was fired. None must be left behind, the young man commanded. Understood. A group of warriors began to scour the battlefield for bolts, while Yifeng and his companions were restrained, not allowed to leave. Sir, we've found 349 bolts, but one remains missing, the squad leader reported. That is unacceptable. We must find it. After speaking, the young man climbed onto a stone, casting his gaze towards the various tribes gathered at the city gate. Has anyone found a crossbow bolt? The one in my possession. If you have, please return it immediately. If you do so now, I will not impose any penalties. However, if it is discovered by my men, the situation will become far more complicated, the young man declared loudly. A wave of anxiety washed over Yifeng. A search was imminent. He had initially hoped to take the bolt back for a thorough examination, to explore the materials used in its composition. It seemed that plan would have to be shelved, as the tribesmen were adamant about keeping their technology under wraps. Brother, a crossbow bolt just lodged itself in my sleeve. I only just noticed, Yifeng said as he retrieved the bolt from his garment. Instantly, 2 soldiers rushed over, snatching the bolt from his hand with a fierce glare. Very well. The city gates are now open for passage, the young man sighed in relief upon receiving the bolt back. Clearly, they exercised rigorous control over these bolts, akin to modern ammunition regulations where each round must be accounted for and its history meticulously recorded. The trio finally entered the city of Na. Within the city, horseback riding was prohibited. They were required to lead their horses by hand. 2 patrolling soldiers approached, compelling Yifeng and his companions to dismount. As they wandered through the bustling streets, Yifeng admired the architecture of Na, which featured wooden and stone houses. Yet, as they ventured further toward the city center, the structures became more streamlined, and the presence of tall, fair-skinned individuals increased. Chapter 668. These women bear a striking resemblance to Anna. Among them were several women clad in impeccably tailored attire, exuding a distinct elegance. Wow, Brother Feng. These women resemble Anna quite a bit. Anna is of German descent, isn't she? Chenin exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it seems that the city of Na was established by descendants of the Germans. After 80 years of propagation, they have finally settled here. However, due to their limited numbers, they have hired some indigenous people as soldiers while focusing on the production of various advanced weapons, knives, and swords. After all, German metallurgical technology was pioneering 80 years ago. If these descendants have devoted themselves to metallurgy over the past 8 decades, they may have surpassed even the Germans on Earth in advancement. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Hello. How are you? Yifeng suddenly approached 2 beautiful women and greeted them in German. He had only learned this phrase from Anna. Huh. The 2 women looked at Yifeng in shock, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Hello. How do you know this language? One of the girls inquired. Yifeng, unable to comprehend what the 2 girls were discussing due to his limited proficiency in German, had no choice but to resort to the universal language of this world. Apologies. I only know this phrase. I would like to inquire if there are any weapons for sale here, specifically that hand crossbow. I wish to purchase 100 of them. Yifeng stated earnestly. For purchasing goods, you may visit the weapon shop next door. The 2 women indicated towards a stone building. Thank you, ladies. Would you be willing to guide us? Yifeng boldly asked. He perceived that the 2 young ladies possessed a remarkable sense of refinement. Despite their elevated social standing, they treated the 3 of them without a hint of condescension in their tone, gaze, or even gestures. It appeared that this city of Na was considerably more civilized than other places. I wish to acquire a Na knife, he mused, gazing at the elderly German gentleman before him. Choose for yourself, the elder indicated towards the nearby weapons rack. There were knives, swords, pikes, and bows. Yet none of the repeating crossbows were available for sale. Li Feng picked up an arrow and scrutinized its tip. The arrowhead was indeed crafted from high-quality steel, capable of piercing through heavy armor with sufficient strength. However, in comparison to the arrows from a crossbow, it fell short, as the latter was made from tungsten steel, which could penetrate any hard substance on Earth with ample force. What shall we offer in exchange for this bow and 20 arrows? Li Feng inquired. You may trade with iron ore from the giant stone tribe. 50 pounds of iron ore will suffice, replied the German. Iron ore from the giant stone tribe? So, you mean any iron ore will do? Li Feng asked. No, it must be iron ore from the giant stone tribe. That type is the finest, capable of refining the best steel in the world, the elder explained. Can iron ore from other places produce good steel? Li Feng countered. Certainly not. The quality of the raw materials is paramount. Superior materials eliminate many steps in the process, the elder responded slowly. Very well, where is the giant stone tribe? We shall seek their iron mine at once, Li Feng declared. If you lack iron ore, do not waste your time. Find a guide in the city. They will inform you of such matters. The elder impatiently waved his hand. The three left the weapons shop, feeling dejected. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged. Greetings. I am Moha. Are you looking to purchase something? I grew up in Na City, and I can assist you if needed. Excellent. Could you direct us to the giant stone tribe? Li Feng inquired. The giant stone tribe is quite far from here, and they harbor animosity towards the people of Na City. If they discover that you have sold their iron ore to the outcast tribe, they will ban you from entering the city in the future, Moha cautioned. I see now. No wonder the outcast tribe is eager for trade. They wish to procure iron ore from the giant stone city through the assistance of outsiders. Li Feng seemed to grasp the situation. Will you hire me? Moha asked. Certainly. What do you require for your services? Li Feng countered. Do you possess any crystal pills or sacred fruits? Moha inquired. Wonderful. I happen to have a 6th-level crystal pill. Li Feng revealed, producing the item. A 6th-level crystal pill can secure my services for 3 months. It is not particularly valuable, Moha remarked. What? A 6th-level crystal pill is not valuable? Li Feng and his companions exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly, after consuming this substance, it takes at least 3 years for the medicinal properties to be fully digested. Here, everyone has likely ingested crystal pills at some point. Many still have their medicinal effects lingering within them. Moreover, human life is finite. Most individuals, in a century, can only digest a little over 30 crystal pills. However, if we could refine the crystal pills into a pharmaceutical form, the absorption process would be significantly accelerated, Moha remarked. I see. Then keep the crystal pills for yourself. You have spent 3 months with us, said Yi Feng. Excellent. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. Now, let me guide the 3 of you on a tour of Nanching, Moher stated, proceeding to lead the way. By the way, Moher, do you know the source of the holy water? Yi Feng suddenly inquired, as there are still 3 individuals at home in need of it to be revived. The holy water from the divine temple is exceedingly difficult to obtain. It is produced only a few times a year. Furthermore, I've heard that there have been significant events occurring at the temple, Moher responded. What sort of events? Yi Feng pressed. It likely pertains to the sand beasts. When temperatures drop, some of these massive creatures awaken from beneath the earth. Due to their size, their body temperatures are too high to remain active during the heat. Thus, they can only slumber in the depths of the sea or underground. When the temperature decreases, they are able to move about, Moher explained. At that moment, a group of riders approached from behind, galloping boldly towards the city center. Moher, those individuals do not appear to be nobles of Nanching. Why are they allowed to ride freely through the city? Yi Feng inquired. They belong to the Yellow Sand tribe, a prominent clan, particularly known for their bloodstained hall, which frequently cultivates powerful individuals. I've heard that their young clan leader has been killed, and a manhunt is currently underway, Moher elucidated. The young clan leader? Yi Feng's heart sank. Who is the young clan leader? He asked. I am not certain of his name, but it is said he wields a pure iron-heavy spear. Although the overall strength of the Yellow Sand tribe is average, their numbers are vast, placing them among the elite races in this region. Even the Wraithchild tribe dares not provoke them, allowing them to ride into the city without restraint, Moher replied. Yi Feng and his companions exchanged solemn glances, their expressions instantly grave. What rank does the strongest member of the Yellow Sand tribe hold? Yi Feng inquired again. The clan leader of the Yellow Sand tribe is at least a 9th-tier power master, as the elder of their council is an 8th tier. Their clan leader surely cannot be inferior to him, Moher stated. Chapter 669. You have no idea how much I've missed you these days. Could it be a power king? Chunin interjected. A power king? No, no, no. It has been many years since a power king has appeared in our region. If a power king were to emerge, this area would have likely been unified long ago. Moher shook his head. Then, where might a power king be found? Yifeng asked. I do not know. I have never encountered a power king in my lifetime, nor have I even seen a 9th-tier power master, Moher replied. Just then, a few warriors emerged onto the street, wielding gongs and drums. Ding! The clan leader of the Yellow Sand tribe has decreed that should any foreign entities from the grasslands be discovered, immediate reports are to be made. If the information proves accurate, the Yellow Sand tribe will offer substantial rewards. Ding! The chieftain of the Yellow Sand clan has issued a decree. Should anyone discover foreign tribesmen from the grasslands, they are to report immediately. If the information is verified, the Yellow Sand clan shall bestow abundant rewards. A few warriors marched while striking gongs, instantly capturing the attention of the majority. The merchants swiftly directed their keen gazes around, scrutinizing for any signs of the foreign tribesmen. Yifeng's expression darkened as he hurriedly raised his collar to obscure his face. Fortunately, he was not originally from the grasslands, so those nearby would not take note of him. The people of the vast prairie possess a distinctive characteristic. If they are cavalry, most display a red sun upon their faces, with notably high cheekbones and predominantly slanted eyes, revealing a fierce glint within. In contrast, Yifeng and Chun exhibited softer features. A sense of alarm swept over them simultaneously as they cast their eyes towards Nolan, who bore an unmistakable visage of a standard prairie dweller. Nolan, cover your face with your veil, Yifeng urged. Yes. Once the veil was donned, Nolan's face was finally concealed. Brother Feng, is that you? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Yifeng's body jolted, and he turned mechanically. There stood a robust man, resembling a cannonball, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Chui Ma? The two embraced tightly. Chui Ma, what brings you to the Grievous Child clan? Chunin rushed over to share in the embrace, leaving Nolan looking utterly bewildered. Chui Ma, I've missed you dreadfully during these days, Yifeng remarked as he appraised Chui Ma from head to toe. Brother Feng, there's a grave issue at the temple. A level 20 sand beast has taken control, reigning as the sovereign over a radius of several hundred kilometers. Many formidable sand beasts have flocked to its side, hence I've remained in the Grievous Child clan, seeking solutions. Chui Ma explained. It seems Xian did not deceive me. A level 20 sand beast is indeed a formidable challenge. I wonder if the holy water still resides within the temple. Yifeng sighed. He carried an overwhelming burden. Duoyan Hina, his own child, and the resurrection of Tuba. It should still be there. The temple likely stores the holy water in a secure location. However, that level 20 sand beast poses a significant threat. My intention in lurking here is to steal their crossbow. With the power of the crossbows from Na City, there might be a chance to confront that level 20 sand beast. Once it is defeated, the other sand beasts will retreat from the temple, granting us an opportunity to enter and seek out both people and the holy water, Chui Ma elaborated. Chui Ma, until now I have lacked direction. Now, however, I possess a clearer path. First, we must find a way to acquire the crossbow from Na City. If that fails, we shall resort to theft. With the Na City crossbow in hand, we will proceed towards the temple, seeking an opportunity to lure the level 20 sand beast out, then use the Na City crossbow to eliminate it. Once the other sand beasts disperse, we shall search for the holy water and see if we can locate Hina. Yifeng stated, his face lined with concern. Brother Feng, it sounds complicated. Yet I believe you will succeed, for your willpower is formidable, Chui Ma reassured him. Very well. Let us proceed to the city center, where we can find the leaders of the Germans and ascertain how we might acquire their city defense crossbows. Having spoken, Yifeng led the three individuals towards the heart of the city. As they passed by a building, Chui Ma called out to halt Yifeng. After a brief moment, he emerged with two beastmasters. Great Khan, Brother Feng, the two exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Yifeng with palpable joy. Where are the others? Yifeng inquired. As for the others, one has perished from thirst, and two have fallen at the hands of sand beasts, Chui Ma replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. Alas, they must have families back on Hot Spring Island. Upon our return, we should locate their kin and provide substantial compensation, Yifeng declared, before continuing towards the city center. The entire area was constructed from stone, with the floors, walls, and buildings all crafted from pristine white stone. evoking a sense of grandeur reminiscent of ancient Rome and the pyramids. Simultaneously, the number of Caucasians in the vicinity surged, with only a smattering of indigenous individuals mingling among them. The sight of Yi Feng sparked a flicker of surprise in the eyes of these Caucasians. "Emoha, is there any way to acquire a crossbow?" Yi Feng asked. "Certainly. The only method is to become a mercenary for the Yuanhai tribe, assisting them in attacking the mineral resources of Giant Stone City. That area holds the finest iron ore, which the Yuanhai tribe has long sought to seize. However, the inhabitants of Giant Stone City have asserted that the weapons manufactured by the Yuanhai tribe are unparalleled in the desert. Should they gain control over the mineral resources, there would be no one left to balance their power. Thus, Giant Stone City refuses to part with even a fragment of iron ore," Emoha explained. "I can comprehend that. No region would allow a single race to grow excessively powerful. If, perchance, the leader of the Yuanhai tribe were a tyrant, it would spell disaster for the entire desert." Yi Feng nodded gravely. "How is the hierarchy of the Yuanhai tribe structured?" he inquired. "The leaders of their tribes are not referred to as chieftains or chiefs, but rather as frères. Beneath them are 4 vice-frères, followed by camps, each led by a camp leader, typically comprising around 5,000 individuals. Each camp leader has 2 deputy leaders, and then there are the guards, with approximately 1,000 individuals per guard unit, headed by a guard leader. Below the guard units are the divisions, with each division consisting of 100 individuals, further subdivided into squads, each comprising 20 to 30 individuals," Emoha articulated, demonstrating his deep understanding of the Yuanhai tribe's military structure. A testament to the worth of the crystal pill Yi Feng had bestowed upon him. "May I inquire how many camps they possess in total?" Yi Feng asked. "The units of camps vary in number and composition. The camps I previously mentioned are infantry camps, of which there are about 6, totaling approximately 30,000 individuals. Additionally, there are artillery camps, crossbow camps, sandcart camps, and cavalry camps, each with relatively fewer personnel, generally not exceeding 5,000, likely around 3,000 or so," Emoha continued. Yi Feng nodded, impressed by the detailed classification of military divisions, a hallmark of a civilization. It was no wonder the Yuanhai tribe had risen to prominence. Their advantages extended beyond weaponry to their military organization. In any era, multi-unit forces dominate single-unit forces. One more question: are all these soldiers mercenaries? Or do they include nobles from the Yuanhai tribe? Yi Feng inquired further. Chapter 670. A flurry of touching the upper echelons are predominantly composed of Caucasians. Among those at the battalion leader level, only one is a native, while the rest are entirely white. And among the vice leaders, there is also a native, named Mahato. I understand. In the grand amalgamation of ethnicities, these aristocrats must cultivate good relations with the local populace by promoting a few natives to high-ranking positions. Otherwise, with their limited numbers, they could hardly maintain control over such vast territories and become a formidable clan. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the entire Sha Che battalion consists of white individuals, including the ordinary soldiers. Mahato continued. What is a Sha Che? Yi Feng inquired. Just as he finished his question, a thunderous rumble resonated from nearby. A war chariot, forged entirely of iron, approached from a distance. Its heavy roar deafening. A tank? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. What else could the imposing vehicle passing by be, if not a tank? However, it lacked a cannon. Instead, its upper structure was adorned with numerous gun barrels, capable of covering all directions. That is a Sha Che, Mahato cautioned, quickly stepping aside to avoid being struck by the approaching vehicle. Yi Feng glanced at the underside of the Sha Che, noting its 8 iron wheels, each equipped with a layer of tracks. With these tracks, it could traverse the desert without hindrance, free from the worry of wheels becoming ensnared in the sand. Truly, the descendants of the Germans have developed something remarkable. The Sha Che soon halted beside the road, and as its cover lifted, 7 white men emerged. They wore neither helmets nor ear protection, striding confidently out. A throng of natives hurriedly gathered around the Sha Che, eagerly touching it. Let us go take a look, Yi Feng suggested, tapping on the armor of the Sha Che. It was impressively thick and evidently crafted from high-quality steel, far superior to that of naval vessels. Could it be that this contraption could withstand even heavy machine gun fire? Only autocannons might pose a significant threat to the Sha Che. With this thought, Yi Feng grasped the chassis of the vehicle and lifted with all his might. Goodness! It must weigh at least 30 to 40 tons. Even with his strength, he could only shift it slightly. Hey, don't touch that. Step back. One of the Caucasians waved his hand. The natives quickly scattered, perhaps having witnessed the power of the Shache before. Although they dispersed, Feng continued to circle around it. This machine was astonishing. In a flat geographic setting, it was nearly invincible. If coordinated with infantry, it could achieve the synergy of artillery and troops. Brother Feng, do you think it shoots shells or crossbow bolts? Shannon inquired. I believe it shoots bolts. If it were shells, the barrels would be too slender, Feng replied thoughtfully. Mahato, how many of these tanks or Shachis does the entire Yuanhai tribe possess? Feng turned to ask. There should be fewer than 100. Each Shache is accompanied by 20 crossbowmen, primarily to guard against the risk of someone igniting oil. Mahato explained. Feng raised his thumb in admiration. This iron behemoth could withstand nearly all physical attacks, yet it remained vulnerable to fire assaults. After a while, the 7 Caucasians returned, each taking their seats in the sand vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle belched forth plumes of black smoke and swiftly vanished from Feng's sight. Despite its considerable weight, which limited its speed to approximately 20 kilometers per hour, its formidable array of firearms, cannons, and thick, turtle-like shell rendered it an invincible entity. Moha, guide us to their military headquarters. I am determined to become a mercenary for the Yuanhai tribe, Feng stated earnestly. Having witnessed the advanced sand vehicle, he felt an unwavering desire to join their military ranks, if only to learn about their power systems and later impart that knowledge to Cheng Libin. He was unwilling to settle for second best. He aspired to lead, not follow. Moreover, joining the military could provide him with opportunities to procure a sand vehicle, enabling him to transport the car crossbow to the temple. The military headquarters lies ahead, but I must make it clear. Once you become a mercenary for the Yuanhai tribe, my services will no longer be available to you. The crystal core is non-refundable, Moha said, his expression betraying his hesitation. Rest assured, there's no need to worry. Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall take you there immediately, Moha replied, his face lighting up. In less than half a day, he had earned a 6th-level crystal core, a substantial profit indeed. The group quickly arrived at the city center, where a row of buildings stood and several Caucasians were seated, a long queue forming before them. Behold, this is their mercenary recruitment office. You may queue up yourselves. I shall not intrude, Moha said before swiftly disappearing, evidently anxious to avoid being asked for money. Brother Feng, are you truly intent on becoming a mercenary for the Yuanhai tribe? Despite being the esteemed lord of Hot Spring Island? Zhuema inquired. Why not? To lag behind is to invite defeat. There is much advanced knowledge here that we must absorb. Just the metallurgy techniques alone could occupy us for a lifetime. Therefore, I shall now assign tasks. Once we become mercenaries, Zhuema, you and your 2 subordinates will be responsible for mastering metallurgy. Utilize all your mental faculties. I shall focus on learning how to operate the sand vehicle and understanding its power system. Chenin, you will study the usage and principles of their crossbows. Nolan, you will delve into their tactics, such as the coordination between infantry and artillery. Feng promptly delegated responsibilities. Understood. The group chorused in unison. Hey, are you all here to apply as mercenaries? If so, come forward and queue up. Refrain from causing a commotion, a Caucasian admonished. Feng nodded and took his place at the end of the line with his companions. He observed that the evaluators had rather low expectations regarding the mercenaries' physical prowess. Merely being able to lift a stone weighing 2,000 pounds sufficed. However, they demanded a high level of adaptability. Before long, it was Feng's turn. You, state your name, the Caucasian inquired. I am Feng, he replied. Now, proceed to lift that 2,000-pound stone. Feng stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the stone with one hand. Very well, the examiner began. I shall pose you a few inquiries. First and foremost, what should one do when surrounded by enemies without any support? One should find a way to escape, Feng replied. While such a response may be appropriate in a street brawl, you are a soldier. In this dire situation, you ought to employ every means at your disposal to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy, even if it leads to your demise. You must ensure that you take at least one foe down with you, thereby laying the foundation for future victory. That is the essence of a soldier, the stern white instructor declared. Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Having never served in the military, he feared he would be dismissed. Is it possible for me to return later for another interview? Feng inquired. That will not be necessary. You have qualified on this question due to your quick thinking. Our clan, the Yin Hui, differs from others. Agility of mind is paramount. Our weapons are intricate, thus requiring individuals who can think on their feet, rather than those who are overly rigid.